The story was about a guy named Chris. He, at the age of 15, lost his right arm on the battlefield, becoming a cripple. But he had unimaginable fortitude, and he was able to achieve fame. Having become the best warriors of the entire continent, everyone knew his name. The sword began to cut through the air, slowly reaching its target. A few moments later, a knight on a horse cut off the hand of Chris, who wanted to resist him. Chris could not believe that he had lost his arm and accordingly lost the stool. Someone called to him, and he woke up in a cold sweat. It was Lois who asked him why he was coming back and if he had that dream again. Chris told him that he could not get used to these dreams yet. The guy sitting in front of the wagon asked if this was the same dream in which his arm fell off. Chris told him to mind his own business, and just keep bringing the wagon in. In turn, the carrier struck on the fact that he hears it from the defender, who is sleeping at work. Chris said the merchant was still quite green. Also, at the same time, asking where there is such an unsound person that he will start a fight with a mercenary in order to rob a merchant like him. Chris then asked Lois if he was wrong, waiting for his approval. To which he simply smirked. Suddenly, bandits appeared in front of the cargo transportation, who wanted to profit from their cargo. They blocked the road for them and told them to pull out all the good. Chris in a sarcastic manner noticed that there was a daredevil. The chief of the bandit squad thanked his brother. Chris realized that he was a spy they had sent to give away their location. Chris looked at the merchant again and asked how this could have happened. The merchant began to make excuses and said that they themselves did not know anything. At the time of recruitment, they checked to see if they had a mercenary card with them. The spy confirmed that he is a mercenary. Then he sarcastically threw a phrase so that you would not be upset. Chris knew that the situation was starting to get complicated, while looking at Lois, who probably had some kind of plan already brewing. Lois introduced himself to the mercenaries, after which he said that if they retreat, they will receive a good reward. The mercenaries had heard his name before and could not believe that this was the same Lois. Chris was on guard, and he wanted to believe that his partner's words had an effect on the mercenary group. The mercenaries began to burst into laughter and said that they heard about Lois' rapid fire. The very disabled person, who is enough for only 3 minutes. Chris at this time thought they underestimated him. Lois, in turn, knew that it was far from 3 minutes, because he was enough for as much as 5 minutes. Lois took out his sword from its scabbard. Well, his comrade asked to cool down and said that he would figure it out on his own. Chris knew that he was good with the ball, but it should not come to that. One of the merchant's assistants turned to the band of mercenaries and asked in a frightened voice what they needed. The leader of the gang of mercenaries replied that the person who has the thing necessary for him is in the know. Chris shifted his gaze to the merchant and his retinue, peering at them intently. The merchants were a little taken aback and visibly nervous. Chris, in turn, concluded that they were still hiding something. He tried to take matters into his own hands and said, "Why don't they all just disperse, since that was the easiest way? Besides, what could be more important and precious than your own life?" Chris told the mercenaries to answer his question as their wagon couldn't wait any longer. The head of the mercenary gang looked at him with a wild look like an animal. Chris knew they weren't going to leave their wagon alone. Chris quietly whispered to the merchants to run with his comrade. Behind him, he saw 2 mercenaries, the path through which seemed to him the most optimal. Chris began to slowly draw his sword from its scabbard. In an instant, he threw his sword towards the 2 mercenaries and at the top of his voice began to shout for the merchants to flee right now. The sword flew towards the spy who was watching the wagon, but he still managed to deal with it, blocking the blow. Lois, in turn, did not stand still either. He quite successfully fought off the mercenaries, whose blood and limbs flew in all directions. Chris noticed that they began to surround him and Lois, after which he said that they needed to separate. The head of a gang of mercenaries ordered his wards to catch everyone, no matter what. Chris began to run away, but several people followed him, who were not going to lag behind. Chris looked back, the mercenaries still chasing him. Ahead was a forest, where he turned, several tens of meters behind. Like a pack of wolves, the mercenaries fled. Chris had a lot of skills. He was a mercenary who was not averse to making money. Also, Chris was a good guide, knowing many trails that ordinary people did not even know about. He had many maps that depicted ancient treasure burials. Chris, being a medicine man of names, has innate medical knowledge that is used to heal himself, his comrades, and other travelers. And even the cook came out of him excellent, especially Lois adored his cooking. Trying to survive with one arm, Chris put in a lot of effort. The mercenaries shouted for him to stop. One of the pursuers said he was about to catch Chris. He said that he would not let himself be caught so easily and took a dart on a string from his pocket. In a moment, this dart was attached to a tree and Chris began to pull it. One of the mercenaries chasing him did not notice the stretched rope, and immediately his head fell off his shoulders. Chris was pleased that his plan had worked, knowing that he still had cards in his pocket. The mercenaries glared at him furiously, knowing that they would have to run after Chris again. Another mercenary fell into Chris' trap, his lifeless subject covered in poison pins. But the last of the pursuers was still on his feet. In a moment, he was seized by a bloody cough, which was caused by poisonous smoke. After that, he fell to the floor without showing signs of life. Chris was pleased with this turn of events, since he no longer had any trumps left. And if everything did not go according to plan, then he would have to go into the swim. Chris looked at the bodies, and did not see their leader there. Then he thought that he ran in a different direction, possibly towards Lois. Chris heard someone's heavy approaching footsteps and a rustle in the bushes. Before him appeared the head of a gang of mercenaries, who was surprised by his ability to wield poisons. Chris stood bewildered, not finding a single logical explanation for why the head of the mercenaries remained unscathed after walking into the poison-soaked smoke. He couldn't understand why this monstrous leader was chasing the common merchants who were crossing the city. The head of the gang of criminals told Chris that because of his friend, he had to sweat a little. Even though it was fast, they fought well, he added. Chris understood that even Lois could not cope with this monster, and now he faced a difficult task. He needed to figure out how to get rid of the leader of the mercenary gang. The leader asked if Chris knew what was in his hands now. Then he answered his own question, said that it was an artifact. It was a treasure that could turn an item into a weapon, armor, or just a block of stone. He heard that the money from the sale of such a thing can live as many as 3 generations in advance. Chris said that he had heard that if you contact the artifact, then the one who did this would certainly die a painful death. After these dreams, he asked for mercy. The ringleader replied that he was in a good mood today, so he would try to finish off Chris quickly. In addition, he was grateful to him, but that he dealt with the gang members instead of him. Chris knew that he could not avoid certain death, so he had to act, because he was not going to die. The leader of the band of mercenaries came closer and already carried his hand to his forge. A moment later, Chris spat shards of glass in his face, causing very great damage to his face. But this did not help him, since the leader cut off his other hand and it was all over, and he moaned plaintively in pain. Chris fell completely exhausted and whining pitifully, kneeling before the monster standing opposite. The ringleader took him by the hair and said that he thought to end him quickly, but now he does not promise it. Since Chris, in his opinion, no longer deserved a painless death. And you can no longer lose strength in the fight against Palmoon. Chris knew that he could not avoid certain death, so he had to act. Chris, exhausted, looked pitifully at his severed limb, reliving once forgotten feelings. He crawled closer and closer to the cliff to jump off it. The leader could not understand why he was still resisting and did not go now he has a roof. Chris at this time was clutching a bag in which the artifact was hidden in his teeth. The head of the mercenary gang could not believe that he managed to steal an artifact from him, said that this could not be. Chris replied with a smile on his face that he could. He then jumped off the cliff, relying on a soft landing due to the water. The leader of the mercenary gang jumped into the cliff behind him, trying to catch him in mid-flight. Chris's throat was ripped apart by the glass he spat at him. This monster even cut off his last arm. However, looking at his expression, Chris thought that his efforts had not been in vain. Therefore, he was calm, because the leader looked at him as if he had lost an entire country. Chris had heard that if an unactivated artifact became contaminated, it could cause it to malfunction. He understood that inside him, this is the best place in which the artifact can get dirty. This is how the life of 30-year-old Chris ended. Chris saw the leader, who swam towards him. In his head suddenly flashed the search for strength, the desire for knowledge, ardent aspiration, concentration, mediocre perseverance. After which he returned to life. Chris' right arm was still there, but he wasn't surprised. Chris realized that he was in that dream again. Someone shouted to the cavalryman. He came to the realization that it was at 15 when he first and last hit the battlefield. Chris suffered so much, but even after death he again found himself in this dream. However, he realized that for a dream his feelings were too realistic. In the background, a senior in rank shouted to stop the advancing cavalry. Chris saw them advance, and there was the same cavalryman who took his precious arm. Chris always wanted to dodge his attack, but even in his sleep, he stood up in a stupor and never managed to avoid a blow. He knew that this time it would probably end the same way. But will he feel the pain as in reality? Chris begged for this moment to be a dream. He was able to dodge the cavalryman's blow, the press during the entire strike. Chris couldn't believe he'd dodged it, and was still shaking with fear. A moment later, the cavalryman who stood opposite Chris died from an arrow shot in the head, but he did not even notice it. Chris couldn't figure out what the virtual sign was in front of him. It said that he had earned experience points. After that, Chris thought that he was in a dream, after which the digital tablet disappeared. Chris stood and pulled his partner's cheeks to see if he was real. The partner, in turn, asked him what happened to him. Chris made sure it was indeed Lind. He replied that things were bad. Then he added that it looks like Chris hit his head during the fight. Chris instantly leaned over to look at Lind's wound. Remembering what happened. Lind said the cut hurt a lot. Then he asked if he would get worse. Chris replied that the cut looked normal so far. Chris recalled that Linda's past lives would not heal such a small wound, and in the end he lost his leg. Chris thought that in this life all parts of the body, his and Lynn's, would remain in place. Chris couldn't let that horror happen to them again. Lind would give him the balm, saying he's in a lot of pain. Chris was pleased that there was white grass near the barracks. But other herbs were needed to heal the wound completely. Chris recalled how his mentor taught him. If there are enough herbs, the most important thing is to quickly provide first aid, the teacher said. Chris told Lind that he had finally tied his leg. He replied that he had good skills in medicine and thanked. Chris recalled that in a past life, Lind did much more when he lost his arm. Chris understood that he still owed Linda and was ready to do everything for him. One of the knights entered the tent, after which he asked for attention, carrying with him an order from the commander. In the order, according to the instructions of the commander, it was indicated that their teenage detachment from that moment becomes the reserve of the 7th Infantry Detachment. The teenage detachment was supposed to start attending training, but will not be officially listed in the infantry. The knight with the order told one of those present that he was now the temporary commander of the barracks. The tall blonde boy proudly accepted his new position. Several people wondered why they would not be listed in the 7th Infantry Squad. It also seemed suspicious to Chris, since everyone was young and didn't have much experience. Chris knew the next fight was 10 days away. During this time, he had a lot to deal with. He called Linda, but he was fast asleep. Chris thought that perhaps because Lind was injured, it was better not to disturb him. While he needed to sort out his own affairs, and the sooner the better. The knights moved through the forest, called Zaituras. One man from the young detachment asked why they were pushed into the group of hunters. One of the hunters turned to his comrade and asked why the youngsters were going with them. His friend told him that there was a guy named Chris behind him, and he was just incredible. All because Chris gave him cigarettes and asked him to join the hunting party. He wondered how this fellow could make such cigarettes. He heard people in his village call him Hunter Chris. After that, he asked a friend if he would have the cigarette that Chris rolled. The redhead refused, saying that they had almost arrived at the gathering place. The hunters said that each of the recruits had to catch 5 birds with 1 stone. If they go too deep into the forest, they might run into a group of kobolds. So, they needed to be on the lookout, and that was it. Chris considered such a task too easy, and decided to put it on the back burner. After all, for starters, he needed to get as much as possible of what could be useful. For example, plants that are the basis for medicinal herbs. Chris jokingly said that he could not help but collect it. Chris earned experience points, and then suddenly punched himself in the face. His ears rang. Chris couldn't understand why this artifact made so much noise. First, the artifact brought him back to the past, now it screamed into his ears. Chris understood that artifacts were not simple things, but it still amazed him. The door opened, and Chris began to enter the estate. But now, there was no time to think about it. Chris will gradually learn the ability of this artifact. Chris had some thought connected with a bee flying towards him. Chris noticed how the bee got caught in the web. Then he said that he was very lucky. A honey ant crawled along the web to the bee to eat it as quickly as possible. Chris took it in his hand. After that, he said that he had been looking for him for a very long time, and then he suddenly found him. This ant was very interesting to him. Chris was happy to be here. After that, he tossed the honey ant into his cargo bag. Now he was interested in the extraction of honey, because the ant needed something to eat. Chris quickly cut off the web and jumped to the ground. The bee managed to escape, and Chris began to chase her in order to catch her. The bee led him straight to the hive. Chris was very pleased with the new find and was now expecting more honey. The guy from the detachment asked the commander, "Do they just have to sit here, because that way, they won't catch a single rabbit?" The commander replied that he knew that only Chris was among the hunters, and they had to believe in his abilities. The commander said that he would soon set in the sun. Then they were immediately called. The eldest of the hunters shouted that they had time to chat, but the task would not do itself. The red-haired hunter asked why they were having fun. The hunters stood in anticipation to see the norm of 5 hares, which they had to fulfill. Chris stood behind and watching everything asked what was happening here. Chris carried in his hands a large number of hares, which he managed to catch during this time. The hunters were delighted with such skills of the young guy. Chris replied that there was not a single person in his village who did not know him as Chris's hunter. The red-haired hunter said that although he tried hard, catching for his friends, it was all in vain. After all, that wasn't enough. Chris stood there wondering what was going on as they were all told to catch 5 hares for each person. Chris was very hurt, because he tried so hard. He knew that it was very difficult to catch so many hares, and he was struck by the callousness of the hunter. The red-haired hunter asked if they were leaving. Chris mentally counted Zaitsev, and realized that he still did not reach the norm. He understood that he might not have time to set the traps. Chris came up with a brilliant idea, to catch a deer. After all, if he catches him, then it will immediately be counted as fulfilling the norm. This would help to get Chris the favor of the hunters. After all, if you offer them such an idea, they are unlikely to refuse. The hunters ordered the young guys to pack up and announced the end of the hunt. One person from the young detachment said that they still did not fulfill the norm. The red-haired hunter replied that they would be punished for this. According to the military discipline of the Count's land, they were to be disposed of, very simply and strictly. The red-haired hunter told them to take the hares and follow him. Chris raised his hand as he wanted to say something. After which he said that he wanted to offer them something that they definitely could not refuse. The guy asked Chris if he was sure he could catch a deer. Redpole is one of the common red herbs. However, this is the only food for the red-horned deer. The guy asked if that was the reason they were picking it up. Chris replied that the deer would not miss this grass. Chris asked his partner to concentrate and not breathe, as deer are very sensitive creatures. The guy asked if they managed to catch a deer, then today they could eat. Chris replied that it was, because they only had to fulfill the norm. Chris covered his partner's mouth and told him to be quiet. A red-horned deer stood in front of them, and they understood that a little more, and today they would be full. The deer noticed the ambush, after which he ran away, as he knew that he would be caught. Chris recalled that on his first hunt, he learned to throw stones at a target. I hope that this time he will be able to do it. Chris, with all the strength he had, threw a stone towards the fleeing deer. A few seconds later, the stone hit the deer right in the head. Chris has unlocked the skill of throwing objects, the first level. The deer was still on its hooves and continued to run. Chris, from which he did not fall, because he even threw a stone with his usual left hand. Chris realized that it might be because he is very small. After all, it was necessary to take into account that he was only 15 years old. Diggo and Daki blocked the escape route for the deer, and he stood still. Chris considered the guys smart, as they did everything that was needed. Chris threw the rock at the deer again. Further, all hope was on the red-haired hunter. Shortly before these events, the red-haired hunter asked the guys, "How are they going to catch the deer?" Chris replied that by cornering. Since they had no weapons, they had to take the deer by quantity. It would be better for everyone if Chris went alone, but that won't work. So, the guys will need to lead him towards the deer. The red-haired hunter asked if they wanted to set traps. Chris answered yes. However, he was required to use force. According to Chris, the red-haired hunter had the most important role. He had to wait at the point indicated on the sand map. Chris said that if the hunter believes in them, then they will definitely catch their prey. The red-horned deer quickly ran to the tight rope, two experienced hunters. A moment later, the deer fell into a trap that Chris came up with. Experienced hunters were unable to hold the deer. Releasing the ropes from their hands, they fell to the floor. Chris managed to run up to them, and while the deer fell to the floor, he picked up a stone. After that, Chris hit the deer on the head with a stone. The hunters sat around the fire and roasted the meat that had just recently run away from them through the forest. The guy at the fire asked experienced hunters why this red-horned deer became so famous. After that, during a game of chess, the daughter of the Baron bet the Baron Shah, and he was extremely surprised, and looked at her. The daughter also added that, in her opinion, there was some kind of The red-haired hunter told the young hunter that he was good at his job. Chris replied that this was nothing, and if it were not for experienced hunters, they would not have succeeded. The red-haired hunter told Chris to eat. After that, the experienced hunter asked him what he was doing. Chris, smiling, showed the flower petals he had collected from the forest. If these petals are crushed and turned into powder, natural seasoning will suffer. The hunters applied Chris's seasoning to the meat, and were delighted with such an unsurpassed taste. Chris said it wasn't high-end cuisine, but would pass for food. The hunters asked for more and called Chris shy. The red-haired hunter told Chris that he was surprised by his skills, adding that he is exempt from night duty and hunting. Chris, with a smile on his face, an order from a senior hunter. Lin slept in the barracks all this time. He had just woken up and said that he had not rested like this for a long time. Chris and the boys entered the tent. Lin asked where they were going. Chris told him that they had already returned. Lin was given red-horned deer meat. He realized that they were hunting and could not believe that he had slept so long. Chris examined Lin's leg. During the day, it dragged on quite a lot. This is due to medicinal herbs. The problem was infection, since the wound was not very deep. Chris calmed down and said that now you don't have to worry, because the wound will heal soon. Chris asked Lind how he likes the meat and if it tastes good. Someone on the street started screaming. He shouted for them to be caught and killed, but it was not clear who he was talking about. Chris couldn't understand what was going on there and had a desire to go and check. One of the knights said that the dogs had pushed his soup. Then he ordered to catch the insolent. One of the knights began to shoot arrows at the dogs. But he was immediately asked not to waste arrows in vain. The two knights began to argue. One of them said that the dogs were even on the ears, which was not framed. Then he asked what to do with them, how not to shoot arrows at them. The second simply asked him to stop doing it. Lind asked what was going on here. Chris told him that it was all because of the stray dogs that had snuck into the camp. Lind looked at the dogs in surprise, wondering why they had such strange faces. Chris told the knight that he and the guys intended to catch these dogs. The redhead said that this should not be delayed. After all, if this continues further, the morale of the soldiers will be undermined. The redhead asked Chris if he could catch them, to which he replied that it was easier than he thought. Chris told everyone who stood nearby that he would deal with these dogs and asked them not to interfere. The redhead wished Chris good luck and went about his business. Lind asked who it was. Chris replied that they hunted together. After that, Lind asked another question. How Chris is going to catch the dogs. He replied that first you need to set traps. Lind interrupted him, saying that they were useless for those dogs. Chris started to take a honey ant out of his bag. Then he said that this bait would work. Lind asked why Chris had to hunt dogs. He replied that in this way, they can kill time and get food. In fact, it was an excuse to take them on the next reconnaissance. Chris needed to find some herbs. Diggo yelled at Chris to come over, for he found the herbs that he asked to find. To Lind they looked like common weeds. But Chris said that this herb would make the dogs rabid. Count Eladwan asked Chris if she was embarrassed. He replied that he seemed to be a little overzealous in a duel. The Count asked if Chris smeared the herbs with some kind of liquid and said that tomorrow he would have to come here and check how things were going. Upon arrival, they saw that the dogs were lying unconscious on the ground. The redhead asked what they had done, since the dogs were lying unconscious. Chris replied that they just ate sleeping pills. Chris knew that the reason this honey ant was important in a past life was because it could spin webs with different effects, depending on what you eat. The redhead said that Chris is very talented. He replied that there could be more packs of stray dogs nearby. If they take their reserve on reconnaissance, they will be able to catch other dogs. The redhead replied that he was a simple private. Chris said he didn't think that was the case at all. A rare red hair color and a well-coordinated figure. Undisguised strength of mind. He was a rowdy and illegitimate son of Count van Ludwig. Gian Ludwig. Gian told Chris, for that matter, this could be considered a reward for capturing a red-horned deer. But in return, he definitely had to deal with the dogs. Chris and the guys ran after the dog, to whose neck a rope was tied. Diggo told Chris that they had gone very far into the forest club. Chris replied that everything was in order and they should not have worried, although he understood that they had almost reached the borders. Chris apologized for acting like a commander. Diggo said everything was fine. After all, he could not help but recognize the skills of Chris, who more than once saved their squad. Chris said they needed to catch those dogs soon so they could join the meat party. The sound of a flute was heard. The guys could not understand what it was, because they had never heard her play before. Chris looked closer and saw that they had found a pack of dogs. A man was sitting next to him playing the flute. He had the 8-gate enemy mantle. Was it a scout, Chris thought. He realized that it was this man, who looked like a scout, who sent these dogs to their camp. Chris asked Diggo and Daka if they had killed anyone. Diggo replied that once there was such a case. Chris told them to get ready as they needed to deal with the scout. Chris asked Diggo how things were going. He replied that everything was still the same and asked where Daki was. Chris said that Daki was waiting for the right moment to attack. Chris asked the old man what was the matter. The old man replied that some man was. The scout said that there was nothing left before the completion of his plan. Diggo swung his axe in a moment and cut down a nearby tree. The enemy scout managed to dodge and sat in full combat readiness. The scout began to run into the forest. Chris yelled at Diggo that they needed to go after him. As Chris thought, the scout didn't look after him. After all, he needed to hide from the pursuer as quickly as possible. Scout dosted some object from his pocket. It was probably a weapon that could fire poison darts. Chris ordered Diggo to hide behind a tree so that he would not get a poison dart for money. The scout launched javelins in their direction and began to run again. Chris watched everything that was happening and waited for the right moment to continue the pursuit. The scout thought they were gone, knowing he didn't have much left. After all, now there was nothing left but to return to the camp. Liquor threw his axe at the scout, who managed to dodge. Daki stood in front of him and waited for the enemy scout to fall into their trap. As expected, he hit her, then fell to the floor. Daki looked at him and thought that they had finally caught him. The enemy scout asked to be spared and he would give out all the information that he possesses. Daki cut it in two with one swing of his axe. Diggo asked what the scout was expecting, and since he came here, who should have been punished. Chris said it was the shortest way to get close to the enemy. After that, he thanked Diggo. Chris added that now the only thing left to deal with was the dogs. After that, he took a pipe for throwing darts from a dead scout. The guys killed almost all the dogs, by the same method as in their camp. Diggo asked what to do with those dogs that had run away. Won't they come to them again and become a burden? Chris replied, let them run away. After all, they had already removed their leader and the scout who controlled them. Chris didn't think they'd show up again. Suddenly, Chris saw someone in front of him. It was a white wolf. But they lived only on Mount Salt. Chris couldn't believe what had brought him right here. After that, Chris thought that the scout was gathering a pack of dogs for a reason. Perhaps it was because he wanted to capture this wolf. The general realized that now because of this, they would not be able to use the meat bag. Chris thought the scout was very smart to think of that. But instead of him, they will take the skin of the wolf. In the womb, Chris found a white wolf cub. He told the guys that he survived. Diggo said that the wolf cub doesn't look like its mother. Chris replied that he was a half-breed. In the camp, all the warriors enjoyed a meal. Lin thought that the duties of a scout were to be the first to go to the front and watch the enemy. He couldn't understand why Chris had taken such a dangerous position, although in their reserve. He recalled how Chris said that this is their opportunity to live well. Since soon he will become a warlord, and everything will be fine. These words seemed ridiculous to Lind. Lin told Chris if he became a warlord, he would have to become chancellor. This made them laugh. The guy said that he could no longer endure, because he was very hungry. Lind asked if he really wanted to go to the elders and extort food from them. The guy replied that Chris caught the dogs, but they can't even smell the food and they weren't even given a piece of bread. So now you have to steal. Lin said that if he gets caught, then everyone will be punished, indiscriminately. The guy opened the tent, but suddenly he saw someone. In front of him were Chris, Daki and Diggo. Chris told them to start the fire because they had food with them. Chris told the boys to eat slowly. Lin asked him why he wasn't eating. Chris replied that they had already eaten before they went camping. Lin said someone was following them. Then he asked if they would open them. Lin said this guy is just hungry. Diggo wanted to invite him over. Chris at this time doubted that he should be called. Lin said that until Chris came, they also sat and lived in the air. One of the guys said to be called. This guy sat down with them by the fire and asked for forgiveness. After all, he stank very much, as he was cleaning in the pig pen. One of the guys did not even know that they had pigs, and yet they even regretted a piece of bread for them. Lind replied that if he tormented the position of commander, then only in this case, he would be able to taste the pig. And they are already servants, they won't give it to them. Chris thought that if you try, then through this guy you can get pig's milk. The guy said that there are a few more people in the barracks who are hungry. They told him to bring them and asked how many they were. Soon 20 people came. Chris said it was a bit much, and far from a few people. Chris thought to leave a little for later, but it turned out how it happened. Lynn said that eating is much tastier. Chris said yes, saying that these are hard times and should be shared. There's nothing to be done here, and you have to fry all the meat non-stop. He saw many soldiers in front of him, and ordered them to leave quickly and move forward. Chris was babysitting a little wolf. Judging by his red-eye color and unusual stripes, it could be a golden wolf. He heard that such wolves can even breathe fire. Lind asked Chris if he named the wolf. Chris thought that since the wolf was crossed with 2 different species, it should be given a proper name. Chris named him Pulung, later Kenthan. The guys were shocked by such names, since the first meant treason, and the second is fornication. Chris told the guys not to look at him like that, as he was joking. Chris named the wolf Pumpkin, which he saw as a better name. On the street, one of the knights began to shout that the general gathering had begun, also mentioning that the inspection came. Chris couldn't understand why the inspectorate had decided to come now. Chris realized that it was Kvilken, he was in the inspectorate. He did not understand why Kvilken was doing this. After all, everything could be done quietly and without formalities. Someone yelled for Chris from the reserve to call. Chris immediately saluted. The man from the inspectorate ordered him to come up. Chris walked towards him, thinking that the looks of the other guys from the squad were straining him. Standing in front of Chris was the leader of 100 men and leader of Infantry Regiment No. 7. His name was Commander Kennery. Kennery acknowledges Chris's many exploits, including killing an enemy scout. After which he appointed Chris, a private in the reserve, as commander of the Decurion. Kennery said the whole squad looked to him. Chris replied that it was a great honor for him, and he would definitely try even harder. All the guys from the reserve squad started shouting Chris's name. They were truly happy for him. They called him the best hunter ever seen. While Chris did not even expect such an effect after sharing meat with them. Kennery noticed Chris' popularity among the reserve squad. Then he jokingly asked if he had drunk the squad with something alcoholic. Chris replied that he is a rather closed guy and does not understand why they are so excited. But the guys behind were shouting that Chris was always rich in meat. The soldiers of the 8th Gate noticed an archer on the hill and told him to shoot at him. The reserve squad started. Chris thought it was okay. It is difficult to recognize such a youngster like him as an equal. Diggo approached Chris and then asked, "Do I need to call Chris commander now?" Chris thought it was a good idea. But he replied that it was better to call him by his first name. Chris told his guys that they needed to slowly prepare for reconnaissance. For soon they will have to start it. Lind looked visibly tired and then asked how long they had been walking. One of the guys said that it had already been 10 hours. Chris knew that only 4 hours had passed. Gian asked how the new Decurion commander felt. Then he added if Chris knew that scouts most often die on the battlefield. Most of them do not even visit the battlefield. Strick announced that the king had died. Chris was shocked. That it was better to call him. Chris replied that they would not die like in the first battle, so there was no need to worry. Gian said he hoped so. And it will be a disappointment if their reconnaissance unit dies. Chris thought that he got the nickname Gillian of the Guillotine after killing his own brothers. He thought that there was nothing to worry about yet, but at the same time he was visibly nervous. Lind told Chris that they had arrived at their destination. All this time, the reconnaissance detachment went to the swamp and finally they arrived. Lind took something out of the bag, after which he told the guys to take it. The guys asked what was in his bag. Lind replied that it was the honey that Chris had while hunting the red-horned deer. Diggo took a bite and said it was delicious. Chris went to the swamp. He knew that here was his first target, because of which he wanted to be in the reconnaissance squad. There was nowhere to get it, except for the swamp. Chris stuck his hand into the swamp, trying to find something at the bottom. After a moment, he took out an herb called Dirty Maid. Chris knew that this herb would definitely come in handy. Lin said he was tired, and they just came. According to him, it was not easy for the scouts. One of the guys said that they finally sewed up the tent. Then he asked where Chris had gone. The guards ordered Chris to stand still. Chris said he was the commander of the Decurion reconnaissance squad. He added that he came to the head of infantry point number 7 in order to make a denunciation about intelligence. The guard laughed and his weapon fell out of his hands, which began to fall on Chris. The guard apologized to Decurion Commander Chris and asked if he was okay. Chris kicked him in the leg. Then he said that the guards had no discipline. Chris said it was a lesson. If next time the guard does not repeat his mistake, he will live. The second guard was shocked by this behavior of a young boy, which is his older knowledge. The guard swung at Chris. He managed to grab the weapon. Chris told the private to stop as it looked like a riot. The senior in rank took the private by the shoulder. Then he asked if he wanted to lose his head for his actions. The private noticed that it was the commander of the Decurion, Petal. Commander Petal told the privates to leave the post. Then I asked Chris, "Why is he here, and is it not because of an intelligence denunciation?" Petal said that 10 paces from here, there is a small hill and in that direction, there is a swamp. Adding that they have quite a lot of unregistered information about the area. By the way, the Petal group, of all the reconnaissance detachments, has the best results. Chris asked what the leader of an infantry regiment was doing. After all, Petal is not even an adjutant to be responsible for such work. Kenry smelled of alcohol from a mile away, Chris said. Petal replied that Kenry was originally a knight of the Baron Ronald. Chris asked why then such an aristocrat rots here. Petal said that he had a very good relationship with the Baron's wife. That is why he was demoted in rank to an ordinary infantryman. Petal added that he considers this place an ordinary grave. Chris got it all clear. The reason why the 7th Infantry Regiment died in his past life. Then, who knew about the war, the head of the military unit fell into despair, and left the privates to the mercy of fate. And if nothing is done, everything will happen again. Chris ran to his destination. By his standards, it was somewhere around here. According to Chris' calculations, this was the midpoint between the 8th Gate enemy force and his military headquarters. He understood that if he met with the reconnaissance detachment, this would be the end. Chris was sure that the enemy scouts were here. Soon, he found them, as well as the route of their food supply. There were 2 carts. Compared to the number of troops, the supply was small. Chris realized that the delivery was once a day. There must be a minimum of 5 guards on the supply route, and a maximum of 10. Chris knew that everything should work out, and he had better return to the camp to immediately inform the leaders. On the way, he wanted to grab dog skins. Chris, out of breath, ran into the tent. Lind asked him what happened. He replied that he would explain later, and that he needed a long stick. Diggo and Koziel, he ordered to find daggers. In Chris' opinion, such a third-rate 7th Infantry Regiment was always short of supplies. What they deliver is poor quality. Better not to bring anything at all, Chris thought. Lind said he saw daggers connected to sticks that looked like spears. And also a shield from a dog skin. Lind asked if they were preparing for war by chance. Chris replied that the war had already begun. The guys stood and did not understand the essence of what their new commander said. Chris thought that the guys lacked discipline. Then he ordered them to take weapons and go outside. Chris told his squad that today, they start training. The kids will learn how to use weapons. Chris ordered to start training. His squad immediately began sparring and using all available skills. The warriors around did not understand what was going on here. But, in their opinion, it looked like training. The soldiers asked what the guys were doing here. Chris liked what they were watching, because that's what they were here for. The soldiers called Linda a little boy. After that, they said that he could get hurt, because he doesn't hold the dagger the way he should. Petal stood behind Chris, and thought that he was shocked by the words he said. Although, he meant Chris to give up. Chris liked that the atmosphere in the team was changing. But there was still one problem, which was Kennery. After all, it was not known how everything that happened here would be passed on to him. Chris thought they were heading in the right direction, and that was enough for today. Gian suddenly showed up and asked why he was having fun without him. Chris said that it was necessary, and that it seemed to work well. He thought that Gian was an aristocrat, so much as he would pretend to be an ordinary private. Gian guillotines. Even though he didn't look very friendly, he didn't seem like someone who could do such things to Chris, could slaughter all his brothers. Gian told Chris that there was a way to save the 7th Infantry point. It was to kill Kennery. Chris thought there was really no reason to be surprised. It's clear to me that the main problem with the 7th Infantry is Kennery. Therefore, after his death, then Ludwig appointed a new head of the military unit. Maybe it will be Petal, thought Chris. If Kennery dies, there will be a chance to rise. It was really the fastest way to raise morale and combat capability within the army. However, there were people on Kennery's side. All this is thanks to the adjutants, who continued to faithfully follow Kennery, despite his terrible attitude towards them. Including Petal, there were several other Decurion commanders. And the moment Kennery dies, Chris will meet his death. It was the fastest way, but at the same time, the worst option. Gian noticed that Chris's expression was not very cheerful. After these words, he left. Chris couldn't figure out if Gian was a villain or not. And let him not hear this, however, there is another way to save their regiment. Chris ran into the tent and told the guys that they were going in 40 minutes. Everyone needed to take weapons and equipment with them for spending the night in an open area. Chris added that they were going on a mission. Chris thought in his head that he and the guys had time to do everything, and tonight, there should not have been any problems. He jumped from the tree. Then he told the guys that they should go further into enemy territory. Chris ordered his comrades in arms to stop as they had already entered enemy territory. From now on, they had to be careful. Cozy Yulia told the commander that it was very dark here. Chris replied that it was time for a snack and gave him some fruit. This fruit was called Hoda's sorrow. Its side effect, when overused, was blindness. It was considered poisonous, but if you eat it along with white grass, then the eyes acquire the ability to see in the dark. Everyone in Chris's reconnaissance squad group ate a fruit called Hyoda's sorrow. After that, they all gained this ability to see in the dark. Chris said that this effect lasts exactly a day. They needed to finish them all at once, and then take the cargo from the enemy. Chris thought about it. That the enemy has set up camp. Now they needed to find out how many people were there. Chris asked Lind if he saw something. He began to look. Chris knew that Lind had had very good eyesight for a long time. Lind replied that there were 5 opponents from the 8th Gate Army in the camp. Chris thought there was a smaller portion of the troops in front of them. But even for strong soldiers like Digo and Daki, who can easily overwhelm 2, 5 was too much. Digo asked if they should attack the enemy all together to compare the odds, since there were 5 of them too. Chris said not to do it. After all, if they miss at least one enemy, then he will run away, and accordingly, will bring help with him. Chris added that it would be nice if they brought the opponents to the dark place. Chris looked at Lind and thought about how young his face was without a single wrinkle. Who could take him for a soldier, if he were in ordinary clothes? Chris knew the same could be said about him. Now he was thinking about clearing the camp. Although it was a big risk, it was worth a try. The soldiers played cards. One of them asked the second why he was always cheating, because it was already the 7th game. The second soldier heard something in the grass, told everyone to take a copy and go check what happened there. He remembered how in the city he fought with 2 mercenaries. Chris stepped out of the grass. One of the soldiers thought it was just a child. The second said he didn't think so. The soldier said that his clothes betray him. Did he look like a slave or a deserter? And if he really is a slave, then you can get good money from selling him. The soldier told his brothers to lower their weapons. Because if the boy gets scared and runs away, there will be more problems. He asked Chris if he had accidentally lost his way, and if he wants some beef jerky to eat. Chris immediately ran into the grass. The brother said to be caught, because one person would be enough to catch him. Lin believed in Commander Chris and knew he could do it. The soldier said that The soldier asked him what to do with him, kill him, or just beat him up. Chris didn't answer. After which the soldier said that he should not anger him. The next moment, while the soldier was about to say something, his head was cut off. The opponents realized that they were ambushed, but it was already too late. Chris' reconnaissance squad will surround one of the opponents. He asked who they were. The soldiers in the camp were noticeably nervous. They could not understand why they were taking so long with the child. One of them said that we need to check what is going on there. He was immediately impaled on a spear. He groaned softly as drops of blood rolled down the spear that belonged to Diggo. The second soldier did not have time to react, because of the great shock. Following him flew Daki, and hacked him with an axe. The remaining opponent wanted to surrender, but Chris had his own plans for him. He ran at the enemy, with fury in his eyes, because he wanted to kill him. Gian thought that it would be better for his mother if he were not here, along with the child. One of them said that we need to. Chris said the guys were great and they did a good job. Kozayala became very ill, because he had never killed before. Chris said that before completing the task, they had one last step. There were 5 more opponents ahead that needed to be killed. The chariot rode early in the morning. In front of her stood a knight from the 8th Gate Army, who gestured for the wagon to stop. The driver of the wagon asked if they were new for an hour. Although, this was not the first time with him, so here, there was nothing to be surprised at. Chris in the armor of the opposing army said that there would be a delivery any minute. One of the warriors noticed ash and disorderly footprints on the ground. There were also traces of blood. The second ordered to turn everything here and find at least some clues. The commander of the detachment was asked to look at what they managed to find. Seeing so many corpses in one place, the commander was shocked by this turn of events. The commander lost his temper and ordered to find these killers, no matter what. At this time, warriors were training in the camp. One of the commanders told them not to use their palms, but their elbows when striking at the enemy. Petal asked Commander Kennery why he woke up so early. Kennery said that all the soldiers have been working since morning. Petal replied that they all want to survive. So, with the right training, they have a better chance. Kennery said enough? Petal asked why the commander forbade training. Kennery replied that they had almost run out of supplies. Petal didn't want to admit it, but it was true. The 7th Infantry Regiment was abandoned by the Earl. Supplies were not enough, so they are at the limit. Kennery told Petal to transfer to the 6th Regiment. He flatly refused. Suddenly, Chris arrived at the camp, carrying a bunch of ammunition and food with him. The soldiers were shocked, as the wagon belonged to the 8th Gate Army. The wagons were full of alcohol and bulk meat. The soldiers were very happy and thanked Chris in every possible way. Petal asked how they got so much food. Chris replied that there is nothing special here, they just stole it. One of the soldiers said he wanted to drink to the hero of the 7th Regiment, brave Chris. Everyone around him supported his mood and also began to drink after the toast. A guy named Ralph, the genre is Chris's hand, and said that he hadn't eaten so well in a long time. Chris replied that he was very pleased to meet you. One of the soldiers with whom Chris had previously had problems approached the fire. He apologized for the tactlessness of the reconnaissance unit last time. The soldier added that it was his people who revolted. And if Chris doesn't mind, then he will teach them manners for as long as he orders. Chris replied that everything was already in order, and he did not need to worry. Kennery sat off to the side and watched Chris. He thought that the boy was only 15 years old, but he had already managed to defeat the enemies on reconnaissance, and even bring prey. According to Kennery, it was a reckless plan, but still he succeeded. He reminisced about his best years when he looked like Chris. One of the soldiers moved around with the help of a punk, because he was damn drunk. The soldiers could not understand. How did he do it? Some said to take him to bed. The drunken soldier that there are walls began to scream that he would definitely survive and return to his home. Kennery was shocked by these words, after which he, without touching the alcohol, went to sleep in his tent. Peddle went into Kennery's tent and said that everything was ready. Kennery walked out to his soldiers in shiny orange armor. He told them that from that day on they would start training if they wanted to survive on the battlefield. It was the second day of official training. It all started with running. Chris thought he was interested in Kennery. One of the soldiers told Chris that he was a good runner. In turn, he wondered why this soldier was always eager to be friends. At lunchtime training, Kennery personally showed his skills. He was excellent, as he used to be a Lord's Knight. Chris asked Kennery to teach Linda archery. Now it seemed difficult for him to draw even a bowstring, but in a past life, Lind was very good with a bow. In addition, he had amazing eyesight, and this type of weapon suits him the most. Chris also trained. Peddle called him, said that the commander wanted to see him. Chris told his sparring partner that he had business, and he went. Chris arrived at the commander, and what Gian is doing here. Gian said that in that case he would go. 3 days later, they were again near the tower, in an attempt to free Gian's mother. Now it seemed difficult for him to draw even. Kennery said that everything will happen in 2 days. And they will start group training. After all, their army had to show what it was worth. Chris said to attack the supply positions of the enemy 8th Gate Army. Kennery replied that he was probably laughing at him. Chris added that the supplies he managed to get would run out in 3 days. And real experience is a good opportunity to grow up for still young soldiers. Kennery said that was nonsense, because there would be numerous casualties among the soldiers they had so trained. Chris replied that they would not act thoughtlessly. They prepare carefully and attack from the shadows. In this case, they will be able to minimize the damage. Kennery asked how many times he tried to grab someone else's supply cart. Chris replied that only once. He added that he would start preparing right now. After all, I thought that they would fight with elite soldiers. Kennery said they would attack at night even if there were casualties. During the day they were to move on. Chris said it didn't make any sense because they wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Kennery replied that their opponents were far from stupid. According to Chris's basics, the first step was to form a strike force in order to deal with enemy scouts. Then, they will put forward their main forces gradually. Kennery asked what if the strike team didn't go according to plan. Chris replied that in that case, it would be necessary to return the main walls back. After all, even if they fail, the main troops will not be in danger. Kennery said that Peddle and Ralph should be included in the strike team. They will move out during the day. Kennery ordered Chris to gather all the Decurion commanders. The next day, they set out. Knowing their strategy, the Decurion commanders could not hide the worry on their faces. Their plan was assigned not only to ordinary privates, who were already tired. They were shocked and didn't even really know where they were going. The vanguard of 7 men, including Peddle and Ralph, had set out a few hours earlier. Chris asked Linda if he sees anyone. Lind said that there were enemy scouts ahead, and there were 4 of them. He added that they are moving to the right. He thought they would see their main strength. Chris said that they should make a detour, and after that they would attack the enemy from behind. It was impossible to miss any of them, as he could bring help. The soldiers of the 8th Gate could not understand what the enemy army was doing on their land. Yes, even during the day. Suddenly, one of the soldiers flew into the helmet stone. All the soldiers began to turn around and look at what had happened. They saw Koziulia in front of them and Chris, who was throwing stones at them. The soldiers unanimously began to shout that these insolent men should be caught. Then they went on the attack. Suddenly, Daki ran out with his axes and started attacking the enemy scouts from behind. He killed one of the enemies. The others realized that it was an ambush, but it was too late to run. One of the 8th Gate soldiers nearly killed Daki. But he was lucky, because Petal arrived in time to him and saved his life. The soldiers of the 8th Gate realized that they could not cope with the strike force and fled in different directions. Chris realized that the rest of the enemy's reconnaissance detachment was in a state of panic. Ralph was able to kill one of them, and only the last enemy scout remained. Lind leaned out of the bushes, on the orders of Chris, and pointed his bow in the direction of the enemy. The last surviving enemy saw an archer whom he did not expect to see. The enemy scout was very fast, and suddenly changed his retreat. But Petal suddenly cut him down, piercing him with a sword through and through. He did not even notice how Petal appeared in front of him, as he was very fast. Chris found out from one of the scouts that escort troops had been added to the transport groups, and they were sent from the same unit. Chris thought that such changes should not interfere with their surprise attack, and everything should go according to plan. Petal asked if that was the end of the strike team's mission. After all, they have already dealt with enemy scouts. Chris replied that they still have work to do. Chris ordered Kozula to tell the main unit that it was time to attack. Kozula saluted and said that he understood everything. Chris added that what has been started needs to be completed, and asked if it wasn't. With these words, he frightened all his comrades. At the base to the army of the 8th Gate, a cart with supplies arrived. In this cart, as expected, sat Chris with his detachment. One of the guards said that a lot of time had passed since they were robbed. He asked if there were any special incidents, since their escort squadron had been noticeably reduced. Chris replied that there were no special incidents, but instructions were given to inspect the supplies being transported. The soldier asked who gave them this order, and why they wanted to inspect. After that, he asked another soldier to show the newcomers what and where he was. The soldier pointed to the first tent, after which he said that there was a warehouse with food. Chris pointed to the next tent and asked what was there. The soldier replied that there was an oil store there. Chris asked Lind if he believed the soldier's words. Lind, without thinking twice, said that he had no reason to lie. Chris thanked the soldier for the information. After that, he asked the man who was standing straight if he was the commander by any chance. The soldier said that this was indeed the commander. Chris thanked for the answer and said that they would go to him. The soldier finally asked where they would be from. He, too, was assigned here like them, but before, he had not seen any of them. The soldier said it looked very suspicious, which is why he asked. Diggo came closer to him to close his mouth. Diggo put the soldier to sleep and now no one bothered them. Chris ordered everyone to get into position and wait for the right moment. Chris told the guys to wait for his signal. At that moment, he thought that this was a good distance to kill the commander. Chris determined the right moment to shoot. The knife flew straight in the direction of the commander of the enemy detachment, who did not suspect anything. At that moment, an ordinary soldier came out of the tent, and not on purpose, shielded the commander with his body, who was shocked watching what was happening. The commander began to shout that there were murderers in the camp. These mercenaries had to be caught as quickly as possible. Chris started to run away because he didn't want to be caught. A number plate flashed in front of him. It indicated that the skill of throwing had been increased to the 16th level. In front of Chris stood a soldier from the enemy army. At that moment, his heart began to beat rapidly, and he did not know what would happen next. The soldier asked what he was doing here, because it was said that the enemy had penetrated the detachment. Then he added that he quickly took weapons. The commander in a rage asked if the attacker had been found. He blamed his subordinates for not doing their job well. After these words, the tent with vegetable oil was blown up by the enemy who entered the camp. The general was told that the enemy had penetrated the camp. Kennery ordered the main detachment to attack. They fled the enemy with breakneck speed and fury in their eyes. A soldier from the army of the 8th Gate said that the enemy army should not be allowed to pass. They needed to keep the transition at all costs. Digo cut off the head of this soldier. After that, everyone realized that the opponents were disguised as their own. They were spies. The 7th Regiment, under Kennery, did a good job of destroying the 8th Gate Army. General of the 8th Gate Army stood and did not believe his eyes. He could not understand how this happened and asked to put out the fire. One of the subordinates told the general that he needed to hide and he should leave on this horse. Chris knew that victory was already in their hands and it remained only to deal with the commander. He threw the knife towards the general, who was mounting his horse. The general was hit right in the back with a knife, but he was still able to move. After that, he rode a horse. But he did not have to go long, because someone hit the general with an arrow right in the head, and he died. Kennery says they won today. That night they will drink and celebrate, for they have a legal right to do so. Chris woke up in the morning, and the first thing that came to his mind was to go outside and run. Chris noticed that with such training, digital messages no longer popped up. He noticed that his skills have grown quite quickly due to these trainings and battles. Now he could fight with his right hand. Everything has changed a lot, he with Lind and the entire 7th Infantry Regiment. Ralph said that today, he is also exempt from training. Chris replied that in the afternoon, they would have a joint training. Ralph added that he wanted to surpass the 6th Regiment. Guillen told Chris that he had great combat tactics. Guillen noticed that the squad now looked very different. Chris replied that it didn't even have to kill Commander Kennery. Guillen joked that it was a pity to lose his talent, despite what they went through. Chris said they wanted Kennery. Though not for a good reason, he was still a former knight. And if Chris were a commander who is preparing for war, he would definitely become a knight. Guillen replied that anyone would envy that. If he really prepared for war, what would he show in this training? Guillen asked. Chris thought he was sly and didn't give himself away. Chris could not understand why Guillen was here and why he was pretending to be a private. It was obvious, because an illegitimate son cannot lead soldiers. Therefore, he avoids Count van Ludwig's father. He also avoided his brothers in order to find talented people and, as a result, seize power. Guillen said he was leaving. Chris asked him to stop and ask him if he would fight him. Chris thought that since it was Guillen's ability, he should have tried to fight him. Maybe for this, he will be given experience points, and he will increase his rank. The fight has begun. Chris will ask Guillen if he will draw his sword from its scabbard. Guillen told Chris that he was very cocky. After these words, he went on the attack. Chris couldn't understand why Guillen had such sinister energy. Chris assumed that he was a vice. The ultimate goal common to all warriors. The last stage in order to drop humanity. Guillen asked Chris if he was afraid. Chris thought it was a power beyond his understanding. That was the whole point, because Chris didn't get enough experience in his past life. So he needs to show up. Chris's skills began to improve, and each time they became higher and higher. Chris knew that the closer he got to that, the greater the pressure. He did not believe that this was his limit. Guillen drew his sword and began swinging it rapidly. In a moment, Chris's hands were cut off as neatly as if they were slicing the meat of the royal family. Guillen said that was enough and flicked Chris' forehead. He woke up like he was under hypnosis. After that, Chris asked, feeling all this pain, he dreamed? Chris asked what Guillen had done to him. Guillen replied that it was better for him to remain a private and a strategist. This was the main wisdom he needed to learn. Chris thought that in a past life, he had already heard about it. When he was told that he should quit this business, and he had no effectiveness. After all, with such a physique, a swordsman would not come out of him, but a farmer, this is another matter. Chris asked if he could throw a javelin. Guillen replied that if he tries, then a weak opponent will be pulled. But knighthood is not his from birth. Chris' glasses were already at the limit, now he needed to rest. He was afraid that he went too far, because such tension, just to be next to Gian. Chris couldn't understand how strong he was. Chris requested an exemption from group training, because he was very tired after a short fight with Gian. Petals said they still needed leadership to command positions. He added that he would report this to Commander Kennery. Large clouds gathered, and the next day, after training, on the day when the rain came, something happened. The guys in yellow hoods fled despite the downpour, heading towards the checkpoint. One of the guards who stood at the checkpoint said that every time they guarded the border, it rained. The second replied that they were to be replaced soon. In a moment, the guards were the 8th Gate Squad. One of their squad took out a capsule, which contained a curse for the entire army of Cirque, after which they were all exterminated. It was a virus called White Demon. Chris apologized to Pumpkin for being so busy lately that he couldn't look after her. Chris asked Linda if they helped at the borders. Linda replied that someone had attacked the guards. However, they only lost consciousness, and a little later they woke up without any damage. Lynn found this odd. Chris ran outside. Linda at this time shouted that he put on a raincoat. Chris thought he couldn't be inactive. In the past life, it didn't spread to their squad. He did not think that one action could change everything so much. Chris asked Petal if he was responsible for the border security shifts. Petal said yes, and is now making a plan for next week. Chris asked where the guards who had been attacked yesterday were from. Petal replied that Ralph was from the Decurion. He checked that there were no oddities and there was nothing to worry about. So, Chris shouldn't have worried and run here in the downpour. Chris knew that if he said that they would fight the curse, then Petal's attitude towards him would change. So Chris said he'd borrow a raincoat. Ralph told Chris that the guys from his squad weren't so weak after all. Chris noticed they had black spots on the eyeball. These were the first symptoms of the virus. Chris told Ralph that if something happened, he should be the first to know about it. Ralph said he'd let you know if anything happened. Then Chris left. The White Demon is a terrible virus. Infected with this disease, your body is slowly covered with frost, and then death occurs. Because of this symptom, it is more often called a curse than a disease. In attempts to remove this so-called curse, more than 100 doctors died. The first person to use this disease was called Anshin in battle. Rhizones. Over time, new medicines began to be made, and such a thing as a curse changed forever. The most important ingredient needed to make the antidote is the dirty maiden that Chris has recently collected. It was necessary to boil the dirty maiden in water. Then it was necessary to evaporate all the moisture. Kazuza asked if it could be eaten. The resulting powder should be added to well-grown bluegrass leaves. And after all these actions, the antidote will be ready. Ralph ran up to Chris. Then he said, carrying one of the sentinels on himself, that he became very ill. Chris noticed that he had black teeth and a blue palate. It was the middle stage of a progressive disease. Chris understood that this was the end of his treatment, and he had to wait until the medicine worked. The second infected said he had heard of black teeth and blue palate. He said it was a white demon. Chris understood that the real problems would start now, as everyone would understand what they were dealing with. The infected said it was a curse that came from mountain ranges covered in snow. If you become infected, you will face certain death. Ralph asked if he was sure, as the mountains were very far away. The infected continued that it was not the plant. Once upon a time, the small town of Tresidai in Circa suffered this disease and was completely destroyed, to a single inhabitant. Digo said they should burn the infected alive. So, he had to step aside. Ralph, furious, asked to repeat his words. Digo said that they should be burned right now, and absolutely all of them. Otherwise, in this case, the curse will spread throughout the squad. Ralph said that in that case, he wanted to see what Digo would say to him after he knocked out all his teeth. During this time, Ralph was grabbed by Daki. Ralph told him to put his hands away. Then he asked Chris if it was their hobby to organize riots against the army. Digo shouted to his commander, Chris, to move away from the infected as soon as possible and in no case touch him. Chris lifted the infected's eyelids, and noticed that the black spots that were on the eyes were gone. Diggo began to yell very loudly so that Chris would move away and not touch the infected. This was repeated a few more times. Lin told Chris that he had better be with him for a while so nothing would happen. Another private was taken out of the tent. He also felt bad. The second private had the same symptoms as the first, black teeth and a blue palate. Diggo ran with a torch to burn the patient. Chris yelled for him to be stopped. After that, Lind and Kozel knocked Diggo down, asking him to calm down. Diggo was able to get up and threw his comrades aside. He thought that in this way, he could save their lives. Diggo asked Chris to move away, because if he does not move away, he will move from words to actions. Chris understood that Diggo had lost his mind and tried to calm him down. Chris said that he would move away, only for the beginning Diggo had to lower his weapon. Chris had been distracting him the whole time, and after Diggo lowered his weapon, he raced at full speed to retrieve it. Chris ordered his squad to quickly capture Diggo. After he was seized, he began to ask to burn these patients. Kennery came out of his tent. He asked what was going on here and why there was so much noise. He saw two privates eating blue leaves. Kennery understood what their symptoms were. After he saw all this, Kennery asked Chris to step aside, saying that he would not repeat it. Chris replied that he would not let them be killed. He insisted that it was a common disease and could be cured. Chris asked to be taken at his word. Diggo shouted that Commander Chris had gone mad. He told the Kennery leader to never listen to Chris. These privates, he said, had to be burned or they would all die. Diggo began to cry and said that he knew more about this disease than anyone else, since he was from Tricidia, which all died out from this curse. Kennery asked Chris who the guy was. Chris replied that his name was Diggo, and he was from his reconnaissance squad. Diggo said that as soon as the first corpse appears, the disease will no longer be stopped. So, they must immediately burn all those who are infected. Chris assured Kennery that he knew the cure. After a while, they will definitely get better, he added. Diggo replied that he did not know anything. And here he is, on the contrary, having lost his entire family in Trezidai. Diggo asked Commander Kennery to act as quickly as possible. Kennery told Chris not to go against his orders and told him to follow him. Chris thought Kennery took Diggo's side. He had to convince him, at any cost. After all, if they start to cut out their comrades, and the whole fighting spirit, in this case, their squad will come to an end. Chris told Kennery if he didn't want to be a knight again. However, he thought that it would not be easy after having an affair with the king's wife. Chris said he knew what to do. There was one feat that will help Kennery, and it is definitely recognized by everyone. Diggo woke up in a cold sweat. He started screaming Chris' name. Kozielia understood that he had not yet come to his senses. Diggo came out of the tent and saw Ralph hugging his privates. The privates were already healthy, with no symptoms of illness or fever. Diggo could not believe his eyes, because they really found a cure for the white demon, who killed his entire family. Chris told Diggo that he said he could handle it, and he didn't have anything to worry about back then. Chris came to Kennery and reported that the privates were completely cured. Kennery replied that this was good news. They needed to make a temporary hospital and send the infected from other units to them, to the 7th Infantry. In the afternoon, several patients came to them, and for 3 days, they treated them. Chris was very tired after a grueling shift and decided to get some air. The soldiers around him said he was a savior. And thanks to Chris, they defeated the curse. They called him the Savior Chris. At this time, he thought it was too much. Kennery asked Chris who he really was. Chris replied that at the moment, he was just a tired soldier. Kennery told Chris to tell it like it is. Chris said that the 8th Gate must have accepted their suggestions for a good way to attack. They were to begin preparations immediately, and Chris would help set the trap. Kennery replied that he would pass on the order. Chris told Lin to get the archers ready. And Koziel, collect dry branches. Kozielia said that dried branches could be found that night, as it had rained. Diggle told the commander that if there is any work for him, then he should tell about it. Chris asked where the shipment they stole from the 8th gate was. Diggle replied that she was in a tent. Chris asked him to destroy this shipment. The guys started burning meat to confuse the enemy. Chris said that when black smoke came from the meat, the enemy would think they were burning their comrades. Comrades who contracted the disease, the White Death. Kozielia said that he still felt sorry for the meat. Chris knew that the army of the 8th gate would probably think that their squad would be a real panic. They don't want to let that opportunity go. One of the warriors shouted that the troops were in a panic, and now they need to attack them, while they are weak and can't provide proper resistance. The soldiers fell underground and realized that this was a trap set for them by Cirque's troops. At this point, Kennery ordered the martyr squad to shoot to kill and kill everyone who fell into the trap. A rain of arrows covered the entire army of the 8th gate, and now they had nowhere to run. They were tightly bogged down in an ambush. The 8th gate army was surrounded, they had no way out. So, the only thing left was to fight to the death with the 7th Infantry. The commander of the 8th gate squad told his subordinates to look both ways, because the enemy can climb from anywhere. They had to hold out until help arrived. One of the warriors of the 8th gate said that now, youngsters want to defeat them. After these words, he began to attack the frightened soldier from the 7th Infantry Regiment. The warrior of the 8th gate was killed in front of a frightened soldier. He still couldn't move because he was so scared. The more experienced soldier asked if he was okay. After that, he said that the frightened soldier should get up soon, because it is dangerous here. After these words, he was shot with an arrow, and he died. The frightened soldier began to blame himself, because he understood that all this had happened only through his fault. Chris asked what he was doing. This is the battlefield. Chris ordered the frightened soldier to come to his senses immediately, because if he continued to whine like a baby, he would not survive. And if he survives, who will be able to see his family? Chris knew that the enemy was stronger than he thought. He didn't know if they could hold out until the 5th Infantry arrived. They didn't have to win this battle. The task was to make the enemy retreat. Chris understood that he needed to start killing those on whom epaulets hung. After that, he began to kill the commanders so that the soldiers did not understand what to do. Kennery did not understand why the enemy did not attack, but only defended. He had a strange feeling that they were waiting for Groundhog to be exhausted. Chris' army kindled a fire near the fortress of Fides. Battle. He realized that the army of the 8th gate was waiting for help. It was bad, because none of his squad could not cope with the monster, except for himself. Kennery noticed that the screams of his warriors had ceased. He did not understand why they had come to grips with this monster. It was Chris. He felt exactly the same goosebumps as in that time. When he fought Guion of the Guillotine, he had the same dark energy. There was no doubt that the level of this monster was equal to the level of the knight's strength. This monster turned to Chris. He said that it had become, to be not bad, because, at that age, they already walk in uniform. The monster added that he wants to see what kind of centuries Chris has for us. After these words, he attacked Chris. The monster noticed that Chris is a commander, and he has quite good skills, as for his age. Chris understood that now he needed not to block blows, but to attack. But his body did not obey him, because the enemy was really strong. Chris had to figure out what to do next. Suddenly, Lin fired an arrow towards the monster, but missed it. Chris ordered Lin to run away from here, and prayed that Lin would use all the luck he had, so that he doesn't get caught. Diggo pounced on the monster and diverted attention from Lin by running up to Chris. Chris ordered Diggo to drop his spear and pick up his shield. From that moment on, he was the defense, and Chris was the attack. Chris warned Diggo that their enemy was a knight, and his skill matched that of Kennery. So, they had to be careful. A knight in the guise of a monster, wondering who you take him for. After all, they really thought they could handle it together. He told them that he would tear them to pieces. Chris told Digo to hold the stance firmly, and after that they would grab him. Chris understood that this power was not comparable to what it was before. But as long as Digo continues to take the blow, he needed to pierce him with a spear. The monster knew that he could not parry Chris' blow, even though he seemed weak. Plus, Chris was left-hand. Judging by the angle of attack, he always aims for the chest. The monster first wanted to kill Chris, but now he understood that the first person to get rid of was Digo. He asked the guys how they dared to stand in the way of the Wolf Knight. Digo told Chris that he couldn't take the hit anymore. With those words, his shield was shattered into smithereens. Chris saw that the Wolf Knight was open. He specifically took a spear for this, as he knew that it would be useful. After all, the enemy did not know that he was right-handed. The Wolf Knight caught Chris's spear and realized that he was aiming at the head. The Wolf Knight hit Chris with his own spear, and he fell to the floor. Chris had a broken left arm, which prevented him from fighting further. Now he didn't know what to do next. Chris' arm suddenly healed. The number plate indicated that the experience points were satisfactory. All settings have been reset. Now Chris's body was light as a feather, and his left arm recovered very quickly. Chris realized that it was all thanks to the artifact. The Wolf Knight knew that he could not move quickly due to his left knee. And now he can't fight at full strength. Chris immediately delivered an instant strike, and killed the Wolf Knight. He did not even expect such speed from a 15-year-old guy. Kennery could not understand how Chris managed to defeat the enemy. Petal told the commander that the 5th Infantry had arrived on the battlefield. They held the victory. After that, the leader of the 5th Infantry Regiment, Mudry, said that an order had come from above. Right now, they should have collected all the positions, and went to the main unit. Mudry asked who killed their leader, and if it was Kennery. He replied that he did not, and someone else, from the commanders of the Decurion, killed him. Chris said that he was the commander of the 7th Infantry Squad. Mudry could not believe that such a young guy could handle the Wolf Knight. Mudry asked Kennery if he was joking for an hour, because it seemed to him impossible. Kennery replied that it was true and everyone around saw it. At this time, Chris thought that he was already used to such a reaction. Lin said that Commander Petal gave Chris some kind of trophy. Chris replied that he did something for him. It was a bit too much, according to him, but he still enjoyed it. Chris was very happy. After all, in a past life, he was not capable of anything. And he just used people with outstanding skills, keeping them on his side as a defense. However, this time, things should have been different. He didn't want to stand aside. Chris wanted all these guys to stay with him. After all, he did not want to repeat everything that happened to him in a past life. Creed asked Kennery where they were going. He replied that they were going to the 3rd Detachment. Chris thought he would finally see the very best in army commanders. Prior to the outbreak of the White Demon disease, he never left the squad. Sitting in front of him was the eldest son of Baron van Ludwig, Vihane Ludwig. He asked that really, the one who dealt with the Wolf Knight was a boy. Vihane Ludwig said that since all the main characters of the event are assembled, he wants to announce something. He recognized all the exploits of the 7th Infantry Regiment, and Mr. Kennery was awarded the unofficial title of commander of a detachment of 500 people. Kennery thanked Vihane Ludwig for his gratitude. Vihane Ludwig added that Chris was commended for the victory over the White Demon and on my 8th gate. Now, he has been appointed commander of a 100-man squad. Vihane Ludwig asked Chris to let him put on his epaulets. Chris agreed, and said that it was a great honor for him. Vihane Ludwig told Chris that he looked even smaller up close. Then he asked if he needed anything. Chris remembered that Vihane gay. Chris knelt down, and said he remembered something. As they attacked the enemy positions, he noticed that the 8th Gate Army was defending some special soldiers. Unfortunately, Chris did not know all the details. However, he heard that they are elite infantrymen who have undergone special training for 10 years. Their number was 100,000 people. It seems that some of them were in the partisan detachment. Vahane Ludwig asked why he said all this. Chris replied that if there is a secret elite unit of fighters, who is more likely to use it as a guerrilla unit? To target the heart of the Allied forces. Vahane Ludwig said that in other words, the 8th Gate guerrillas wanted to kill him. This seemed ridiculous to him, since their army has the best cavalrymen on the entire continent. He didn't care how strong the enemy was. He was confident that their army would crush the enemy as soon as he saw him. Chris replied that in a chaotic fight, it would be difficult for the cavalry to engage. Knowing the enemy's intentions, one cannot simply be attacked by them. 663. Vahane Ludwig asked why Chris suddenly took it into his head to teach him what to do. Chris asked for forgiveness. Then he said that he was simply worried about the well-being of Mr. Vahane. Chris said he had a plan to end this war in 2 days. He asked to be heard. Then Vahane could teach him a lesson. Vahane forgave him for his insolence, and said that he would listen to Chris. And then teach him a lesson. Chris asked what he thought about the surprise attack on the gate's transport routes. In truth, the enemy wanted to end the war before the start of winter. If some kind of incident happens during transportation, they will mobilize a hidden partisan detachment, and in a hurry will try to end the battle. Vahane Ludwig asked Chris how he was going to fight back against their partisans. Chris replied that they should gather 100 fighters and organize an elite unit. If they manage to defeat a detachment of partisans, then they will undermine the morale of the enemy and in their hands. It all happened in 2 days. Peddle told Commander Kennery that the freighters were here, just like Chris had said. From the guard of this route was useful. Kennery told the soldiers not to forget their original purpose. After that, he ordered to attack the wagons. After they burned all the wagons, Peddle told Kennery that they had already finished. Kennery replied that this was good and now they needed to retreat. The army of the 8th Gate only now realized that their wagons with food were set on fire. Before that, they could not understand why the enemy squad was retreating. At this time, Chris thought that he no longer had problems with his left hand and he should have thought about the artifact. He realized that through training in real fights, he could improve his skill level. But only one thing bothered him: experience points. On the day he fought the knight, after hearing that the settings were reset, his body suddenly changed. The difference in speed of reaction and movement has improved 1,000 times. It's like he became a different person. It turns out that he had unusual abilities when skill points fit certain conditions. And if that was the case, then he must have suffered something. Chris asked if the man was going to demonstrate his swordsmanship. He asked what that name was under the word talent. The man answered him that we had in words, it was quite difficult to explain. After that, he began to cut the wooden board with lightning speed. The man replied that, in his opinion, talent is to see something like this and repeat it the first time. The man asked if he could repeat it, their left hand brave. He added that this is precisely what skill is, and it surpasses talent, since it is followed by hard work. The current Chris wanted to see if he could master this talent. Something he couldn't even dream of in his past life. Chris was seriously surprised, as he managed to show his extraordinary abilities. Now he was a talented warrior. Lind asked Chris what he was doing here and if he did any tricks by chance. Chris replied that it was an ancient skill that he had only recently mastered. Now everyone was busy due to the formation of the detachment. They needed in little time to gather as many warriors as possible in their ranks. One of the commanders asked Chris if he had gathered his squad. Chris replied that he had collected because he had outside support. Lind asked what he meant. Chris replied that there is one person who has a rich father. Gian told Chris that he always talks about impossible things. Chris wanted Gian to form a squad with the 4 of them. Chris asked if it was impossible. Gian replied that it would not be difficult to do so. However, he did not want to do just that. Chris asked what he wanted. Gian told him to come to him when the fight was over. Chris asked that if he did what Gian asked, they would have a place to go. Gian told him not to worry, because there would be places soon. Chris told the guys that they were going to practice as usual. Lin must mark targets and shoot with a bow. After that, the three of them move straight to the goal. Daki approaches the target, and Chris and Diggo come out from the rear and finish. They needed to move as one. Simple but precise practice. They will practice for days. Diggo asked if that would definitely work. After all, Kozielia was taken away from the military area due to injuries. Now there were only 4 left. Chris told him not to worry, because everything would work out. Chris understood that no one would go after a 15-year-old guy who was appointed the official commander of a detachment of 100 people. The most important thing now is to show yourself to all those who are in the main forces. One of the warriors began sounding the alarm as the 8th Gate Army began to act. He shouted for everyone to take up arms and rush to attack the enemy. Chris understood that Commander Connery was attacking the enemy's supplies. And since the 8th Gate had taken up arms, in that case, his strategy was successful. Chris threw the sword at the Baron and told him to pick it up. The 8-year-old guy who was appointed the official commander of one of the commanders asked why there were only 4 of them. Chris replied that they were the rear of the army. The commander noticed that there were even wounded soldiers among them. This meant that they were in a great hurry. Chris knew it was a no-win situation for them. Before the battle, some soldiers prayed. The second told the boys not to hold the spear too tightly so as not to get their pants dirty. The young guy replied that he would soon become his boss. Chris thought that the 7th Infantry Squad, there were 100 of them. And now they have entered the battlefield, but nothing has changed. After all, they fought, defended and conquered. A bloody battle began between the 2 warring armies. Chris said they needed to go back. They had to get out of the squad for a while. A detachment of cavalry arrived. Since the battle was on the plain, Circa's horsemen would be able to win. The army of the 8th Gate was not satisfied with this alignment of events, and they went forward, no matter what. The commander told the Faltus warriors to go forward, because it was time to show the enemy real horror. Chris told his guys to get ready, because the guerrillas of the army of the 8th Gate appeared on the battlefield. They were located in the direction of the hour, and so Chris and the guys had to make a detour to attack them from behind. Mudry said that the enemy guerrilla army had entered the battle. Now they needed to release the elite unit to attack, and do it as soon as possible. The commander of the warriors, Faltus, said it was funny. After all, they are such a composition, going to stop his warriors. The commander wanted to show the difference in their strength. The warriors of Faltus said that Cirque's troops are simply very weak and the heroes of this war will be only those who fight for the army of the 8th Gate. Suddenly they were attacked from behind by Chris' boys. They could not understand what had happened, and who they were. Chris said they deflected all the arrows fired at them from behind. Therefore, it was necessary to be as careful as possible with them, because they were a real elite. Chris knew they were good at fighting too. They went on the attack, according to the developed combination, in grueling training sessions. Lin said he checked the information and the enemy unit only had 50 men. Chris said that they would launch a swift attack and kill them one by one. One of the soldiers told the commander that they had a problem in the rear. The commander replied that this did not bother him, and that he intended to continue the attack. At this time, having broken through the rear flank of the enemy, Chris's detachment upholstered the soldiers according to the same system. And they became less and less. The commander of the warriors, Faltus, called them to attack and said that this battle they would go down in history. The commander of the warriors, Faltus, could not believe that most of his warriors had already been killed. The commander was told that a signal had been received from the main forces. They were ordered to immediately return the troops. The commander was furious, could not understand why they were ordered to return, since the enemy had already begun to retreat. All they needed was to chase them down and finish them off. Everyone around could not understand why they were not being pursued. while Chris knew that all their generals were dead and now there was no one to lead the army. Chris said he was the commander of Cirque's 100-man force. He said that he defeated the White Demon, and is the head of the detachment that destroyed the enemy guerrillas. Ludwig wondered how much longer he had to wait, and why he was waiting so long. What he needed was to chase. Chris saw the movement of the enemy, which he could not see before. His movement also became lightning fast, and he easily killed his opponents. Chris knew he couldn't make any mistakes. By all means, he had to survive and change everything beyond recognition. He was joined by a warrior who killed the 8th Gate soldier who nearly killed Chris. He identified himself as marksman of the 5th Infantry Detachment, and said that he had joined his troops. The 6th and 4th Infantry squadrons were also with them, which meant that the help they had been waiting for had arrived. Now the chances of winning have grown 1,000 times. Chris led the warriors behind him. He shouted for them to go forward and kill every single one. He understood that now his army was determined to win this war. Chris said that their squad needed to push, because the enemy was already almost defeated. Cirque's army was victorious. Chris couldn't believe that they really had finally won. From fatigue, Chris began to faint. He could no longer stand on their feet. His body no longer obeyed him. Guillen told Chris that he did a very good job here. After that, Chris completely lost consciousness and heard nothing more. The guard said that the warriors from Faltus had just arrived and would now visit him. The king said it was good work. Then he asked Faltus, "What is the feeling of returning?" Faltus fell to his knees and said that he did not know the reason, but from the Faltus detachment, including Commander Faltus himself, only 12 people survived. The king asked how this happened, because this is his best squad. The commander of Faltus replied that the teenage soldier with long hair was to blame for everything, and it was he who killed almost all of his soldiers. Chris woke up and couldn't figure out where he was. Markson told them to report that the commander had woken up. Then he told Chris that he was in the barracks, located in the rear. Chris asked him how the fight went, and if it ended successfully. Markson replied that the troops of the 8 Gates retreated. This was their great victory. Chris saw a pumpkin, which began to climb into his arms. Markson remarked, "Very clever," and did not leave the owner for a second. Maxson said they had to go now. There is one place where Chris had to be present. He asked Chris if he could get the wagon ready. He replied that it was not necessary, and everything was in order. Markson told Chris that he was a very good rider and handled the horse quite well. Chris joked that in the village they called him Chris the Horseman. They arrived at the place. Chris saw the flag, with a picture of the fortress wall. He realized that it looked like someone was visiting them. It was Count van Ludwig. Count van Ludwig said that the military merit ceremony was about to take place. 5 of the soldiers participating in the last battle rise to the position of 100 people, and receive an award in the amount of 5 pieces of silver Lind, Markson, Ralph, Diggo. The next was the leader of the 7th Infantry Troop, Kennery, who was called to the stands. For such feats as attacking enemy supply lines and covering most of the supply routes, he was given the title of Knight. The official appointment will take place in Cirque's capital, Central Shida. Kennery replied that the one who had his knightly honor spoiled had no right to receive this title again. Instead of being a knight, he wanted to torment the reward in the form of gold. Kennedy apologized for such harsh words. Count van Ludwig replied that, if that was his wish, to Commander Kennery yes in the amount of 5 pieces of gold. Next van Ludwig asked the commander of a detachment of 100 people, Chris from the 7th Infantry Troop, to come up to the stands. Commander Chris, for reconnaissance of routes for the supply of the enemy cart and help in the battle with the White Demon. At this time, all the soldiers began to chant the name of Chris, interrupting the words of van Ludwig. They shouted that he was a saint and was their hero. Van Ludwig continued that for the unification of the Allied soldiers, during a critical situation on the front line, for command and victory. Chris was awarded the Order of Military Merit. Van Ludwig thanked him for his work. Chris replied that the commander of 100 people, curtains with this rank. Count Van Ludwig asked Chris if he would like to go higher, and what wishes he had. Chris realized that his long-awaited hour had come, because he was fighting all the time not in order to remain a commander of 100 people. And if this earl thought that he would miss such an opportunity, he was greatly mistaken. Chris asked Van Ludwig if he would let him become a knight. Everyone was shocked by such impudence. Van Ludwig could not understand what this kid allows himself, and how he even dared to ask such a thing. The crowd chanted for Chris to be promoted to the rank of knight. Count Van Ludwig understood what he had been trying to achieve all this time. Van Ludwig said that by His Majesty's right, Soldier Chris, of the 7th Infantry Squad, is being knighted, under the Earl's command. Gian said he congratulated Chris on his new title. Chris replied that he was not here for congratulations. Then he asked what he needed. Gian said that Chris still had the same way of talking. After which he added that he would return, he would need to find a group called 100. Chris replied that if it was not urgent, he would not rush to find this group. Gian said to do as he pleases. After that, he left, and finally said that he would see you again. Chris asked Kennery why he refused the knighthood. Kennery replied that no matter how much he looked at him, he seemed to him to be an absolutely ordinary person. Kennery asked what he had from that illegitimate son from the destroyed knight family. Chris asked back if Kennery had drunk too much alcohol. Kennery replied that he no longer touches alcohol. And he noticed that Chris decided to team up with Count Gian. Kennery asked Chris what he was going to do now. He replied that he didn't even know. After that, Chris counter-questioned if Commander Kennery would come to him if he asked. Kennery replied that Chris could wait for him at any time, because he would definitely come, no matter the situation. They came to a city called Daebeg. Lind was shocked by his beauty. One of the soldiers asked if he was here for the first time. Lind replied that he had not left his village since birth. Chris told him to stop pretending to be a country boy. Lind replied that he was Chris and was born next door to him. One of the guards said that for Mr. Chris, there is a separate accommodation, since he is a knight. Chris replied that he would stay here, knowing that he had no reason to settle in the knight's private tent right now. Surely, this will only further enrage all the soldiers who are constantly looking at him. Chris went to his room, and he liked the spacious room. He had no reason to stay in the barracks. And be that as it may, he needed to urgently rest. After a great holiday, Chris went about his business. A moment later, someone called him. It was Diggo. He really wanted to say something. Chris interrupted him, after which he said that they needed to talk a little later. He urgently needed to go to one place. Chris liked the knighthood, as he received more freedom, and the guards let him out of the camp with ease. He reached faster than he thought. From the barracks to the market was only 5 minutes. Although this market is small, it still looked good. Chris walked into the shop, where he was immediately asked if he was on an errand. Chris said he needed a medicinal herb called Whitefinger. The man behind the counter didn't understand what Chris was talking about. He began to explain that it was a long grass that looked like a finger. It germinated in those places where there was little moisture, and where the sun's rays did not reach. The man behind the counter said he thought he had seen such a plant. Only after 15 years will the significance of the herb Whitefinger be recognized. She was the most important ingredient in order to develop their abilities. Chris asked the merchant if he would agree to a deal with him. The merchant asked in response what kind of deal it was, especially with the warrior Serki. Chris said that the deal would be for 1 year for 1 root of a Whitefinger. He gave 1 copper coin. And at the end of the first month, their agreement, he will pay 2 copper coins every month. The merchant replied that he was not ready to take on such a job, for only 2 copper coins a month. Chris asked how about 5 copper coins. The merchant replied that for his sake he would start collecting grass from tomorrow. The merchant's wife said they should stop at 4 copper coins. She asked her husband if he didn't know that in such long-term deals, the first thing to think about is not money, but trust. So the wrestler agreed to 4 copper coins a month. Chris gave him the indicated amount. Chris was going to another place, because he knew that the grass white finger would now be taken to him. Chris asked Diggo what he wanted to talk about. Diggo asked what is the goal of Chris and what he wants to achieve with his actions. Chris replied that he wanted to get back to his bed as soon as possible. Diggo told him not to joke. Chris stopped and replied that he wanted to climb to the very top. Diggo asked him if he really wanted to become an aristocrat and have great wealth. Chris replied that he wanted to climb even higher up the hierarchy. Diggo knelt down and said that he is a completely unknown and miserable person. However, he always told himself that he wanted to be useful. Chris asked him to get up. Diggo continued, he's not some kind of knight or anything. But just because he met the man he wants to follow all his life, he wanted to take an oath. If Chris allows him, then Diggo wants to protect him and be by his side until the very end. Chris replied that they accepted the oath from Diggo and called him their first knight. A sweet girl handed Chris the bread, asking him to try it. Chris thanked her. A cavalry detachment was training there. Chris heard they took it there. He wondered if Diggo was okay. But Chris had a place that interested him more than anything else. Medicinal warehouse located in the barracks. Now it was possible not to think about caring for herbs in the city. But there were nuances. Since, in his authority, it was not possible to use this warehouse, Chris needed to get the manager's permission. Lind replied to Chris that they could hit the ducal and royal rear if they followed this route. Strick ordered Chris to follow him, since he had a conversation to him. Chris wondered if he could be persuaded to gain access to the drug vault. Strick said he'd get straight to the point. He added that he was not going to keep idlers in his troops, since it did not matter to him who he was. Whether he be Saint Chris or the illegitimate son of an earl. Chris realized that rumors had spread about him. Strick said that as a knight, Chris could get out of here by finding someone to follow. However, if he does not like this one, and he wants to give himself up here, then he must prove what he is worth. Chris replied that if he gave him a detachment of 100 people, he would definitely prove it. Commander Strick said that he was only 14 years old, and that he could know about it. Chris replied that when the winter was over, he would come of age. Strick started yelling at Chris, saying that he would never trust his soldiers to some unknown child. And since he is here, he will follow the rules of this place. He needed to prove his worth in combat, one-on-one. Chris said he understood. In that case, he asked for 3 opponents instead of 1. In his opinion, this will be enough. Commander Strick asked if he was really going to fight alone, with 3 of his soldiers. After all, 1 would be enough for him. The duel was to take place tomorrow at noon. Strick ordered Chris to run to the training field. Lint asked if Commander Strick had really told him that. And doesn't Chris think he's got himself in trouble? Chris replied that as soon as he won the duel, everything would be decided by itself. It was said that his opponent was Paylor himself, and he was very famous. Lind heard that he never lost a unknown duel. The troops continued to advance on horseback without stopping. The soldiers. After all, the duel was to take place. Strick ordered Chris to run to the training field. The only thing that bothered Chris was the amount of skill he had. Chris' spear mastery has been increased to level 32. Beyond level 32, his skills did not increase. And those points, which he earned in a real fight, would still not be enough. Lin said it looked like it was starting to snow. Chris replied that winter had finally arrived. The long-awaited duel began. Paylor told Chris not to even expect mercy. He replied that he didn't even want to. Everyone started betting their money on Paylor. One of the soldiers said that they had too much difference in physique, and this guy, he was not good for Paylor at all. The second replied that no matter who they call him, because in the battle, no one will help him. Lin told Diggo that he thought it would end quickly. Someone in the crowd cancelled their bet on Chris and bet on Paylor. Chris thought that in terms of physique, Paylor was similar to Diggo. He was right-handed and had only a sword with him. Chris wondered if they were telling the truth about him. He noticed that yesterday the snow melted and the ground was covered with ice. Commander Strick said that the winner would be the one who would deprive the enemy of weapons or force him to admit defeat. Paylor told Chris that he would attack first. Chris dodged his punches. Paylor stabbed with a wooden sword, and said that he would no longer be able to dodge his blows. Chris noticed that his opponent was open and struck. But Paylor was able to reflect it. Paylor thought that Chris was very fast, even for a knight. Paylor started attacking Chris again. He told him that if Chris fought him in the standard way, then he would not be able to win. Paylor slipped on the frozen and icy ground. At this time, Chris launched his counterattack. Chris knocked Paylor's weapon out of his hands and knocked him to the ground. After that, he was already the winner in this battle. Most people have lost their money. After the victory, Chris told Paylor that anything could happen in a real fight. Before starting to fight, Paylor needed to calculate all the options. Chris asked Strick if he could use the drug store for his own purposes. Strick did not want to talk to him, but nevertheless answered with consent. The soldier said he was going to throw it all away. But Chris noticed Marimbula and even Rosetail in the box. With this, his preparation was completed. Chris told the soldier of today to bring him these herbs. Chris thought that it looked like the Baron was not stingy, because there was even a bathroom. He added a white finger to his bath and the herbs he had just taken out. He received complete cleansing water, and even his teacher did not know about it. Something that can turn the body of an ordinary person into one that is able to cognize internal energy. Chris understood that this whole procedure takes more than a year, and he will have to wait. No matter how good Paylor's basic skills were, he blocked more than 2 of his attacks. Chris wanted to use evasive tactics, but he was too weak. Now, there was no time for all this. Chris understood that he needed a mentor in order to improve his skills and become as strong as possible. Wise is a mysterious force. The difference between those who had it and those who didn't was big. Mystical people expressed this difference in the form of a tiger with a rabbit. But still, there was only one rabbit in the world, which was able to cope with the tiger. It was Chris's mentor, whose name was Tekel. He was teaching him a southpaw, at that point, a martial art. Chris couldn't figure out where Tekel was now. After all, he searched for it for more than a month, but did not find a single trace. Chris remembered that before meeting him, Tekel was in Dibble. Chris needed to strain his memory, to miss something. And then he remembered that he had a daughter. Chris and the guys stopped by for a beer. Docky said that they hadn't been out for a long time and the beer was very tasty. Chris noticed that Docky is now talking in bid prices. Docky said Lind was teaching him. He confirmed his words. A girl from a flower shop or a girl from Dodge, from the shop of fate. Chris thought one of them might be Tekel's daughter. But there was another girl left, from the bar where they now drink. Her name was Ellis. His teacher's daughter has beautiful eyes, so the chances of it being Ellis aren't that high. Her complexion and gait were almost similar to Diggo. Chris was sorry that such a beautiful girl was dying in this bar. Docky started complaining about the snacks, saying that he didn't like the taste of them. Ellis replied that if he complained about the food, he would be kicked out of the bar. And if he doesn't like something, it's better to sit there in silence. Chris thought that this girl had an explosive temper, so it was definitely his teacher's daughter. Suddenly, someone entered the door of the bar. It was Chris's teacher, whose name was Tekel, only he was much younger. The girl at the bar asked if Tekel needed food or lodging. He replied that he would not refuse both of them. The guy at the next table asked Ellis if she wanted to spend the night with him. Ellis replied that even if they gave her a cart of gold coins for this, she would still refuse him. The guy grabbed Ellis and began to ask if she had a beloved man. Ellis asked what he was doing. She said that if he didn't let her go, He would surely die right here, so he should have let her go. The guy asked why she was so opposed, because she didn't even know who he was. Tekel came up behind him to calm him down. The guy told Tekel to take his hands off him. Tekel hit his head on the floor and said he would make it so that he could never speak again. Chris couldn't believe that Tekel was so aggressive, because he's not the kind of person who gives in to his emotions in such a situation. Ellis begged her father to stop calling him a guest. She said that they would solve all the problems of the bar themselves. And I thought it was better not to pull out what lies under his clothes. Diggo blocked the way for two soldiers. They asked who he was, and they told him to get out of their way. Tekel told Chris that if he took even one step, he would kill him. If he wants to fight, he is always ready to fight. Chris replied that there had been a misunderstanding, after which he introduced himself to Tekel. The soldiers realized that before them was the legendary knight Chris. And then the one who blocked their way was the commander of 100 people, whose name is Diggo. The soldiers asked for forgiveness, and said that they did not know who was in front of them. Chris told Tekel that the city of Diabed was ruled by Count Ludwig, and that the area was under strict military regulations. Therefore, if someone dies in a bar, then Ellis and the owner of the establishment will take responsibility for this. Ellis thanked Chris, and said that now she owes him a debt. She added that this man started a fight, and now he's just walking away. Chris said the man would be back. Ellis asked if he knew him. Some girl came up to Chris, she called him by name, and asked if he had been here before. Also, does he have time? Chris thought that he was very tired, because of all the strange rumors that go around about him. This was the 4th time that unknown people recognized him. Chris replied to the girl that he was a bit busy right now, and let her come a little later. Ellis said she sees how popular Chris is. Chris asked how much it cost to spend the night here. Ellis was surprised that he was going to spend the night here. Then she said that it would cost him 3 coins. An unknown girl added that it was not worth spending the night here and he could stay at her mansion, which was located in the area. It's better than spending the night in a dirty bar. Ellis asked who this girl was. The servant standing nearby said that this girl is the 3rd daughter of Mr. Zorans. Diggo asked who Zorans was and if he was an aristocrat. Lind added that if he were an aristocrat, who would have a surname. And about such a surname as Zorans, he did not even hear. Diggo said that if she wasn't an aristocrat, how dare she look down on the knight and Commander Chris. Lind added that he was talking about it. And after that he asked why she takes as a joke the position given by Count Ludwig himself. Daki started yelling that he was very angry because their commander was not respected. Chris asked Daki to calm down and sit on a chair. The servant told the 3rd daughter of Zorans that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Chris told the guys to calm down. He asked how much beer they drank in total. Chris told Ellis that this man is a frequent visitor. She said that at first he was unpleasant, but he always behaved quietly. She didn't understand what happened to him that day. Chris asked Ellis if she missed her father. She replied that she was very bored. However, her father makes no effort to find her. If he wanted to see her, he must come himself. Chris asked if she thought her father was secretly watching her. Ellis replied that it was nonsense. And if he came, he would have done it, it's right. Her father wouldn't stand just spy on her. Chris told Ellis he'd be right over. He got up from his chair and asked Tekel if he would like to have a cup of tea with him. Chris said it was good tea. Tekel answered him in return. Chris asked if his interlocutor had come by chance from Central Shed. Tekel asked how he knew that. Chris replied that he had seen this way of tying a leather belt on a belt, used by aristocrats from the center. Tekel said he received this belt as a gift when he left. And for him it was a kind of stigma. Chris asked why he came to this city. Tekel replied that it was his hometown. Chris looked at Ellis and after that he asked if his visit was related to the family. Tekel nearly choked on his tea as he asked what he meant. Chris told Tekel that his gaze was filled with deep feelings of concern and care. For a lover, they had too much age difference. So, she was his daughter. Tequil replied to Chris that he was very observant. Chris decided to call Ellis. Tequil was shocked by his actions. Ellis walked up to their table and asked why she was called. Chris replied that this gentleman had something to say to her. He added that he would leave now. Chris asked Tequila to teach him the art of weapons. He said he was a knight without a mentor. Tequila asked what he meant. Chris replied that he meant what he just said. Although Count Ludwig granted the status of a knight, the mentor whom he would accompany was not assigned. Chris thought it was obvious that he didn't accept an offer to be apprenticed to some unknown knight. Because he needs more than just a weapon learned from an ordinary knight. He wanted to master a magical power capable of holding an entire continent in his hands. Tequil replied that it was not difficult to do. Besides, he had a debt to Chris. However, he still wondered how Chris found out about him. Chris knew that if he tried to dodge the question slyly, he was sure to arouse suspicion. Therefore, it was worth giving out the dearest name he knew. Chris asked if Tequil had heard of the illegitimate son of the Count. It was said that from the Circe Center, in the county of Mr. Ludwig, a knight arrived, who was expelled from the royal guard. Therefore, it became possible to be trained by this very member of the royal guard. Chris could not believe that this man would turn out to be the father of his friend, who, for him, is like a real brother. Tequil replied that apparently it was fate. However, he had no experience in teaching, and had no apprentices up to that point. Chris challenged him to fight. Tequil noticed that Chris' morale was at its best. And he said he wanted to test what his skills were capable of. Tequil ran towards Chris and started attacking him. Chris did not notice how he changed trajectory. Miraculously, Chris managed to block Tequil's shot, which was not amused and increased his pace. From such a strong blow, Chris flew off to the side. He was clearly inferior in strength to Tequil. Tequil asked if all Chris had was self-confidence, and nothing else. Chris thought his opponent had amazing speed. It was very difficult for him to dodge his attacks. Tequil began to advance on Chris. He started the attack with 3 punks. Chris was surprised by this situation, but still managed to fight back. After that, Chris went on the attack. He knew he needed to show his skills. But he wanted to show something else. Chris repeated the move that Tequil used on him, and almost managed to hit them. Tequil couldn't believe that Chris was going home from the first time to repeat his skills, which he had been training for years. It was very interesting. After some time, Chris still lost this fight. After which he said that he and Tequil could try again. Tequil affirmatively said that he really wants to study. He picked up Chris, who said that he mentioned it at the very beginning, namely, that he only wants to study with Tequil. He said that Chris was not strong enough. After that, he left, saying that they should see each other in 3 days. Chris thought he had about 12 chances to hit Tequila. But he could not touch him at all, and even his clothes. Chris knew that with the Knight of the 8 Gates on the battlefield, and he was part of a well-trained elite troops. Despite this, he still won. Chris thought it might be because their crash with Tequil was a practice crash, not a fatal one. But this was no excuse, because he fought at full strength. Chris could not understand if he really overestimated his strength, and their difference with Tequil was so great. Strick told Chris that even though he is a knight, he is also a man of Lord Ludwig's county. This meant that he could not walk anywhere and let himself be beaten. If he does not have 3 kings who will teach him, then he can always turn to him. Chris told Strick not to worry about him, because it was just a sparring match. Chris added that he was very tired and wanted to go to his room. Strick couldn't believe that he was exhausted by such sparring, as he was beaten up so well. After that, Strick allowed him to go and rest. Ellis said that she was embarrassed to call Tequila her father, so she would just call him by his first name. Tequila replied to call him as it was convenient for her. Ellis said that in that case, they should continue the conversation. After that, she asked why Tequila left them with his mother. Takeo replied that he did not know that this would happen, because he was not going to move up the career ladder. He thought he just wanted to show off his abilities. It was because of this that he spent 20 years on the run. In fact, he is married to everyone. Not such a life. It was not what he really wanted. Ellis asked him what he could say about her birth mother. Takeo fell silent and then asked for forgiveness. Ellis said everything was fine. After that, she asked him what he was going to do and what Chris had told him. Takeo replied that Chris asked to teach him the art of weapons. Ellis said she wanted to learn it too. Takeo couldn't believe her again. Ellis said that since childhood she wanted to become a knight. But due to the fact that her adoptive mother did not like fighting, she was never able to choose the path she wanted. In fact, Ellis didn't know how to cook, and working in a bar didn't suit her at all. She asked if her father would like to train the girl. Takeo agreed, saying that he would be happy to train her. Chris asked why he had to train in those pieces of iron. Takeo replied that he had a very fragile body for learning the arts of weapons, and he needs to increase his stamina. Chris asked why Ellis didn't have any iron amplifiers. Ellis said that Chris knows that she is his daughter. Ellis said if Pumpkin liked to run with them. After that, she asked Chris where he found such a cute creature. Chris replied that she should run and not talk her tongue. Takeo said that immediately after the run there would be a standing position, and after that, a pull-up. Chris thought that in his past life, training was not so difficult. It seemed to him that his teacher spared him then, because he did not have a right hand. Takeo asked Chris if it was hard for him. He replied that these trainings are really mandatory. Chris wanted to learn the skills that a knight needs. Takeo said that without mastering the basics, he would not advance further. He will be able to comprehend the skills he spoke about only after he can increase his endurance and muscle strength. Takeo added that they will see each other in a week and Chris should eat well, rest and sleep. After all, this is also part of the training. Chris knew that he needed to hold out, at this pace, until the end of the year. After taking a bath in purified water with restorative herbs, he will certainly be able to return to training. Takeo asked Chris how he was able to regain strength in just 3 days. With such a body, such a recovery rate is simply unrealistic. It seemed to Takeo that he had an unusual body structure. Chris replied that he simply knows how to use medicinal herbs and medicines. It was they who helped him regain strength in such a short period of time. Alice asked her father if she had become slower. But he replied that Chris has become faster, as he trains very well. Chris has had his experience points increased again. He was very glad that the artifact worked, because he managed to upgrade his skills again. Chris was approached by Lind and asked what he was doing lately. Chris thought it would be nice if he could train with Diggo, Daki and Lind. But they were under the command of Chief Strick. Chris asked Lind if he felt sorry for spending his entire paycheck on just one book. Lind replied that now this is his only development. Last time, he attended a meeting of soldiers. When he made a suggestion to improve the current military system, the superior told him not to interfere. Lind had the feeling that it was not him, not Diggo, and not even Daki, not the commanders of a detachment of 100 people. After that, he said he wanted to ask Chris something. Lind said that if everything goes as it is now, will it really be okay? They don't have anything in the army right now that Lind could do. Chris remembered Lind talking about this in a past life. What would happen if Lind received, from childhood, a normal education? Chris said that the only thing he is sure of is that if he wants to change something, there is no other choice but to strive upwards. After all, it was easy for Lind to be on the battlefield and stay alive, all the while. Lind replied that this was exactly what he thought was the only way. He was just complaining to Chris that he felt heavy at heart. Lind said Chief Strick was looking for him. Chris asked if he thought it should have been said a little earlier. After all, he was called by a senior man. Lind asked them to work harder from now on. He said that Chris would be a little late, so Strick shouldn't have been mad at him. Chris replied that a bad messenger had come out of Lind. Strick told Chris to sit down. And after that he added that now he can't go to the medicinal warehouse and use it for his own purposes. Chris asked why all of a sudden there was such a change. Strick replied that the amount of herbs he had spent at that time was equal to the amount for 1 year. The missing herbs he had to buy from his own pocket, and this was already the limit. Even yesterday, he was hit by his own wife. After that, he added that he hoped in understanding Chris. Chris realized that this moment can be used. After that, he apologized to Commander Strick and said that it was his mistake. He added that he would take responsibility for his actions. And he asked to let him manage the drug warehouse, because in 2 months, he will be able to solve all the problems. Strick asked Chris if he was sure of what he was saying. Chris said that it would be necessary, if he would allow him to take 3 people under his command. Chris said that the thing is, in their troops they can't get training. In addition, he had heard that Tekel had turned down the Count's request to be his soldier. So, there was a new offer, to become an instructor. Chris asked if he didn't want to earn money to buy his daughter a beautiful horse. Tekel agreed to Chris' terms, saying he would accept them if they could stand his training. Chris thought it was great because he got his friends out of the troops. Now it remains to deal with the medicinal warehouse. Even if in the evening they will only do 2 months to walk and collect herbs, they still cannot restore the missing amount. And if you also take into account the fact that they also need to continue training, this would be something unrealistic in general. At times like these, he needed to take advantage of the shadow of the city. The guys asked Chris who he was. He introduced himself, and replied that he had come to make a deal. He asked to be taken to their boss. The guys did not take Chris' words seriously, after which they said that it was better for him to leave here. Don't forget to joke about his knighthood and young age. Chris asked why they still don't know him since they live in the same area. He also added how they have been organizing organizational activities all this time. One of the guards wanted to hit Chris, but he dodged without even breaking a sweat. Chris struck back, after which he sent his opponent to sleep. Chris thought he didn't expect to hit one of the guards so hard. Chris was struck by the power in his hands. The head of the organization asked why it was so noisy with the doors. His henchman replied that he would now go and check what had happened there. Chris suddenly entered the door, after which I will ask a question. Is the one sitting on the chair Murdoch the hunting dog? He added that their hideout stinks very strongly and should be cleaned out. Murdoch asked him who he was. Chris introduced himself, and replied that he wanted to make a deal with him. Murdoch said that some fools had been coming to him since the very morning. He ordered his guys to quickly deal with Chris. He realized that this way the conversation would definitely develop faster. Murdoch's henchmen began to attack Chris one by one, but he seemed to feel no resistance. The guards couldn't figure out who this guy was because he only needed one hit to disable the enemy. Chris could not be stopped even by wooden sticks with which he was struck. The guards around were already starting to panic. Murdoch called his guards idiots because they couldn't deal with a 15-year-old kid. After that, he himself went on the attack, but Chris immediately calmed him down with his foot. Murdoch lost consciousness after such a strong blow. Chris punched him in the face to wake him up and talk to him. Murdoch finally woke up. Chris jokingly asked him what to do when the boss wakes up later than everyone else. Chris added that he had a job for him, which consisted of picking herbs. And he, in turn, will give them little money to me. The tribal leader shouted for his men to finish off Enrid. Murdoch lost while the guys thought that Chris seriously wanted to kill them. Chris said they were great. They needed to get up quickly and go with him to the same place. Chris said that the herbs that are in this bath are equal to his monthly salary. So, they needed to recover after a tough workout. Chris told the maid that it must be hard for her to keep an eye on the bathroom every day. And he thanked her, because if not for her, they would not have been able to use the bathroom with such pleasure. The maid replied that it was her job. Chris said that he had prepared a small gift for her. What is in this bottle is called pure sleep. If you apply the contents every day before going to bed, the skin would become softer and cleaner. The maid thanked him for such a gift. Chris asked her if she was unfamiliar with the people who work in the mansion of aristocrats. She replied that she knew them. Chris said that one bottle costs 30 silver coins. The maid asked why he allowed her to use such an expensive item. Chris said that she can use it, but in return he will ask to tell all the rumors from the people who worked in the aristocratic mansion. In this case, he will give every month one bottle of clean sleep. Chris thought that the money earned from clean sleep turns into a reward from it, and the resulting herbs again turn into a pure dream. Now, he could calmly focus on training. Chris thought that we would build in such a cunning system, he could easily become a merchant, and abandon all his plans. But this, just a fantasy played out. Pumpkin began to bark, while Chris couldn't understand what was going on. He had a very bad headache. He understood that he needed to take the antidote as soon as possible, which was intended for extreme cases. I realized what kind of smell it was. It was similar to the aroma of sleeping pills, which contains marinblue. The smell was very strong, so it was not made by the herbalist. This scent was used by robbers. Pumpkin ran out into the street and began to attack the robbers. They tried to calm her down, calling her a good dog, and asked her to stop barking. One of them noticed that it was not a dog, but a real wolf. Chris could not understand what kind of people they were and how they entered the territory of the barracks. After all, none of them apparently noticed. One of the robbers threw a dagger towards Chris, who dodged. He wondered where they knew his place of lodging for the night. Chris realized that it was all planned by someone. One of the robbers, unable to dodge Chris, was hit in the ribs, which flew to the side towards his partner. The partner asked if his friend was okay. He replied that probably yes, but it seemed to him that Chris had broken his ribs. Chris told them how dare they attack the knight in the Count's camp. And if they don't want to rot in jail for the rest of their lives, then they'd better get out of here. The robbers immediately fled. Afterwards, Chris asked Pumpkin if she could smell them. After that, he ordered her to chase the robbers. One of the robbers asked how Chris could withstand such an amount of the drug, because he had to lie down for about 2 days. The second replied that for starters, they needed to go back and report everything. Chris told the bandits that it was now clear where their camp was, adding that he was quickly brought to their boss. The robbers could not understand how he got here. Chris asked why they were standing, because they needed to hurry. Their boss came out, he asked what happened here. And after that he began to beat his subjects. The boss said that the guys had caused a lot of trouble for Chris. He asked why his robbers wanted to put him to sleep. The chief replied that it was all because of the recipe for pure sleep, and if his curiosity was satisfied then he could go. Chris realized that the owner of the line or the head of the guild was standing in front of him. Chris knew he might react. He did not even understand how they managed to surround him. The boss asked what he wanted. Chris replied that he wanted to know who was the owner of the line. The chief replied that it was he who was responsible for the backdagger line. Chris didn't know if he was telling the truth, but there was only one way, and that was to check. He threw a bag of money on the floor and said that he wanted to make a bet, and there were 50 gold coins in the bag. The boss asked what he wanted. Chris replied that he wanted all members of Backdagger to serve under him. After that, the chief asked what the essence of the bet was. Chris replied that they would fight with one dagger in hand. The boss liked this idea, and they began to prepare for the duel. Chris noticed that there was a hole in the ground, and someone from the crowd made it on purpose. At that moment, the chief understood. That can carry out an attack. But Chris dodged, and aptly hit the dagger. He was right in the leg. The chief was shocked by his speed and superior skills. Chris noticed that his throwing level had increased to level 41. He liked that his skills were starting to increase. Chris asked the boss if he was in pain right now. The chief ordered his people not to stand, but to start attacking the guy. His squad of robbers immediately began to attack Chris. He told Pumpkin to stay close to him. Suddenly Gian came out of the tent. He ordered the soldiers to stop. After that, he told Chris that they had not seen each other for a very long time, and they should talk in private. Gian said that Chris had been away for a very long time. He replied that he had a lot of things to do. Gian said he never told Chris his name, but he knew him anyway. Rumored to be an illegitimate child. Gian asked Chris if it was true that he was trained by the Royal Guard. He replied that it was true and the training was worth it. Chris asked Gian how he knew about pure sleep. Gian replied that it was a commission given to him by a merchant named Zorans, and he had nothing to do with it. Gian said that anyway, he congratulates Chris with a new rank chief on Back Dagger. After all, he won the bet. Gian came out of Kazan to his people so that they listened carefully, because today, Chris became the new boss of Back Dagger. The former opponent knelt before Chris, saying that his name was Fox and from that day on he was the second in command of the guild Back Dagger. Chris replied that he had a job for him. He needed to bring here, before tomorrow evening, a merchant named Zainars. Tequil told Chris that he must have been very busy lately. Chris decided to change the subject. After that, he said that he sees how hard the guys are trying. Tequil brought Chris to the training field, after which he threw the stick out of his hands. And he asked what he would do if he let go of the weapon from his hands. Chris replied that in that case, he would be able to pick up other weapons on the battlefield. Tequil asked what if the situation did not allow him to do so. After that, Chris replied that he would use his own body as a weapon. Tequil said that this answer is correct. Basic training was over. From today, they moved on to mastering taijutsu. Chris was very happy about it. Tequil said that this was an unexpected reaction for him. After all, usually when they tell their student that he will study taijutsu, he is disappointed. Chris replied that if he puts him on a par with those who say so, then in that case, he is upset. Chris recalled that the time without intrusions, which Lin told him about in a past life, would last 2 years from now. Even if the future might change a little, he didn't have time to spare. After all, money, wives, and weapons. Everything he needs, in a short time, is already in his hands. Fox thought he did not understand the act of Mr. Gian, for he had given the position to a child. Moreover, a medicine to improve the condition of the skin, because this thing had such a good effect. Once one bottle had to give 30 silver coins. The subject went into the tent with the kidnapped person, after which he said that they caught Zorans and what should they do with him now. Fox told them to take him to the basement where they would torture him. Zorans asked that they save his life and for this he would do anything. Fox told him not to go around talking next time about the night Chris. Chris suddenly walked in and asked how his interrogation was going. Fox replied that Zorans had learned his lesson, and now Chris's name would not come out of his mouth. Then he asked if they could let him go now. Chris replied that in that case, he could go. Zainars thanked Chris and said that he would never forget his mercy. After that, he began to remove the bandage. Chris said that if he took off the bandage and saw him, then in that case, he would have to be killed. Chris asked Zorans if it was his idea to attack the knight in the barracks. He replied that he had only been told to find a recipe for pure sleep. Chris ordered to cut off his tongue. Zorans said that in fact everything was planned and he would make a big mistake. After that, he begged for forgiveness. Chris said to have one of his fingers broken. After which he added that now he must answer his question if he does not want to continue. Chris asked what the customer's name was. Chris said that one finger didn't seem to be enough and asked his subjects to continue the torture. Zainars begged him to stop and give him another chance. He doesn't understand what he's talking about now. Chris came up to him and said in his ear that they were Back Dagger, day bed night. And if he catches their eye again, then in that case, they will have to kill his daughter, whom he is so proud of. Chris ordered to be taken outside and was then released. He asked Fox to follow him, because he wants to give him something. Chris is given the recipe for clean sleep to him. After that, he ordered Fox to study him well with his eyes. And when the time comes, he will teach him how to prepare this remedy. Fox could not understand why he was doing this, and what he needed from him. Chris replied that they had a faint scent of herbs coming from his body and dust on his fingertips. A soporific fragrance that was sprayed into his tent. Chris asked Fox what he actually did. After that, he added that he planned to increase the production of pure sleep and there was a specialist in the guild. Chris understood that Gian would not put anyone in the post, so he was completely confident in Fox's candidacy. The third daughter of Zoran's ran into the room, asking her father where he had been all this time, because she was waiting for him so much. She told him that she had decided, with her chosen one as a husband. The man she saw last time couldn't get out of her head. She thought that except for the knight Chris, no one would suit her. With tears in his eyes, her father asked her to roll her to say these words. While she couldn't understand. What's happened? Some guy told Chris Wednesday to get you after him. He introduced himself as a knight. Chris asked who was calling him. The guy said, how is a commoner like him dare to talk to him like that, because he is no one at all? Chris replied that he was also a knight, and asked his interlocutor to calm down. The guy said that if it were not for the strict order of the one who called him, he would have beaten him to a pulp a long time ago. Chris kept wondering who could summon him. The guy opened the doors for him, and told him to come in quickly, and immediately. Wayne Ludwig sat at the table. He was glad to see Chris, and said that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Chris greeted him, and said he was glad to see him too. Wayne told him to sit down quickly. He added that it was delivered from Highgard. It was very sweet and melted in the mouth. What he was wearing made Chris shudder. Chris said he wanted to know the reason why he was called here. Wayne Ludwig told him not to rush and drink some wine, since he very much wants to make friends with him, and learn more about him, as a true friend. Wayne added that the hero after the battle, the owner of the order and the brave man, was promoted from a commoner to a knight. At first, he could not admit all this, but after thinking again, he realized that his stubbornness had closed his eyes. Wayne asked to become his man, and then he would be further promoted, he could get the titles he wanted. If he offers his kind, he will enclose it in a strong embrace. Chris asked what the price of such a board was. Wayne replied that if you pay such a price, he will be able to give it to him constantly. Chris thanked for the offer, but said that he wants to achieve everything on his own. Thanking Wayne for inviting him to this meal. The food and alcohol were very tasty, he said. Wayne asked if he would regret his decision. Chris replied that in his heart, he had already decided everything for himself. Then he asked for forgiveness. Wayne said he could go. Strick asked Chris what he's been up to lately. Chris didn't understand what he meant. Streak said he got himself into an awkward situation. And he had an assignment for him. In 2 weeks he was to go to Highgard. Lind couldn't understand why Chris was sent to guard the third prince, Serki. Chris replied that they said it was in order to express gratitude for the victory in past battles. Chris once heard that once, he was stung by a bee. And due to the fact that his defender the knight could not prevent this, the prince cut off his hand. Chris considered him crazy and very impulsive. Lind said that this is a list of names, people from the Defender's Corps. Chris noticed that their names weren't there. Chris had 3 days to prepare. It was necessary to accumulate more information. Although the third prince is a rather nasty person, his mission was not so difficult. Wayne could just hold on to him, and therefore entrusted with such a task. One of the guards said he was glad to see Master Chris. He, in turn, asked where Fox was now. After all, he needs to ask him something. Fox asked what exactly Chris wanted from him. Chris said what happened to his face, and why he did not bring what he did, as he told him. Fox replied that he thought he could do it this time. Chris told him to take a look at his list. If he sees something suspicious, then let him say about it, whether there were those who served on the side of Wayne. Fox said that McCoy Smith was a knight, and everyone else was a member of the bands and 100 men. He didn't see any particular problems on this list, and there weren't any on those who served on the side of Vihane. Chris thought that even though he was impulsive, he was still a prince. The defenders, in his opinion, were somehow too few. At least one of the knights should have been on the list. Chris told Fox to dismiss everyone and send them to Highguard. If among the non-natives some strange personalities looked in there, then they had to be found. And in Dibble, they had to do the same. Fox replied that these 2 years come and go a lot, and it was impossible to check on all the non-locals. Chris said that they now have a new condition: they needed to find the owners of talents that were above the usual. And also, bring a few more wires and traps that look like buttons. Tekel asked what he did wrong, since he was in the protection of the third prince. After that, he asked what Chris wanted to talk about. Chris asked what to do if he meets an opponent stronger than him. Tekel said that in such a case, it would be better to immediately run away from the battlefield. Chris asked what if he couldn't do it, and if there was any special capabilities. Tekel replied that this ability is called hard training and daily hardening. Chris replied that his daughter does not like boring and correct fathers, but interesting ones who can become a friend. Tekel asked what Ellis had to do with it. And he added that Chris would take a spear in his hands. This will not be his special ability, but there are several tricks that he will now tell him about. Tekel said that now they will arrange sparring, because in it, everything is remembered faster. Chris replied that he should not be injured, because in 2 days he acts as a guard for Vihane Ludwig. Chris got information from Highguard. It was indicated that of the high-class fighters, only 5 arrived there, and 4 in daybed. Chris said that we need to prepare something. He thought that at least there was a squad of 10 people, but for the performance of the kidnapping, it was too small, and there was something completely different here. One of the guys shouted why they put Chris in the lead, and not him, who comes from a noble family. Chris replied that to begin with, he needed to earn feats on the battlefield. After that, he turned to all the members of the protective corps, and said that they were now leaving for Highguard. Chris told the whole squad to stop. He thought he saw goblins ahead. The guy replied that he was lying, since this is the territory of Triangle. The whole squad noticed the goblins, and started to panic. Chris ordered everyone to get ready for the goblin attack and assumed a fighting stance. It was necessary to get to the center and eliminate a group of goblins. Over time, they coped with this task. The guy asked how such a large group of goblins could be here. Chris thought it looked suspicious too. After all, Triggered is the territory connecting the 3 cities, which is under the control of the Count. There is always a guard in this zone, which stops the invasion of robbers and monsters. Chris did not like the situation, since, on the first day, they had already begun strange things happen. Chris saw Pumpkin, he praised her, as she comes on command. He asked where the blood was on her, and whom she had already managed to catch. Chris thought she even hunt at night. Although she was a predator, so it was in her nature. Chris decided to hang a wire for her, for an interesting game. The guy asked Chris where the so-called commander had been disappearing for so long. Chris replied that he seemed to have diarrhea, and he definitely did not go to meet the prince. Chris told the squad that they could now resume their march. On their way, they met a group of goblins again. The guy said they wouldn't make it to Highguard by nightfall at that pace. Chris replied that he was right and they would spend the night here and continue the hike in the morning, so everyone should rest. One guy was dissatisfied with this answer. Chris told the guy that he could force the fighters who had just fought the goblins for their lives to move on. The guy replied that they would all be dead if they did not come to the place before the rebels. Chris replied that he seemed to have forgotten who the squad leader was. The guy asked the guys why they spread out the bedroom. They replied that they were ordered by Commander Chris to be ready to spend the night, in the open. Chris said that it looks like the guy does not know how the world works, because you need to be ready for everything in advance. The warriors offered the guy a sleeping bag, but he decided to refuse. Chris asked McCoy if he would like to join him. He replied that he would definitely kill him when the time came. Chris said that everyone needs to wake up, after which they will eat, and continue on their way. McCoy was unhappy with this turn of events, as he could not get enough sleep. Finally, they arrived at the place. Warrior said he heard a lot about Chris Squire. And by the way, they came later than planned. After that, he asked what happened on the way and what was the reason for being late. Chris replied that they had stumbled upon a group of goblins and that was why they had to linger a bit. Chris said there weren't many goblins, and he thought they were being followed, so they came here. The guard was glad that everything was with them. After that, Chris asked when the prince would come to this place. The guard replied that the prince was already there. After that, the prince rode out on his horse to Chris. Chris introduced himself to the prince, and said that he had been appointed by the Earl to lead the defense force. As it turned out, who was the third prince of Circe, Edik Circato Gavsh, shocked Chris. After all, the prince was younger than he could imagine. The prince asked Chris why he was looking at him like that, since he could rip out his eyes for disrespect to his superior. Prince Edik said that since he is the hero of the battlefield, he thought he was really good. In fact, in his opinion, there was nothing special about Chris. Edik ordered Nelson to leave. There was a man standing in front of Chris who said he was the person in charge of Heinard. His name was San Zion. Chris said he was honored to meet him. San said that they were ready to leave at once, and now they were ready to go. Chris thought he was telling them to take that bomb with them and leave the city as soon as possible. Chris told his squad that from now on they were going to Daybet, with all the available staff. One of the soldiers told a story that after the crown of her dead husband was buried, she returned to the house. However, a spouse was found sitting in a hotel full of vivacity and energy on her face. My wife saw him in this form and so frightened us that she collapsed on the spot. It all turned out that the husband. Suddenly, the narrator's head was cut off, and it rolled to the floor. The soldiers started shouting that they had been attacked by surprise and that this was an ambush. Chris told everyone to keep their positions. The forces that are in the rear were supposed to protect the prince's Karina. Frontline soldiers had to destroy the enemy that is in front of their eyes. He started with himself and Chris also participated in it. He killed enemies, proving the status of a hero who destroyed everyone in the war. Chris thought there were more opponents than he expected. And even Lord Nelson hard to defend alone. We had to quickly deal with the enemy and continue on our way. Chris realized that he had to use his power. He recalled the words of Tekle, who told him that with his spear skills, he could perfectly master this technique. It would be useful when fighting against a large number of opponents. It was said that it looked like a snake's tongue. The next moment, Chris used this technique. It really looked like a snake tongue, and killed opponents in a rather unconventional way. Suddenly, Chris noticed that Prince Edik had been taken prisoner. Everyone around was shouting that the prince had to be saved, so he decided to act. Chris threw his spear, and after a few seconds the prince was already standing on his own, not surrounded or captured by the enemy. A few moments later, another enemy ran up to Prince Edik who wanted to capture him. He resisted in every possible way, but Chris is already in a hurry to help. Chris recalled that the next technique was like jumping off a horse. This would help him deliver an attack that would knock his opponent down completely. To do this, he had to lower the stance to gather all his strength in his legs and put pressure on the ground, and then pull the trigger. Chris asked Prince Edik if he was okay. He replied that he was fine. After that, Chris turned to Lord Nelson, whom he said that they would meet in Daybet in the evening. Opponents began to say that he would not escape from here. But Chris had his own plans. He threw a smoke bomb and fled with Prince Edik. The prince was very frightened of the wolf, who ran with them. Chris reassured him and replied that he could have grown up with him and had nothing to be afraid of. Prince Edik noticed that the opponents were already very close, and they almost caught up with them. Chris thought that if the prince continued to twitch, he would never be able to see the road properly. And he was already a little tired of his eternal chatter. Chris told him not to worry. Chris noticed that they were in the area where they recently killed the goblin and had a plan. The chasing group wanted to take a shortcut to catch up with them, but Chris again threw a smoke bomb to get even further away from them. traps were set here by Chris, which was run into by 2 opponents, after which they died. The rest realized that more traps could be set here, and they should not lose their vigilance. Some people got caught in scattered traps that looked like buttons. The commander of the detachment said that one of the guys took the wounded and quickly left here. He replied that he could not leave. The commander replied that he should already use his brain for its intended purpose, because if one of the wounded was captured, then all of them would face immediate death. To the rest, he told them to follow him. Chris thought those guys were really pushy. He had already run out of ammunition. There were no more smoke bombs and button traps left. Chris ordered the pumpkin to attack the enemy. She began to throw fire from her mouth like a dragon. At that moment, Chris thought how he could raise such a creature in all this time. Chris told Prince Edic that they should rest here and after that they would continue on their way. Prince Edic was dissatisfied with this answer, after which he said that they needed to leave quickly, since the chase had not yet ended. Chris replied that they would continue when he stopped the bleeding on his left arm. After that, he asked Prince Edic if he accidentally knew how to get to daybed. The prince replied that he did not know, they should go now. Little Prince Edic thought that he should hold on to Chris. After which he asked if he could deliver it in value and safety to the appointed place. Chris said he would, only if he trusted him. After that, he added that he would protect him at any cost, even his own life. Opponents were already able to find their target. There were only 2 of them. Chris thought that apparently the pumpkin had only dealt with one of them. He knew he needed to deal with them as quickly as possible. Chris told them that he was an ordinary person, and if he saw that he would lose, he would most likely run away. After all, rushing at them unarmed is a bad idea, but somehow he had the feeling that he could defeat them. The ninja pursuers said that he was saying something incomprehensible, and in any case, they would kill him and take the prince. One Chris hit one of the ninjas, and he flew a few meters forward. The second could not believe in such a monstrous blow force of a 15-year-old guy. The ninja commander thought he was wrong about Chris. After all, he spent a quarter of the day in uniform and with the prince in his arms. Strength should have left him long ago. He could not understand where, then, he had such power and speed. And apparently it was not in vain that he was called the hero of the battlefield. They were not equal to him in strength, because he is more like a monster. The mercenaries fled, after which the prince said how they even dared to plot on the life of a member of the royal family. Chris thought that apparently the mercenaries were hired by someone powerful. He wanted to catch and interrogate them, but he couldn't just leave the prince. The prince said that Chris is very good, and even better than all his defenders. After all, he was moving so fast that he could not even notice it. Chris replied that the prince exaggerated his importance. Chris thought the most important thing about this case was that the enemy wanted to make the royal family look bad by kidnapping the prince. Only one person was capable of this. This is the younger brother of the king, who will become the instigator of the civil war in Cirque, which will happen in the near future. His name was Duke Bantaram Rold Gavsh. The ninja soldiers reported to the Duke's warrior, whose name was Ridos Ben. They apologized for the fact that nothing worked out, and they could not get the little prince. Ridos Ben thought that his warriors failed such an easy mission because of one night. After such a failed mission, the Duke will surely reprimand them. Raiden Ben said that he would do this task himself. And he ordered to prepare a weapon and a mask for him. In his opinion, the enemy was very smart and fast. Because of this, he should not be underestimated. Chris said he had something to tell the prince. He asked what exactly, and asked to go even faster. Chris replied that, to tell the truth, he was going to wait here one more night, and only then go on his way. Chris asked the prince if he wanted to be lied to for his own peace of mind, or better told the truth. Prince Edic replied that he should speak faster. Chris said that the enemy had accurately calculated the time and place of their arrival, and asked if it seemed strange to him. After all, the enemy attacked them immediately, upon the arrival of the prince. No one could know the time and place of arrival, except for those familiar with his route. Whatever it was, if they lingered in high guard, it would be with the enemy. It would be possible to carry out this plan. Prince Edic asked that Count Ludwig could not be involved in this hour. Chris replied that he did not mean it, and would not even dare to think about such a thing, since he did not doubt the sincerity of the Count, because he protects the border zones. Chris said it was just his personal guess. He was careful in his words, since he had no evidence. Prince Edic said that he was not going to punish the innocent, no matter what name he said. Then he added that Chris did not delay with the answer, and quickly told him who it was. Chris replied that there is someone who knew about all their plans and gave instructions to that gang of bandits. His name was Vahain Ludwig, the eldest son of the Count. For he knew about all the plans of the band of instigators, and was the one who sent Chris here. He added that even his skills are not enough to protect the royal family. Prince Edic said that Chris's skills are quite enough, and he even demonstrated his skills. This meant that it was Vahain, and he would keep his promise not to tell anyone. Then he added that nothing would change if they stayed here for one night. Chris replied that he had told Lord Nelson that they would come to Daybet in the evening in order to confuse the enemy. This meant that spending the night here would also help to avoid sudden clashes. Many people are on their way to the fortress, and few remain to spend the night in the forest. Chris made a fire to eat. The prince thanked him for saving him. Chris replied that Prince Edic is a very good person. Prince Edic said that he was the first one to tell him about it, because other people were afraid of him. Chris replied that they just don't know who he really is. They did not know his kind and sympathetic nature. Chris told Pumpkin that she did her best today, and when they get home, he will feed her something tasty. He could not understand where she learned to breathe fire and asked her not to do this without his command. Chris thought he already had 49 throwing points. The level, when they become 50, will definitely change something. After all, the assessment of his teacher Tekkel also depends on his skills. His reaction to 30 and 40 points was very different. Now, Chris wanted to get some sleep. Tekil told Chris that it would be very difficult to learn in a day, and he knew that fighting with ordinary sticks was ridiculous. He asked Chris if he wanted to switch to Rio balls. In his opinion, many desperate knights died in vain, and if he did not want to meet his relatives, then he should start studying. After all, intuition can save you from the blade, but the sword cannot. The opponent's breath was his voice, the sound of a sword cutting through the air. Chris had to feel it. Tekil knew that Chris had talent. He told him not to block with his hands because he had to dodge, since he does not know what kind of weapon the enemy can use. Tekil thought that despite the fact that Chris is young, his feelings were quite developed. He also had good intuition. He would say that such a thing could only be obtained by dying once. In his opinion, it was amazing. Chris asked what Tekil had just used. He replied that it was called the killing energy, one of the skills that a true knight must possess. This is a special energy that shows your willingness to kill the enemy. And as Chris could see, he didn't even move. Tekil asked how he felt after he hit him, because everyone feels the energy differently. In his case, you can see how the opponent's breathing changes. Chris replied that he did not understand what he felt. In his opinion, it seemed to him that out of nowhere a sword just appeared. Tekil said that he could not understand everything at once, because understanding comes with practice. He began to shout to the prince to get up, because the enemy is already on the way. The soldier asked who he was to be able to sense natural energy at such a young age. He added that with Chris you need to be on the lookout. Chris realized that it was natural energy now manifesting, and he only had a sword in his hands, so this fight, apparently, he could not win. Chris ordered Pumpkin to protect the prince. The prince replied why he did this, because the enemy came alone, so all that is needed is to get rid of him. Chris said that he is different from those they have met before. This man was much more dangerous. The enemy said that Chris, he is very much underestimated, since he does not look around, because he can attack from any position. Chris realized that he could not dodge the attack. At that moment, Gian came to his aid. He repelled the attack of the enemy. Then he said that it turns out that Chris may be afraid. Gian greeted the noble and wise Prince Serki, and he apologized for having to greet him so tactlessly. Gian added that he had come from Dibet to rescue them, having said that he serves in the submission of Count Ludwig, after which he gave his name. Fox arrived. With his men, they left the ambush to pounce on the enemy. But Gian said that they just stood and guarded the prince, and he would deal with the enemy on his own. He threw a sword case to Chris, and told him not to lose it, because this thing is worth more than his life. Now it became clear to Gian why Chris was so afraid of this opponent, because they were equal in strength with him. In a moment, they did not enter into a fight. The speed of their blows was so lightning fast that it seemed to everyone that they were delivering 3 blows per second. Only Chris noticed that there were more than 7 blows per second. If he hadn't trained with Tequila, he wouldn't be able to see them. Raiden Ben, hiding his face under a mask, understood that he was stronger than Gian, but it was not clear to him whether he surpassed him in speed. He knew that in a long battle, he could defeat Gian. Raiden Ben saw a chance to attack, after which he went to her. A moment later, Gian was able to destroy his blades, leaving him unarmed. Raiden Ben understood that he needed to retreat into the fact that the mission had already failed. Gian ordered the guards to catch up with him. The prince was told that, thank God, he survived, and now he was in value and safety. He added that from now on, a night squad will be responsible for his protection. Prince Edic asked who this man was. He replied that he was the eldest son of Count Ludwig, and his name was Vihane Ludwig. He said that the carriage had already been delivered to the prince. But Prince Edic, we decided to ignore him, and did not say anything in response. The prince told Chris that they would definitely see each other again. Vihane, in turn, was very angry, as his plan did not work. Chris told the pumpkin that home is still better than roaming somewhere and hiding in the woods. After that, McCoy started yelling at the tent for Chris to get out quickly. Chris asked what he needed and if he knew that he returned very late in the evening. And you never know, they're very good friendly relations. McCoy said he was transmitting the decree of Count Ludwig, in which it was written that Chris Squire should be arrested as a suspect in the attack on the third prince. Chris could not understand what was going on, and what it was all about. Chris couldn't believe he was handcuffed. He assumed that this could happen, but he did not think that Vihane would throw all the responsibility on him. His current position was ideal for being taken away. Daki was very angry and asked why the soldiers were taking his commander away. He wanted to fight, but Lin calmed him down in time. They all couldn't understand what had happened to him. McCoy said that this is the place where the trial will take place. He added that, unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Chris asked if he was worried about him. He added that it was not worth doing this, because he would enter there with his head held high. Chris knew that even though he said so, his heart was still heavy. In the courtroom, everyone has been waiting for him for a long time. Count van Ludwig asked Vihane to fully explain the whole process of what happened. Standing next to him was the head of the night squad, Stein. He began his story. As a result of which, their nightly squad of Ludwig saved 3 princes and completed the job. However, Vihane suspected that something was unclean here. Indeed, on the territory of Triggered, the enemy simply could not get through unnoticed. Based on this, he came to the conclusion that there is a traitor among them. In the current situation, he conducted his observations on Chris Squire, and found his actions very suspicious. Having the status of a knight, he usually stays in the barracks and often looks into the city. He was also seen along with the city brawlers. It has also been confirmed that lately, he has been staying at a house that has an unidentified man. Chris thought he even made it to Tequila. Vihane, at this time, continued to say that he considered the defendant guilty of conspiracy, with the assistants that were among them, and planned the whole incident. And he threatened their parts and lives, members of the royal family. For such a crime, he should be punished by execution. Count van Ludwig asked Chris if he could reveal the identity of the man he meets so often. Chris realized that he had to tell only the truth. Chris replied to Count van Ludwig that the man in question was called Tekel. He came from the center of Circe, demobilized from the royal guard. Count van Ludwig replied that he knew him. And he added that Vihane can remove these suspicions regarding this issue. One of those present in the courtroom asked if there was any reason why Chris Squire planned all this. Vihane Ludwig replied that, of course, she is. After all, he wanted to increase his reputation, to the savior of the third prince. Chris Squire has previously stated that he wants to be promoted. Chris was sure that Vihane wrote all these lines. And he even prepared phrases in case he had nothing to accuse him of. Chris miscalculated. He knew that here, the truth is not important, because here everything is planned in advance, and they want to set him up. Chris thought he might not be executed. Since even Gian was next to the Count, it could be concluded that the Count does not just get rid of skilled fighters. However, at best, he can be sent somewhere, after which he will become a shadow. And in this case, everything he has achieved here will simply be lost. Suddenly, the third prince came through the door. He was told that he was not allowed to come here. But he, in turn, answered that if they did not let him in, then everyone would pay with their lives. The prince told Chris that he had a very desperate face. Chris replied that it was an honor to see him again. Prince Eddic said that he also wanted to be present at the trial. Then he asked if the Count would have problems with this. The Count replied that he could sit wherever he liked. The prince sat down and said that Chris was not guilty. Vihane replied that a man like Chris could not be trusted. After all, he just wanted to get the location of the prince to himself. Vihane added that this trial is fair. Both the first knight of Circe and His Majesty the King would not approve of this. Prince Eddic began to shout that Vihane must have had his ears blocked. And what's more, they attacked the prince. He added how he dares to open his mouth, which during the attack, it is not clear where he went. After all, the one who saved him was Chris himself, and now they were going to execute him for this. Vihane Ludwig began to get angry, and tell the prince that, be that as it may, this is a court. Prince Eddic told everyone present to look at Vihane's eyes. He asked Nelson to rip out his eyes, because he now felt a threat to his life. He insulted a member of the royal family. Nelson began to draw his sword from its scabbard to carry out the order of the third prince of His Majesty. Vihane asked not to do this, and to stop immediately. Count van Ludwig told the prince that there had been a misunderstanding, because his son would never dare to harbor evil feelings towards him. He then added that Chris Squire was innocent of the charge and could be free. Prince Eddic said that it was very hard for him not to laugh, since the Count values only his precious children. It seemed pitiful to him, because if everything went further, Vihane could get his pants dirty from fear. Prince Eddic asked Chris to continue the story that he told him about how he received the order. Then they will come to the main topic. Chris asked what he meant. Prince Eddic said he wanted to go together to the royal capital. He added that Nelson, too, had already agreed. Chris thought that the prince really liked him so much. After all, if he now goes to the capital, then the chance to reach heights in the service will disappear. But he wanted the prince's attitude towards him not to deteriorate. Chris responded when he first entered the battlefield with a friend by his side named Dran. Having lost his legs, he died right in his arms, and now it was difficult for him to leave this place. After that, he asked him the prince if he considered the main problem, their states, the eighth gate. Prince Eddic, wiping his tears, asked to wait, because something got into his eye. After that, he added that he really thinks so. Chris said that if the prince gave him 3 years, then for his sake he would capture the first stronghold of the eighth gate, called Wolf's Lair. He promised that within these 3 years, he would become part of the Circe. The third prince, Eddic, said he liked the idea. After that, he asked Chris if he needed something, because he wanted to reward him, within his capabilities. Chris thanked the prince, and asked for one favor. Chris thought he was very happy, because everything was decided. However, now he has more to do. He still remembered that day when the enemy's reaction speed and Gien's movement were just on another level. And if Gien had not appeared at that moment, he would probably have died. Chris knew he had to get stronger and faster. He was supposed to have the power of Wise in order to defeat stronger opponents in the future. The guys started talking about how they need to save Chris, no matter what. If he had been sentenced to death, then he could have been kidnapped tonight. Suddenly, Chris walked in. Chris asked what they were preparing for the rescue strategy, and if the three of them were going to break through the Count's troops. Chris could not believe that Lind, having a high intelligence, took on such a job. Everyone started laughing and saying that this was Daka's plan. They added that it seemed that during the security mission, he slightly hit his head. Chris said that it was thanks to the guys that he felt better. Lynn said that Chris definitely hit his head, and they urgently needed a drink. Ellis said she heard that Chris was brought in for trial. She asked how it all ended. Chris replied that there was a misunderstanding, and fortunately, he was found not guilty. Chris asked Ellis if she had decided on a weapon. To which she replied that we would decide to take a sword, thinking that this was a good option. Daki told her that the sword was too thin for her physique, and that's why it wouldn't fit her. Ellis replied that he was drunk again and was starting his own show. She added that Daki wouldn't even be able to outdrink her. Lin said that in this case he would be the judge, and the one who first fell on the table would lose. Dogi asked me to bring them glasses. Lind announced the winner, and of course it turned out to be Ellis. She said that we need to talk less and do more so that there are no such situations in the future. Tequil told the guys that they would make up for the missed workouts, and the one who ran last would get an extra workout. 3 months have passed. Chris and the guys took a healing bath to restore strength. The mentor told Chris that there are usually 9 stages. Since Wise has been around for a long time, people have been able to learn a lot about it. He asked Chris if he knew that there was more than one method of practice. Chris replied that he knew the basic method, and 2 of those that appeared in Descendants. The teacher replied that the first among them was the Tower of 9 method. Scientists have divided Vice users into stages. If a child learns the first stage, then he will be able to compare with the strength of an adult. The teacher said that Chris was already too old to start learning Wise. And for this you need a special body structure. Chris knew that the main method in the study of Wise was the accumulation of mana that hovered in the atmosphere. He had to feel the mana with his body, and he succeeded. Chris was told that a man from the central shed was looking for him. Chris was standing in front of this man who was telling him that while he was getting here, he almost lost his life. His name was Sick Million, and he came from Central Shed. Chris said he was glad to meet you and asked where his book was. Sick Million replied that, unfortunately, this book is forbidden to be exported, so he could not take it with him, and that is why he arrived in person. He added that he learned the Tower of 9 and arrow shot over 10 years ago, as he was a researcher of the methods of Vice practice. Sick Million said he was very surprised that anyone was interested in basic training methods. Chris replied that he considers basic training to be very important. Chris thought he'd heard the man's name somewhere before. Sick Million said that these are correct thoughts, because in order to make a good sword, you need to use high-quality iron. The blade will not break if forged without error. So you should always start with the basics that will help you train effectively. Chris interrupted him and continued that this is the method by which one can know the origins. Sick Million said it was his favorite expression, while Chris remembered this man. Once upon a time, Chris found a basic method for training Wise energy. Due to the fact that in adulthood, it is impossible to remove everything accumulated from the body, it was impossible for Wise to learn. The teacher said it was true. In turn, this book belonged to Sick Million. Strix said that since that person was sent by the third prince himself, he could not do anything, and sent Chris on vacation. He asked Chris about the drug warehouse now, if there were any problems. Chris replied that he didn't have to worry. Tequil could not believe that this was possible. But he noticed that Chris and those three showed an unimaginable ability to recover. Chris replied that these were all medicinal decoctions that they took to gain VIs. Ellis replied that she also did not want to stop there, but that she needed to become even stronger. Tequil asked Chris to arrange a background check. Chris started collecting mana. He recalled 6 million words that being able to sense mana doesn't mean he can use Ys. He must go through 2 stages in order to possess Ys. The first step is called printing, and the second step is called opening. In order to create a seal, you first need to be able to use the mana that is around. After he can draw a circle of mana, or combine into one whole, divided mana. Lin said that Chris has been studying for a very long time. Then he asked Diggo if he could feel mana. That's what Chris told him to find out. Diggo replied that he could not yet, although they had already been practicing for 3 months. Daki asked what mana is. Count van Ludwig asked Gian what was happening with Vihane. He replied that he had heard that he had returned from a mission in Highguard. Count van Ludwig understood that things were not going well for him now, since soon he needed to accept a successor. The first successor is Vihane. He was indecisive and dissolute. The second Molt, after he left for the royal country to study, he was only interested in painting. Count van Ludwig ordered Gian to take an oath of allegiance to Vihane, and asked if he could do it. Gian replied that he would definitely cope and fulfill his order. Vihane said he came immediately after hearing the news of his condition. He ordered Gian to get out of here. Count van Ludwig thought that it was too bad that he could not appoint Gian as his successor. After that, he asked him to keep his promise. A moment later, a guard entered the door. He informed Count van Ludwig that they were in big trouble. This news shocked everyone. Chris realized that he could draw a circle of mana, and his next step would be printing. During the printing phase, depending on the pattern, he could gain different abilities. The advantages of the Tower of 9 instability. There was also a slightly easier method. Shooting an arrow. With the help of it, it was possible to quickly comprehend Weiss. Chris asked if the 2 methods could be combined at once. 6 million replied that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing, and in any case, this had not happened in his memory. Chris remembered that in a past life, he discovered a large number of ways that flow from the basic method of energy training. This suggests that there is still a lot of unexplored, with regards to the power of Ys. Since no one has done this before him, he takes a very big risk. But if you do not take risks, then nothing will come of it. He wanted to try, combine 2 drawings at once. And even if he fails, the efforts will not be in vain. Chris's Ys level has increased to level 10. He was very happy with what he got. Tekko felt that he was emanating exactly the same energy as the other Visus. Chris replied that he was finally able to discover this power in himself. Tekko asked what this soldier was doing here. Chris replied that it looked like it was a messenger. The messenger told Chris that the order had come to assemble all the troops. For, the enemy has invaded the 8th gate. This meant that there would be a war. Chris replied that he understood and would immediately return to the squad. He told the messenger to go first. Ellis asked Chris to take her with him. Chris replied that he respected her decision, but now, he could not assign her to any formation. Chris told Ellis that the crates contained herbs to cleanse the body, and as long as they had them, they should be used. He added that he was already leaving. Tekka wished him good luck. Chris thought the invasion had happened much sooner than he thought. Everything went wrong, and he threw a coin to the needy. He picked up the coin, and saw that it was chopped off at the edge, which meant an emergency. Chris asked Lind what the situation is. He replied that there was an invasion, and the enemy is advancing more rapidly than before. Chris knew that it happened faster than he expected. They probably only used these 2 things. Chris knew not to waste time. He told Pumpkin if she remembered the tent they were walking around. He asked her to hand over the thing that was around her neck. Chris told Lind what he heard. That the fight is already over. Lind replied that it was, because of this fight, the situation worsened. After all, 3 reconnaissance detachments of 100 people were destroyed. The 2 fighters among them went to the front line and died from a single attack from the Knight of the 8 Gates. The knight reported that the enemy's 3rd vanguard had been defeated. The head of the host said that this was exactly what was expected of a high-class knight reunion wolves. He added that high hopes are pinned on him. One of those present said that he was ready to proceed with the first operation. The Triangle Zone, which was in the possession of Count Ludwig, was impregnable. However, the rest of the territories are weak. One day, they attacked every village in sight, rounding up the refugees and sending them to the fortress. He ordered to burn each of the villages. And he said that the name of the operation is Unbridled Massacre. They were right there. The iron wall of Daybed, which hides even the sunset behind it, was called Sunset Hide. Chris thought that he still couldn't believe that someone could break such a great fortress wall. But now everything was different. This time they will show all their fury. Chris could not believe that Count van Ludwig was speaking to them, as he was near death, according to rumors. Count van Ludwig said they were at the Sunset Hide wall, which had kept them quiet for 3 generations. Now, to this impregnable wall, which has not yet been pierced even once, the vile wars have arrived, from the 8 gates. Count van Ludwig added that this time, they will do without long speeches, and now they will destroy all enemies to the last. The warriors of the 8 gates saw the village ahead. They needed to burn it all to the ground. The warrior told the general that they were in more trouble, as someone had dried up the well, and reminded him of earth. The general realized that now because of this, they would not be able to use the meat bag. If they had drinking water, they would solve the food problem and be able to continue the offensive at a fast pace, without a supply detachment. One of the warriors said that they were looking for people and food here, but they did not find anything. The general replied that they should immediately go to the next village. One of the detachments went towards them and said that the village they were going to was already devastated. The general replied that he could not believe it. He realized that somehow, the enemy was able to reveal their plan. But even if so, how could the inhabitants so quickly abandon their lands? One of the warriors said that he had contacted the main forces. They reported that there were 2 undestroyed wells. The general said that there was no other choice, and that's where they were heading. Chris noticed that Diggo's mana was starting to show up. They had very little time. Chris' wise level has gone up to level 15. Chris told the boys to practice with their mana as much as possible now, showing their mark. Lind replied that it was more difficult than he thought. Fox reported that they ended up with the job that Chris got them. In order to convince the villagers, they had to spend all the gold that they had earned from a clean sleep. Chris replied that it's okay, as money comes and goes. Fox said that they also left 2 wells intact, as he ordered them to. Chris replied that this was great, since now the enemy would gather near them. Chris greeted the Count. Van Ludwig answered to tell him why he had come. After that, Chris said that he would be given the right to personally lead hundreds of cavalry, and he would deal with the enemies who dealt with their reconnaissance detachment. Wehane said that Chris is very arrogant and overstepping all bounds for daring to ask such a thing outside of the presence of the 3rd prince. Count van Ludwig said he was overconfident. However, if you do not cope, you risk being left without a head. Wehane told Count van Ludwig that he had placed too much responsibility on such a young lad. The Count replied that by his actions he attracted the attention of all the troops, saying that he would go into battle on his own. And if he succeeds, of course, it will be excellent. And if not, then will have little effect on their powers. Chris said he would win at any cost. Chris asked Lind if he could ride a horse. Lind replied that riding lessons, but far from being a pro. Chris ordered everyone to temporarily stop at this place and wait here. The soldiers did not trust such a young commander very much, because the rumors said different things about them. Chris thought that if they went straight ahead, they would come to the shore. He was not sure that their opponents would be there, and he wanted to put you in the position of an enemy army. He thought that the best option would be to think about traps. After that, divide their army and go on reconnaissance. Lin saw about 200 people, just like Chris said. He replied that they were leaving. One of the soldiers asked if they knew the way. After all, several hundred fighters from the reconnaissance detachment had already died. However, they still offered to move forward. The soldier added that he noticed that he did not even look at the military map. After which he offered to rely on what goes in his hands. Chris thought he was collecting medicinal herbs in the first place. Exactly on this card. The soldiers around did not understand at all the value of this map, with which one could learn about the entire area. Chris said that by order of the First Order, they were under his command, and he could not stand being contradicted. Wise's proficiency level increased to 21. Chris thought that something had changed in him. Now he saw and heard very well. Chris told the army to prepare for battle, and they would take over the rear of the comma, and if there were problems, then join them. Diggo asked Chris if he was sure that everything would be all right, and what they would do if no one was in the rear. Chris replied that if the enemy had finished their reconnaissance at that location, there was a good chance they would plan a diversion with only one escape route. And if there is no one in the rear, then they will simply go to the front line. Chris said that if the guys trained with Tequil, then they don't have to worry, because they won't die for anything. The soldier reported to the commander that a wolf had appeared outside and frightened all the horses. It was a difficult wolf, because he breathed fire. The commander saw everything with his own eyes, and said form 2 squads of 10 people and follow him. The scouts saw 100 of Circa's men, and realized that they were on the only way to retreat. Chris and Diggo noticed the enemy army. Diggo said that there were about 20 of them. He was not sure if they could defeat them all. Chris told him to believe in him and hit with all his strength with his axe, because he had the most powerful hands of the 3 of them. The army of the 8 gates saw ahead of the enemy. They said that it would be very easy to deal with them, because there are not many of them. Suddenly, Diggo appeared and started killing them all. The 8th Gate Wars couldn't figure out where he came from. Moments later, Daki attacked, killing the enemy with his axes. Chris cut off their commander's head, after which he said that they cannot underestimate them, since they trained very hard to achieve such strength. Diggo said that the enemies were very weak. To which Chris replied that they were very strong, since they opened the seals. One of the warriors thought that no matter how many enemies there were, they still would not be able to cope with them. The army is constantly only from those who left the family, and bandits. In addition to the fact that the terrain is unfavorable, they cannot keep up with the maneuverability of horses. Someone killed a warrior in front of a soldier. The opponents began to talk so that they could immediately find out who fired. The wars could not understand where the help came from. The soldiers of the 8th Gate noticed an archer on the hill, and told him to shoot at him. Lin told Tequila that Chris was way ahead of them, and compared to Diggo and Doki, he didn't stand a chance because he was too short. Tequila said that he has potential, but the only thing missing is strength. After all, there are no static targets in war. And anything can happen, for example, sneak attack by the enemy, strong winds, and the like. And in such a situation, in order not to miss a good moment, you need to hit the enemy with one shot. Tequila told Lin not to waste time and not compare himself to others. But he needed to master this skill himself. Lin mentally thanked Tequila for making him stronger, and gave him a confidence that he didn't have. Lin began to kill enemies at a distance, and they could not get close to him. Circa's army began to panic. They thought they couldn't hold out any longer. Chris yelled for everyone to get out of the way. He added that all the opponents who were in the rear had already been destroyed, and only those in front remained. After that, Chris and his guys entered the fight and started to win it. Army inspired, and began to help them. Lin said that the enemy has changed course, and now comes to them. Chris ordered everyone not to be surrounded by enemy horses. They needed to stand in 2 rows, after which they would go on a direct attack. The messenger said that the reconnaissance detachment was destroyed, and among the enemies there was a soldier whose strength was comparable to that of a knight. The commander asked if this soldier was from Ludwig's detachment, and what his approximate strength was. The soldier replied that his skills were at least above the average knight, but he looked very young. Circa soldiers begging for forgiveness from Chris. He replied that they should calm down, since this was not the first time for him. The soldiers introduced themselves. The first one was called Slitty Hanel, who was the commander before Chris arrived. The second was named Sephoro, and he was the second in command. Chris told them to gather all the members of the squad because there was something to discuss. Chris told about a horse with a red mane, that it is much faster and stronger than an ordinary horse. By nature, the animal is violent, so it is not easy to manage with them. However, if you give her a beef flour, she immediately becomes. Pumpkin started to get jealous of Chris for the horse. After that, Chris told her that they were going with her for the second time to explore, as an apology. Chris thought that a village with an untouched well lies ahead. Therefore, their shortest route for reconnaissance was right here. Chris saw the enemy. He thought that even though they had dealt with most of the enemies, it would be a difficult task to go ahead now. They needed to attack suddenly. Chris told everyone to jump on their horses and start storming that night, because they didn't have much time. Sephoro said that there was a solid thicket here, and they could not go through it on horseback. Chris replied that he judged too superficially, and if you remove the vines and weeds. Then in front of them is a field with small medicinal grass. Chris said they should move slowly and try to keep the horses quiet. Diggo asked Chris if their powers were too scattered. Chris replied that everything was fine and everyone would be fine. In addition, there was only one way to invade, and he had just sent a night reconnaissance team there. Therefore, the rest needed to save their strength. Lin noticed the commander, after which he decided to shoot, because his clothes were similar to those of the commander. Suddenly, the arrow hit the commander in the head, and he did not even have time to finish talking with the soldier. After that, the soldier started yelling for an alarm. In a moment, he saw that the Cirque army was entering the camp, and imminent death awaited them. The commander was informed that there was fire ahead. The soldier said that they were their enemies, and they rode horses with red manes. Sleety recalled the words of Chris, who told him not to join the fight in any case. They were on these horses, which means the enemy will not catch up with them. And in that case, they needed to be distracted. One of the soldiers of the 8th Gate thought that it was necessary to report everything as soon as possible. Sephoro already wanted to follow him to catch up. Chris said that he himself would go after him, and Sephoro should make sure that there were no opponents left here. Chris ordered Diggo, Daki and Linda to follow him as they rushed to the owner of these scouts. The soldiers said they didn't have archers because they were left in the night squad. The commander ordered everyone to stop because they had gone too far. He thought that there was something unclean here, because the last time he was also defeated by deceit. A soldier arrived at the scene. He said that their main body had attacked. The commander said that now they are dividing the detachment into two parts. The first follows him, and the second does not take his eyes off the surroundings. Lin began to shoot arrows at the commander. He parried the blow and said that the arrows would not work against him. The commander ordered not to touch the blue-haired guy, because he himself would kill him. He added that this is how they met. Chris asked if he knew him. After killing the commander, Chris said they are pretty strong now. Recently, they fought 4 against 1, however, now there is no doubt that all of them have become much stronger, and no longer equal to those who they were before. In the main reconnaissance unit of Circe's troops, the commander was sitting. He thought that things were bad, because he worked so hard to rise to the commander of the reconnaissance detachment, and then there were only continuous losses, not to mention achievements. If he loses again, he will be demoted. One of the soldiers ran into the tent, and said that there were many people in front who were coming here. They ride horses with a red mane. The commander ordered to put the archers in position, and everyone else is preparing for battle. He couldn't believe that the 8th Gate went directly. But looking closer, they saw Chris riding with Circe's flag. Chris reported that they dealt with the enemy cavalry, consisting of 200 people, and then took possession of the horses. Also, they destroyed the main reconnaissance unit of the enemy, which was located in the vicinity of the village. Chris asked to provide him with 300 cavalry. The commander thought that in this case, he had no choice but to agree. Chris told the soldiers that they would stop here because they needed to eat and sleep. And only after that, they will move on. The commander asked how they should be now. After all, the main reconnaissance detachment was destroyed. The gray-haired man thought that this was not an accident. Someone had perfectly foiled all their plans, just like during the White Demon. It was the same person. He was wondering who it was. The gray-haired man said that it was no longer possible to delay, and that it was necessary to prepare for a direct attack. Then he added that Sir Rinuin should lead the advance party. To the commander of a legion of 3,000 men, General Ilian, he said that he was carrying the central troops. As for the rear army, he entrusted the knight Benatos Desper. Then he told him that there would be a possibility that there would be a detachment that would attack from the rear. He added that this would be the same person who had destroyed their main intelligence units. He thought they would use the stolen horses. The gray-haired man said that it could only be his premonition, but it seems to him that this time, they must definitely destroy the leader of that detachment. Count van Ludwig was informed that Chris's troops had destroyed the enemy's main reconnaissance unit. Count van Ludwig couldn't believe it, which Chris really did. Before that, he underestimated Chris, but it turned out that he is a brilliant fighter. He thought that his son Vihane should not lose such a subordinate under any circumstances. Count van Ludwig told Vihane that from now on he was transferring all leadership to him. One of the knights said that all members of the knightly detachment Ludwig gathered. He added that it was time to show himself. Lin said that at last both sides had gathered all their forces and soon they would face each other. Chris replied that their army's quite enough. Serki's soldiers said that the enemy sent their elite troops, and they had a completely different level. The soldier of the 8 gates said that the enemy was trembling with fear and must now know his place. But he was immediately reassured by Daki, who hacked him to death with an axe. Chris ordered to go forward, since the enemy was left without protection. Chris thought he should keep fighting back and then break away. Chris was told that there was an enemy in the rear, and now they are surrounded. Lind asked how they knew they were coming in from the rear. Chris understood that this was his mistake. He was too arrogant, and he had to carefully think everything over. He understood that he could not do without casualties, however. It was very hard to see how dozens of people died right in front of him because of one order. Chris ordered Digo and Daki to clear the way from the side, because they are leaving from here. Then they began to follow orders. And they did everything as he told them. At this time, Chris shouted to all the soldiers to retreat. Benatos Desper said the enemy was fleeing and must be stopped at once. Chris thought it was an enemy leader and had a moon emblem on his helmet. In that case, he was the Desper family. Chris told Lin that they were coming up with a second strategy, and that he would lead them to victory by all means. Ludwig's detachment started at the central army of 8 gates. A soldier has come to report to Vihane that an enemy unit has attacked Chris' troops in the rear and is pursuing them. He asked if they could send help. Vihane could not understand what to do, and how his father would act in such a situation. The soldier said that Chris' troop of cavalry was now deep in the enemy camp. Moreover, their main allied squad gathered all their forces in order to defend themselves here. They did not have the opportunity to take even more soldiers away. Vihane said they wouldn't give a shit about the rescue team. And after that he added that even more soldiers were admitted to the vanguard. Vihane thought that Chris himself started it all, and if he dies, then nothing can be done, and if he survives, he will take him to her. One of the soldiers told Knight Desper that if they continued, they would leave the battlefield for good. Desper replied that 100 elite soldiers would follow him, while the rest would go to help the allies. They went into the gorge into which Chris's detachment was heading. Lin said they had arrived. Chris ordered the soldiers to throw everything on the ground. They threw smoke bombs. Chris told them to leave before the fog enveloped them. He added that from now on, his deputy, Lind, will command nearby. Desper noticed that the horses were in a panic, and now they were of no use. He ordered to get off the horses and gather nearby, and organize a circular defense. He added that they should not attack the people in the area thoughtlessly, because the enemy can't see them either. Chris thought he couldn't see what was ahead either. However, the subtle flair gained from Wise and the ability to sense the deadly energy that Tekel taught him. He felt the movement of the enemy. Sapporo asked if it was right to leave the commander alone, and maybe go and save him. Lind recalled telling Tequila that Chris was learning very different techniques. Tequila replied that each person has different predispositions. However, Chris was a little different. In the process of training, he looked very insatiable. However, it is with the help of this gluttony that it grows at an incredibly high rate. Tequila added that he hates to realize, but it feels like Chris has already compared to him. No, he's already surpassed him. Lin believed in Commander Chris and knew he could do it. During this time, the Chris killed his opponents alone so as not to attract attention. This place was called the Well of Mist. There are hills on both sides, so if you get stuck in this fog, it will not be easy to get out of it. After these words, Chris killed 2 more soldiers. He told the last soldier that he wanted to thank them. After all, he had a lot of fun, but this is far from over. From now on, they will feel only one feeling: fear. The soldier thought that apart from the screams, nothing could be heard here, and with such consideration, he would definitely die. We had to get out of here. Suddenly he stumbled and all screaming stopped. In a moment, Chris killed him too. Then he said that this soldier was the last in this country. Knight Desper told no one to move and control himself because the enemy was trying to cause a panic. Chris understood that this knight could not be dealt with just like that. The knight told Chris that he had come to the well by his tricks. Chris knew he had a lot more in store. After that, he began to attack the enemy. The knight said that they should retreat and get out from under the smoke screen. The soldier asked where they should go. One of the soldiers got out from under the smoke screen, but he was immediately killed by Lind. Then he told them to kill anyone who came out of the smoke. Diggo and Daki ran up to the smoke and saw the head of the Knight Desper. Then out of the smoke came Chris. Diggo asked if there was anyone left inside. Chris replied that maybe several people. Then he added that these soldiers should be left alone, because they will report everything. Chris said that now, as soon as possible, they need to get their equipment in order and return to the front. Lind replied, and that because of the long battle, everyone was exhausted, and it would be nice to rest for a few days and recuperate. Chris replied that this is a great solution. Lind was shocked by what he saw. Then he said that his blood was boiling, and he wanted to return to the battlefield. After 2 days, Chris received a letter from the squad leader. Lind said that Count van Ludwig's knightly detachment crossed the enemy camp, and half of the detachment died, and the enemy had heavy losses. Lind added that Chris has a new nickname, after he killed an enemy commander named Benatos Desper. And now they called him, the Devil to us Black Smoke. The man could not believe that the Black Smoke Devil had killed even Benatos Desper. And he knew that their reconnaissance detachment, he was also destroyed. After all, Chris's skills were no worse than knightly ones. And so that there were no bad consequences, the man thought that Chris should be killed as soon as possible. The soldier reported that Van Ludwig was advancing. The commander replied that everyone was preparing for the attack. Chris thought that in the past life this incident would happen many days later, but now, the war was in full swing. Because the future began to change. Chris must not lose his vigilance, and needs to be ready. Slitty asked Chris where to send the letter. He replied to send him to the royal palace. Sapporo asked for some cavalry to help him. The commander asked why he needed them. Sapporo replied that he himself did not know the reason, and carried out the order. In which, it was said to gather at the fortress of Tibet, in front of Sunset Hide. The commander asked Sapporo where Chris Squire was now. He replied that his location was unknown. And he offered to meet, 3 days before Sunset Hide. The soldier said that there was a detachment of cavalry ahead. Ralph replied that if he left for a while, something strange was already happening. The soldier replied that they were allies. Ralph found out who it was. It was Chris talking about having to leave the battlefield to deliver an urgent message. Chris asked Ralph what he was doing here. Ralph replied that he should be asking, and said, "Welcome, old friend." Ralph added that he had been sent to Haidar, and had recently returned. He said that Chris was rumored to be the devil of black smoke because he single-handedly destroyed a group of 100 elite fighters. Ralph asked if it was true. Chris replied that it was embellished, but still true. Chris asked what was wrong with Ralph's leg. He replied that he was wounded in battle, and the doctors said that he would no longer be able to run as before. Chris thought that even with his healing, it would be difficult to cure this. He told Ralph if something happened, let him talk. Ralph replied that he wanted to have a drink with him after the war was over. Many did not believe him that he fought with Chris in the same unit. So, he added that a drink was due with Chris. Chris replied that he would definitely treat him. Chris thought when he visited this place himself, he realized that most of the guards here are wounded soldiers. Strick asked Chris why he came here. Chris replied that he had an urgent report, and there were enemy troops nearby. He added that on the way back, after breaking you into the enemy, he found that part of the enemy forces were leaving the battlefield and moving forward. Strick realized that the enemy troops were moving in their direction. One of the guards reported to Commander Strick that there were at least 2,000 enemy troops ahead. Lin told Chris that if the Sunset Hide Fortress had not insisted on a night fight, and if they had managed to delay the enemy for at least one more day, then the outcome of the war could have changed. Strick asked why there were so many troops here. Chris thought he knew that the enemy would come faster. Chris dropped how many warriors there are now inside the fortress. Strick replied that even if you count the archers and wounded soldiers, then 200 people would not be typed. Chris thought there were 200 cavalrymen, and that was all there was. With such strength, they will not even last 4 days. Chris saw the flag and the cry, they were wolves, and in that case, they had a chance. Chris thought that the enemies were trying to scare them in this way. After which, on the right, he felt a murderous energy. But as soon as Chris turned his head, this murderous energy abruptly disappeared. He noticed that the man was an ordinary private, not a commander. Chris couldn't understand why he was standing unarmed all the time when he was on alert. Now Chris understood what the drums were for. Strick asked Chris where he was going. Suddenly, they tried to attack Commander Strick, but Chris repelled the blow in time and saved the commander. Chris thought the drum beats were the signal to kill their commander. The spy thought that Chris was very fast, since he was able to parry his blow. At this time, Chris attacked the spy, saying that he could not leave now. The spy decided to preempt the comma and tried to stab Chris with his sword, but he dodged. In response, Chris was able to hit the spy, wounding him in the shoulder. Strick said to gather everyone and catch this spy. Chris told the guards not to attack randomly, because this spy was very dangerous. Chris thought, who is this guy? Maybe 8 brothers hired him, and decided to ask him. After that, he asked him if the one was Nate Daguerre. The spy asked him who he was and thought he guessed right. Chris replied that this was territory on him, and he must follow Amnok's strict rule. Chris saw his reaction to what he said again, and realized that Knight was standing in front of him. Daguerre. Chris thought they weren't using an overheard phrase here. Strick ordered to seize him. And he added that he needed to be placed in an underground chamber, and to find out as much information as possible. Chris told Strick that the troops weren't here to attack today because he thought the drumming was a signal to the hitman. Since the troops did not receive a response from the killer, they are obviously thinking about a new strategy. Strick asked how they would fight back tomorrow. Chris replied that tomorrow they would open the gates of the fortress and go outside, and will not let the enemy enter. Chris told Pumpkin that she would have to be here tomorrow. But he would definitely come back for her, so she didn't have to worry. Chris knew that tomorrow a knight would appear who managed to break through the defenses of Sanyun. Hyde, the youngest user of the vice from the 8th gate. His name was Perth. Chris asked Strick if he had been standing there all night. He answered, and what did Chris do, since he just came here? Chris told Commander Strick to lower the bridge. The commander replied that Chris had completely hit his head, because the number of the enemy is 2,000 people. Chris replied that this fortress would still come to an end when the enemy broke through the wall. Strick said that this fortress would never collapse. Chris said that Strick would have been right if the Baron's nightly detachment and more numerous troops were nearby. Chris asked if he wanted all the people of Daybet to die together. Strick asked if he was offering to surrender. Chris replied that he did not intend to give up, but wanted to go outside and start a fight. Therefore, you need to open the fortress, after which Chris will take full responsibility. Lind asked Chris if he was sure the plan would work. Chris replied that the Wolves clan of the 8 families of the 8th gate the weakest in terms of money power. They are not from high society, and they were not responsible for diplomacy. The Wolves have gained recognition because they have value for which they are willing to sacrifice their own lives. They like to talk about honor. The soldier told the commander-in-chief of the Wolves' troops that there were 4 enemies ahead. The commander did not understand what they were going to do, really capitulate. Chris introduced himself to the army, and said that he had an order from the commander of the Sunset Hide Fortress. He demanded a duel, and if they could be defeated, then in that case, they would open the gates and surrender. Chris said he was putting his own reputation on the line and vowed to keep his promise. Were the Wolves soldiers scared when they saw 4 fighters? He said they forgot their own honor. The commander-in-chief said that he would make Chris regret what he had said. Chris replied that in that case, he accepted his answer as consent. As a sign, proof of his promise, he will leave the gates of the fortress open. One of the soldiers said that he could not be trusted, because he could deceive them. He added that it was better to attack with all your might and invade the fortress. The commander-in-chief replied that the soldier was going to dishonor the honor of the Wolves, which they so strongly guard. He added that if he said that again, he would be immediately executed. The commander-in-chief shouted to the whole army if there were any among them who wanted to kill these children. One of the warriors shouted that his name was Squire Naftal, and he asked for an opportunity to prove everything in battle. Diggo went out to fight with him, introducing himself as the commander of a detachment of 100 people in Serki's army. Squire Naftal said he would have to fight children. He added that he would teach Diggo a lesson for which he would give his life. Diggo cut the squire in half with a single swing of his sword, and he said that he was waiting for the next warrior. The commander thought that Diggo had a monstrous strength, and those who rely only on brute strength would definitely have a weak spot. The next to fight was a commander of 100 men named Foch. He immediately rushed to Diggo, but he repelled his blow. Foch realized that it was useless to attack him directly. Foch thought that Diggo would not be able to control such a monstrous power, and now he had a chance. But besides strength, he also had a good reaction, which Diggo took advantage of. Diggo left Foch unconscious. After that, he said that the next one who wants to fight can come out. Next to fight volunteered commander of 100 people. But his head flew off his shoulders in less than a minute. After that, Diggo called the next fighter. But the next warrior of the 8 gates also failed to prove himself in battle. And Diggo again called the next one. The next volunteer was a warrior who asked to wait. Diggo stopped and listened to what he had to say. The soldier said that he had not yet given his name. Diggo killed this soldier, after which, again, he asked the next one who wants to fight to come out. Chris knew that the morale of the 8th Gate army had dropped noticeably. After that, Chris told Diggo to come back and Lind would continue instead. Diggo replied that he could still fight. Chris said he knew it, but he'd better go back anyway. Chris thought that Lind, now in good shape, but whether there is a person in the army of 8 gates who is able to defeat at least one member of his squad. Soldier of the 8 gates started attacking Linda. He said that Lind was a coward and had no chance. He killed the soldier of the 8 gates, and said that he was killing with one blow. The commander ordered his soldier Pan to fight with Lind. Ping said that he is a knight of wolves. At this time, Chris thought that the enemy was starting to bring out strong opponents, and that meant they had to respond in kind. Daki entered the fray. He began to attack the knight, and tried to hit him first. Ping thought that if he kept his distance from Daka, his axes would not benefit, and when suddenly increased the distance between him, he will be able to attack him. Ping said that Daki doesn't even know the basics, and he still need to be trained. He asked if he really thought he could block his blows with a huge sword, his axes. Daki replied that he was now angry and went on the attack. Ping said there was no way he would let him get close. Daki threw an axe at Knight Pan, who blocked the blow. Then he said that such cheap tricks would not work with him. Daki ran at him, with one axe. Ping told him that with one hand, Daki would not be able to parry his punch. Daki parried his blow, and after that, he picked up the axe that he threw earlier. Daki cut off the head of the Knight Pan, and said that now, he will not make any noise. One of the soldiers told the commander-in-chief that they were being led on by the lies of the enemy, but now they needed to start storming the fortress. The commander-in-chief cut off the soldier's head. After that, he said that he could never forgive himself if he lost to 4 children. The commander-in-chief asked Perth if he was ready to fight. He replied that he had been ready for a long time. But in front of him, the commander of the military unit, a soldier named Raiden, volunteered to fight. Wolves. The commander-in-chief replied that he agreed. Came very Chris to come out and fight. Before leaving, he praised Daki, and told him to quickly restore the bleeding. Chris knew it wasn't him. But I was sure that among these warriors of the 8 gates, there is a young wiser, the genius of the 8 families, who destroyed Sunset Hyde. Chris found him with his eyes, and he really wanted to know how strong Perth was. Raiden noticed that Chris was looking at Perth. Then he told Chris not to pretend that he was not here, and added that his name is Raiden Wolves. Chris asked for forgiveness for his faux pas, after which he also introduced himself. Raiden said, which means he is the strongest of the 4, if he came out to fight last. Chris replied that he would not disappoint him. Raiden started to attack Chris and stabbed him, but he parried the blow. Chris noticed that he attacks with a full shield, which means that he has a lot of experience in battle. Chris wanted to see what Raiden was capable of, and wanted to launch a strike called Snake Tongue. Raiden was able to parry this blow, and thought that Chris was stronger than he imagined. He knew he had underestimated him. Chris decided to change tactics and thought he wanted to use the technique that Tekkel had taught him to use. It was called dance. From the beginning, he smoothly played the melody in his head. Now he felt the weight of the spear. Raiden thought that he had already seen this technique before, and it was like a dance. He thought that Chris had incredible speed and strength, but still parried his blow. Chris knew that the longer the melody played, the faster the tempo. Raiden thought he was throwing punches at the moments when the rhythm breaks. And if he can't keep up with the rhythm, then he can't dodge his attacks. Raiden asked Chris how he connected with the sword dancing technique. Chris thought he knew Tequila. After all, the dancing sword, it's a nickname that Tequila got when he was 20 years old. Chris told Raiden that he couldn't believe he survived after seeing this technique when he wasn't a wiser himself. Chris added that he was lucky. However, his luck ran out. After these words, Chris killed Raiden Wolves. The commander said he couldn't believe that even Raiden had lost. After that, Perth asked Commander Alec Wolves to go to battle. Chris thought that now he can make sure that his skills have improved. And also, it was a chance to defeat the hero who went down in history. Perth said there was an offer. He added that whoever wins the duel will win this battle. Chris asked him can he make such applications. Commander Alec Wolves replied that he was betting on the honor of his family, and took an oath that if Perth Wolves lost the battle, then all the soldiers would retreat. Perth said he grew up in the Wolves family and at 21 was recognized as the youngest knight by the wiser. He added that today he will destroy the enemy that stands in front of him and be the first to overcome the wall of Sunset Hide. Chris replied that he challenged the Knight of Perth to a duel. He added that he comprehended the power of wise at the age of 17. Perth did not believe him, and said that he really wanted to check it out. Chris said he would prove it to him. In a moment, Perth was already near him and replied that now they know everything. Perth couldn't believe that Chris could take his punch. Chris could not understand what kind of power his opponent had and he decided to retreat a little. Perth asked him where he's going. After that, he said that they had not finished yet. Perth thought that Chris was wrong, because his reaction and determination excellent. After which, he asked how Chris managed to avoid his blow. He added that it looks like he really is a wiser. Chris thought that even though he dodged, his armlet was pierced. After all, he did not expect that the blow would be so strong. Chris thought they were both wisers, but he could feel the difference in strength. Chris realized that Perth had reached the 3rd level of wise and had the ability to double. It allowed her to double her own strength. Perth asked Chris if that was all he could do. He asked to show the fury with which he killed Raiden Wolves. Lin thought that Chris was so badly damaged that the armor didn't even save him. It was the first time he'd seen Chris fight so hard. Alec Wolves thought he didn't expect anything different from Perth. He was a real master and support of 8 families. Chris realized that now he could not run away and went on the attack, having many more techniques. Perth could not believe that Chris would be so persistent, because he immediately went on the attack after his blow. Perth noticed that he was about to strike, but still missed it, and Chris was able to injure his arm. Chris was surprised that he was able to understand where he was aiming so quickly and react immediately. Chris realized that he was able to hurt him, however, due to the power of healing, at the 2nd level of Wise's possession, it is equal to a small one. Chris thought that such strikes were useless against Perth and decided to try his technique. Perth noticed that he used this attack in the fight with Raiden. He asked why Chris thought this attack would work on him. Chris knew that he could not kill his enemy with this technique, but he had something in mind. A moment later, Perth was able to hurt him, but Chris still did not stop there. He was able to break Perth's sword, leaving him unarmed. This meant that the duel was almost over. Perth realized that Chris's movements had changed, and he did not expect such a turn of events. Chris asked Tequila how to defeat Wiser. Tequila replied that it was not worth trying to defeat him. However, if you pierce a Wiser or an ordinary person with a blade, they will obviously die. He added that Chris did not seek to defeat them, but simply killed them. It was the only way to survive the battle against Wiser. Chris activated his technique called Death March. It was the Death Dance. Perth dodged his attack and managed to survive. Chris thought he had a really good reaction. Chris knew that if he started the Death March, then he could not stop him. Perth noticed that it was open on the left. But Chris was able to get ahead of him, and struck a blow. Perth did not have time to recapture him. After that, Chris activated the piercing beam of light hit the enemy with this technique. All the Circuit Wars were happy for their commander, and would start scream his name. Strick was also in their ranks, and was happy for his student. Perth asked what the technique was called. Chris replied that it was called a piercing beam of light. Perth said that this technique was incredible and fell to the ground bleeding. Commander Alec ran up to them. Chris asked him where he was going and how he dared to defame the duel. Commander Alec asked Chris to let him take Perth. Alec began to beg on his knees, saying that Perth should lead the next generation, and he asked permission to pick him up. Chris started yelling and talking, how dare he, showing cowardice. He could not believe that the commander, who had staked the honor of his family, was standing in front of him, and now he was kneeling in front of him. Chris said that they were deceiving him, and that they were not members of the wolf's family, because they were asking for mercy on one soldier. He added that they should not forget what happened here today. After that, he went to his comrades, who were very worried about him. Diggo said that Chris was bleeding and if he was okay. Chris replied that it was just a scratch and nothing to worry about. In fact, Chris thought he had a broken rib. Sticky arrived to help Chris, but he was surprised by his appearance. Commander Alec could not understand what was happening, because the enemy was approaching from both sides. Was it really a trap? One of the soldiers said. Chris knew circus troops didn't realize they were here. He began to say that they should respectfully conduct the Knights of the Wolves family, because they bravely fought a fierce battle. He added that they were able to defend their honor. Commander Alex said that the Wolves family would definitely protect their unit. Sticky asked Chris what they would do now. Chris thought that the Wolves troops would definitely follow on the battlefield, and he should follow them. However, his injury is more serious than he thought. Chris didn't know if he could last, but energy was rising from his seal. He felt the wound heal after this battle. Chris realized that Wise's second stage had been increased to level 31, and now he was healing faster. Chris said they were returning to the battlefield. He ordered to gather all the cavalry, and keeping the order, go into battle. Strick asked Chris if he was in a hurry. After all, the fortress wall remained a stage, so it was possible to wait a bit. Chris replied that the war was not over yet, and they couldn't have a rest. He added that the fortress wall not the only thing they need to protect. Count van Ludwig, although he seemed old, was a skilled fighter. He easily killed opponents, they did not even have time to react to his blows. In his youth he had no equal, but now his skills were no worse. He led his squad forward, shouting that they needed to defeat the enemy and win this war. Suddenly, Count van Ludwig's mouth began to bleed, and he was unable to react to the arrow that was flying straight at him. Gian was able to deflect the blow and save his father. After that, he told Count van Ludwig that he shouldn't overexert himself. Soldier Serki started yelling that the wolf's squad was advancing from the rear. Gian told his father that he would have to leave and he would do everything in his power. The father told him to take care of himself. Rinuen told Count van Ludwig that he was sorry to see the hero of the fortress wall become so weak. He added that today, he would kill him with his own hands. Count van Ludwig replied that he could never surpass him. One of the soldiers shouted to the soldiers not to break the line. After that, he told someone to call the knights. Suddenly, one of the soldiers was wounded, now he could not move normally. But still, he was able to kill the enemy, after which he fell to his knees, since he could no longer stand. He saw a soldier of the 8 gates running towards him to kill him. He thought that his time had come when he would die. But suddenly he was saved by Chris, who cut off the head of a soldier trying to kill this guy. Lin told the guy to wake up and asked him his name. The soldier, stuttering, replied that his name was Saxon. Lin added that he should not give up, because it is too early to part with life, and their sun will surely rise. Chris will already be close to Count van Ludwig, whom he was trying to save. Suddenly, an arrow hit Chris's horse and he fell off it. After that, he saw Rinuen kill Count van Ludwig. Chris could not believe that he did not have time to save him. Rinuen ran his sword through Count van Ludwig. After that, he said that this is the end. Count van Ludwig replied that he did not think so, and stabbed Rinuen in the face. He said that even if they were enemies with the Count, he expressed deep respect for his perseverance and unbending will regarding the fortress wall. He added that he would never forget the name of Count van Ludwig, and now he could sleep peacefully. Suddenly, someone threw a smoke bomb towards Rinuen. Chris flew out of the smoke and began to attack his opponent in order to save Count van Ludwig. Rinuen realized that this was the person called the Black Smoke Devil. Rinuen could not understand that he was here and did not expect such an attack. That is why he could not resist Chris and immediately died. Chris ran up to Count van Ludwig. He began to say that it was funny that at the time of his death, it was not Wehane or Gian who was next to him, but Chris. Chris replied that this was all for the sake of protecting the fortress wall, which the Earl had guarded all his life. He added that today he would replace the Count. Then Ludwig replied to Chris that he owed him. And after these words he died. Soldiers of the 8 Gates noticed that Lord Ringyuan had died. After that, one of the soldiers said that he would take the head of Count van Ludwig along with him. After these words, Chris attacked him and cut off his head. The second warrior, he killed in the same way, because they said that they would take the head of the Count. Chris took their heads. Chris addressed the warriors of the 8 families. He said that by order of Count van Ludwig, the place was now under the protection of Skyr Chris. He added that those who are tired of living can cross this line. The warriors of the 8 Gates said he was alone and needed to be killed. Chris, with lightning speed, began to kill all the soldiers of the 8 Gates that stood in his way. He didn't leave anyone alive. The soldiers asked for reinforcements to be sent, but no one heard them. Chris, methodically, as he was taught, killed all the enemies. After no one was left alive, he stopped because he heard an approaching sound. A huge warrior flew at him, who tried to hit him with a mace, but he missed, since Chris was faster. This soldier said his name was Knight Pedro, and he came to avenge Ringyuan. He grabbed one of Chris' arms with his chain and began to pull him towards him. But at that moment, Chris, having a violent strength, was able to pull the chain towards himself and after that, struck Pedro right in the stomach. Chris killed the knight, Pedro, with his own weapon. He was unstoppable, as if he did not notice the opponents. And he had no equal. Chris said that those who want to avenge their comrades, and those who want to get glory, can attack him. He added that they would all die if they did not leave here. Chris killed everyone he could see. Not one soldier of the 8 Gates could not even hook him with his sword. Their strength could not be compared with the strength of Chris. Even attacking from a long distance did not help in the battle of the 8 Gate soldier. They couldn't catch Chris, even with their archers. In a moment, even the archers who were away from him were already dead and incapable of anything. Chris killed enemies without even looking. He felt them, thanks to his wise. He was invulnerable to their attacks. Stricky told Lind they were done here. Lind replied that in that case, they could join Chris. The soldier said he had an urgent message to the second in command. He replied to speak immediately. The soldier reported that Count van Ludwig had died on the battlefield. The deputy commander couldn't believe it. He wondered if they now have a chance to win, given these events. The soldier said that with the help of the allied troop of cavalry, their army was gradually driving back the army of the 8 Gates. The deputy commander asked if they really had cavalrymen left, and if they were scouts. The soldier replied that they were not cavalrymen, and that this detachment was led by Squire Chris. Lin told Chris that they had dealt with the rear, and now all that was left was to stand and repel the enemy attack. Diggo killed the soldiers of the 8 Gates, and did not even get tired of it. Daki also masterfully controlled his axes, and did not notice his opponents. At this time, Lind destroyed opponents with the help of long-range attacks, and hit them with his arrows. The second-in-command knew that it was these guys who were in charge of Chris who were now their only hope for salvation. The soldier of the 8 Gates told the commander that their opponent was too strong. The commander asked Enschen what they should do now. He replied that now they would have to retreat, since the army of the 8 Gates had been defeated. Chris had accumulated the required amount of experience points. Lind asked if this was the end, and they won. Chris replied that it was, and it was finally over. The deputy commander wept over the corpse of Count van Ludwig, who fell bravely in battle. The next day, the funeral of Count van Ludwig took place. Civilians were forbidden to drink alcohol for 3 days. And the soldiers had to wear a black ribbon on their shoulders as a sign of mourning for the departed hero who gave his life in battle. 3 days later, the eldest son of the Count, Wehane Ludwig, was the heir and took the place of the Count. Wehane Ludwig ordered that Chris Squire be found. He understood that he must at all costs make him his subordinate. Even if he appoints him to an inconspicuous position, he will be able to significantly raise the status of his family and the entire city. Vihane could not miss such a chance. Lin told a story that at the moment when he was standing on a hill, he fired an arrow, and in an instant it overtook the enemy. Ellis asked which of these things she should believe. Suddenly, a messenger came through the door, sent by Vihane Ludwig. He said that the members of Chris' squad should immediately give out information about the location his commander. The boys pretended not to notice him. Lin said that they were repeating for the umpteenth time that they didn't know where their commander was, and they themselves wonder where he goes. The messenger said that he was given a strict order, and in case of non-compliance, Chris would be arrested. Daki threw an axe at the messenger, the weapon flying past his head. Ellis said she was sorry for her friend. Because when he drinks, he becomes a psycho. Daki said the messenger is too noisy, adding that he had one more axe left. Ellis asked frankly if they knew where Chris was now. Lin replied that he knew, and he told them to just wait. He also said that he went to a meeting with some beauty. Chris walked over to the door. The guard told him not to linger, and when he was done, let him leave immediately. The girl said that she did not receive guests, and asked the stranger to leave. Chris asked why she let herself be caught, because she could have escaped. The girl realized from the voice that it was Chris, and could not believe it. Chris thought she had a very pretty face even though she was all dirty. He understood why the guards called her a beauty. The girl said her name was Rachel, and she was number 26 in Night Dagger. And without a proper name, she trained to become a mercenary. However, the name is Rachel, she is heard an infinite number of times in her dreams. After that, she wondered who she was, number 26, or still Rachel. One day, she met a seer. He was blind and she took him for a liar. But the seer said that in the arms of the night she would die from dark blue flame. She didn't care about her own death. She only wanted to know if she was Rakhen or number 26 before she died. She asked the seer how to dodge the dark blue flames. There was a way, but she did not use it because of the words of the seer. Rachel added that the seer said that the dark blue flame tell her her real name. Chris asked if that dark blue flame was him. Rachel replied to her mother with dark blue hair and golden eyes. Rises above all after meeting with the sword of the night. That's all the seer told her. Rachel asked if she could get out of here. She added that now she wants to be close to Chris. He replied that for the time being she would not leave the cell. Chris knew he couldn't trust Rachel's friendly appearance to keep her close to him. However, there is no doubt about her skills, and he was sure that she would be very useful in combat. Chris said that if she pledged allegiance to him, then when the time comes, he will send a man after her. Until then, she'll have to be patient. Rachel replied that she would swear if she had to. As Chris was leaving, Rachel asked if he could tell her his name. Chris replied that, if required. Vihane Ludwig greeted Count Elegwan, thanking, for what he has done, such a long journey. Count Elegwan replied that he expressed his condolences due to the death of the hero of the outskirts. Earl Elegwan said that he asked for a sudden visit without warning. He added to reward the heroes for their deeds in the past battle and inform him that he plans to officially inherit the status of the Count. Count Elegwan asked if he could stay here for a few days. Vihane Ludwig replied that it would be an honor for him. Vihane thought that the negotiator Elegwan himself had personally come here to simply pass on some insignificant news. He thought the Count was up to something. Vihane was told that Chris Squire made a full recovery and returned to service. Vihane was pleased with such a message. Strick asked what he was here for, Mr. Vihane. He replied that enough chatting, and asked to quickly take him to Chris. Vihane thought he could finally get him, and now he won't run away. If he grants him a knighthood, using the Count's powers, he will have nowhere to run. Vihane told Chris that he personally came to see him. After a moment, he was surprised. Count Elegwan said that they met again. And it's only for the best, because he needs to say something. He added that all the preparations, they will take over. And Vihane will need to come to the royal palace in 15 days. Count Elegwan said that by order of the third prince, he is taking Chris to the palace. Vihane wanted to object. Count Elegwan told Chris that he was under someone's command. Chris replied that it was. Count Elegwan said that he couldn't believe that the person the third prince admired was a knight-level vassal. He added that he was even considering blooming Chris with his daughter because she was long overdue for marriage. He laughed. Chris knew what was about to happen in County Ludwig, and what would become of those lands. So, it's time to leave here. The war made him realize something. Even though he can't change the future, what has to happen will still happen. Count Elegwan said that Vihane never learned to hide his emotions. He added that, before going to the royal palace, Chris was by his side. Because it would be safer for him. Chris knew that the third prince would send someone from a high position after him, but he could not even imagine that it would be Count Elegwan. The reason why Count Elegwan is so active against the order of the third prince is because he wants to limit the power of Duke Kabi's, which at the moment strengthens its position in the royal palace. Chris wasn't sure if he could get any benefit from just babbling in front of him. Chris said it was a herbal policy, and he comes in here often. He asked the Count if he was bored. Count Elegwan replied that there was no and he was just interested in Chris' daily routine. Count Elegwan said that, as expected, his skills were top-notch. He asked Chris if he really also collects herbs, making medicines out of them. Chris replied that he had worked hard in his time to develop a cure for tuberculosis. Chris knew that now there was only one thing left, because at the end of the battle he found out that he had accumulated enough experience points. And now he was sure that his body had changed again, and he wanted to test himself. Gian told Chris that he had heard that he was leaving this place. Chris asked if he wanted to stop him. Gian replied that Chris wasn't one of those people who could just be stopped. He asked if he would lose consciousness, as in the last duel. Chris replied that Gian would be surprised by his strength. Gian noticed that Chris really grew up. After all, before that, from one murderous energy he fainted. Gian said he really got to know Wise. Chris replied that it was too early to be surprised. Gian rushed into the fray, with the basics that he would not be held back. He thought Chris parried the blow and didn't even think to dodge. That was commendable. Chris noticed that Gian's speed and strength reached the third stage. However, now he felt a second change in his body. Chris parried Gian's blow again, and Gian thought it was the second blow he parried. Gian realized that it was not luck, and he really repelled his third blow. Chris realized that he could predict his opponent's attacks. It was something like a sixth sense. Chris thought that if he continued to only repel attacks, then his hands would not be able to cope. Chris went on the attack, realizing that Gian was not his opponent, and he must put all his efforts into the next attack. Gian was fast and was able to dodge all of Chris' attacks. Gian said that Chris is doing well. Chris wondered if his spear would be able to deal with Gian this time, then he struck. Chris couldn't believe that he was able to catch his spear with his hands. Gian said he underestimated him a bit. Chris realized that he had achieved the fourth stage, the stage of the Superman. Count Elegwan thought that things were done here, and he managed to find a way to scout the situation. Vihane, as the rumors say, is nothing special, so it would be better to leave him in the noble faction. Gian had already sworn allegiance to Vihane, and he did not notice that he had any hidden intentions. Earl Elegwan thought that he even got his target, namely Squire Chris. Count Elegwan asked Chris if she was embarrassed. He replied that he seemed to be a little overzealous in a duel. The Count asked if everything would be all right, because tomorrow, he was going to the royal capital. Chris replied that he was just a little swollen. Ellis said to Chris that he's been hard to see lately. She added that Lynn told her everything. And she asked if he really would do that. Chris replied that yes, because he had already planned it for a long time. Ellis said she had come to convey the words of her father. He told Chris not to look down on royalty, not thoughtlessly draw his sword, and watch his tongue. Chris replied that he had everything under control. Ellis said she would just try to come back as a cripple. He replied that these were very kind words, especially at parting. He added that when they next train, she will become his wife. Count Eladwan and Vihane agreed to meet at the royal palace. Count Eladwan thought that Chris was seriously worried, because he grew up in a simple village. He thought that this guy might be a cunning fox, but time will test all this. The people cheered for their hero. Chris said he thought the people had gone a little overboard in greeting. Count Eladwan replied that rumors spread at the speed of light. The prince began to greet Chris, telling everyone to step aside because he could punish them. Chris said that he welcomed the noble and wise prince. Eddick asked to skip the formalities. The prince asked if Chris liked the food. He replied that he had not eaten so much appetizing food for a long time. The prince said to eat him a night as much as he could. Chris thought he hadn't made a promise or an oath yet, and he was already calling him a knight. He was starting to feel a little guilty. Chris was warned that the meeting with the king would take place in 4 days. Third Prince Eddick said he was busy today, so Chris shouldn't have looked for him. He added that Chris should not be offended, since he did not take him with him. Chris told His Majesty not to worry. Chris thought it was time to look around. The guard asked where he was going. Chris replied that he wanted to look around a bit. The guard said that Oberkammerger said that you want to be alone is not safe, and he needs an escort. Chris replied that this was an order from the third prince. And he asked if His Majesty would really forbid him to go outside. The guard said that they had not received any instructions and the order of His Majesty is above all for them. Chris went out the door and told them to tell him he got out by force. He added that this is exactly how they should be answered. Chris noticed that the members of the royal faction were worried. Obviously, someone wanted him not to get close to the aristocrats. Both sides wanted him more than he thought. Chris knew that if he did not make mistakes, he would be able to take advantage of this situation. Chris saw the spices and said he wanted to buy a little bit of everything. Chris asked if the salesperson knew a trader named Yavrian. The seller replied that, judging by the name, she was wearing it from these parts. He remembered that he had heard that a man from the south was trading outside the outer gates of the fortress. The merchant said that this thing is very expensive, and he only sells it for gold. One of the buyers asked what he had from these candles, because the city is already illuminated with the help of magic. He added that the seller had already tried to bring them here, then he would take each one from him, for 1 copper coin. The merchant replied that he did not accept copper coins, but only gold. Chris asked the old man what was the matter. The old man replied that some man was trying to appropriate the goods of the child. Chris added why he wasn't going to do anything. The old man replied that the Manhwa man. Chris didn't know who it was, but it looks like he's in charge here. He thought that perhaps he would observe, since this solution is the best possible. Chris thought that this organization would be very influential in the field of foreign trade in the future. White Flay is an independent armed organization. Chris was wondering how the girl, the future mistress of White Flay, would get out of this situation. The man shouted at the girl that she knew nothing about this world. And in general, she should be grateful, already for the fact that her goods are bought. The girl took out a knife and said not to approach her. Chris thought it was the worst decision in this situation. The man laughed, and said that she was the first to draw a weapon. Chris thought that in a fight between a girl and 3 big men, the outcome is obvious. Since he knows the future, Yavrian will not die now. Although he understood that because of him, the future could change. In any situation, Chris could not stand aside when this happened in front of him. He asked the men if they seriously wanted to attack the little girl together. One of the men said that Chris is a very caring guy. The man stabbed with his sword, but Chris managed to dodge it. He broke the man's hand. The man said that he understood everything, and it would not happen again. Chris replied that he had had enough and wished him sweet dreams. He asked who was next. Chris added that they could all attack together. A boy from the crowd called out that it was Chris Squire. The man said that this is the same man whose detachment of 4 people stopped the 2,000th army. The 2 men begged Chris to forgive them, saying that this would not happen again. Chris thought that he did not expect such a turn of events, but the main thing is that everything ended well. Chris asked the girl how she was, but she didn't answer. The 3rd prince, Edic, asked Chris what he was doing here. Chris asked how he knew. The prince replied that the guards had told him. Then he added why the men on the road sleep. The 3rd prince, Edic, said that he needed to talk to Chris, and he should follow them. After all, there are a lot of those who want to challenge him to a duel. The prince said that they underestimated his knight too much, and that was why he had prepared a place. Chris asked if he promised someone a duel. The 3rd prince, Edic, said that he is a knight level wiser, which means that he is very strong. He added that Chris would definitely keep the victory. After all, he could not imagine that his knight could lose. The prince said that Chris would meet his father soon, and asked what he wanted. Chris replied that he had a dream, and once in his childhood he had a dream, and he thought that if he had an earth. The prince said that if he wanted territory, then it could be arranged. He added that he would give him the richest and most spacious land he had. Chris replied that he could not dream of such a thing, an ordinary earth was enough for him. He added that he once told His Highness that he would bring him the first stronghold of the 8 gates, and that promise is still stored deep in his heart. Chris said that he first wants to prove his abilities by fixing the kingdom's problems. Chris answered the prince's question by saying that he wanted Framont's land. The 3rd prince, Edic, was shocked by this answer, since this earth was abandoned. The former owner of the land, Framont, became too religious, and began to conduct unknown rites underground, kidnapping people. From there, the smell of blood did not stop, as a result of which the monsters ran there and destroyed everything. The 3rd prince, Edic, said that since Chris wants land, he is going to become an aristocrat, but he promised to be his knight. Chris replied that he had learned from Count Eledwin that there were 2 forces in the palace at the moment. In his opinion, Framont should have been an excuse to show that he could be in the royal faction. And if the prince allows it, then Chris would like to help. The prince said he would think. His Highness was informed that the chief heir, the head of the faction of aristocrats, Duke Bantaram Rolf Gabush, had arrived. He asked his nephew for forgiveness for not having time to change clothes. The servant asked the Duke of Bantaram, "Is it possible to come to the prince's palace in this form?" Not only was he covered in blood, but also with a weapon. Duke Bantaram replied that even if he wanted to kill the 3rd prince, no one would have stopped him. Even his older brother King Serki is unable to resist his will. And he, more than anyone else, sacrifices himself for the sake of the country. Duke Bantaram added that even if God descends from heaven, it will be the same. Chris couldn't believe it, thinking that how he allows himself to speak like that in front of the prince, even if he is the main heir. He couldn't understand just how strong the Duke's powers were. Chris noticed the Duke's energy, and that he was also a wiser level knight. Chris knew not to let the Duke overwhelm him with energy, and he urgently needed to recover. Chris told Duke Bantaram that he didn't think his jokes were so rude. He replied that Chris is very brave, just like a hero. After which, Duke Bantaram asked why he would kill his nephew. And he added that it was just a joke. The 3rd prince, Edic, asked his uncle what business he was here for. Duke Bantaram ignored his nephew. He told Chris that he had heard that he was the youngest knight-level Vaser, and that he would soon be 17. Duke Bantaram added that he only became a Vaser at the age of 25. The 3rd prince, Edic, realized that his uncle had come here for Chris. He began to say that this was his man. Duke Bantaram asked Chris what she promised him, the royal family. And so that they do not promise money, a beautiful girl, or glory, he will give more. He suggested that Chris come over to his side, he will give him time to think. Chris realized that Duke Bantaram was ready to do anything for the sake of selection, good people. For the first time, he felt that as a place that was not a battlefield, it was so tense. Duke Bantaram, was the owner of a powerful fortitude and appearance, which from birth collects the views of people. It was such a person that Chris dreamed of becoming, or rather a monarch. The third prince, Edic, took the initiative. He said that he would give Chris the Fromment lands, and for this, he would make any promises to his father. It took place in the royal palace of Circe. The king was introduced to Chris' squire, who defended the eastern ramparts. King told Chris to raise his head. Chris was a little confused that there was no strong spirit in the voice of the king. Chris noticed that the king's eyes were cloudy and his face was wrinkled. At a glance, it is clear that he was sick. Chris couldn't believe that this man was the king who had ruled Circa for several decades. Chris understood that there was a reason why the Duke was increasing his power every day. In that case, Chris thought, the man on the other side was the true leader of the royal faction. He was the first prince to be called Decilios Cercato Gabus. The king told Chris that he was too small for a battlefield hero. He asked if Chris could hold a spear. Duke Benterim said that more than one person died at the hands of Chris, deceived his appearance. First Prince Decilio added that Chris was the youngest Ricker level washer and defender who saved the fortress wall with 3 more soldiers. He added that one should not judge only by appearance. The king said that he had heard about the exploits of Chris. And as far as he knew, he was going to ask for something, namely Fromment land. The faces of Decilio and Benterim changed in expression. They could not understand why he needed such dead lands. Chris replied to the king that it was these lands he wanted to ask for. And if he makes those lands his own, he wants to farm there and help people. Duke Benterim was surprised at Chris' unpredictability, and wondered what would happen next. Duke Benterim told the king to agree. And if he alone can restore Fromment, then they will get rid of unnecessary problems. And it will only be for the better. The first prince, Decilio, thought that if the duke took Chris' side, it meant that he had some plans. The king gave Chris permission to occupy Frontment's land. Then he said that he was giving Chris' squire the title of Baron, and giving him the name Fromment. The third prince, Edic, told Chris that now he had the cool name Fromment. Chris replied that it was all thanks to the prince. The prince said that they needed to get to the training ground quickly. Everything was ready. Chris thought that even though he became an aristocrat, he was treated the same way as before. Chris could not believe that the third prince, Edic, had brought the first prince, Decilio, with him. He noticed that even the knights of the royal guard had gathered to look at him, and realized that there was a very strong interest in him. The opponent told Chris that he had heard that he was very good at martial arts, but as far as intelligence was concerned, he was no match here. He introduced himself by saying that he was the firstborn of the Viscountry of Basin, and his name was Maid. Chris realized that he was not recognized here, and asked Maid if he uses a sword. Maid replied that he was using the ball. And he thought about what he had ruined, about his first impression, since he was higher in rank than Chris. Maid said that he had heard that Chris was using a spear. And he asked why he needed a sword, because he had to fight with a spear. Chris replied that he had a very long tongue, and he would not repeat it a second time. Then he told Maid to attack. Maid introduced himself and said that, being one of the swordsmen, he challenged him to a duel. Chris said that he was the first knight of Fromment, Baron Chris Fromment, and accepted his challenge. Maid thought that Chris was thinking that everyone can become a knight, and now they will see which one of them is a real knight. Maid began to pick up speed in order to attack Chris. Chris thought that his impaling strike was delivered immediately after the rune-up, and it was not bad. Chris saw that Maid changed direction very quickly and thought that the royal squad of knights was on a completely different level. However, it was not worth being arrogant ahead of time. After that, Chris knocked him down. Maid tried to stay on his feet, thinking that if he fell, it would be a shame. Chris stabbed him in the neck and won the fight. After that, he asked Maid that on the battlefield, he would also show off his skills. Chris started yelling that the royal knights weren't putting their lives on the line in battle. The knights were furious at what they heard and couldn't believe it. Chris said he's declaring himself a knight right now. Chris added that he wanted those present here to witness that he would become a knight. And those who had claims had to raise their sword, and he would prove his words to them. Most of the knights wanted to teach Chris a lesson and agreed to fight him. On this day, he fought 28 knights. 5 had a broken arm, 3 had a leg, and 2 had a skull. Whereas Chris never dodged their punches. Chris asked if Wihane had arrived. He was told by a servant that Wihane had officially received the status of an earl today. An agreement was also signed on the reception of migrants from the territory of Ludwig. Count Wihane took care of that. The third Prince Edic came through the door and said that the rumors had already spread everywhere. He added that in 28 fights, Chris won 28 victories. It was the battle of an invincible knight against the Knights of Fence. The third Prince Edic said that it was pleasant to look at Chris, and he have a good time at the reception. A man stood at the door and told Lady Agatha that he had come and wanted to see her pretty face. The brother asked his sister Agatha not to go there. But she replied that he knew there was no other choice. Lady Agatha thought that from their dead parents, they only inherited debts. And even her only younger brother is very ill, so she must act. She told her brother that she would be back soon. One of the girls said that it was Baron Mayhew himself. The second said that he was as handsome as in the rumors, and today the place next to him will go to her. The first girl said that Marquis Zickel was walking there, and that meant only one thing. That with him came the most beautiful girl Circe, whose name was Amelia Zickel. Baron Mayhew told Marquis Zickel that he was glad to see him. The Marquis replied that he was also glad to see him. A moment later, Baron Mayhew said that Lady Amelia had become even more beautiful. He thought that the Zickel family did not yet have an heir. This meant that once he got Amelia, he could take the entire estate and the Zickel family's money. The servant has spoken. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the most prominent persons of tonight. Keeper of the Eastern Wall of Circe, Count Wihane Ludwig. And the next guest, the hero of the battlefield, the youngest knight level wiser, the Baron of the Frontment lands, Chris Frontment. Chris told Wihane to let him greet him with a new name and title. Wihane replied that he had risen well in his career. However, how could he choose Frontment lands? Wihane said he wanted to give advice to Chris, out of an old friendship. He added that if he is dismissive of secular circles then. Wihane, as always, was killed and it was Earl Alongwan. Count Alongwan said that he doubted that Chris, the man he knew, had changed his clothes. Chris replied that he could not have changed so much in 10 days. Zickel approached Chris and said he didn't expect to see the hero of the battlefield in person. Chris replied that he was very pleased to meet him. Chris apologized to everyone nearby and said that for the first time he was at such a holiday. After which, he asked if he could go and look around. Marquis Zickel replied that, of course, they could not take care of him at all. A girl came up to Chris. She said her name was Margaret Bale. Chris said he was pleased to meet you and introduced himself to Milady. Margaret Bale said that everyone here knows his name. She added that he looks better than she expected. Chris saw the one he was looking for and asked Margaret who the master was. Margaret replied that it was Baron Holben, and he was a usurer. She said that it was better not to mess with him, because nothing good would come of it. He divorced 3 times, and there were rumors that he beat his last wife. Mayhew approached them and asked how they were tonight. Chris replied that it was the first time he was at such a luxurious reception, and it all felt like a dream. Baron Mayhew said that he would soon need to choose a partner for the dance, and asked who he would choose. Chris looked at Margaret and said he didn't even know. Suddenly, Amelia said that she was also wondering who he would choose. After that, she introduced herself to Chris. He replied that it was an honor for him to meet the first beauty Circe. Baron Mayhew said he was surprised that Amelia introduced herself first. She replied that new faces attracted attention. Chris told the girls that he would be right back. Each of them wanted his attention. Baron Holben told Agatha that she was cheating again, and if she continued to do so, he would get angry. Agatha replied that he was too drunk and asked him to stop. Baron Holben said that if she came tonight, he would pay all her debts. He added that she should at least think of her younger brother, who was very ill. Agatha said that he wanted to deceive her, and her patience came to an end. After these words, she hit Baron Holben with a bottle. Agatha added that it is not up to you to deceive yourself, to some pervert who constantly spreads his hands. Baron Holben began to threaten Agatha and say that tonight he would burn down her house. Chris intervened and told Baron Holben that if he made any more mess, he would have to take responsibility for it. Chris asked him to think about behavior. Baron Holben was terribly frightened. He couldn't understand why his body felt so heavy. Agatha asked for forgiveness from Baron Froment. She said that she was very ashamed, but that she made such a mess at a reception in his honor. Chris replied that everything is in order and she should calm down. Chris jerked his hand sharply and said that it was an impressive cross swing. Agatha did not understand what he was talking about. Chris, like a gentleman, extended his hand to her and asked if he could ask Lady Agatha to dance. There were a lot of people in the dance. They all looked very joyful, and Chris and Agatha danced between them. Chris looked at Agatha and said that she dances very well. Agatha told him that she had a very strict dance teacher. Chris was surprised to ask Agatha if she was still in the Vis country, Yonavan, and Agatha answered Chris that she did not stay there, she stayed with her younger brother. Chris wanted to ask why she came without her younger brother. Agatha said that he was ill, so now he is resting at home. Agatha also added that initially the brother planned to become an outstanding knight, but the disease that he had every day became more and more painful for him. Chris looked at Agatha with a joyful grin, and thought that he would finally meet Agatha's brother. The next day, Chris got to the city, and met his old acquaintances. The third prince, Edwick, approached Chris and asked why he had arrived so early, and was he really going to go to Agatha's house. Chris told him that Edwick constantly asks to entertain himself, and therefore does not want him to go to Agatha's house. The prince happily looked at Chris, and asked if he would like to go with him, if Chris of course does not mind. A servant asked Prince Edwick if he should prepare a carriage. Prince Edwick gladly answered the servant, and asked for 2 horses, and said that he takes the strongest knight with him as a protector. Chris laughed when he heard this, and said that the prince praised him. Prince Edwick and Chris were driving through a dense forest. The prince began to ask Chris about the girl, and why he liked her so much, saying that she was not so beautiful in his opinion. Chris answered the prince, saying that female charm lies not only in appearance, and in Chris' eyes she was very attractive. After driving quite a long way, Edwick asked Chris if he knows the way. Chris confidently said that he knows it. Edwick looked at Chris and said that he was overwhelmed with enthusiasm for this trip, and very glad that he would get to Agatha's house. Suddenly, Lady Agatha falls to the ground and starts screaming loudly. In front of her, Agatha sees 3 bandits who told her that she could not get away with what she did, and she dishonored them. One of the bandits said that he had been waiting for quite some time already, and told her to pay off all the debts right now. Agatha replied to the bandit, saying that she could not do this, since she was in poverty, and now she had no money. The bandit told Agatha that her impudence in her actions was manifested, and if she does not have money, then they will act differently. Suddenly, in order to protect Agatha, her brother shouted stop and told the bandits to remove their hands. Her brother was weak, but he was willing to fight for his sister to protect her. Agatha called out to her brother named Lois to run here and protect her, and the bandits began to approach her brother to bring him to her sister. But Lady Agatha understood that her brother was exhausted, and did not want to give him offense to the bandits. Lady Agatha wept at the position she was in now, and the bandits mocked her, and thought that she was not able to protect her brother. One of the bandits said that he should have thought about his actions earlier when he treated Agatha well. Suddenly, the bandit heard a voice from behind. The stranger asked how much Agatha owes the bandits. It was Chris. Agatha did not expect to see him here and asked what he was doing here. The bald bandit began to approach Chris. Not knowing how strong a warrior he was, he asked who he was, and how dare he interfere in the affairs of the Baron. The Baron told one of the bandits that he couldn't handle Chris in a fight. The Baron looked at Chris with a languid look, and asked why he was asking for the money she owed, and if he wanted to pay for her. Chris answered in the affirmative. He said that this information reached the Baron very quickly. Chris said that he would deal with all the debts of the Yolnavan family, and that they would no longer be poor. The Baron looked at Chris indignantly. He did not understand why Chris wanted to do this. But the Baron quickly removed his displeasure, and said that he only needed money anyway. He said that the Yolnavan family owed him 10 platinum eagles, and he asked Chris if he could pay such a large amount. Chris thought about it, and realized that it was a whole 1,000 gold coins, and this is a very huge debt. He told the Baron that he was using an IOU. The Baron asked Chris why he should believe that he would fulfill his promise and pay the debt. Prince Edwick asked him if he could serve as a guarantee for the Baron. The Baron was surprised, and after jumping up he asked the prince if this was really Prince Edwick. The prince told the Baron that if he was not satisfied with the guarantee of the prince, then he himself could pay the debts of this family. Chris replied to Prince Edwick with a smirk that he himself would decide everything. Prince Edwick asked the Baron if he had a claim against them. The Baron and his servants left angry and without money, while Prince Edwick and Chris left happy and joyful after helping the family out of debt. Chris greeted Lady Agatha. Lady Agatha asked Chris why did he pay the debt for her sake. The gentleman enthusiastically replied to Agatha that he could not leave such a beautiful girl in trouble. Chris also added that Agatha is very beautiful when she cries, but when she laughs, she looks even more charming, so he asked her to stop crying. Agatha's brother got up from the ground and yelled at Chris to get away from his sister. Chris looked at Agatha's brother Lois, and told him that he was pleased to meet you, and introduced himself to him. He also asked Lois that it was he who planned to become a knight, but gave up this business as soon as he was struck by illness. Lois indignantly asked him how he knew this. Chris began to remember that in the past they spent a lot of time together, and if Lois had not been struck down by tuberculosis, then he would have achieved such heights that Chris would not dare to look Lois directly in the eyes. The Baron handed Lois a sack of unknown contents. Lois doesn't understand what it is and asked Chris what it could be. Chris told him it was fish smell, an herbal cough remedy. Lois was very surprised, and asked the Baron why he was giving him such an expensive medicine. Chris didn't answer Lois' question, telling him that he was now heading for the lost Falmont lands, and he would do his best to make them habitable for humans. Louis looked at Chris with confusion. Chris added that it would be difficult for him to cope alone, and he needed helpers. Chris asked him if he wants to go with him. Lois looked at him confusedly, thinking that he was too weak for this. Chris also added that he would also take responsibility for Lois' older sister, and suggested that Lois start over. Lois said he promised Chris a life without regrets. Chris enthusiastically asked if Lois would draw her blade for him. Lois bowed to Chris as he knelt down. He said he would swear allegiance for the rest of his days. Chris looked at Lois enthusiastically, and thought it was great. Chris realized that he was no longer a petty soldier. And even now he was not Squire Chris, the hero of the battlefield. Suddenly, Chris meets his old friend. Her name was Yavrian. Chris looked at her, said that he would speak directly, and suggested that she go with him. Yavrian answered him. Why did she suddenly go with him, and why did he need her, and that Chris was some kind of suspicious. Chris told Yavrian that he was going to new lands and he would like her to trade there. After Chris said this to Yavrian, he realized that she would become White's boss. Flag. Without doing anything, initially he planned to just get to know her, and only then ask for help. But in the end, he realized that he would not miss more talents like Yavrian. Yavrian looked at Chris enthusiastically and told him that she welcomes only fair deals, and one promise is more important to her than 100 gold coins. He looked seriously at Yavrian, and said that he needed a person who would conduct transactions, taking these two phrases as his motto. And Yavrian's words were White's two strict rules flag. He extended his hand to Yavrian and told her to follow him, introducing herself to her as Chris Froment. He made a vow to himself that he would act like that man, like the monarch. Chris dined at the estate with Prince Edwick. Prince Edwick, starting to look at the food, thought. Chris asked him if he liked the food that he did not want to eat. Prince Edwick looked at Chris and asked him if he was leaving tomorrow. Chris looked into the prince's eyes and told him that he really was leaving, because he had been at this place for a very long time. The prince looked at Chris with a smirk, and asked him if he clung to Chris's leg, he would still leave. Edwick was surprised, and did not understand what to say in response. Only Chris, opening his mouth, wanted to say something in his defense. He saw something surprising for himself. The prince got up from the table and began to walk towards the exit. As Edwick left the room, he told Chris to set aside time for him tonight. Chris looked at the prince with incomprehension, thinking about what was happening to him. He did not look like himself, and asked him what business he is calling him for. The prince angrily replied to Chris that he did not have to tell him everything down to the smallest detail. Chris thought that he should have worried, even though the prince was in a bad mood. Chris sat in anticipation, and looked out the window where the moon sparkled. A courtier approached him and said that Prince Edwick was looking for him. The courtier took Chris to an unknown place for him. Chris feared for his life, as it was a rather dark corridor, and he did not think that there was such a place in the palace. Chris visibly began to worry, and realized that something was wrong here, wondering why the prince called him here at such a time. Chris imagined Prince Edwick tying him up to keep him from going anywhere, and he couldn't leave. When he imagined it, he understood that such a brawler as Edwick was quite capable of such a thing. The courtier said that they had arrived at the meeting place. Chris looked at the old door in surprise, wondering why she was here. Through the door in a low voice, he said that he had arrived at the prince. And through the door, also in a quiet voice, he heard that he was told to come in. When Chris went out the door, he immediately plugged his nose with his hand, because it stank very terribly. He did not understand what kind of smell surrounded him. When Chris saw the prince asked him if it stinks for Chris. Chris asked the prince if it was really him. The prince looked at Chris with a grin, and said that he had to use eggs as paints. The prince himself was all smeared in paints. Chris looked at the prince in surprise, and asked him if he really used eggs as paints. Chris began to look around. When he realized that everything was safe, he saw the pictures around him and wondered who painted them. He asked Prince Edwick if he painted these pictures himself. The prince enthusiastically answered him that no one could draw these pictures except him. The prince said that he had almost no friends, and almost no one knows about his hobby. He started to draw to kill time, but then it dragged him on. Looking again at the paintings, Chris said that the prince, in his opinion, is excellent at drawing. The prince, not expecting such an answer, asked if he was serious. Suddenly, Chris discovered something amazing for himself that he did not expect to see. It was here. One painting caught his eye. It was so famous that even such an oak in art as Chris recognized it. It was the work of the brilliant artist Emol, called The Race. Chris said it was a painting, but the prince interrupted him, saying that he painted it recently, and it took a long time to complete. As far as Chris knew, the third prince suddenly began to cover his tracks after a few years. No one could find him, so in the end the people began to think that he had died. But suddenly everything happened differently, that if His Highness simply decided to hide his real identity and live like an artist, Chris wondered. Chris realized that if his assumptions are correct, then this spoiled prince is actually the great artist Emol. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the prince, saying that he seemed to like this picture. Enthusiastically, the prince looked at him, asking if he really liked this picture. Chris answered him that it was indeed a very beautiful picture, and it was amazing. The prince was surprised to accept his compliment, asking him if he really thought so, told him to tell the truth, and he would not be offended by Chris's words. He replied to the prince that if he did not believe in his words, then he could prove it to him. The prince looked at Chris in surprise, and asked how he could prove it. He leaned closer to the prince, asking him if he was interested in how much this painting was selling for. The prince looked at Chris with excitement, and said that it sounded tempting, and he would entrust this picture to him, and he believes that he will receive a good bag of money for it. The prince told Chris to come over and that he had a present for him. Suddenly, the prince handed Chris an item wrapped in cloth. Chris did not understand what it was. When Chris unwrapped the cloth in which the item was wrapped, the prince said that it was a magical weapon called Bluish. He said that it contained the sorcerer's mana. The prince asked Chris if he would be able to be called a knight-level wiser without a good weapon. Chris bowed in front of the prince, and said that he was sincerely grateful to him for such a generous gift. The prince looked at Chris and said that he trusted his picture and this spear to him, and Chris told him to believe in him. Chris and his team started heading out on a new journey, although it was very far away, and Chris said that it would take them about 2 months to get to their destination. Caring for Lady Agatha, he said that he would help her, and she thanked him. Agatha's brother Lois, because he did not trust Chris to the end, said that he would go ahead. But Chris did not tolerate such behavior from Lois, and ordered him to get inside the carriage and focus on restoring his health. Lois listened to him. The Baron began to get into the carriage, and sat in front. After all, it was more convenient for him to ride. Chris and his team went to explore the new lands. The first thing they went to Orphanage. Their journey took exactly 2 months. The road was very difficult, and they realized that they were near their destination. In the distance they could already see the city to which they had traveled for so long. Suddenly, Chris saw with his own eyes what he didn't expect to see when he arrived. He said wait as a companion, and decided to scout the situation. On his way there were green monsters who decided to attack his team and the carriage. Lois, seeing that the monsters were attacking, said to let Chris fight with him, but Chris told him to protect the girls. Chris, with incredible courage, began to attack the green monsters, and said that it was time for him to warm up a bit. Pieces of monsters flew off in different directions, and it was not even difficult for Chris to kill them. It only landed a light blow, and already killed most of the monsters. For Chris it was obvious that this spear was reinforced with magic. The monsters began to move towards the carriage with the girls and Lois, but Chris bravely killed everyone. Suddenly he heard his name was unknown. Chris was delighted when he saw that his name was old acquaintances. They asked him if he was driving here for too long. The guards asked Chris if he was, and he answered them that he was now Baron Fromment. They replied that this was great news and congratulated him. They couldn't believe that he had now become an aristocrat. Suddenly, the guards found a carriage full of people and asked who they were. Lois and his sister Agatha were the first to leave. They introduced themselves and said that the Baron took them under his wing. After that, Yavrian came out, went up to the guard and introduced herself. The guard also introduced herself to her, saying that his name was Daki. One of Chris's buddies said that first they need to get out of here, because it's not safe here. Chris asked him why it's dangerous here. The friend turned to him, and with a wary look said that he would tell the details later. Chris and his team decided to have a rest. They lit a fire and Chris started to prepare food for the whole team. When his team tried the dish he cooked, they said that it was very tasty, and the Baron cooks great. Chris asked his friend how the situation is in the area and how dangerous it is. The friend told him that only goblins were left in the area, and there are more than 1,000 of them. Lin said that he had a mission to deal with the monsters in the Fromment estate. At first he thought it would be easy. But when he and his team reached the goblin lair, he changed his mind. After all the goblins ran away. These creatures attacked everyone in a row, and decided to hide. Most likely they had a very smart leader. Chris was surprised by what he heard, thinking what kind of leader can goblins have. He believed that this was an unusual monster. Suddenly, Chris heard his old friend. He recognized the pumpkin, his beloved pet. The pumpkin immediately pounced on Chris, and began to be affectionate towards him. Lint said that Chris's friend had grown very much during the absence of the Baron. Chris's pet was happy to be next to him. Chris asked him if everything was fine, and asked if he would go for a walk with him. The pet barked, and thus answered yes to Chris' proposal. He looked at the pumpkin, and asked if he should sit on it, since he knew that due to the size of the pet, he could put it on himself. The pumpkin nodded at him in response. When Chris sat on the pet, he did not expect that the speed of his movement would be so fast, and he asked to stop. Chris and Pumpkin headed towards the goblin-ravaged city to scout the area. They looked at the city ruins with surprise, and realized that this place was completely abandoned, and nothing whole was left here. The place inside the fortress, which was once equipped by the owner of the estate for the sake of performing the ritual of sacrifice, was also destroyed. And Chris remembered that there was an underground altar. After all, if such a huge number of goblins suddenly disappeared, then Chris realized that only two options were possible. He realized that they either ascended to the sky, or went underground, through the hatch he found to the underground altar. Chris opened the hatch, and saw there a ladder along which one could go down to the underground altar. Suddenly, a huge number of goblins began to crawl out of the underground tunnel that Chris had opened. The guards immediately rushed to his aid, and with fury began to kill the goblins. Chris asked the docs not to kill them right in front of the entrance, otherwise they won't be able to get inside. Lynn told Chris that he had a task to start a fire and destroy all the crawling creatures. In any case, thanks to the team, all the goblins fled to one place. I won't be able to kill absolutely everyone. Chris and his team believed that they had dealt with all the goblins, and were ready to head into the underground tunnel to the altar. To their surprise, when they entered the cave, they saw that there was absolutely no one in the cave. Diggo assumed that they had fled through the passage and pointed at him with his finger. Chris offered to block this passage and go outside. Diggo asked him in surprise why they would not chase the monsters. Chris looked at the passage and realized that it leads to a mountain called the Blade of the Forest, so it will take a lot of effort and time to catch all the goblins. Lind was asked what about the migrants. He replied that he told them to come, but he did not know if they would come after the news about the monsters, and besides, these lands were an infertile earth. Chris told Lind that it's okay, because farming doesn't have to be a priority for them. A few days later, all the migrants came back to their territories, because the goblins were no more, and they did not threaten their lives. One of the people approached Lind and said that he had heard that they fought hordes of monsters, putting their lives on the line, and thanked them all for the effort and courage they showed in battle. The migrant also said that they would make these lands fruitful. Lind, when he heard the farmer's words, understood why Chris had sent them here in the first place. Chris said out loud that the migrants have come a long way to get here, and they must be very exhausted, but they need to prepare a temporary place to spend the night. Chris asked the migrants if there were people among them who could build houses or worked as carpenters, and many people raised their hand to help rebuild the city. A guy approached Chris and said that he can hunt, and even can build a house and make chairs. Chris thanked him for his interest, and told him to build a big house from the trees that are nearby. Also, Chris asked if there were any miners among all the people. The miners in the crowd raised their hand, asking if there was a place for mining iron ore. Another person replied that he knew that there was nothing here. Chris calculated how many miners were in the crowd. He realized that there were about 20 of them. He began to call Linda, Diggo and Doki, and told them to follow him. He suggested that they go somewhere. They began to head towards the rocky area. Diggo asked Chris if he should now be called the owner of the estate. Chris said that he didn't care, and let them call him whatever they want. Diggo asked Chris in bewilderment why did they come to the mountain of the Blade of the Sword. Chris enthusiastically replied that they would dig up grey gold. Diggo looked in surprise, and asked what kind of gold was the comma and is there gold in this mountain. After going quite a long way, Chris said that they are now in place. They arrived at a giant mountain, which had a secret passage hidden behind the trees, and that's where they were going to go. Chris told his team that if the goblins pop up, only hit the ones that pounce on them, the rest should be left behind. They saw a lot of stones unknown to them, which sparkled and shone brightly. They did not understand what it was. Chris plucked one of the stones and offered to eat it to his friend. The friend was surprised and asked how he could eat this stone. But with surprise, he tasted a small piece, and realized that it was salty, assuming that it was salt. Chris told him that it was true and that it was salt. It was the rock salt mine. A month later, the events took place in the city of Daybed. A stranger arrived at an herbal shop owner named Jack, brought him a bag of something unknown, and Jack thanked him. The stranger who came to the merchant's shop was called Murdoch. The merchant asked him if he knew any news about the master. Jack said that he knew that the master had gone to the royal palace. Murdoch replied to the merchant that he did not know any news, and loudly closed the door with him. Jack called Murdoch a brat. Passing through the city between people, Murdoch thought that he heard how the master began a new life on the barren land of Orphanage. He drove away all the monsters and accepted the settlers. Murdoch was alarmed and excited that the master did not call him with him. He did not do this because Murdoch was a robber. Murdoch thought that the master believed that he was unworthy of taking him with him. Murdoch realized that he would be better off on a fertile land, and he did not need these withered lands. The servant turned to Murdoch and said that some guest had come to him. An unknown guy came to Murdoch's estate. He said that he received an order from Baron Chris. Murdoch asked him what was the matter. The guy said that Chris asks Murdoch if he wants to go to a new land. Murdoch was dumbfounded by this. He did not expect such a turn of events. Murdoch thought that a lot of time had passed, and Chris just changed his mind. The guy also said that the departure will be in 3 days. If Murdoch goes, then he needs to come to the main gate. Leaving the Murdoch estate, the guy also said that the Baron asked to pass something else. The guy said that Chris asked me to tell Murdoch not to put himself down and do what he wants. Murdoch was stunned by what he heard. Suddenly, some noise began to be heard from the bushes. There was a green goblin. The arrow began to fly at him with staggering speed. The arrow hit the goblin right in the arm, and he squealed in pain. Lind and Chris went hunting for green goblins, and a goblin hiding in the bushes caught their eye. Lind was about ready to fire the decisive bow shot to kill the goblin. But the goblin abruptly began to run away. Stones began to fly out from under his feet from the speed of movement. Lind thought about it, and told Chris that he thought this hobgoblin was their leader, and should they let him go, he asked Chris. Chris smiled and told Lind not to worry. This hobgoblin was smart, so he didn't want to deal with them anymore. Chris was sure that he was gathering his gang and would leave the mountain and move to another place. Lind asked Chris if he wasn't afraid that they would dump them on other feudal lands. Chris said that's why he let Goblin go. Lind looked at Chris in surprise, and realized that he had some kind of plan in mind. But Chris, without showing any signs, said that they need to go down the mountain, because they still have a lot to do. Chris said if he knew that the head of the estate had so much trouble, he would not want to become one. People looked at Chris's friends with admiration. They were surprised that they could carry logs alone, which only 4 ordinary people could lift, but they understood that they received such strength because they constantly fought. Gradually, people from the estate, as well as Chris and his friends, began to build houses and rebuild the city. Chris said that it turned out better than he thought. The guy who built the house told him that they were in a hurry and built the house in a hurry. Suddenly, Chris noticed something and said that he had a new job. And immediately Chris went to fulfill it. Chris ran to help, because he saw how the man had a knee injury, and he wanted to help him. Chris sadly realized that his estate ran out of herbs, and he had to climb the mountain again to get them. But Chris was overjoyed when he saw a new resident of the estate approaching him, and it was Murdoch. Chris said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He apologized to Murdoch, and said that he would immediately have to get to work, because he did not have enough manpower. Murdoch told him that he could order anything, and he would do everything. Chris gave him a map of the location of the herbs, which is located in the district. He instructed the dead to go in search of herbs. Murdoch agreed to this task. The Baron also asked Murdoch if he knew how to make medicines. Murdoch did not expect such a question, replied that he did not know. Suddenly, a stranger appears in Chris's field of vision, who says that for 3 silver coins he can make a cure for him. The man turned out to be Jack, who owned a tavern in another town. He said he couldn't let go of his regular customer, and said they'd like to join and live with him on the estate and serve him. Again Chris turned his gaze and saw how his old acquaintances came to him at the estate. It was Tequila, Alice, Ralph, and their guards. The guards were the infantry, they were the soldiers who fought with them, there were 100 of them who were under their command, and they swore allegiance to Chris. The inhabitants looked at the soldiers and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they realized that they were not enemies. Suddenly, his old acquaintance named Strick also returned to his estate, and he asked about how Chris could leave without him. Strick told him that he certainly knew this would happen, but reality met his expectations, and if there was no discipline to see Chris as a leader in his estate, Chris told Strick that he remained just as curious. People looked at Chris and couldn't believe that he was the head of the estate. The Strick bowed before the Chris and swore his allegiance to him, saying that he would protect this land at the cost of his life. After that, 100 soldiers immediately bowed to him, and they also swore allegiance. Everyone knelt down before Chris, and greeted him as head of the estate. Suddenly, Lin began to approach Chris. He knelt before Chris, and began to ask the Baron to let him swear allegiance to Chris. Chris was surprised at this behavior of Lind, and said that he sincerely thanks everyone for believing in him. And Chris said he accepted their vow. Gathered all his subordinates to give everyone duties. Streak will be responsible for building the barracks and directing the martial arts. Yavrian will be responsible for the exchange of goods with the few in the area around the estate. Lois Yolnavan and Alice become Chris Skywars. They will be in charge of patrols and take turns. Lynn, Diggo, and Dox will assist Baxter in restoring the estate until he gives Chris other instructions. Strick told Chris that it would be very difficult to build a barracks right now, and he didn't have enough combat forces to put there, and when he starts mining rock salt, the situation gets even more complicated, Chris thought, and said that he plans to deal with rock salt later. Chris knew that it would not be possible to mine salt now anyway, since only the kingdom has the right to monopoly sale, and even if he is allowed to sell rock salt, he will still be taken a very large amount under the pretext of paying taxes. Strick told Chris that in order to solve such problems as food and replenishment of the combat forces, Chris interrupted the Streak, and asked why he was asking for money in such a veiled way. Chris told Streak to send an invitation to the local feudal lords, and the Streak asked him if he would like to invite other lords of the estates. Chris asked him if he offered to cover the whole fortress with gold. He said that now is not the time for such trifles. Lois with a smirk, and asked him why he looked so much worse than when he was sick. Lois saw the Baron and couldn't believe his eyes that he came. Chris said that whatever it was, the effect is great, so he needs to endure. The man who trained Lois told him not to feign and quickly ran, and Lois began to run. The coach said that although he accepted it at the request of Chris, he still does not like him. Chris told him not to worry, and Lois definitely has talent. The coach asked Chris what brought him here, because he knew that Chris is always very busy. Chris looked at the coach and said that now he came to him as a student. The Baron believed that he was standing still, he needed to improve his skills. Chris should not relax, and he knew this, because he understood that now his skills were not enough, and he would soon have to take a serious fight. He wanted to become even stronger, and asked the coach to share all his experience with him. The trainer said that he was worried that Chris would give up his training due to the fact that he became a feudal lord and the owner of the estate. The trainer suggested to go out with Chris to a duel once a day so that he could improve his skills and become stronger every day. Chris thanked a trainer named Tequila and accepted his offer to improve his own strength. A few days later, an unknown carriage began to approach the estate. In the carriage was a man whose name was Baron Vin Savnacht. He was with a serious expression on his face, and was waiting for him to open the gate so that he could call into the estate. The Baron thought that the hero of the battlefield is the youngest level washer knight and commoner who became an aristocrat, and it was Chris Fronmund. He wanted to look at him. At the estate of Baron Chris, they sat down at a huge table in order to eat. Chris thanked them for coming a long way. He introduced himself, and said he was glad to meet them. The Baron looked at him with disdain, thinking that this was the same sucker who had performed such serious feats, and he did not believe in it. Chris believed that it would be right, and he would eat the same as the inhabitants of the estate, so he served them the same table. His guests looked at the plate with displeasure, asking if he was really serious about the fact that they need to eat this. Another guest said that it really tasted good and started eating his food. Chris didn't expect to see Vihane, and for him it was a big surprise. Chris looked at all the barons, and realized that since they accepted his offer for a meeting, they wanted something from him. Chris reasoned that the Baron Savnak was the owner of the richest estate near the Faunomont. He did not know what to expect from him. He thought about the fact that perhaps the Baron wants to unite their lands into one joint city for profit. And suddenly, Chris made eye contact with the Baron's guard, and realized that he was a knight level wiser. He ate and speculated that perhaps he was the strongest knight in the Baron's army, and since the Baron had brought him here, he thought it was far from unity. But the most important person in this meeting was Viscount Dutch. Chris turns to him asking if he's been bothered by the goblins lately. Viscount said yes, indeed it is. The Viscount looked at Chris and asked him if he was running into conflict. His face was full of apprehension. Chris told him that he could help him solve this problem. The Viscount looked at him in surprise and asked if he could really help with this. Chris affirmatively said that he could help, asked for his help 30 gold coins a month. The Viscount was surprised. He did not think that Chris would offer him a deal, and considered that the amount was a bit large. Chris said that he would also get rid of the robbers who come to his estate every year. The Viscount looked at him with surprised eyes, asked how he knew about the robbers. Chris also added that he would not demand in advance, and would deal with gold after the completion of the case. Another baron immediately thought that Chris immediately found out everything about the local feudal lords. Another guest began to walk around the city, talking about why the father sent him here. His guard answered him that he was not sure that the owner sent him in order to get something, since the earth was abandoned. They thought that what diligent residents are here, and this estate will definitely flourish, that they quickly rebuilt everything, and before the onset of summer they will equip everything here to some extent. The Baron answered them with displeasure. What difference does it make? Because this earth is still barren and all efforts are in vain. The lady had already begun to patrol the city's districts. She looked after the inhabitants, and whether everything was in order in the city, and if there were any violations. She noticed how much the estate was changing, and admired it. Suddenly she heard someone's screams, and ran to help in order to save this person. She saw the Baron and his servants. They killed an innocent resident. She was dumbfounded by this view, and did not understand what to do in this situation. 2 barons stood in the fortress, and thoughtfully looked out the window, discussing something. Chris turned to the Baron with a question. He wanted to hear the reason why he came here in person. The Baron replied that he had come here because 100 soldiers and weapons had been stolen from his estate, and he did not think that Ludwig would sit idly by. Chris thought that the Baron was not serious, since he had not even ordered these soldiers to stay in his estate, much less steal weapons from another city. The Baron told him that it was a joke. He gives the soldiers to Chris as a gift, and he also added that he came not only for this reason, and said that his city of Daybed is very boring. Chris thought that he would like to fight Gian, but he felt that he was now too weak to do so. Meanwhile, Gian looked at Chris and challenged him to compete, saying that his hands were already itchy. Chris looked at Guyleen with a combative look and said it was a great idea. Unexpectedly, a guard burst into the fortress and started calling for Baron Chris. He apologized for disturbing them, and said that he urgently needed to go there, because something was happening on the Central Avenue now. Chris immediately ran to the Central Avenue, and said that he told on the way what happened. The lady looked at the cold corpse of the poor villager, and did not know what to do. The Baron started yelling at the residents, saying that this was not a show and chasing them away so they wouldn't see it. The lady blamed herself in her thoughts, because she thought that she did not have time to save a civilian, and she was very sorry about this, because this was her goal in this city. She asked the Baron why they killed a civilian, because he was from the estate. The Baron smugly said that the guards killed him because he gave them such an order, and added that the lady was very pretty, and asked her name. The lady introduced herself as Squire Ellis, and she was in charge of security in this city. The Baron said in a nasty voice that even Alice's displeased face he liked, and he asked her if she would like to spend the night with him. Alice responded defensively. She said that, as far as she knew, he came from Vance County, and asked for an explanation of the reason why he took the life of a resident of their estate. The Baron said that these questions bored him very much. The Baron said that the man who was killed broke the defense servant's arm and he didn't want to apologize to the servant, so he had to kill him. Alice asked the defense to go with him to find out the details of what happened. The Baron looked at her and said that she was very cheeky for a girl, and first she needed to defeat the guard, and if she did, then he would consider whether to go with her or not. Alice shouted to all the people to disperse, so that during the fight do not harm them. In the lady's mind, she knew that things were bad for her. When she unsheathed the sword, the situation would become even more complicated. But if she killed this cretin, then she would put Chris in a difficult position, and did not understand what to do. Alice remembered how she was trained by a trainer in the past. He told her that she was doing well, and had a very good training with him. Also, the coach added that she was strong enough to move on to the next stage. Alice couldn't believe it, and was very happy. The trainer said that also Alice would have more responsibility for her strength. She would need to be more careful. The lady became alert. The trainer told her that the life of a knight is not easy, and the sword she swings will have an impact on her and her surroundings. And when Alice has a situation where she has to make a difficult choice, she needs to remember the words of the coach so that she makes the right decision in a difficult situation. Alice realized that she needed to follow her faith. Because she made the right choice, she needed to fight the guard in order to defeat him, and justice in the city prevailed. And suddenly, the Baron's guard began to attack her and strike. She realized that her opponent was a knight protecting an aristocrat. She could not act recklessly. They clashed in sword fight, each of them inflicting one blow with his blade. The Baron's guard thought that he did not even see Alice's sword. He did not understand when she had time to swing and strike. Alice yelled out and asked what was wrong with the guard and said he was too slow. The guard began to strike back. He was ready to finish off Alice. She avoided the guard's blow and delivered a retaliatory and crushing blow to his body. He began to fall to the ground as if he were dead. Blood began to flow on the ground and soar in the air. The enemy was defeated. He did not expect that he could lose Alice. The Baron looked angrily at Alice, and asked her how she dared to kill his knight. Alice answered him, and said that he himself wanted to conduct this duel. Suddenly, on the horizon they saw Chris. He said that Alice well done. Chris and his friends approached the Baron, who ordered the man to be killed. They were stunned by what they saw. As Chris got closer, the Baron began to complain that Alice had killed his guard. Chris turned to the lady and asked her if this was true. She told him that it was an honest and fair duel that Baron Vance suggested. Baron Vance shouted that he was fighting so that Alice would be punished. Chris tried to listen to Baron Vance, but he saw that a man was lying on the ground. He immediately realized that he was dead, and said that a man who should not have died. He felt sorry for this innocent man, and he blamed only himself for this. Chris turned to Baron Vance, and said that his knight died in a fair fight, and he would pay for taking his man's life. Vance did not understand what Chris was saying. Chris told him that since they killed one person on his side, they should leave one person's head on theirs. Chris threw the sword at the Baron, and told him to pick it up. He challenged the eldest son of Count Vance to a duel. He did it for the sake of a man who unjustly lost his life, so he will not accept refusals. The spectators were shocked. The Baron uncertainly said that he had lost a knight who could replace him, and he would give him the opportunity to fight with a knight from his estate in the future. Chris shouted aggressively at the Baron's words. He was ready to kill him right there on the spot without a fight. Chris added that he was on his land, and what happened here will immediately end. Vance was very nervous. Sweat began to flow down his face. Chris told him to show his aristocratic spirit. The Baron was a coward, he did not want to accept the duel, and said that he would give a huge reward to the one who accepted the duel instead of him. Vance asked Baron Savnak to help him sometimes, he begged him to give his warrior for a duel. But Chris was unwavering, he ordered the Baron to take the sword and fight like a man. The Baron begged to be spared, he said he had never held a sword in his life. The Baron admitted that he made a mistake, and he will take full responsibility for himself, begging to forgive him. But Chris looked at the Baron with a brutal look, ordered him to take the ball and fight. The Baron started screaming, he said that it was just some commoner who died, and did not understand why Chris was so attached to him. With one blow, Chris beheaded the Baron for his deed. After killing the Baron, Chris said that the price of his people's lives is different from the rest. All the guests of Chris were shocked by his actions, they did not expect such an outcome of events. The Baron could not believe that Chris really killed him, even though the resident of his estate died, but for this he killed the aristocrat. He thought that Chris was going too far, and he couldn't close his eyes to it. Chris's team approached him, they said that the body of the Baron who was killed should be returned to his father, and restore relations at least for appearances. Chris said that he did not want to put up with them. Lynn said that in this case, a war would break out between the estates, and they would have to stop the army of Count Vance, being in a fortress where there was not even an outer wall. Chris said he was ready for this, and wanted a war between the estates. Chris's team said they won't be able to hit Vance County first, they don't even have enough fighting force to defend their lands right now. The Baron turned to his team and said that they were only 5 of them, and they were leaving tonight. In the strategy book that Chris was reading, there was the same tactic. Lind realized that the method of attack would be blitzkrieg with the use of elite troops. He realized that such a plan could really work. The Baron said that the smallest and weakest estate in the area is Vance County, and their opponents are the elite warriors who awaken vice. Lind added that since the war is over, the current time can be considered the most carefree, and they really have a chance to win. Suddenly, an unknown person approached Chris's team, saying that he would like to be included in this strategy. This unknown person was Gian, a brave and strong warrior. Chris was afraid that Gian might be recognized, so he did not want to take him with him. Gian said that he would just cover his face and be able to help them pretty well. Chris's entire team headed for Vantisa County during the night. Gian covered his face and asked Chris if they would run without a break, and Chris told him that since there were witnesses from other estates, it was best to finish before rumors spread. Gian thought that Chris had changed so much, his speech, his actions, his attitude, everything was no longer the same as it was before. But Gian concluded that Chris most likely did not change, but simply hid his true face, while he understood that not only Chris did this. Vance territory, namely the gates of the outer fortress. Unexpectedly, the guards found unknown people on the horizon. They did not expect to see someone at night. These people were Chris's brave crew who wanted to take over the county. One of the guards yelled at the team to stop. But Lind went to the county gate, and beheaded the guard who was shouting this. The second guard was also easily killed by Lind's hands. The guards began to notice that the county was under attack. Lind alone bravely fought with all the warriors, he easily managed to kill everyone. The commander of the guards ordered the castle gates to be closed, but Chris's team noticed this, and began to approach the gates. Diggo, using all his strength, began to hold the gates of the castle so that the whole team could get inside. It was very hard for him, but he showed all his courage for the sake of his own team, because he only wanted to win. The guards and their commanders noticed that the gates were not lowered, but they did not yet know that Diggo was holding them. After all, they did not think that a person was capable of this. Everyone was shocked by what they saw, and Chris thanked Diggo for his courage and courage. They began to approach the gate in order to penetrate the fortress. With the help of Diggo's efforts, the team managed to get inside, and the guards noticed this when they stood on the gate. The lady climbed onto the fortress gate, and noticed that the archers were about to kill her team. The lady used her magical abilities to kill all the guardians with one blow. Their heads were separated from their bodies, and the arrows were not even fired from the bow. When advancing, Chris ordered not to touch civilians, but to destroy only those enemies in front of them. Their goal was an inner fortress. Chris noticed a large number of warriors on his way, and he was ready to kill them with a show of his strength. He used his magic spear, which was given to him by the prince, in order to inflict crushing blows on the warriors and kill them with one blow. Gian during the fight started to reason. He realized what was the reason why Chris let him go with him, and if Chris wanted to hide all the powers, then he would have done it in any way. The point of this surprise attack was to show the other estates the fighting power of Fromman Manor. Noise noticed even Count Vance. He asked the servant why so much noise in the middle of the day. The Earl ordered the servant Jackson to go outside and find out what was the matter. His servant burst into the Earl's throne room and said that his county was under attack. Count Vance was indignant. He asked who attacked him, because he did not expect this. The servant replied that he did not know who attacked them. He was only told that the enemy had overcome the outer fortress. The Count became visibly nervous. He clarified the services. Was it really an outer fortress? And asked how many enemies. The servant did not know what to answer the Count, and said that he did not know it either. The Count started yelling at the servant, and asked him if he knew anything about what had happened. The servant looked at the Count, and said that the people who attacked the fortress are monsters. They have inhuman strength and are capable of killing anyone. The Earl ordered Jackson to assemble a knightly detachment to protect the fortress and castle. A knightly detachment gathered and began to defend the Count right in the castle, where he himself was. The Count ordered the servant to go outside and scout the situation for him in order to understand what was happening outside. Suddenly, the door to the castle seemed to explode. With superhuman strength, it was broken down by Diggo's hands. The Count was shocked, and his servants and knights too, because they did not understand how this was possible and who was capable of possessing such power. Chris's entire team was there. They stood right in front of the Count and looked at him, and they were ready to kill him. The team noticed that the Count was defended by a knightly detachment, and realized that they were the strongest here, but they would be the last to see this duel. Chris called out to the Count, asking if he was Count Vance. The Count replied that yes, he was, and asked who he was. Chris enthusiastically introduced himself to the Count. The Count looked at Chris in surprise, and asked if he was really Baron Fromman. He did not understand what Chris was doing here, and how to understand all this. Chris began to tell the Count about the situation that arose in his estate. He said that yesterday there was an unpleasant incident, and one of the inhabitants of his estate was killed. Chris also added that the one who played the main role in all this was the Earl's eldest son, Yod Vance. Chris looked at the Count with anger in his eyes, and said that he cut off his head with his own hands, and his son paid for what he had done. The Count was furious. He said how dare Chris come here, and that it would kill him for the death of his son. Chris shouted in the direction of the guards and the Count, so that those who want to live through the swords and left this land, and if they were going to die, they could boldly defend this person. The Count ordered the guards to kill Chris and bring his head to the Count. Chris's team in a few seconds killed all the guards who defended the Count. The Count and his servant were shocked at what had happened. They did not expect that everything would happen so quickly, and that Chris and his team would win this fight. Chris was approaching the Count, and the Count asked the servant to protect him from Chris. Chris told the knight to make a wise decision and he wouldn't repeat it twice. The knight was shocked by everything that had happened, and he was not ready to fight the Chris. A sign of submission to Chris, the knights dropped their sword and did not fight him. The Count in horror watched everything that was happening, and understood that now he would be killed. Chris approached the Count at arm's length, and wanted to finish him off. When Chris approached the Count, he turned to him. He told the Count that if he wanted revenge, let him come at any time, and they would receive him with all courtesies. When the team and Chris returned home, Lin started to talk to Chris. He said that the royal palace will begin to investigate this case, and before it's too late, Chris needs to take appropriate action. Chris turned to Lind, and told that when they were alone, so that he would not address him as a master. Lind could not believe that Chris had said this to him, because he believed that because of the authority of Chris, he would not be able to talk like that to him. Chris looked at Lind enthusiastically and asked if he had any plans. Lind looked at Chris and told him that the aristocrats would want to cut all power using what had happened, and the royal palace would side with Chris, because they did not want to lose the power that they had acquired with such difficulty. Chris realized that such an explanation and evidence would be enough to shut up the aristocrats' mouths. Lind asked him, "And what will happen if they find out that the evidence is fake? What will happen then?" Chris answered him, said that if he screwed up, then Lind too, so he should try. Lind said that Chris looks like a demon in the flesh. The counts thought about what had happened, and thought how Chris got a reward for killing an aristocrat and seizing someone else's land. The servant replied to the count that a document had been released that spoke of Count Vance's connections with 8 families, and, as a result, for achieving the capture of a traitor to the Baron Frontman was presented with a large award. The count immediately realized that everything was set up, and in fact Chris just killed Count Vance. He realized that Chris is much more dangerous than he thought. Chris happily walked around his own estate. All the people greeted him and called him master, enthusiastically talking about how beautiful the weather is today. A sweet girl handed Chris the bread, asking him to try it. Chris thanked her. As soon as Chris accepted the gift of bread, immediately a lot of people began to give him their products. Some said that you can't eat bread alone, he needs to take milk, others asked to try their dishes just like that. Chris suddenly realized that without the inhabitants there would be no owner of the estate, and these people are key figures on his land. But he understood that they were too weak, but nevertheless he could not leave them, probably death. He understood that such a horror should not be allowed to happen again, and that security should be tightened in this filthy estate. He realized that he needed to increase his combat power. When Chris saw the guys that he sent out for herbs, he said that judging by their black fingers, now they are real herbalists. The guys answered him that everything somehow worked out by itself. Chris asked Medak if he plans to collect only herbs alone for the rest of his life. Medak asked him what Chris was hinting at. Chris told Murdoch to become a ranger and protect this land, and all who follow Murdoch can become rangers too. However, this is not an order. If they do not want, they can continue to live, as they are now. Murdoch's people thanked Chris for the chance, and said they would dedicate themselves to this earth. Chris turned to Lois, and said that he had already told the tequila about everything, so he needed to take people to the training ground. Lois listened to him. He was in good shape, and no longer looked sickly. The lady turned to Chris and said that she had exchanged the reward for food and necessities for the people of the estate. Chris thanked her, and said that she could rest. Chris also noticed that Yavrian talked to him better, because she had been rude to him before. Yavrian replied that she had to learn this in order to conduct transactions more successfully. Chris realized that it was time to train because he hadn't trained for a long time, but wanted to keep himself in shape, and he invited Daki to fight. Daki did not mind. He went along with Chris, and noticed that the place where they came was not a battlefield. Chris asked Daki why he served under him. Daki replied that he had no reason. Chris doubted this, and asked why he was then on the central mainland. I didn't understand why Chris asked him this. Daki became visibly nervous, and Chris asked him why he, a southerner, kept his true identity hidden. When he spoke to Yavrian, he learned that she lived among the southern wanderers, and she said that she immediately recognized Daki when she saw her. Chris asked Daka what his real name was, since he didn't know it. Daki was noticeably nervous, looked at Chris and was silent, because he did not know what to answer him. Still nervous, he said that he did not lie about his real name. Chris thought that he certainly expected this, but realized that it would be really difficult. Chris told Daki that one day he heard something that there is a big difference between the inhabitants of the central part of the continent and the inhabitants of the south. He said that the inhabitants of the central part of the continent revere God, and the inhabitants of the south of man. Chris clarified that a strong man who won a duel. Chris called out that he was challenging the Docs to a duel, drawing his spear and ready for battle. And if Daki beats Chris, then he won't ask anything more about his past. However, if he wins, then Daki will answer all his questions. Daki agreed and was willing to fight Chris as he didn't want to talk about his past. Chris looked into Daka's eyes and told him to fight at full strength right away. A few seconds after that, they were instantly in battle, their weapons touching, creating a powerful blast wave. At first they fought on equal terms, and were not inferior to each other in strength. Chris received a lot of blows, but he courageously held them back, not allowing himself to be hit. Daki did not want to lose to Chris at all, and he also courageously fought off his attacks, not missing a single one. Chris said he'd help tell Daki his real name. But Daki was not going to do this. He was ready to fight to the last. Suddenly, Daki had memories of his childhood. He remembered being in his village and catching snow with his hands. In his memories, when he was still a child, he heard screams and someone yelled for everyone to leave. When he turned to the call of the screams, he saw that his village was on fire. The villagers shouted that the Thundering Elephant tribe had invaded them, and the villager told everyone to go to the shelter. The resident asked Daka what he was doing here, and told him to run away right away. Doki asked the resident named Zelid if he had seen Yenny. Zelid said that he would look for her himself, and Daki told her to run away from the village as soon as possible. Suddenly, Zelid was attacked by one of the Roaring Elephant tribe. Zelid courageously fought with the attackers, but he noticed that Daki was running in the wrong direction, and shouted that it was impossible to run there. Daki fled, and he knew he had to save Yenny. Suddenly, in front of him he saw a dead body. And near this body was one of the Roaring Elephant tribe, and already wanted to start attacking Daki. The striker said that the Docs are not lucky, and he is a small fry. The attacker added that weaklings die, and in order for Daki to accept this, he began to swing his spear at him and wanted to kill him. Doki was shocked as he expected to die, but all he saw was blood splatter. He was saved from the killer by the same Yenny, whom he had been looking for so long. I did not ask him if he was wounded, and told him to quickly leave the village. He replied that he was a warrior of the tribe, and he would never back down and accept a fight. I did not take a swing at the boy, and asked which of him was a warrior. Unexpectedly for them, they noticed the killers who were approaching them, and the guy noticed this. People from the Yenny tribe fought very bravely against the attackers, and did not courageously stand for their territory, and did not want to give it away. One of the members of the tribe said that the head of the Roaring Elephant had changed. The elder replied that he knew that someday this would happen, and it was necessary to get rid of the tribe of the Roaring Elephant earlier. I did not shout at the boy to run away from here immediately. The guy replied that he did not want to run away, and he would also fight. A man from his tribe, they said that he ordered him, as the head of the tribe, to leave immediately, and told him to survive and sharpen the sword of retribution. The boy said that he refuses this. He wanted to protect all his relatives, and was not ready to leave them. These words were the order of the head of the tribe, and he told the guy to run. He asked the boy to stay alive, called him his son. Yenny hugged the guy and told him to listen to her carefully. She told him to run to the warm regions of the north, and forget his name and tribe. The guy with tears in his eyes did not want this, but he understood that this was the only way he could survive. Yenny also said that at the crossroads of life and honorable death, he had to choose life, answering his beloved son. The boy ran as far as he could, but he did not want to leave his family, because all his relatives were there. He was very sorry to do this, but he made a promise to his mother. Suddenly, travelers who walked through the forest heard an unknown rustle. They saw a man lying immobilized, who was all dirty and did not move at all. People fed him, and gave him the opportunity to warm up, showing their concern. One of the people told the boy to slow down and put down his hatchet. Another man told him to leave his hatchet, and apparently the boy has a reason to act like this. The boy lowered the axe, and the people asked him his name. The boy did not know how to answer this question, because he was told to forget his name. After the question, he carefully looked at his axe. And he thought about how to call himself, because he needed to come up with a new name. Daki still fought with Chris, and again called himself Daki, because Doki from Korean meant an axe. Chris had no intention of stopping the fight, and said that nothing would end until one of them fell off his feet. Daki also looked at Chris and was ready to take the fight to the end. He was not going to give up. Chris started using the magic of his spear. He hit with magic attacks right at Daki. Doki easily took all the blows without even blinking. Chris looked at him in surprise, and thought that he repelled all the attacks called snake tongues, and his reaction was not at all what he expected. Meanwhile, Daki strikes back with his axe. It was so strong that Chris could barely hold it back. Daki's attacks were harder and faster due to his mastery of the axe attack. Chris noticed that he also uses wise a little. Chris bowed down in front of Daki, because he was very strong and he fell towards the tree. Daki started his magic axe attack. Chris saw that he was attacking using magic, and realized that he, too, had not been relaxing all this time, but had been training. He with confidence and escaped Daki's attack. But Doki immediately started using his next attack on Chris, getting stronger each time. Chris, using his agility, jumped onto Daki's shoulder, and jumped in a direction unknown to Daki. He jumped in order to inflict Daki's unexpected attack from the back. But Daki seemed to be expecting this, and immediately turned around and blocked his attack. With this blow, Chris wanted to knock him to the ground, but he didn't seem to feel it. If Chris doesn't give it his all, then he won't be able to defeat Daki. All of a sudden, Chris still managed to punch Daki in the stomach with all his might, and he wasn't expecting it. Due to Daki's blow, the same one flew in the other direction, several tens of meters away from him. Chris rejoiced at his victory, thinking that he overdid it a little with this blow. Chris asked Daki if he died there from such a strong and crushing blow, because not everyone can survive after him. Daki sighed as he lay next to the tree, but he was still alive. Chris told Daki that if he needed a place to take root, then this would be his land. He looked at Daki with a smile, and thought that he did not really learn the southern language, but he heard that the word roots is a tribe or a family. Daki asked Chris in a tortured voice why he was so interested in his real name. Chris answered him because he wants to help him. Daki looked at him in surprise. He said that having arrived in the central part, he began to serve his leader, and his name is Chris. He replied that he lost his roots and abandoned the name, but now he will say it again. His real name was Enrid. He remained as the last wingless falcon, was the only one left alive. Chris thanked Enrid and thanked him for trusting him. Chris's people looked at him enthusiastically, and asked if they were going to go alone, and said that they needed a little more strength. Chris smilingly replied that there would be not 3, but 4, along with a pumpkin. Diggo told him that now Chris is not an ordinary soldier, but the owner of these lands. Chris sat on a pumpkin and told Dig that's why he was going there, and asked him not to worry about him so much, because if something doesn't go according to plan, he will somehow get out. And he added that he would not be alone. All his people wished him a good journey. Chris and his men were on their way. They were heading for Viscount Dacha's estate. After several days of travel, they almost arrived, but the outer fortress walls stood in their way. They saw a camp with warriors and they realized that it would be difficult for them to get through the main gate. Chris realized that their scale exceeded his expectations and there were about 1,200 people. Chris looked at the tops of the mountains, and noticed that the union had not yet been concluded with the south, so it was very strange to see such a huge number of southerners here, so camps of different tribes were located on the tops of the mountains. But Rice and his team still managed to get into the estate of Viscount Dacha. Chris told the Viscount that he was very glad to see him. Chris looked at the defense, and said that he thinks that it is necessary to slightly change the terms in their contract. The Baron did not understand what it was about. Chris said that on the way to the Baron's estate, they saw troops numbering 1,200 people. The lady added that the contract between the two estates is still only in words, so each of the parties has the right to change certain conditions through discussion. Chris asked Viscount Dutch if he could manage without his help. The Viscount looked at him nervously and realized that he could see right through him. The Viscount asked them what they wanted. The lady told him that in return for eliminating the goblins and settling the problem with the people of the south, they demanded 3 platinum coins. The Baron was shocked by this. He did not know what to answer them, and asked if he would pay them this amount, they would really be able to solve his problem. Chris answered him that they could help him. The contract was successfully signed by both parties, and from that moment the contracts came into force. The Baron asked Chris how many people he brought with him. Chris answered him with a smile that there were only 3 of them, and they were right in front of the Baron. The Baron began to noticeably get nervous, and wondered why there were only 3. Even though Chris was a wiser of the night level, there were more than 1,000 enemies. The Baron did not understand how he could cope with all 3 of the enemies. The Baron was taken aback by the situation that arose and began to faint. Chris told the Viscount to believe in him, and he wouldn't let anyone die. The lady asked Chris if he was going to seriously fight all 3 of them. Chris told her that this is of course not true. The lady knew that Chris was lying, and realized that he had some kind of plan. Chris pointed to Enrid and said that he could do it. Odin, Enrid said that he would do everything. The lady looked at them and asked if Chris was sure about this. He said that he really believes in Enrid. The lady thought they were psychos. Enrid left the estate, and headed towards the enemies. Chris looked at him from the tower, and said that everything would be all right. The lady replied that everything would not be all right. The Baron looked at the situation, and asked what they were doing and why they were inciting the enemy. Chris asked the Baron how well he knew the people of the south. The Baron replied that he knew how to deal with them well enough, and he went through fire and water in this place, and these people cannot be provoked. Chris grinned and thought that the Baron didn't know anything. Enrid came to the village to the people of the south, and was ready to do anything to settle the conflict. People saw Enrid, and thought that he must first be killed, but when they realized that he was alone, they thought that he wanted to offer a deal. The people ordered him to stand, and told him to answer from a great distance, asking him why he had come here. The man looked at him and thought he was from the south. Enrid looked at them and told them all to go home. People didn't understand how to react to Enrid's statement. One of the people asked him if he was a resident of the south. Enrid replied that he was a resident of the south. The tribal man asked what would be the condition for starting negotiations. Enrid replied that there would be none, and they should just leave. The tribal man walked towards the warriors, who were looking at Enrid. In the tribe, people began to discuss something among themselves. And after a discussion, a man from the tribe came up to Enrid, and said that they settle where they want, and they will not leave until they get this land. The man also shouted furiously at Enrid to get out of here. But Enrid did not look at him outrageously, and said that he did not want to do this. A man from the tribe began to attack Enrid, and wanted to finish him off, but Enrid did not even doubt that this would happen and was ready to fight. At first, he dodged the human attack with a lightning movement. After dodging, Enrid immediately retaliated against him from behind. In one blow, Enrid managed to neutralize a man from the tribe. He said that this man was a weakling. After the first duel, he offered to arrange a duel. And you shouted after them, so that they fell on him all together, and he would overcome all of them alone. People from the tribe were outraged. They did not believe that he could defeat them alone. The man turned to the leader of the tribe, and said that this was an insult to them. A tribal leader named Kin asked who Enrid was and what his roots were. Enrid silently watched as he was asked this. And he shouted after him that he does not talk to weaklings. The tribal leader shouted for his men to finish off Enrid. A large number of warriors of the tribe immediately attacked Enrid, but he also stood calmly. With one blow, he was able to neutralize them all. He did not even feel tired. Your tribe and his people looked at this with incomprehension. They did not think that he alone could defeat the soldiers who attacked him. Enrid shouted that he was disappointed in them, and they were too weak. After his words, a whole army of soldiers of the southern tribe began to attack him. Chris meanwhile watched all this from afar. Chris understood that now Enrid's fight had begun as a tribe. The Baron asked Chris if everything would be alright. Chris asked him to wait a bit. Chris thought that he was really worried about the situation that had arisen. There were more soldiers than he expected, and who knows, if something goes wrong, they might all have to run. Chris turned to the pumpkin and asked her to protect Enrid, and if the situation escalated, so that she would take him out of there. Chris realized that there was nothing more he could do for Enrid now. Despite the number of soldiers, Enrid bravely fought them off, defending his honor and people. Many soldiers attacked him and wished for his death. Enrid began to use his magical abilities in order to confront the large army of soldiers. The people of the south saw this for the first time. They did not expect it. Using his most powerful power, Enrid scattered many soldiers around him. The soldiers noticed that he alone dealt with hundreds of people. One of the leader's people told him that this man was strange, because all the brothers he attacked were unconscious. The leader realized that he had not killed a single soldier. Enrid stood proudly and fought with the many soldiers of the leader. The leader ordered the soldiers to stop and said that the battle was over, and ordered them to return. He told Enrid not to flatter himself, and they still didn't recognize him as a true southerner. Enrid began to return to the Baron's estate. Enrid was met by the team, asking if everything was all right with him and congratulations on his victory. Chris asked him how the situation is with this tribe. Enrid said that they do not listen to him. Chris gave Enrid a potion. This potion would help him recover his strength. He needed to focus solely on recovery. The next day, the warriors again saw a familiar person. Enrid again, who was ready to fight. The second day of the duel lasted, and Enrid also continued to fight bravely, not inferior in strength to any warrior. Enridum was defeated by 150 people in total, but he did not plan to stop. On the third day of the duel, Enrid defeated 300 people. The Baron turned to the leader, saying that he wants to go out tomorrow to fight with Enrid, because he thought that he had already exhausted himself in 3 days. The Baron made a promise to himself that he would cut off Enrid's head with his own hands. The next day, the Baron also went out to fight. He introduced himself as a wolf without fangs, and said that he would break all his bones. Chris and the Baron watched this nervously, the Baron wondering if there would be any use in these battles. Chris thought that this was not just a fight. He reflected on the fact that their enemies had already noticed that Enrid, who had dealt with several hundred people in 4 days, had never lost his strength. Chris was aware that the medicine he was giving him and Wise was keeping him in perfect condition. For opponents who don't know it, Enrid's very existence is a miracle. Enrid fought with the same courage, and defeated the Baron in battle with 1 blow. The soldiers had never seen such strength and endurance before. They considered Enrid to walk the earth nobly. The leader introduced himself to Enrid, saying that his name was a shark that had lost its fangs. The leader bowed to him, and said that his people recognize Enrid. Finally Enrid received the long-awaited recognition. Absolutely all the people bowed before him, and they all recognized him. Enrith looked at them proudly, and realized that he was becoming a legend. The chief bowed at Enrid's feet in submission. With surprise, the leader looked at Enrid, called him nobly walking on the ground, asked what his name was. Enrid said his name enthusiastically, calling himself a wingless bird. Enrid. Suddenly the leader began to look at Enrid with incredible surprise. He did not expect that it was a flightless bird. Chris looked at Enrid with joy, and realized that he had managed to arrange a reconciliation with the tribe. Suddenly, Chris' pet started barking. Chris asked the pumpkin what happened. The Baron's guard began to report to him that the southern troops had begun to attack. Chris and the Baron were shocked by this. The guard also added that there were more than 1,000 of them. Chris immediately ran to see what happened. Chris used a whiz and saw that this army was underground. He didn't see him as well as Clint, but at this distance he could see them. The army was advancing very quickly. He didn't think that the troops would unite. This was an attack. The army was heading towards the Southern soldiers in front. Chris became visibly nervous. He thought that this was a case when the troops of the South fought among themselves and the winner seized all the lands. This was a Southern rebellion. Chris said that I would be here in the tower. The Baron said that he would help Chris suppress the attack. The Baron looked at Chris, and Chris told him that there was no need to stay in the tower, and that all people should be taken away from here. The Baron anxiously asked him if he should leave his lands. Chris told the Baron that if he interfered, it would only get worse. The Baron asked Chris how he could cope alone. Chris told him that he was not so simple. Enred and the tribe saw that another tribe was advancing. Enred immediately realized that they were elephants. Enred courageously took the axe in his hands, and told everyone to prepare for battle. Immediately, Chris came to the aid of Enred and the tribe on a pumpkin, and was ready to fight until the victory. The tribe immediately met Chris with hostility. They did not know who he was, and thought that he was a stranger. Enred immediately stopped the tribe, and said that Chris was their leader, and told them not to touch him. People from the tribe immediately began to deny that Chris is the leader of Enred, because he is a resident of the center. But Enred gave the tribe a hostile look, and they knew at once that he was telling the truth. When Chris arrived, he immediately asked Enred if he knew who was attacking them. He replied that he knew who they were. Chris told Enred to do as he saw fit and put aside all his regrets and doubts. Enred, Chris, and all the inhabitants of the tribe began to prepare to defend their territory and their people. Enred bravely raised his axe and said he was a wingless bird and would come forward for protection. The hostile tribe attacked with incredible speed. Their goal was to kill everyone. Unexpectedly, Enred began to use his power to carry out an attack on a hostile tribe. The hostile tribe saw this, and they did not understand what was happening and why the light was shining. Moving in a second, Enred immediately after the use of magic attacked the hostile tribe with crushing blows. People from a hostile tribe began to fly away in different directions. They did not know that there was magic of such power that it could kill an entire army. Everyone in the tribe was shocked by the power of Enred's attacks. Warriors from a hostile tribe began to block Enred with their bodies. After all, they did not understand how best they could protect their leader and their people. But Enred was unshakable, his strength knew no bounds, and he killed all the enemies that blocked him with one blow using his magic. Each of the hostile tribe wished Enred dead and wanted to kill him, but they did not understand his true strength and how he could withstand their attacks. Enred jumped over all the hostile warriors to unleash his devastating attack on each of them. He swung his huge axe and made a crushing blow to the ground, thereby scattering all the hostile warriors on the ground. They were shocked by this. According to Enred, it was even impossible to understand that he was tired, because with the help of magic and the potions that Chris gave him, he could fight for at least a whole day. Suddenly, Enred began to scream in hostility, thus calling his tribe and Chris to help. People from the tribe that adopted Enred heard his cry, and realized that he needed help. They immediately began to run to his aid to help him protect their people and land. Each soldier from the tribe began to fight courageously, because only in this way they could win this battle. A person from a hostile tribe hit the leader of the tribe with a strong attack, thereby he realized that they were very strong. Chris immediately began helping the tribal leader to protect him and help him kill a man from a hostile tribe. With one strong blow, Chris killed as many as 5 people using his powerful spear. A man from a hostile tribe told the leader that at this rate they would be quickly killed, because they lost a lot of people, and something had to be done about it. The leader ordered the hostile tribe to retreat, because he realized that they were too weak against such opponents as Chris and his team. Chris and his team watched as they killed so many people, and the hostile tribe began to retreat. All people were very happy about this victory, because by joint efforts they achieved to win this fight. After the victory, the tribe began to celebrate the crushing of the hostile tribe. The Baron stood with Chris, and told him that he couldn't believe his eyes, because these people were not like the people of the South that he knew. Chris told him that he said that he did not need to worry. Chris told the Baron that he heard that the Baron was once a merchant before he came to these lands, which means that he has great trading skills. Chris said with a smile that he likes capable people who can do a lot. The Baron looked at Chris and thought that he had done something incredible, and his intuition tells him that he will not stop there. Chris looked at Enrid and praised him for his good work and for fighting bravely in this battle like a true warrior. From the warriors of the tribe, he approached Chris, and said with surprise that he had very unusual and beautiful hair. The warriors of the tribe began to talk about how he fought bravely in battle and offered him to fight them. Enrid looked at the warrior, and said that even if he were 3 times stronger, he still could not defeat Chris. The warrior did not believe him. Unexpectedly, the leader of the tribe approached Enrid and Chris. The leader introduced himself as a shark that lost its fangs. Chris also introduced himself to him. That's what he said, that he had a request to Chris. His tribe had the inhabitants they left behind and there were elephants nearby. The leader asked Chris his team to join them in battle. Enrid said that he would follow Chris. After Enrid's words, the chief added that they have a tribe guide who is from the wingless falcon tribe. Enrid was shocked by this. After 2 days, Chris, Enrid and the tribe went in search of a guide, as well as in order to protect the people from the tribe and kill the enemies. The warriors of the tribe began to wonder why Chief Enrid is a resident of the center. Another warrior told him that he did not understand this, and that this was absurd. The warrior also added with anger in his eyes that he did not recognize the resident of the center. The leader noticed the enemy tribe of elephants. They lured them, but they understood that at this place their tribe and Chris and Enrid would be quickly spotted. Chris thought that there were a lot of them, and he realized that it was a miracle they hadn't been spotted yet. The leader of the tribe shouted for everyone to be ready for battle, but Chris stopped him, saying that one should not mindlessly run into battle. Chris was indignant, and said that you need to be patient. The leader was angry with him. The chief turned to the Chris and said that the Southerners did not know such battles. Chris looked the leader straight in the eyes, and said that they should study, since they do not know such battles, because they did not come here to fight. He said that they were here in order to save the inhabitants of the tribe and return alive. The leader of the tribe did not understand how to fight like that. Enrid patted him on the shoulder, and he said that he understood everything. Chris shouted to all the warriors that in this battle they must hold out, and not come forward. They need to fight back and stay in line. In the distance, the tribe saw that the enemies were already on the way and began to attack. Suddenly, the tribe also began to run at the enemies, shouting that they all need to be killed. Chris thought that the inhabitants of the South could not be controlled in this way in the conduct of battle, and he understood that it was impossible to lose people. The Baron began to run into battle along with the tribe. He realized that Enrid was also not in the best shape. The healing power of Vice, of course, was superhuman, but she did not bestow immortality. He was definitely exhausted from a long battle. Chris yelled at Enrid not to overexert himself, and retain all of his remaining strength, as he had spent a lot of strength before in a tough fight. The Baron looked at all his enemies with anger in his eyes, and realized that it was he who would have to come forward. All the warriors of the tribe saw how Chris began to pull forward, thereby starting the battle first. Chris bravely began to fight the enemies using his magic and magic spear. He jumped over the enemies and began to kill everyone in his path with a crushing blow. When he descended to the ground, the enemies ordered him to be killed immediately, but he bravely began to fight off the enemies who surrounded him. He made his way through the hordes of enemies. The ravines thought that he was the only one who would fight. Fighting bravely, Chris drew all the attention to himself, and the enemies did not notice that he had an entire army with him. The tribal leader and his warriors also took the fight. They were ready to fight to the death. Enrid crushing blows killed one enemy after another, decapitating them. Chris stood right in the middle of the fight, and there were mountains of corpses all around him. The warriors realized that this was the end, and that they were again victorious in this battle. But unexpectedly for them, even more people began to approach. These were the enemies who were again ready to take the fight to the death. Chris was shocked by this. He realized that everything was already at the limit. If they continued to fight, they would all be killed. Chris understood that he could not lose all his people, and he was ready for anything to win. Pulling out his spear, Chris told his men not to come forward and he would fight alone. He shouted at Enrid to take charge and keep his comrades out of the fight. All the people understood that Chris was up to something, and he was ready to fight alone and win this fight. The enemies were very close to Chris, but he was ready to kill them all. Suddenly, his eyes began to burn with yellow flames. He was ready to use all his strength for victory. After he used the power of the level 30 wise, all the enemies around him began to scatter. With one crushing attack, he killed the entire army. His team was shocked by Chris' real strength. They didn't expect him to be that strong. The warriors began to rejoice that all the enemies were defeated. People from the tribe were rescued, they began to return to their families, and the strength of the tribe began to increase. Unexpectedly for himself, Chris saw another resident of the south, who was not like the others, and Chris immediately realized that this was a man from the Enrida tribe. Enrid and the southerner looked at each other, and Enrid recognized him at once. The stranger's name was Gelid. Enrid was glad to see him, and began to hug him tightly. Gelid said that Enrid had been gone for a very long time. Chris approached them. Enrid introduced him, saying that this was his leader. Gelid looked at Chris with hostility, and thought about how such a person could be waiting for you. Chris began to think that the tongueless tigers and the legless moles had joined the elephants, and the total enemy army was over 5,000. Judging by the number of fighters, they were at a disadvantage, and they needed to avoid combat if a battle began. He understood that he and Daki would survive, but the rest was not a fact. Zealot also looked at Chris with hostility, listening to his words. Chris told him that if they fought the elephants they would die, and if he knew about it, Gelid said he did. Chris said that the first thing they need to do is secure an escape route. Gelid immediately said no. He said that they would not run away. If they were to die, they would die on their land. After talking to Chris, Gelid started to leave and ordered Enrid to follow him. Chris was shocked by such a stupid behavior of Gelid. He did not expect such a decision from him. Enrid looked after the departing Gelid, and Gelid asked him who the leader of Enrid was. Enrid thought about it, and replied that Chris was his leader. Gelid shouted to Enrid that his roots were here and Chris could not be his leader. He called Enrid sitting on a falcon's blade and asked him if he seriously thought that the resident of the center next to him would remain on their side. Gelid also added that their enemies are right in front of their eyes, and his leg was also crippled by the elephants. He took Enrid's hands and started shouting to him that they killed everyone, his mother, father and the rest of the tribe. The elephants broke their spirit. Gelid with rage and pain in his eyes said that the South does not forgive this. He asked Enrid if he trusts Chris, but Enrid did not answer him and started to leave. He told Enrid that he had changed a lot. Meanwhile, Chris began to think of a plan for what to do next. He said that since they had already been discovered, the speed would be enemies here, and the tribe should be taken to a safe place. The tribal warriors listened to Chris and accepted his decision. Chris asked the guy from the village if he knew the area well. He replied that he knew them like the back of his hand, and said that his name was Warren. Chris said it was great. He and Enrid took over the front. The rear was entrusted to Gelid, Khan and the Baron. The warriors set off. They walked in the forest and at any moment were ready to defend their positions. They were led by a little boy, Warren. He asked Chris why he was doing all this, and said that they were from the south, and he should not do this. Chris answered him that he does not divide people in this way. He has only one criterion: either a person is on his side or not. The guy asked him why they are on his side. Enrid answered him, he said, because the lives of people are important, and it doesn't matter if you are from the center or from the south, the person himself is important. Suddenly, Chris and his team stopped because they saw something in front of them. In front of them was an army of enemies. they were much more than Chris's people. Chris shouted that only he, Enrid, and the elite fighters would take the fight, and the rest should protect the inhabitants of the tribe. Enrid and Chris were the first to bravely take on the attacking enemies. They ordered not to leave this place and to fight here the elite warriors. Even Chris's pet pumpkin started attacking enemies with its fangs by biting them. The pumpkin bit off the hand of the enemy and dragged it in its mouth. Suddenly, a lot of enemies started attacking Chris's pet, but she used her magic. The enemies didn't expect it. With a single attack, she unleashed a powerful wave of flames, thus killing many enemies. Out of fear, the enemies began to run away when they saw how strong their team was and how well they fought them. Chris did not expect this. He thought about how simple it was. If you think about it, there were not so many enemies. He realized that with their forces he could have a real war of attrition, and something was wrong, Chris suspected. In the rear there was also a battle to the death. The warriors bravely fought against the enemies. Gelid took a huge axe with both hands, and said that he would not let go of a single enemy, and would kill everyone. A lot of warriors instantly attacked him. He did not expect that so many enemies would immediately attack him, and fell to the ground. When he fell after being hit by an enemy, he dropped his axe and tried to crawl towards it. But due to the fact that he injured his knee in battle, he could not crawl to him. Enemies began to approach him. I surround him. He thought about the fact that he would die here. He said he accepts his death here. Suddenly, a light of unknown origin formed near him. He did not immediately understand what was the matter. This light was Enrid. He saved the warrior from death with crushing blows. Enrid began to strike with crushing blows, shouting that he would not let his family die. The enemies realized that their opponents were much stronger and fled. Chris looked at the battlefield in surprise and wondered why they fled. The chief told him that there were less than 300 of them. Chris said that it looked like they were not going to come from the rear. He wondered what all this could mean, and why the enemies did this. The leader of the enemy tribe was the leader of the Southern Union, the current leader of the Elephant tribe. He gathered the scattered people of the South, and he was strong enough to unite the South. He definitely has some kind of plan. Chris realized that perhaps the enemies had a different purpose, and he wanted to understand this. In order to understand this, he went to reconnoiter the situation, and said that he would return soon. He realized that a small force had been sent here to distract them. If his guess was correct, there must be another group of enemies somewhere nearby. Suddenly, unexpectedly for himself, in a dense forest, he discovered a second group of enemies. This group was much larger than the one they had met before. Chris realized that they were going to start a war. In that direction were the estates of Viscount Dacha, and then the estates of Cirque. He did not want to allow the invasion of the inhabitants of the South. Suddenly for himself, he realized that he and Daki somehow influenced the future, and he did not understand what to do next. He realized that even if he united right now with the forces of the Viscount, they would still not defeat such an army, and nothing came to his mind, no way to resolve this situation. He thought about running away. Chris realized that this would be the only profitable solution in this situation. He began to form a plan, thinking that if he crossed that mountain, the Backbone Mountain Range, connected with the Farmand Estate, would appear, and perhaps now he would be able to lead the inhabitants of the South in the safest way and return back. Chris wanted to entrust the rest to the kingdom, because such an issue as the Southern Rebellion would definitely not be left without attention. He made a message for Viscount Dutch and Lind, and gave them to his pet to pass them on to people in notes. Chris started walking towards his team and told Enrid to gather all the inhabitants of the South and announced that they were returning to Fromment. Chris's pet gave the note to the Baron, and he saw that Chris had written about the invasion of the people of the South. The Baron was visibly nervous. He thought about whether the Chris could be trusted, and thought that the contents of the letter might be lies. The Baron realized that he would have to make a choice. He decided to trust Chris, and told the pet to immediately send a letter to the kingdom. 3 days later, a large army of enemies was on their way to the kingdom to capture it. The enemies looked at the army that Chris had amassed with the kingdom appeal and wondered who they were. These brave and courageous warriors were the united army of the Cirques. One of the soldiers asked the commander if it was possible to simply crush the enemies, but he was not allowed. The one who asked to crush the enemies was the first sword of the Duke's army of Palm Moon Einstein. And the warriors who answered him were the third sword of the ducal army Vidran Paidas, and the second sword of the ducal army Lido Spen. Those people who would fight for Chris's people were the people of the Duke's army. They were much stronger than ordinary warriors, and their wise was on a completely different level, and they were on the side of good. But Lin still feared them, considering them dangerous, even though they were on their side. One of the soldiers of the Duke's army asked Lind if he was sure that the enemies would retreat after one warning. Lind confidently replied that the morale of the enemies had fallen a lot, and as soon as they saw their combat power, they immediately weakened. Besides, it was noticeable that the opponent was trying to minimize losses, and therefore he thought that those people would want to settle things by negotiation. One of the swords of the Duke's regiment said that he would go alone to negotiate. A warrior from the Duke's regiment asked why the enemy brought troops and began to make threats. The enemy replied that they had come not for the sake of threats, but for the sake of a deal. A warrior of the ducal regiment, he thought that the people of the south were very unusual in their transactions. The brave warrior realized that this was an absurd excuse, and said that if they did not want problems, they should leave. And he added that if they brought such an army again, then the army of the ducal regiment would take it as a provocation and prepare for war. The enemy soldier was shocked by the words of the warrior of the ducal regiment. He said that he obeyed him, and would pass everything on to the leader. One of the warriors asked Lydos if he had seen Chris. Lydos replied that he had indeed seen him, and it was the same Squire Chris he had met in Daber. The warrior replied that they had also contacted him before. One of the swords said that Chris is the center of attention all the time. Meanwhile, the guards were defending the Farmand estate, namely the back gate. One of the guards said he saw someone. It was Chris and his invincible army. Chris happily and with a smile told his people that he had returned. When everyone arrived at Farmand Land, Chris asked Gelid if he liked it here. Gelid was silent. After that, Chris added that if he wanted to go back to the south, then he could give him everything he needed, and he could return nothing. Chris also told Gelid if he understood that it would be dangerous for them to go back now, and if they wanted, they could stay nearby. Gelid answered him by saying that they would not be able to settle in this place, and he only asks to wait until they become stronger, so as long as they live on their earth, they will pay the price for it. Chris thought that he was sorry that he did not want to make concessions. Chris asked a question to Gelida's leg, asking if he would treat her. Gelida replied that it would not be possible to treat the leg, as the healers and magicians gave up and did not know how to treat it. Gelid's injured leg, and said that in his city they are treating such things. Gelid replied that his leg is not important now. Chris looked at him and said that he understood, and asked to pay the price. As long as they do not leave this place, they are considered residents of Frontman lands and must follow the local laws. Gelid agreed with him, realizing that Chris was right. After that day, Chris instructed the people of the south to deal with the goblins that appear on the lands and Viscount Cottage. Frontman was a place where the inhabitants of the center and the inhabitants of the south lived together. This place became the territory of the strongest military power after the county estate of Ludwig. The barons did not understand why Chris let the inhabitants of the south into their lands, these savages, that they tried to break into foreign lands with weapons. They thought that Chris was completely crazy. The warrior and the baron, discussing what the warrior had heard about another tribe, the baron asked him if he believed everything that Chris said. The warrior replied that that was not all. Chris also accepted the poor people from the Chinese because of the surroundings, as a result of which its territory began to expand at a tremendous speed. The baron told the warrior that he thought Chris couldn't handle so many people. The warrior added that it turned out that Chris was secretly selling rock salt. The baron looked at the warrior with horror, not believing his words about the sale of salt. He believed that there could be no rock salt on poor lands, because it was an infertile earth. The Baron realized that Chris was just lucky with the rock salt deposits, and he should reason sensibly. He had no reason to exile him, and it was better to stick with the Baron on friendly terms, for the sake of at least some benefit. But the Baron was still angry because he didn't understand how Circe's aristocrat. He couldn't sit back and look at this lower-class brat who knew nothing about life. He said that the extraction and sale of salt was monopolized by the royal family, and it was necessary to immediately report to them about the atrocities of Baron Froment. He ordered the warrior to send a letter to the Duke regarding the fact that Chris was selling rock salt, which was forbidden due to the monopolization of the royal family. Meanwhile, fighters were training at the Froment military camp. Chris's friends were doing the calculations of the accounting department's money, but their calculations did not add up. One of them thought that he would not get home, due to the fact that there was a lot of writing down. Lin told him that after they started mining rock salt, indeed, more work has been done. Lin thought that even Yavrian could not call because she was busy trading, and he thought that at such a difficult time for them, Chris had gone on a trip. Unexpectedly, an unknown person came to Chris' friends, asking if it was Strick's office. The unknown person introduced himself as Medix. He was hired by Chris Froment. Everyone was surprised that Medix was hired. He said that he was an accountant, and from now on he would be in charge of keeping books on accounting. Stick was relieved that there would now be much less work for him, and Lind incredulously asked where the proof was that Chris had indeed sent Medix. Medix answered him by asking if he was Lind's snaith. Lind was surprised. Medix added that the Baron had warned that Lind would be the first to suspect him. Chris asked Medix to say the following to Linda: that I have a friend who pissed in his pants when he was 6 years old, but he didn't want anyone to know about it, so he ran around all day with his pants peed. Due to the fact that it happened, this friend was given a nickname. Lind immediately stopped him, said that he believed him. Suddenly, another guy came and asked where Lind's snaith was. Lind saw her and said that it was him, asking what was the matter. The guy said Chris handed over the seal and said to use this drawing as a family seal. Lind looked at the seal in surprise, and asked the guy if he made it himself. The guy replied that yes, it really is him, but his skills are not very good. Lind said in his mind that it looks like this guy was blind, but his skill is impressive. He wondered where Chris found all these people. The guy thought that Lind did not trust him, and he began to say it again. I have one friend who, at the age of 6, Lind immediately stopped him, and said that he should not say it. Chris was walking with Agatha's brother, discussing how to improve life in Froment, and suddenly they are met by bandits who ask for a fee to pass in this place. Chris ordered Lois to get the sword and kill these beggars. Lois listened to him, and began to get the sword. Within a few seconds, he killed all the beggars, thereby protecting his honor and dignity. Suddenly, another horse rider approached. He asked if they were travelers. Chris said they were just passing by. The rider on the horse thought that Chris was acting careless even though he ran into the thieves and he sounded noble, so he has a high status. He said he was nice to meet you and his name is Paul Lauer. He is from the estates of the Marquis of Zickel. Paul said that there was a hideout near them, and if they wanted to rest, then he could accompany them, after which he asked who they were. Lois replied that they were a squire. He did not expect such a turn of events, because he did not think that they were a squire, and said that he was glad to meet. Chris said that he was a knight from a small estate, because if he revealed his true identity, then he could be in trouble. The knight realized that Chris was lying about his status. Chris thought that Paul changes his attitude depending on the status of the interlocutor, and it is better not to mess with him. Chris, Lois, and Paul were walking around the outskirts of the city. Suddenly, Chris heard someone start screaming very loudly. It was a man who was called a nonentity, and they told him to leave, and the man asked them to stop. Paul said that because of the owner's generosity, rabble sometimes crawls here. Paul approached the people who were throwing stones at the man and told them to get out of here right now, otherwise they would go to jail. Also, he said that the person whom they began to throw stones at was guilty, and it was necessary to immediately get rid of him like garbage. He said that for the sake of preserving the honor of their lands, he would not turn a blind eye to what happened today, and began to draw his sword. The people threatened by the knight began to beg him not to kill them, and to forgive the man who had been stoned. The knight with an angry expression shouted to them that if they did not get out of the way, they would be punished. Chris immediately stood up for the people, and said that they were his acquaintances. The knight did not understand what Chris was talking about, and why he stood up for them, because he did not know who Chris really was. When the knight began to touch Chris, Lois immediately removed his hand and told him not to dare touch his master without his permission. The knight was very surprised, and thought about why Lois called Chris the master. Chris went down to the people and politely asked them to go to his house. The woman and the man were very grateful to Chris, but they said that they had nothing to treat him with. Chris said that everything was in order, and that they should not worry about their fate. Chris gave the man who was beaten herbs that healed wounds well. If used, then everything will pass in an instant. Chris also decided that it was necessary to treat the people who suffered. He asked Lois to bring the food that they bought at the market, and made soup from it, which he fed the people. Everyone was very grateful to him, and even considered that he was not a knight, but a cook. The beaten guy wondered if Chris only cared because he had health issues. Suddenly, the man who was beaten and Chris realized that they were studying each other. The guy who was beaten asked who they were and why they were helping them. Chris told him to try to guess, and said that he would most likely succeed. The guy said that only aristocrats can hold back the knights of other territories. Among the people of secular circles, it is rare to find someone so capable of botany and cooking. When the guy thought about the fact that he had come up with one suggestion, about a young man with a title and a wealth of experience, Chris immediately smiled. The guy asked if he was Baron Chris Fromit, who received the estate for his achievements in the last war. Chris realized that this guy really was the same sage in troubled times in the past. He looked at the guy and said that he really guessed right. The guy was very shocked by this. Chris introduced himself to him. The guy told him to let him introduce himself officially. The guy's name was Grape, and he did not understand what Chris was doing here. Chris answered him that he had come here specifically to meet Grape. Grape asked Chris where he was from, knows him. Chris replied that he was here because of the prophecy about the hunchbacked sage. He said that when he met Grape, he remembered his old friend. He lost his right hand in the war. He recalled that in order to make up for his loss, this guy worked very hard. He studied everything he could, and took on any job that was within his power. At the same time, his friend dreamed that one day he would have a chance to change his life. Chris asked Grappa if he would like to have such a chance. Grappa said that he would like it. Chris realized that until now he had been trying to grab as much as possible without realizing it. Thinking, he realized that he only wanted the title, people, and he made it all his own. All events went as he planned. But soon, events began to occur that he could not foresee, and did not expect them. Chris thought that he would need more people in order to get the future he wanted, so he came to Grappa. But after their conversation, Chris realized something. He realized that Grape would not make him a supporter if he was greedy. Chris said they were leaving in 2 days and he would like Grape to join them. Grape returned to the house. His mother asked if the knight had left. He turned to his mother and asked her if she wanted to go on a trip. After 2 days there was a knight in the castle of the Marquisical who met Chris, and he reported that Baron Fromit was in High Spire, and it took them a while to figure out who he was, because Chris was hiding his identity. The lady thought about why Chris came here, and he could not know about the absence of his father because of the royal meeting. She realized that he had come to meet her, and asked the knight to prepare everything in order to enter the city. The knight summoned the chariot, and began to prepare everything so that the lady could go to the city. After the lady got into the carriage, the knight reported to her that the baron left this place with the hunchback this morning. Right after the fortress gates opened, the lady was shocked by this. The lady was thinking that Chris, even in the royal palace, did not pay attention to her, and now he left without even seeing her. The lady began to think nervously that this was some kind of competition. Chris and his team arrived at the estate, and were warmly welcomed. Lind immediately met Chris, and said that he wanted to fight him in a duel, because he told a secret about him from childhood, that he had peed. Chris ran away and ordered Lois to stop this cycle. Lois immediately got to work. Lois bravely began to follow orders. When Lind ran past Lois, he said that Lady Agatha had a man. Lois couldn't believe it was. He was shocked and excited by it. Lois immediately said that he needed to urgently move away for a short while. Chris shouted at him that he was a brat and refused to follow his orders, and Lind gloated from behind. The next day, Grape came to the Baron. Chris asked him about his impression after the first day in his city. Grape said that everything is wonderful. Not as Chris said, the fortress wall is almost in perfect condition, yes, and it is difficult to find any flaws in the buildings of the estate. Chris answered him that he himself was surprised by this, and thought that it would take more time to build building. Suddenly, the guard opened Chris' office, and said that he had an urgent message. He received a letter from the kingdom. Chris immediately realized that the kingdom realized that they were trading in rock salt, and ordered to suspend the excavations, because the rock salt trade was illegal in their region, since all the rights to trade in salt belonged only to the kingdom. He began to think that he was not hiding the existence of rock salt, but the royal family reacted very quickly. It looks like someone betrayed him. He realized that they were most likely people from the aristocratic faction, and one of the aristocrats most of all fit this description. The aristocrat greets his guests, saying that they have come a long way. Those guests were people from the Circe Aristocratic Union, and they had a meeting. The aristocrat was thinking that he sent a letter to the royal palace, and he should receive a reply soon. However, he does not have high hopes for the royal family, and is sure that the Baron will pull some trick if the royal family's sanctions are not fair. The Baron said they'd hit Fromment with the rights. All the people in the Cirque Aristocrats Union Assembly were shocked by this news. They didn't expect the Baron to decide to start an estate war. The Baron also added that if they were victorious, they would be able to lay their hands on great wealth thanks to the rock salt deposits. The aristocrats began to speculate that Baron Fromment was a war hero as well as a knight-level wiser. The Baron said that there was nothing to be afraid of, since his son was also a knight-level wiser. But they thought that they did not have a good reason to start a war with Chris. The Baron responded to this argument by saying that the Comte Vanthies would indeed not commit treason, and the Cirque aristocrats only needed to create a reason to attack Baron Fromment. And they were not afraid of the consequences of betrayal, because the Duke himself stood behind them. The Baron's son asked the question, what would happen if the royal family announced sanctions that satisfied the noble faction, and the plan to attack Fromment could then be derailed? They could not rule out such a possibility. However, it was no longer important. Now the Baron was sure that he had gone through many troubles and hardships to be in this place, and his experience told him that he was right. The Baron thought that if Chris was left alive, he would someday kill him too. And the Baron had only one chance. This time he would get rid of him at all costs. There was anger and despair in his eyes. After that, the Baron began to talk about some people who had already set off. They were among the migrants, and they have already arrived at the territory of Baron Fromment. Lind, Chris and Grape talked about how to solve the salt problem. Grape said that the best option is to pay taxes and get other benefits. Chris thought that this was a fair argument, and once the rock salt deposits became known, sanctions could not be avoided. Chris asked if the Kingdom investigation team was coming today. Grape told him yes, and he needed to get ready. Suddenly, Lois ran into his room, and notified Chris that the investigation team that had arrived from the kingdom had passed through the fortress gates. Chris was surprised that they had arrived so quickly. Chris asked Lois who the leader of the group was, if it was Count Eliguan. But the commander of the group personally arrived to be the first Prince Decilio himself. Chris bowed to Decilio and greeted him. Decilio replied that he was glad to see Baron Fromment. Decilio, Eliguan and Chris sat down at the negotiating table to discuss the next steps regarding the extraction of salt deposits from Chris in the territory. Chris thought that it looked like the kingdom was still pushing to make a decision and check the mining of the deposits. He looked at the representatives who had come to him and thought that he did not think that Prince Desilio would also come along with Count Eliguan. Eliguan told Chris that salt is a monopolized commodity of their state. Desilio replied that he could well decide this issue in view of his powers. And he also asked Chris if he understood that the kingdom had already shown full understanding and indulgence in his direction. Chris asked that he be allowed to once again express gratitude for this reason. Desilio said that in general, he should remember that no privileges would be granted in this situation. Chris answered in the affirmative. Langman announced the amount of the tax. The tax was 80% of the profits from the sale of salt will be taken by the state. Chris looked at them and was visibly surprised because the tax was too high. He wondered why such a number was being offered to an aristocrat. He realized that in order to continue to manage the estate, he should not accept these conditions, and sitting before him is the person with the most real power in the royal family. Now is the most opportune opportunity to convince the prince. Chris turned to Desilio. The prince allowed him to speak. He asked the prince if he liked hunting. The prince looked at him in surprise. Chris, the prince, his warriors, and Chris's team went hunting, as Chris himself said. Lin thought about what Chris was thinking of doing in this situation, and how he planned to get out. The prince told Chris that they had gone quite far, but while not seeing a single goblin, Chris told him that the people of the estate began to volunteer to participate in the hunt, so the number of monsters had decreased significantly. Chris told him this because he knew his goal wasn't some sort of goblin hunt. Chris knew what the first prince needed. Now, in a period of change of power, the most important thing for the prince was to contain the influence of the duke, the head of the aristocratic faction, and keep power in his hands. As they rode through the mountains, Chris asked if the prince could see anything in the distance. The prince looked warily, and asked if this was the fortified point of wolves. Chris said that they could watch him from the Backbone Mountain range, located in the vicinity of his estate. Chris did not just tell the prince about this fortress, because it was impregnable, and no one had ever captured it. The capture of this fortress was the cherished desire of the first prince. He also turned to the prince, and said that he would not pay tax for the extraction of rock salt with gold. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. They did not understand why Chris said this, and how he was going to pay taxes on the extraction of salt. The prince was immediately indignant. He did not know how to understand this and angrily asked Chris if he had decided to go against the royal authority. Chris asked the prince if he remembered how Chris, being a commoner, arrived at the royal palace and asked to be given the Fromond estate. He said he didn't choose these lands for aristocratic status or rock salt. And in order to express his devotion to the state, which has taken care of him all this time, he will capture the first fortified point of the 8 families and dedicate it to the kingdom. Chris added that before next autumn, he would present Wolves Fortress to His Highness. The prince, with disbelief in his eyes, asked Chris if he could keep this promise. Chris, after a question from the prince, vowed to fulfill this promise, putting everything he has on the line. The prince proudly in the voice said that he would believe him and asked not to disappoint him. Chris thanked the prince. The next day at breakfast, Grape asked Chris a question. He asked if he was confident in capturing the wolves' fortified point, and if everything would go smoothly. Chris said that there was nothing to worry about. Chris replied that he has a plan, which he will talk about a little later. At the breakfast reception, Chris marveled at the soup prepared by the new chef who arrived this time. Suddenly, after taking the soup, Chris began to hallucinate and have headaches. He did not understand where he was. Everyone immediately noticed that Chris became ill, and abruptly stopped eating soup. Chris immediately yelled for the antidote to be brought from his room. Blood began to flow from Chris's mouth. With every second his condition was getting worse. Everyone began to worry and get nervous about Chris's condition. They were afraid for his life, so that he would not die. Chris ordered everyone to remove their hands from the food, and said that it contained poison. An antidote was found in Chris' room and Chris successfully took it. After Chris took the antidote, they began to ask him if everything was all right with him. He said that it was okay because he took the antidote quickly, but he would have to focus on recovery for a while. This poison was very strong. Chris ordered a cook to be brought in, who cooked the food and probably poisoned him. Chris was brought in by cooks and told that he arrived a few days ago as a migrant. They caught him trying to get out of the outer fortress in a hurry. Chris asked the chef who sent him. He replied that he did not know who was sent. He asked the cook where he's from and what he's doing here. The cook replied that he could not say that. Chris asked Lin to threaten him with a sword, and Lin presented the sword directly to his throat. Chris was the last to ask him what he was doing here and where he came from. Chris warned the cook and told him to respond carefully, because depending on his answer, he might spare him. And again he was asked who sent him. Suddenly, he started smiling like a madman. After that, he started laughing out loud and told them to just kill him. Chris realized that he would not say anything and they cut off his head. After which, immediately Chris made a new announcement. He told everyone to listen carefully. From now on they will improve the migrant identification system. And also, to strengthen the borders of the estate, if someone behaves suspiciously, he must be immediately arrested. Also, Chris ordered Grappa to spread rumors that he was lying sick after being poisoned. It was Chris' cunning plan, because thus, the one who reacts to this news is the initiator of what happened. The news was reported to the Baron that the prince simply left, and did not impose a tax on the extraction of salt. After that, the Baron asked his son how things were going with what he had entrusted to him. The son replied that rumors began to be heard that Baron Froment was seriously ill. The Baron was very happy. After all, this is what he was waiting for and this was his plan, and he realized that now he needs to add pace. The Baron said that now it was time to send letters to all the aristocrats in the area. Suddenly, late at night in the Baron's house, the silhouette of a woman stood in the window. The Baron was horrified and shocked by what was happening. The woman said that the Baron was looking for her. The Baron said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and thanks to her, for the last time. The girl said that she would take any job if it would help her take revenge. The Baron asked her if it was normal for an assassin to show his face. The killer replied that the appearance is remembered for some features, and tomorrow she may become a person whom the Baron does not recognize. The girl asked what business the Baron called her this time. He replied that it was necessary to get rid of someone. She immediately asked for a reward. The Baron said that he would give 1 platinum eagle. The killer immediately looked at the Baron, and asked if the victim was from the royal family or not. The Baron replied that in no case. Immediately she asked who would be the victim. The Baron told her that the owner of the Froment estate would be the victim. The killer was shocked. She said that Chris is a night-level washer. The Baron replied that he took care of it, and now he has fallen ill due to poisoning. The Baron immediately asked if it would be possible to arrange this murder. The killer said that it would be possible. However, in that case, the killer said that she wanted a larger reward, and looked at the huge blue diamond. The Baron thought that if he got his hands on a rock salt mine, he could get as many of these stones as he wanted, so he agreed to this deal. The girl was about to leave, and in the end she said that a lot of soldiers had gathered in the district, and it looks like a big battle is planned soon. The Baron said with an evil look that it was none of her business, and none of her business. She replied that she probably showed excessive curiosity. After that, she suddenly disappeared. The girl ran through the forest with incredible speed. Before that, Chris ordered this girl to take an errand for the aristocrats. The girl asked him if he ordered her to earn money. Chris said he only wanted information about the reward she could collect herself. The girl realized that this assignment can be dealt with only that night. After 2 days, many soldiers were ready for battle. 1,000 warriors who were fully equipped in armor on horseback were ready to kill. These warriors were ruled by a baron who wanted to kill Chris. He was asked if he was sure of his actions. The Baron replied with a smirk that there was nothing to worry about, and he would have no problem killing Chris and taking over the kingdom. The Baron did not worry about losing, because the Duke was standing behind him. The Baron's son ordered the army to launch an offensive. They were ready to kill all the inhabitants of the Froment estate. Absolutely all the knights who were in the Baron's army went to attack the city of Chris, and were ready to kill everyone in their path. Suddenly, one of the warriors approached the Baron. He said that there was a fighting force in front of the outer fortress of Froment. The Baron did not expect this. Many soldiers that stood in front of Froment fortress were ready to take this fight. The Baron and his subordinates thought that all the information they had received was false. Chris, his army was looking forward to the attack of the Baron's army, and they were definitely ready to resist them. The Baron began to noticeably get nervous. He did not understand how this could happen, because he was told that the Baron fell ill due to poisoning. After that, he thought about the mercenary who was supposed to kill Chris. The Baron looked and saw how Chris was holding a stone that he gave the killer so that she would kill Chris. Chris said that how many people came to visit him. The Marquis immediately thought that they wanted to disguise the murder as a disappearance. And they were definitely ready. The Baron started screaming about how a few days ago the Southerners broke into our earth and robbed the farm families. As it turned out, the Southerners came from the Froment estate, and on behalf of all the aristocrats orders them to take responsibility for this and repair all the damage suffered by others' estates. Chris began to laugh out loud, because he understood that the Baron was blatantly lying. The Baron told him that he was laughing in vain, because he was telling the truth. But Chris was not stupid. He understood that everything said by the Baron was a lie. And he told the Baron to tell the truth. The Baron began to get even more nervous. Chris said that the Baron's intent was to kill Chris. The Baron could not understand how Chris learned everything he said, because he could not even imagine that Chris was completely healthy and alive. Chris smiled and looked at the Baron for an answer. The Baron ordered all the soldiers to attack and told them to defeat the enemy. Chris ordered only Diggo and Enred to enter the battlefield and fight. Only 2 warriors went into battle against a whole army of knights in armor, but even 2 warriors were able to destroy the entire army, because they were incredibly strong. The fighting spirit of the warriors could not be crushed, and they wanted to kill all the knights of the Baron. From each attack of Diggo and Enred, a dozen warriors died. The Baron and his servants did not expect such an outcome of the battle, because they hoped only for the victory and death of Chris. The Baron's son immediately realized that only wiser knights could be so powerful. The knights looked at Diggo and Enred in horror. They thought that they were not people, but monsters. The Baron looked at the people who were left, and ordered them to attack faster. Chris yelled at the Baron that the power difference was too great and that the Baron would lose this battle. And not only did the Baron, absorbed in feelings, set up a war on the estate, he also sends innocent soldiers to a deadly place. Angrily, Chris shouted out that after such a thing, he could not be considered an honorary aristocrat of Circa. The Baron knew that Chris was right, but he didn't want to admit defeat. Suddenly a voice spoke from behind the Baron. He spoke about how eloquent Chris was, and said that the rumors were not false. The Baron asked about why the warrior who spoke to him did nothing, and did he not come here as reinforcements. The warrior said the Baron didn't seem to understand. And he's not his sword, he only draws his sword when he wants to. The Baron began to shake with fear, and did not understand what to do next. The son of the Baron began to join the battle. He was also a knight and the wiser. Chris ordered Alice to go into battle. She was also a wiser knight. The Baron's son looked at her with surprise, because he did not expect that he would fight with a woman. Alice replied that she was not a woman, but a knight. The Baron's son was shocked by what was happening. He did not expect that a woman could be a wiser knight. He thought that he had never heard of her, and he definitely had more combat experience than Alice. Jerpel started attacking Alice and shouted to her that he would show the power and the difference between them. With powerful blows, they began to hit each other, their swords crossed. Jerpel fought off all of Alice's attacks, and told her that it was useless to attack, and he could read all of her attacks. Alice thought that she had finally stretched her arm, and now she was ready for a real fight. She said that Jerpal was much weaker than her. He looked at her indignantly, and did not understand why she said that. Alice landed one lightning strike on Jerpal. It was incredibly powerful and crushing. Blood began to flow from the neck of the Baron's son. He could not believe that she had hit him and injured him. After that, Alice hit him again with a second lightning strike. He thought that he could understand all of her attacks and see them, but he couldn't follow her speed. She asked him how long he fought with the Wisers here, because she fought here countless times. Jerpal screamed in pain as Alice dealt him so many fatal blows. He could not hold the sword in his hands, and screamed in pain. Alice asked with a smirk if they would continue the fight, and presented him with a sword at his throat. The Baron was already aware that his son would soon die. Chris and Lind understood that Alice was just playing with him, and this was not a real fight. But suddenly, Lind saw something that he could not expect. A well-known warrior appeared in front of Alice, who was ready to fight her. The warrior introduced himself. His name was Palman Edstein, and he said that he was glad to meet you. Lind immediately recognized the warrior, because they had already fought with him. Suddenly, Alice began to fly from the crushing blow of the Palmun. Nobody expected him to be able to hit Alice. From the force of the impact, Alice shattered the outer wall of the castle fortress. Chris worried about Alice, because he could not even imagine what could happen after such a strong blow. Lois managed to save Alice from a crushing blow to the outer wall of the fortress. After this blow, Chris immediately remembered where he saw this man. That person was Palman Edstein, Knight of Hoyamgan. Chris looked at him, and realized that he had a title that the king himself bestowed on the Duke. This man was the Duke's sword, and possessed incredible strength. The Baron and his servants saw, because it was just a punch, that's why it was called the Sword of the Duke. Chris thought about how dangerous this man was, and he thought about how to get him to back down. Chris told the Duke's sword that he did not know that he would also be participating in this fight. Duke Sword said it was his personal decision, and he is now officially on vacation. Chris said that in this case, he would not get anything for killing Palmun. Palmun said that he had always wondered who the person who attracted His Highness's interest was. He took out his huge sword and said it was time to test what Chris was capable of. Chris realized how powerful Palmun is. After all, he was an overhuman, and a wiser of the fourth step or higher. Chris thought that Palmun Edstein is a simple type. He is a knight who wants to fight, and if he cannot get him to leave, then this method will be the most optimal. Chris's plan began to mature, and he turned to Palmun. Chris asked him if he wants to put his life on the line, or if he wants a fun fight. The Duke's sword was surprised and asked Chris if he could cheer him up. First, he challenged Diggo, who was a very strong warrior, to fight. Diggo began to deliver a crushing blow to the Duke's sword. But Palmun managed to strike first. Diggo did not expect this. Palmun told Diggo to straighten his stance as it was only his first punch. From a single blow, Diggo flew several hundred meters to the side. Lind and Chris were shocked by what was happening. They did not expect Diggo to be defeated so quickly. Palmun called out to Diggo, asking if he was only a wiser knight in words or in battle. He said that if Diggo is a real wiser knight, let him show it in battle. After the first blow, Diggo was already completely exhausted, and he was not able to fight. He, like Alice, flew into the wall, and his whole head was covered in blood. He was no longer able to fight. Palmun said he's surprised that Diggo hasn't passed out yet, and he admits that Diggo is pretty tough. The Baron started yelling about the fact that the enemy commander couldn't do anything and fell off his feet, and called them idiots. Chris watched this fight and couldn't believe that Palmun defeated Diggo so easily. Lois came up behind Chris and asked if Chris would give him a chance. Chris told Lois that Diggo was the best among them in terms of physical strength. Lois told him that he was sure he could, and asked Chris to believe in him. Chris asked Lois to keep just one promise and not overdo it. Lois was ready to fight Moon. Moon laughingly asked Lois what he could show him. The Duke's sword had already begun to swing at Lois to deliver its crushing blow. Easily dodged it, because he was expecting this attack. He was able to dodge every attack from Moon with ease, as if he understood his fighting style and how he attacks. Moon was shocked by this, as he didn't expect anyone to be able to dodge his attacks. Moon realized that Lois did not even reach the third stage of Wiser in terms of strength, but despite this, he manages to read all of his attacks. The Duke's sword thought it was an inborn talent, but Lois saw the direction of his attacks. It was a large two-handed sword, so his movements were monotonous. Lois knew he couldn't parry, because that was what the Duke's sword was waiting for. Lois continued to dodge, and waited for the right moment to hit the blind spot when Moon couldn't see. Chris and the Baron were shocked that Lois managed to hit Moon. After this attack, Lois realized that he would have a chance to win. Moon looked at Lois, and realized that now he wants to defeat him even more. Sword again dealt a crushing blow. Lois did not come to life and watched in surprise. After Moon's attack, Lois again managed to dodge and Moon's rear was exposed, but just as Lois wanted to attack him, Moon immediately turned around and retaliated. Lois was unable to anticipate the attack where Moon was holding a sword with one hand. The attack was made in the opposite direction and he was unable to dodge it. He fell and the ground cracked around him from the incredible force of the blow. Moon said he would give Lois one piece of advice, calling him a young knight. Don't just rely on what he sees. The Baron and his servant thought that no one was capable of defeating the Duke's sword and started laughing at the attempts of Chris's friends. Chris thought that even Lois had lost, and it was a failure, and they were not capable of winning this battle. The Baron told Chris that he shouldn't have boasted of such worthless strength, it was ridiculous for him. And Rid said that now it was his turn to take this fight with Moon, but Chris stopped him. Chris thought about how to be more careful, because they already lost 3 people. And you can no longer lose strength in the fight against Moon. Chris decided to take the fight himself, bravely stepping forward. The Duke's sword told him that if he lost here, he might be in big trouble, and whether he was sure he was ready for this battle. Chris said that after this duel, everything will definitely end. Magic in the form of blue lightning began to soar around him. The Duke's sword looked at Chris with mad eyes, and shouted for him to attack first. Chris ran up to Moon with lightning speed and dealt the first and crushing blow. But Moon was a strong warrior, and was able to calmly repel his first blow with his sword defense. From the first attack of Moon, Chris almost fell to the ground too. The force of the blows hit him. He did not expect that he could be defeated. He was able to repulse the next blow, and thought that it was just a shocking power, and such power is not from wise, it is innate. The Duke's sword hit Chris with its strongest blow, but he managed to hold his own. Chris fielded thanks to the magic defense he deployed with his Vice Knight's skills. With the help of magic, Chris dealt several dozen blows, but all were absorbed by the defense of Moon, because he owned powerful defense techniques. With incredible speed, Moon crept up behind Chris and landed a devastating blow. Moon was preparing to strike again, as Chris was weakened after a series of blows with the huge sword of the Duke. Unexpectedly, Chris was able to dodge, using what was left of his strength to counter. He also managed to strike back, but Moon easily dodged it. Moon's gaze was insane, and he dodged Chris's every attack with ease without putting much effort into it. Chris realized that even though Moon had a large build, his speed could match Chris's. This superhuman surpassed even Gian. But this is exactly what Chris was waiting for. He was waiting for an opponent through which it would be possible to step over, and he would be strong. With great strength, Moon and Chris began to oppose each other, delivering many devastating blows that no strong warrior apart from them could endure. Lind was shocked by what was happening, because he did not understand how Chris could fight this monster on an equal footing. Palmoon called out to Chris, asking if that was all he could do or if he could show something else. Chris realized that it would be hard to hit him harder, but he was ready to fight to the end. Chris unleashed a surprise attack on Palmoon and threw his spear straight at him. He did this to distract him and stab him from behind. It was a blow of incredible power. Palmoon began to fall to the ground from a blow of such power. After that, Chris gathered all his magic power in one blow, did not place it in one point, after which he was going to strike directly at Palmoon. It was a blow from a violent storm, and a direct hit right on Palmoon's torso. Everyone was shocked, especially the Baron, because he did not expect that Chris could even hit him. Lind was also shocked. He did not expect Chris to show such powerful blows. But Palmoon also managed to strike back at the Chris, and he began to fly in the other direction along with Palmoon. Chris realized that he defended himself with both hands, but he still broke it with his rib, and if he had not been on the third step of the vase, he would have already lost consciousness. The Duke's sword shouted to the Chris, saying that he did not expect him to prepare the dagger for a surprise attack. And he said that it was a very sneaky trick, and he did not expect this from Chris. Chris told him that in war it doesn't matter and all fighting methods are good. Palmoon laughed, and told him that he agreed with him. The Duke's sword told Chris to come under His Highness's command, looking him straight in the eye. Chris told him that he already knew the answer to his proposal. But Palmoon began to threaten the Chris, saying if he refused, he would become a broken sword. The Duke's sword began to mount the horse, but the Baron shouted after him what he was doing and asked him to finish the Chris as soon as possible. Palmoon said that the duel was over. The Duke's sword replied to the Baron that he was not his sword, and he had the right to do what he wanted, so he had the right to just take it and leave without fighting any further. The Baron was shocked by Palmoon's actions and he was left alone against the whole army and Chris. The Baron was afraid of what would happen next, and he ordered the entire army to retreat. Chris said that Baron Savnak knew him very well, and asked the Baron why he was so poorly prepared for this battle. The Baron's soldiers began to run away. The hunchback asked Chris if it was worth letting the soldiers go. Chris said that the soldiers were not to blame for anything and they were just following orders, they themselves would not do anything now. After this situation, Chris began to have memories. He remembered how one winter day there was a strong snowstorm, and he met refugees passing by. Due to the internal war that broke out on the estate, the man lost half his face, and his family lost his house. Chris asked them where they're going, and the man answered him. He said in desperation that he did not know where to go next. Chris was shocked by this answer. Then the man continued on his way across the snowy field. And Chris said that one who drives his subjects out of a deadly place cannot be considered an overlord. The hunchback asked if Chris would kill them. Chris replied that in this situation everything depends only on their actions. The Baron and his henchmen are gathered around a table in Chris' fortress. The surviving son of the Baron asked his father if they would survive. The Baron asked him to shut his mouth. He said that he was a useless idiot who was not even able to defeat a woman knight. And the Baron thought about whether this was a dream, whether he was sleeping. He thought in fear about whether his life would end like this, and he would die right here. Baron thought that the army had gone back to the manor. If he came back alive, he would somehow be able to get back on his feet. The door opened, and Chris began to enter the estate. He said that finally we need to put an end to it, and decide what to do next with them. The Baron pityingly began to beg Chris not to kill him, and said that he admits his guilt, and is ready to pay in any compensation, be it land or gold. Chris looked at him with delight, and understood how pathetic he was in this situation. The Baron also added that he understood a lot in this situation, and if he says that he will change the views of people in one country, it will sound ridiculous, but he intends to change them at least in his possessions. The Baron's servants also began to shout that they were swearing allegiance to the royalists. Lind looked at what was happening, and thought about how unscrupulous and pathetic idiots they were. Chris talked about the fact that as a child he dreamed of great things, He wanted to become a king, but with age he came to realize reality, and he decided to at least just save the people around him. However, Chris also realized that their state began to gradually go downhill, after which his heart did not want to stop there. And Chris made the decision that he wanted to be king. Absolutely everyone was shocked by the words of Chris. After all, they did not expect that he would want to become a king from a simple baron. The baron's son immediately knelt before the Chris and told him to accept him, introducing himself as a knight-level washer and saying that he would destroy the king's enemies while standing in the vanguard. The baron's servants also started yelling that they would serve King Chris. The baron looked at Chris and said that he only saw that there was a king here who would save this rotten country, and said if he accepted him, he would donate to him all the fighting forces that were left in his estate. Chris started laughing out loud and thanked them all. Chris smiled and said that he directly felt their deep devotion, and it remained for him to give the most important order for the implementation of a great cause. With anger in his eyes, he called Lind and Enrid and told them to slit their throats. Lind immediately began to follow the order, and cut off the first head of the baron's son. Enrid also did not stand still, and cut off the baron's head with a meadow. The baron was shocked by what happened, because he did not understand what would happen to him next. The baron asked Chris why he was doing all this, because they had just sworn allegiance to him. The baron looked into Chris' eyes and began to beg not to kill him, and said that she would give him everything he had, but that he would not kill him. Chris told the baron to shut up, and he looked at him with a pathetic look. Chris started yelling in the baron's face, saying that they were all vile brats who were ready to stick a knife in the back as soon as you take your eyes off them, and he would never believe their lying tongues. The baron, with horror in his eyes, began to tell Chris that he had misunderstood them, and this time it was all true. Chris said that he no longer saw the point in listening to him, and took up his sword. The baron began to scream in fear in anticipation of his death. Grappa was frightened, but he expected the death of the baron. Chris told him that if he was afraid, then he could go back to the high spire. But the hunchback, with passion in his eyes, replied that he was waiting for this. Lind looked at Chris and said that if Chris was king then Lind would be a minister. Enrid told the Chris whether he was a king or a feudal lord, nothing changed, and he was still his leader. Chris thanked his friends and said that he would try his best to repay their trust. A few days later, in the corridor of the Circe royal palace, the prince looked at the message, and realized that Chris had killed the aristocrats of the Duke faction. He was shocked that such a thing had happened. Suddenly, someone called the prince from behind, asking why he had such a serious face. One of the Duke's balls asked him if it wasn't for the best. After recent events, Chris received a letter stating that he has no right to take the lives of nearby aristocrats under the pretext of a war of the estates. Henceforth he is prohibited from unofficial wars of the estates, and if there is disobedience on his part, then his status will be cancelled, and he will be escorted to the royal palace and will be punished. He needs to prove his loyalty to the kingdom by showing his strength not inside the estate, but outside it. Chris concluded that it looks like his name was blacklisted. It's still good that it all ended like that. Chris told his team that they themselves felt great in the last fight, that everyone was weak, and from now on they should devote themselves to training Weiss, and they need strength that will not only break any worthy opponent, but also change the world. Chris began researching the larvae of the silver worm he had obtained while traveling with Lois. Chris thought that if he fed these larvae to a honey spider, something amazing might happen, and it would be an invisible thread that would be stronger than any steel, an invisible silver thread. Unexpectedly for himself, Chris noticed that an unknown person approached, who said that there was a problem in the estate. It was a hunchback. He said that the royal family declared war on the 8 families, saying that they would take the wolves' fortress within this year. Chris immediately realized that this is how Decili decided to put pressure on him, and smiled at the same time when he realized this. A few days earlier there was a meeting of 2 significant people. One of the balls asked the prince how his majesty was. The prince answered him that he did not feel well. After that, the sword and prince came to His Majesty to look at his well-being. His Highness immediately asked who came to him. The sword said it was him. The king recognized him at once, and he was glad to see him. The sword told His Highness not to overexert himself, because he was already in poor health. After that, events continued to take place in the estate of the Marquis of Zickel. The father and his daughter discussed the fact that Chris wants to strike at the same wolves' fortress. The Baron's daughter immediately thought that this was a failed idea, and Chris would not be able to capture this tower, because it was impregnable. Baron Zickel also added that if Chris's plan fails, then the royalists will also suffer huge damage, and he also said that he thinks that the confrontation between Hwamgan the king's sword and the prince becomes more pronounced. But the Baron also understood that in this situation it was better for him to remain neutral, since the more careful his choice was, the better for him. The Baron's daughter told him that she didn't understand why such a powerful person would try to do the impossible, and she didn't feel like he was the type to fight a fight that didn't stand a chance. After that, during a game of chess, the daughter of the Baron bet the Baron Shah, and he was extremely surprised, and looked at her. The daughter also added that, in her opinion, there was some kind of plan in Chris's plan. The Baron's daughter also added that she could go there in person, and see if the battle was winning or not. The Baron looked at her and said that she shouldn't be so tense, and said that it was worth putting this matter aside, and it was better to find her a worthy groom. The daughter looked angrily at the Baron, and asked him if he doubted her abilities. The Baron was immediately embarrassed. He said that he could not doubt her abilities, and their family was so big thanks to her daughter, and asked her if she really wanted to go. The daughter answered him that it really was, and she would like to go. The Baron did not want to let her go with all his strength, and asked again if she was sure that she would like to go there. The daughter looked at him, and said with confidence that she did not start losing battles. Meanwhile, it was bathing day at Farman Manor, with Enrid bathing first. Lady competed with Enrid in who keeps the breath under water longer. Lady definitely won this duel. Chris looked at them and told them to get out already, and Lind and Diggo would be next. In the meantime, the hunchback counted the soldiers that would be needed to capture the fortress. By calculation he determined that they would need at least 5,000 soldiers and a catapult, and would need to count on a long battle and stock up on provisions. Suddenly, Chris objected to the hunchback, and said that there would be no need for all the soldiers, and only night-level wisers would go. The hunchback was immediately indignant. He did not understand why Chris answered him that way. Chris also added, and to be precise, only those who can hold their breath for 10 minutes or more. Chris also added that the hunchback should not worry and that they have strong support. A few days later, an unknown carriage arrived at the estate. No one understood who had arrived. Lady started asking the rider on the carriage what business they came here for. The newcomer was the daughter of a baron. Her name was Amelia. She was the daughter of the Baron Zickel, and she came to help with the capture of the fortress of wolves. The soldiers frankly began to stare at Amelia because she was very beautiful. The lady said that she would report this to the Chris, and asked for understanding regarding the fact that they cannot thoughtlessly accept people into their ranks. Amelia said that she would wait for her. The lady ordered the soldiers to go quickly into the fortress. In the meantime, Chris has been experimenting with spiders and has created a very strong and beautiful thread. Chris told the girl that he had heard that she had a talent for sewing, and he said that he would like her to make some simple underwear. The girl told him to trust her. After that, Amelia, the daughter of Baron Zickel, suddenly burst in. She burst into the room straight to Chris. Chris and Amelia sat down at the negotiating table. Amelia said that it seemed that Chris had recently passed by their estate and did not even say hello. Chris told her that he did not have time, therefore, he could not look. If it upset her, he might apologize. Amelia told him that it was okay and that she would leave it, and had already forgotten everything. She also added that she had heard that they were planning to strike at the fortress, and said that the Zickel family could help with this. Chris replied to Amelia, and said that there was no need for this. Amelia was shocked by his answer, because she thought that he would agree to help. Amelia thought that it was a very sharp rejection from Chris, and she didn't even have anything to say. Chris apologized to her. Amelia continued her conversation with Baron Chris, and said that she had heard that he was not even helped by the royal family, and added that these forces would not be enough for him to capture Wolf's Fortress. Chris, meanwhile, realized that she was able to recognize Weiss, and now he realized that she was not an ordinary person. The family of the Marquisical is the key power of the Circe, which even the first prince with Hwyeongan the royal sword cannot touch. There was a reason why they had survived the coming war and didn't rely on anyone's powers, all thanks to the only mage Circe, who was able to use intuition magic. And Chris' friend realized that this lonely magician was Amelia. He began to look at her to see the magic symbol on her body, and make sure that she is a magician. Chris also began to think about why she came here at this particular time. And suddenly he realized, because she wanted to understand if he was ready to take risks. Amelia asked Chris if she could stay at his estate for a few days. Chris replied that of course she could. Amelia also asked Chris why he doesn't call her Lady. Baron Chris replied to her that if she arrived here as Lady and Amelia, then he would address her that way. Amelia was shocked by his answer, as she didn't expect it. Admitted his mistake, Amelia said that it looked like she was a little too hasty and Chris could call her whatever he wanted. Chris also took to training to learn how to hold his breath for more than 10 minutes to capture Wolf's Fortress. Chris received a letter that was sent from Wolf's Fortress, instructing Chris to better defend his fortress, and called him a cowardly rat. The hunchback told him that the royal family was also continuing to push, and he asked him if Chris was sure that everything would be all right. Chris said that now is not the time, and we need to wait a little more, and the chance will definitely appear. After that, he ordered the hunchback to gather all the soldiers who are good at archery, and form a detachment of archers. If they take the fortress, they will place the archers in position. The hunchback realized that Chris was talking with complete confidence about the capture of Wolf's Fortress, and did not understand how he planned to do this. On the same day, already late in the evening, the prince thought about what would happen next with the Wolf's Fortress. Count Hato, who was a royalist aristocrat, asked the prince what was troubling him. The prince asked him if Baron Fromment would be able to occupy the Fortress of Wolves. Hato said that it was almost impossible, and they tried to take the Fortress of Wolves for several years, but everything was unsuccessful. No matter how an outstanding person Baron Fromment was, he would be defeated. Hato also added that after the defeat of Chris, the salt mine will become the property of the royal family. And did the prince accept Baron Fromment's offer? Not because he knew this. The prince told him that he really accepted this offer in order to get the salt mine. However, now the prince did not understand what he wanted to receive from Baron Chris. Meanwhile, Diggo and Chris were practicing, and the pumpkins suddenly began to bark. Diggo did not immediately understand what was the matter, and why she was barking, but then he sharply looked into the sky. Diggo there saw the clouds, which quickly began to thicken. Suddenly, Chris called out to Diggo to gather everyone, and the time had come. It began to rain heavily. Chris ordered everyone not to wear armor, and it was necessary to dress as lightly as possible. He told wise level knights to take only waterproof capes and the most comfortable weapons with them, and anything that was uncomfortable should be left in the fortress. Agatha went up to the rice and said that she had heard that the place was very dangerous, and that they should all be very careful. Chris told Lady Agatha not to worry so much, and they would return safe and sound while Amelia looked at him. Amelia said she couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that they were all knight-level vases. Chris put on his raincoat, smiled and told her to use her intuition. Lady Amelia used her intuition, and said that they might be able to succeed. And Chris ordered all the knights of the level of vice to go. The hunchback did not understand how they were going to take the Wolves' Fortress with 6 of them. He said that he trusted Chris, but frankly, this idea seemed too reckless to him. The hunchback also added that he did not understand the other 5 who agreed to such a strategy. Chris dozens of times before, but he always managed to break all his doubts into pieces, and everyone understands that Chris Farmant will succeed this time as well. On the road to the fortress, Chris's team was expecting heavy rain. But Chris and his team were rapidly approaching the fortress. In the fortress, one of the soldiers began to report to the commander that, as a result of reconnaissance, everything was clear. The commander asked the soldier how long this rat was going to hide. The commander was the commander-in-chief of the Wolves' Fortress, Theodore Wolves. The soldier told him that due to heavy rain it would be difficult to continue reconnaissance, and asked if he could ask for help from the department. Theodore told him that there was no point in this, namely, to call them on such trifles. There was a cliff in the rear of the fortress, so the enemy would need to cross the central hill that is in front, and if they drag soldiers or catapults behind them, they will be immediately detected, Fee for thought. He also thought that no matter how much Chris Farmant praised himself, Wolves' Fortress would never be captured. Meanwhile, Chris's team was already on their way. They were moving very quickly through the forest. Lin noticed that the rain was getting stronger. Chris told him that it would get even stronger, and they needed to hurry. Chris knew that he would only have one chance, and if he screwed up today, they would no longer be able to capture the fortress. Suddenly, someone started screaming in the fortress, and Theodore woke up. He wondered why the fortress was so noisy. Water came to his feet. It was a flood. His entire room was knee-deep in water. He was shocked that the water entered the fortress. The soldier went into Theodore's room and told him that because of the downpour, the fortress began to fill with water. Theodore told all but a minimal guard force to clear the water. Theodore did not know how to understand this, and what he would do next in this situation. Chris's team was even closer to the fortress. Enrid said that the sky was angry. The lady told him that he was talking there, and she could not hear him. Everyone's robes were already soaked through from the heavy rain. Chris ordered to take off the mantle, and continue to go without them, and we must quickly reach the central hill of the fortress. The whole team took off their robes and began to run towards the central hill of the fortress. Suddenly, the guards of the fortress saw how the unknown people were running straight towards them. They realized that they were intruders. One of the guards said that there were only 6 of them and they could handle them on their own. Another soldier said that they should be reported first, because the soldier knew what kind of character the commander had. Chris ordered Diggo and Enrid to deal with the soldiers. Diggo and Enrid immediately rushed to the soldiers. The soldiers were shocked by their speed and how quickly they got to them. With literally one attack, the soldiers had already been decapitated. Chris told everyone to stop because he had a plan. Chris ordered Enrid to make a hole in which they could fit. After Enrid made a hole, then the water began to drain. Chris said that at his signal they plunged into it. Chris looked at the fortress and thought about how many things he changed, namely the 7th Infantry, the fate of the Circa, the lives of the people who surrounded him and the future. And he realized that, however, there is something that remains unchanged, no matter how he rages. In the summer of 899, according to the calendar of the Central Continent, the Fortress of Wolves meets with self-destruction. Self-destruction was due to God's wrath. The soldiers were drowning in the water because of the flood. They were screaming and asking for help. The commander fled, and the soldiers asked to take them with them. But the commander did not take the soldiers with him, and closed the doors in front of them. The soldiers literally begged him for help, and asked him to open the door. The water was approaching, and the soldier already understood that he would soon die. Theodore held the door tightly so that not a single soldier could get out without it. Theodore thought about why this happened, and understood that he needed to get to the surface. He saw many soldiers in front of him, and ordered them to leave quickly and move forward. Then he told everyone to step aside, and that's the order. Theodore began to shout to the soldiers that they were all deaf, and that they quickly got out of the way. He told them to do it faster. But the water was approaching with even greater speed. Theodore did not know where to run. The fortress was flooded more and more with water, and there was no longer a place where one could run. Chris told them to get into the hole now, because he saw how the water was flowing. Everyone started jumping into the hole Enrid had dug. Everyone on the team was ready for this as they practiced holding their breath for more than 10 minutes. Chris thought that when the vibrations were over, it would all be over. After the flood, Theodore survived. An unknown person approached him and asked if he was okay. Theodore began to stretch out his hand to him, and asked who he was, and if he was from the department. The stranger said that it was a pity that they did not recognize him, and in fact, Theodore gave him a different nickname. The unknown was Chris. He said that he was glad to meet Theodore, and said that he called Chris the rat that was hiding behind the fortress. After the end of the flood, the entire army of Chris arrived at the wolves' fortress. The hunchback asked Chris if the Lord blessed him, and Chris said that he was just lucky. The hunchback added that he wanted to ask a couple more questions, but he had too much to do. After that, Chris ordered all the archers to take positions in the fortress, and the rest to repair the gates. The dark night came, and Chris, along with Lind, climbed to the defense of the fortress. Lind joked that Chris had a new nickname. Chris asked him to shut up. Suddenly, Lind noticed someone on the horizon. It was some kind of suspicious person. He began aiming at the suspicious person with his bow, and was already ready to shoot to kill. But he saw Strick riding a horse. Chris immediately asked Strick what he was doing here. Strick said there was an emergency. Strick announced that the king had died. Chris was shocked. Strick added that after the death of the king, a riot began. And Hoyamgan, the king's sword, raised the flag. Because of the rebellion, the funeral of the king was postponed, and preparations for war began, and the order was given to immediately come to the palace. Chris immediately thought that everything happened very quickly. Even this time it happened earlier than he thought. He knew it was a failure, and now they can't ask for military assistance from the royal family. However, using even more manor forces would also be risky. Lind saw that someone was approaching the fortress. He realized that this was an army. Chris asked him if it was someone from the 8 families. Styx said that it was the army of the Marquis Zickel family that rode with him. Chris did not expect this. One of the troops said that they came for help on the orders of Mrs. Emily Zickel. Chris smiled and was pleasantly surprised that Amelia helped him in this difficult situation. Chris decided that from now on they will defend the fortress together with the army of Zickel. Lind will act as commander-in-chief. Diggo and Lois will also guard this place. Chris shouted that everyone else was returning with him to the estate and declaring martial law. After that, Chris and his team, who were not supposed to defend Wolves Fortress, returned to Fromment Fortress. Lady Agatha asked Chris if everything was alright. Chris told her not to worry and it was safe here. More importantly, if he could get the underwear he asked to be made. Yavrian also approached Chris. She would be shocked that the civil war started. Chris offered her to make a deal with the 8 families. She said that he was crazy. Yavrian thought it would be stupid to make a deal after Chris captured Wolves Fortress. Chris started to put on the armor, and told the wolves they expelled and started selling salt to the Gold family. Because this family was money addicted and everything should be fine. Yavrian looked at Chris and asked him what would happen if the family refused. Chris said that in this case she should convey to them words such that he would eliminate the greenied stranger. Yavrian thought about the fact that probably all the owners of the estates blow their roofs from time to time, and asked where Chris was going. Chris said he was on his way to rescue the Allied army. Meanwhile, Wehane Ludwig also received a letter indicating that the first prince and Hoyamgan were asking for his help. Ludwig asked his servants what they thought about this. Commander of the Knightly Detachment Ludwig, Gideon Tabau, told him that there was still a lot of monitoring of the situation. And the commander of the Vihane Guard, Zodfil, said that you should not rack your brains like that. And he added that the outcome of the war is determined by unarmed power or intelligence, and the strength of the rank and file, and now the territories of this continent are in the hands of Ludwig. Ludwig agreed with Zodfil and said that he was right. The fate of the circa depends only on him. And he added that the world is downright telling him to become king. Ludwig really wanted to surpass his father. Ludwig raised his hand and enthusiastically shouted that he would now rule the continent. Gideon thought about whether this path would be true. After that, Ludwig asked the guards where Gian was. Ludwig was told that he had left his post to strengthen his positions. Ludwig thought that Gian was openly avoiding him, and if he weren't a knight level wiser, he would have gotten rid of Gian a long time ago. Ludwig ordered to increase surveillance in the direction of the tower, and if Gian appeared nearby, he ordered to kill him. Meanwhile, Chris on a pumpkin rode in order to save the neighboring army. He quickly sped off through the dense forest. Suddenly, he noticed an unknown person on his way. Unknown said he was glad to meet him. Chris asked him how he was doing. This unknown person was Kennery. After that, someone came to Mr. Gian. He was surprised by this. The wolves' fortress would come to him. Chris said that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Gian asked him why Chris was here. Chris asked what Gian was planning to do next. Gian began to answer him, saying that Vihane was talking about becoming king, and he did not understand how he would succeed. Chris thought that from time to time he found out the position of the Ludwig family through Kennery. Moreover, he managed to find out the reason why Gian was so attached to Vihane. When Gian turned around, Chris asked him if he kept the promise he made to the lady well. Gian immediately became alert. He did not expect Chris to ask him exactly this. Chris angrily began to ask him how much longer he was going to drag Vihane, and asked him if he wanted to leave the girl imprisoned in the tower forever. With these words, Gian immediately began to draw his sword. Also, Gian added that Chris should watch his tongue. He threatened to kill Chris if he kept talking about that girl. Chris told him to try if he was capable of it. Their views crossed. Each possessed powerful strength, and was capable of much. Gian lunged at Chris to land his first blow. From their strength, even the stones rose in the air, and lightning of different colors sparkled around them. Crushing blows were inflicted by both Gian and Chris, but it turned out that their strengths are equal. Gian looked directly into the eyes of the Chris and asked him how he was already able to reach such a level, and asked who he really was. Kennery, when he saw this fight, told them to stop it. But they did not listen to Kennery, and continued their fight. Meanwhile, a pumpkin began to approach them. Pumpkin let out a powerful stream of flames from her mouth, thus she wanted to end this fight. Gian was very surprised that the pumpkin could breathe fire. Gian's servant ran to him, and began to ask how his condition was, and whether he was safe. Chris immediately recognized the servant. His name was Fox. Chris asked him how his life was, and said that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Fox also recognized Baron Chris. Gian began to hide his sword, and asked Fox what he wanted to tell him. Chris saw that Gian was not going to continue the fight, and he asked him how many people lived in the county of Ludwig, including Daybed. Gian looked at him, and cautiously replied that at least 10,000 people lived there. Chris looked at him and said with anger in his eyes that if he trusted them to Vihane, they would all die. Everyone around was shocked by Chris' statement, but Gian said he didn't feel like it was the time to worry about others, and Vihane's target was south. Chris thought about it, and asked if it was really the south, and he was talking about South Lake, asked him if he was sure of his words. Gian said no, Vihane wasn't targeting the South Lake, he was targeting from it, which shocked Chris. Chris immediately asked Gian what Vihane was thinking and what would happen to the 8 families. Gian answered him that in the meantime Vihane wanted to conclude a truce with them and gain the right to the throne. Chris said that Vihane was a bastard, and that in the end he decided to take over the whole state. Chris realized that he could no longer delay. He said that he would save the woman with whom Gian was bound by an oath, and Vihane would entrust Gian. Gian turned away from Chris and asked him why he was doing all this. Chris said that he was doing all this for the sake of their state. Gian ordered his assistant Fox to follow Chris. Gian did not understand what to do next, but memories from the past began to come into his head. He remembered how in the city he fought with 2 mercenaries. Gian was very exhausted and thought that he could die in this fight. But the robbers retreated, saying that next time he would not leave alive. Gian began to enter the house, and a girl immediately began to run towards him, asking him what happened, and why he was all wounded. The girl told him to take off his clothes first, and she would heal his wounds. But he hit her and told her to back off. The girls were very hurt both physically and mentally, because she just wanted to help him. But suddenly, Gian began to fall to the ground. The girl immediately began to scream. She did not understand if Gian was alive. As a result, the girl began to treat Gian's wounds. Meanwhile, he lay unconscious in bed. Suddenly, Gian woke up and began to call the girl. Her name was Dies. After that, he heard someone talking outside the door. These people were saying that they could no longer stay here and wanted to run away together. The man who offered to run away to Dice was called Battle. The girl asked him if he could take care of Gian as if he were his own son. Battle will respond that he will not be able to take care of him like that. Dice started to leave, and told Battle to leave, because she could not leave her son. Gian thought that it would be better for his mother if he were not here. And he realized that tonight he wanted to leave. But suddenly, he saw Battle near his house, which was dead on the ground. He thought that he had been killed. Gian immediately opened the door of his house, because he knew that something was happening. The bandits entered his house. They had knives in their hands, and they threatened his mother. One of the bandits said that they came to Gian's house to take revenge on him. Gian immediately began to scream. He was ready to kill all these bandits in his house. Gian was able to kill all the bandits, thus he saved his mother from death. Mother hugged him. After all, she was very grateful to him for the fact that he saved her. Suddenly, someone opened the door in their house and said that he was surprised by what Gian had done. The Baron came into his house. He said that he was amazed that he had coped alone with the 4 bandits. The mother asked the Baron what was the reason for his sudden visit. But the Baron interrupted his mother, and asked who taught Gian to handle the sword like that. Gian answered him that no one taught him this, and he himself learned everything. The Baron asked him if he wanted to become a knight. Gian was shocked by his offer. The Baron also told him that if he became a knight, then he would be able to protect his mother. 3 years after this situation, Gian came to his mother and said that he was appointed a knight. His mother replied that she was proud of him. Gian bowed before his mother, and began to tell her that he swears to heaven and God, and henceforth his sword will serve only Lady Dies until the end of days. After that, Gian was in the present, and looked at the tower. He thought about whether or not to trust Chris in this situation. Gian's mother was in this tower. She was kept there by force. At the same time, the army was already advancing towards Fromment. Fox said it was Ludwig's army and apparently they were already on the march. Chris said it happened faster than he thought. Chris and Fox arrived at the tower. Chris asked Fox what the tower was. Fox replied that it had only 5 floors and each had at least 10 soldiers. Fox also added that next to Gian's mother sits in confinement on the top floor, and there are always 2 specially trained maids next to her. If Mr. Gian or another intruder appears next to the tower, then Dies will be immediately killed. Chris said that it would really be a difficult test, and that if you go hidden, then Gian's mother cannot be saved. Chris started asking Fox if he could handle it. Fox didn't understand Chris' question. Suddenly, another girl appeared behind Chris and Fox, who said that it was impossible. Chris asked her, that is, she gives up. The girl replied that she could only bring a corpse. Fox looked at the girl with an indignant look, and asked her what she had just said. Chris told Fox not to scream, and let Rachel finish. Chris asked Rachel what she was getting at. Rachel said that she thinks Chris is using her, and she doesn't want that. Rachel told Chris to make her a promise. Chris asked what. The girl told him to try to find out her name as soon as it was over. Chris said he promised her that. Chris asked the girl if there was any way out. She told him that there should be 2 when the moon is bright in the sky. 3 days later, they were again near the tower, in an attempt to free Gian's mother. Chris went first. He began to climb the tower. Chris did it so quietly that the guards did not even notice his presence, and the fact that he climbed to the top of the tower. But suddenly, in the bushes, something began to stir and bark. The guards immediately drew attention to it, and realized that it was a wild beast. Chris was almost upstairs and he heard the pumpkin start barking and thought about how good he was. The girl told Chris that he was good at climbing walls, and Chris thought that he used to be in a robber guild. The girl asked if he was worried about Froment now, because the situation turned out to be critical. Chris thought for a moment, and replied that everything was fine. Meanwhile, Froment began to attack the enemy soldiers, and Chris's team courageously defended the fortress. And the archers on the hills shot all the other soldiers they couldn't kill right away. Lin controlled all the archers, and stood on a raised platform, right on the fortress. The hunchback shouted that one should not fall for the provocations of the enemy, and one must continue to hold on. Chris' entire team bravely fought against many enemies. The enemies realized that the resistance against them was too strong. Also, there was an army of enemies who headed towards the mountain range. The enemies noticed that a wire was stretched along the road, which wounded one of the fighters. This wire activated the smoke bomb, which formed a large black smoke cloud. Froment's allies began to emerge from the cloud to protect the path. One of the defenders asked where the enemy soldiers had gone. After that, Chris said that he really wasn't worried and that Froment was strong. Together with the girl, they climbed the tower to its top, and noticed a window there. Chris decided to take a look at what was happening outside that window. Two specially trained women were indeed standing in the room with Gien's mother. Chris realized that if I did not go ahead, they would fail the mission, and I needed to somehow get rid of these two maids. Gien's mother asked the maids to let her see her son, but the maids answered her that Gien had gone to war. Days answered them that they locked her here to use Gien. The maid told her that the count ordered to do so. The mother immediately thought that the count whom she knew was dead, but now the will of the late duke is being carried out by Mr. Wihane. Days asked what was happening. Mr. Wihane did not allow her to see her son. The maid answered her that Gien was just very busy. Gien's mother said that she did not believe it. The maid told her that she had to believe it. Days said that it would be better to let her kill herself. The maid replied that it was impossible. She thought about how it had come to this, and why she was here. But suddenly, in the reflection of the mirror, she saw the silhouette of a man, and was shocked by this. Chris began to wave his hand at her, giving a sign, while the maids did not see it. Chris thought about making her understand that they were here. He literally begged for it. And Gien's mother really understood this, and told the maid that she wanted to get some fresh air. The maid replied that she was forbidden to go out. And she asked at least to open the windows so that she could get some fresh air. The maid started to go to the window to open it, and told the mother not to come close to the window. The maid began to open the window, and turned to face Dice, and asked her if she remembered what had happened once. After that, the girl attacked the maid and killed her with one blow. Another maid immediately rushed at Dice with the words that she would finish her. Dice screamed at first. But right there, from the second servant mother was protected by Chris, he attacked her and hit her. The maid lay on the ground and began to scream with an angry look. Chris was able to neutralize the maid with one blow. The enemies below the tower heard a noise from above, and began to rise. The guard went to the top of the tower, and asked what was the matter, and what happened here. Chris instantly reacted, and with one movement of the dagger, he immediately killed the guard. More guards came up the stairs, and they saw the death of the guard who entered the door. After that, Chris began to leave the room and cut the enemies to pieces. He thought that the limited space and opponents who can only attack in turn would not be able to defeat him, and victory would be his. The guards began to report to the commander that there was an intruder who appeared literally from nowhere. The enemy guard also added that it is difficult for them to get into the room as the enemy is standing in the doorway. The commander angrily replied to the guard that he himself would deal with him. But unexpectedly, the commander saw Chris from it. Chris also looked at the commander, and realized that it was McCoy, his old acquaintance. McCoy thought about what Chris was doing here, and realized that they could not defeat him in this tower. Commander McCoy ordered everyone to retreat. He became visibly nervous and told his warriors that Chris was a knight-level visor and they could die here if they fought him any longer. The soldiers were shocked by his rank. They didn't expect him to be a knight-level visor. They started to leave the tower, surrounded it, and waited for reinforcements. Chris said that McCoy had changed a lot during the time they hadn't seen each other. McCoy became even more nervous, and said that it was a pity that they met like this. Meanwhile, Gian arrived at Ludwig's castle, standing directly opposite Ludwig. Ludwig started screaming and asked what he was waiting for. And he ordered Gian to stick his sword into the floor. And Ludwig told Gian to swear that until the end of his days he would be his knight. Suddenly, the gates to the castle opened, and one of the guards said that there was an emergency. The guard said that an unknown person had invaded the forest tower. Ludwig could not believe it. Ludwig looked at Gian and immediately understood what was going on. Ludwig yelled for them to catch Gian, but he had already rushed to Ludwig and started to draw his sword. The soldiers fled to Gian, but he was able to neutralize everyone who stood in his way with one blow. Gian turned to the guards and said that he didn't have time, and he would tell them straight. He would tear everyone to pieces who stood in his way. Meanwhile, Chris and the girl were freeing Gian's mother. They went down to the first floor of the tower. But there were a lot of enemy soldiers around the tower. They surrounded it, and Chris wondered where Gian was. Gian arrived. The enemy soldiers thought they were saved because they thought he was their ally. Chris looked out from the tower, and thought that Gian would go straight to the front of the enemy. A whole army was sent behind Gian. It was Ludwig's detachment, and together with him Mr. Vahane himself. Gian opened the tower door and saw his mother. They were very happy to see each other, and immediately rushed to hug. Gian he pressed his mother tightly to himself, and said that this would never happen again, and no one else would separate them. Chris was sincerely happy for Gian and his mother, but said that it was time for them to go. Chris told Gian to stand up for his earth where he now stood. Gian told his mother that he would be back soon. It was time for him to protect his land. His mother asked him to return safe and sound. Chris told Dice not to worry, and her son was not so simple, he was very strong. Ludwig ordered Gian to get out of the tower quickly, and asked if he was resisting his father's order. After that, Gian began to leave the tower and move straight towards Ludwig. Ludwig ordered all of his archers to start shooting at Gian, and they all fired arrows at him. With one powerful blow, the brave warrior managed to break all the arrows. After that, Ludwig ordered to seize the traitor. Gian asked whom he called a traitor, and showed the letter. This letter confirmed Vahane's secret plot with 8 families. He wanted to arbitrarily assume the title of king, and wanted to make a deal with an enemy state. Gian also said that he was declaring Vahane a shameful traitor, who was going to sell the land in Cancer, the protection of which his father devoted his whole life. Ludwig began to noticeably get nervous. The army, together with Gian, recognized Ludwig as an exile. Ludwig began to deny what Gian had said, and said that everything he said was nonsense, and ordered the detachment to punish the rebels. Suddenly, a soldier from behind asked him if it was true. The soldier began to aim at Ludwig with a bow, and said that everyone suffered because of his despotism, but continued to endure for the sake of this land. The soldier started screaming furiously, and asked him if he was really going to sell it, and told him to answer this question quickly. Ludwig, in horror and fear, began to scream, and ordered the soldiers to kill the recalcitrant soldier. One of Ludwig's servants cut off the rebellious soldier's head. After that, Ludwig's servant also said that they were at a disadvantage and they needed to retreat. Louis was nervous and knew he was right, so he ordered everyone to retreat. Meanwhile, events were taking place on the first line of the front, the headquarters of the royal army. The prince asked the service if there was Baron Froment. The servant replied that it was reported that Ludwig had attacked Froment, and the servant thought that it would not be easy for the Baron. He understood that Froment was opposed to Ludwig's army, who had betrayed the kingdoms, if they destroyed each other, then it would be ideal. He said that first one started the war, then the second, as if everyone suddenly went crazy. The prince also said that their state had turned into hell, but the servant understood that in fact this outcome for Circa was obvious. Indeed, the first prince is strong, but does not shine with intelligence, the second is weak, which is why he cannot fight, the third is healthy, but his character left much to be desired. In other words, a kingdom without a king is doomed to collapse. The servant understood that it was good that the first prince listened to advice, if not in a hurry to convince him, and told the prince not to be so worried. He added that Hwyeongan started a war without any reason, and this is considered treason, and an insult to the royal family. He also said that not only they protect the authority of the royal family, news will soon come from Tejas, the central part of the continent, and they will win the civil war. After that, events began to take place in the fortress of Count Ludwig. The servants began to ask Gian and Chris what they were doing here. Gian said that Vihane abandoned this land, and now he is the master here. The servants did not agree with him. They said that they swore allegiance to Count Vihane, not to him, and they would simply leave here. Gian said that they could leave and that no one was keeping them here. I asked him if Gian was sure of the correctness of his decision, and Gian replied that they would not have stayed here anyway. Gian looked at Chris and asked him what he was going to do now. Chris replied that it was time to get ready. After that, Chris asked Gian to send a messenger, and said that it was necessary to gather his knights. Chris also added that he would like to compete with Gian once. Gian did not expect such an offer in a similar situation. Chris said that he couldn't do without it, because he understood that the duel with Gian would have a big impact on the level of wise. Chris was thinking that he was increasing at a high rate. The last time he had a skill level of level 38, and Gian is a 4th stage wiser, so Chris needed to increase his level quickly to compare his level with Hwyeongan and win in a difficult battle. Meanwhile, Ludwig and his army began to run away. Ludwig thought about why he was running away from these lands, because he was also their master, and again began to think that he would become king. He ordered to go to the Froment estate, because he believed that Zodfil captured him. One of the knights told the count to stay behind, because someone was approaching them. The face of Zodfil could be seen in the dense forest. Ludwig did not understand what Zodfil was doing here, because he was supposed to capture the Froment estate. Zodfil said that the Front Manor warriors had prepared much more carefully than they expected, and they had lost the minimum number of soldiers, and now they retreated for a while. Zodfil so adding that if you go back to the manor, you can reorganize and attack again. Ludwig was shocked by his answer. A few days later, Chris gathered all his brothers, and they bowed to him. Chris asked them if all the forces had gathered. Lind answered him yes, and said that there were about 200 people. After that, Gian approached Chris, and said that he overthrew the ruler of Vihane, and inherited the place of the count after the death of his father, and he is going to become a knight who goes into battle under the leadership of the king. After which, Gian knelt before Chris, and said that he swears allegiance to the Baron Froment. He also added that even if his body couldn't move, he would fight alongside the overlord. Chris looked at him, and realized how brave a warrior he was, said that he accepted his oath. After that, Chris ordered the brave knight to get up, and he listened to him and got up from his knee. Chris ordered the entire army to prepare for the offensive, because soon a very difficult battle was waiting for them. Chris mounted his horse, raised his spear, and bravely ordered the entire team to march forward onto the battlefield. In the meantime, many kilometers away from Froment Manor, the battle took place. The warriors fought ferociously under the leadership of the swords of the king. Hwyeongan stood on the mountain, and said that one of the king's swords was severely dispersed, after which he began to think about how to lead further. After that, one of the soldiers came to him, and said that he was reporting that the Tejas army had arrived to help the royal army. Hwyeongan immediately smiled. He could not believe the words of the warrior that this was a tennis army, and said that this was probably the work of that cunning snake Hado. But he did not care. He looked at what was happening like a madman, and said that he would destroy anyone who would prevent him from taking the throne. After that, he asked the soldier how Chris was. The soldier reported to him that Froment was now fighting Ludwig's soldiers. The soldier also said that almost all the forces of Ludwig Manor had left, so it was unlikely that anyone from Froment would come here. Heimgan again looked at him like a madman, and said that he would definitely be here and come here. At the same time, the soldiers began to report to the prince that the 2nd and 3rd Infantry Divisions of the Southern Front had been defeated, and at the moment, the Heimgan cavalry detachment was heading north. One of the prince's servants began to realize that such an outcome was expected, but he did not think that everything would happen so quickly. The prince looked at the soldier and asked if the Tejas had arrived or not. After that, another soldier suddenly arrived and reported to the prince that the Tejas army had arrived. The prince left the building and began to greet the Tejas troops, saying that he did not think to see them here in person. In front of the prince stood the commander-in-chief of the army, Tejas Abel, and he said that he could not help but look to him. The prince's servant stood behind him and thought that he could not believe that such an influential person had come here. After all, Abel was so influential that even at the age of 70 they continued to call him number 1 in the central continent. Abel is considered an inviolable personality, which is not subject even to the king. After that, Abel asked the prince and his servant if the guy was here, but the prince did not understand what guy he was talking about, and asked what kind of guy. Abel looked at him thoughtfully, and asked where Chris Froment was, and said that he would like to compete with him once. Meanwhile, Lind asked Chris if he had a plan to attack. But Chris was thinking that the Duke's army had been smashing the royal family for days, and Desilia would not dare to think of an attack from the back, and attack Chris's army from the back. Therefore, Chris realized that most likely only a small part of the soldiers were in the rear, and ordered to go to the land of Heimgan in the Rodel estate. Chris and his team set off. Chris told Ludwig's army to stay here and scout the area, if they find something, to immediately report. One of the influential barons saw how unknown soldiers were approaching his fortress. An enemy appeared at the front in the direction of the eastern gate, the soldier told him, and added that about 200 cavalrymen were visible. Froment's army was approaching him with a laurel wreath. The baron told the soldier that he had heard that he was now fighting against the troops of Ludwig, and he wondered if he had managed to break such a large army. Suddenly, an arrow was fired by one of the soldiers, and it flew in an unknown direction. But suddenly, the baron noticed that she was flying straight into his face. The baron easily managed to stop her, grabbing her with his hand, until the moment she pierced him right in the head. The person who fired the arrow was Lind, and he was shocked that the baron was able to stop it. The baron admired Lind's mark, but became very angry that there was an attempt on his life. Unexpectedly, the baron found a note in the arrow, where it was indicated that they wanted to fight him. The baron called them impudent rats. The baron looked at them one more time and thought they were the madmen, for they were thinking of capturing the fortress with a force of 200 cavalrymen. But the baron realized that he must not be angry, and calmed down. He could not succumb to provocations. The baron ordered the soldiers to ignore him, and not fight. The baron thought that he would not dance to the tune of Chris Froment. Lind told Chris that they were just ignored, but Chris expected this. After all, he understood that the knight Vidrin, who did not shed blood, Phaedos would not fall for such a provocation, because he is much smarter and more careful than typical knights. Chris realized that he needed to move on to Plan B, and ordered the fire to be lit. Chris' army kindled a fire near the fortress of Phaedos. The soldier watched from the fortress, and said that Chris and his army were most likely resting. Phaedos immediately realized that they were using a dirty trick. He was reading a book and thinking about the fact that there is no need to pay attention to them, and there is no way to play along with them. His army will be held back until the war is over. 3 days later, Baron Phaedos was also watching Chris and his soldiers from the fortress when he discovered something. He said they were brats. After all, he noticed that Chris and his friends were carefree. They did not worry about anything, and as if they were not going to fight. After that, one of the Baron's soldiers said that soldiers were approaching the western gate. Phaedos did not expect this. And unexpectedly, these soldiers were the army of Ludwig, who had previously been defeated by Chris and his army. Ludwig began to turn to Phaedos. First he introduced himself, after which he said that he had come here in order to ask for help from Hyeongan. Phaedos didn't get it. He didn't expect Ludwig to have a front encounter and be defeated. When observing the fortress, Lin noticed that the fortress became noisy. Chris agreed with him. Fox came to Chris and said that he was on reconnaissance and wanted to report information to Chris. After that, Fox said that at the western gate appeared the army of Ludwig under the leadership of Vahena. Chris was waiting for this. Meanwhile, Phaedos was angry. He began to think that it was impossible to say exactly what Ludwig had in mind, and it was better to think that they were surrounded on both sides by enemies, and the most important thing now was to secure a way for himself to retreat. He also realized that now it would not be possible to call the main troops, and it was necessary to start breaking through those who were smaller, after which he ordered the cavalry to prepare for battle and open the eastern gate. Phaedos ran out of them. Phaedos also said that they should destroy all the opponents that they see in front of them on the way. The troops began to head towards Chris's army, and Diggo, one of the strongest warriors in Chris's army, ran out to meet them. He ran right into the meeting of the army of Phaedos, and wanted to finish them all off. At the same time, Chris was reflecting on the fact that their target was the core of the army, that is, Vidrin, and they can no longer lose strength. And in order not to lose strength, Chris sent only one warrior. It was Diggo, because he could kill a dozen warriors with one blow. He used a strong blow with his giant axe using magical powers. His axe glowed with a blue light, and with this blow, he was able to defeat more than 10 opponents. After that, he used a circular blow, which chopped off the heads of 5 opponents. Baron Phaedos was dumbfounded. He was surprised that only one person is capable of this. He thought that Diggo believed in himself and went forward alone. Phaedos thought that he was considered a non-entity and was not respected, due to the fact that only one warrior was sent against his army. It was a confrontation between 2 barons, and Chris was aimed at killing Phaedos. He thought about dealing with him here and now. Meanwhile, Diggo fought just as bravely against the warriors of Phaedos, and the warriors were losing to him. They lost to him, because the Diggo struck multiple blows with a giant axe. Not a single warrior of Phaedos could compare with his strength. With the blows that Diggo inflicted, he even raised the air of the horses, because the blows were extremely very strong and powerful. Phaedos looked at what was happening, and thought that it was a reckless act on the part of Diggo to go out alone into the center of the enemy camp. After that, he thought that Diggo is certainly strong, but he is simple, and in the worst case, just escaping is enough. Phaedos ordered the archers to fire from the fortress, and with the help of crossbows, they fired the first arrows directly at Diggo. Many arrows flew straight at Diggo. He wanted to beat them off with an axe so that they would not hit his body and hurt him. But suddenly, one arrow still managed to hurt the horse. It hit right in the neck and she screamed very loudly in pain. The soldiers immediately began to run to Diggo for help, because they thought that he was in trouble and he was injured. But the allied soldiers were not allowed to approach, because they were also shot with arrows, and they retreated. Lois said that if Diggo was pinned down in the enemy camp, then he would go to his aid. Chris objected to him, and said that if they went, then Vidrin could escape. Chris was aware that Phaedos Vidrin is a non-leading knight. This nickname came about because he retreats when not in a winning hand. In other words, Vidrin Phaedos has little experience in battles where it is useful to risk his own life, and Diggo had to provoke him to indiscretion. Diggo began to remember how the whole team trained in order to increase the level of wise. He remembered how Lind and Lady were very tired, but Chris told them that they must get to the level of double. The enemy at least reached the 4th stage, that is, the level of superhuman. Then, Chris suddenly noticed something unusual for himself. Lois and Diggo fought with each other. Diggo asked Lois if everything was fine with him. Lois answered him that Diggo had become stronger, and now it was even hard for him to take his blows. Chris asked his brother if it was a double. Brother told him it wasn't a double, it was Diggo's pure fighting power. Chris realized that Diggo was gradually turning into a monster, because his strength grew much faster than the others, and his skills became stronger with each training, and he surpassed any of them. After that, Fados Vidin mounted his horse, and ordered to surround the enemy so that he could not act hastily, and said to hold him back and keep his distance. The soldiers completely surrounded Diggo. He stood with a bloody axe in the middle of the field, and watched the enemy soldiers circle around him. Suddenly, Diggo heard how someone started to approach him from behind. He immediately paid attention to this, and was ready to kill him. As soon as an enemy soldier approached from behind, Diggo immediately swung his huge axe and scared him away so that he could not kill him from behind. Diggo began to think about what to do next, because he saw that the enemies did not want to come close to him. Unexpectedly for himself, he saw an unknown magical object flying at him. It was huge and glowed with red lightning, and was very similar to a powerful weapon. At the last moment, Diggo managed to dodge this weapon, but he knew that just a little more, and he would have been already dead. Then Diggo turned around, because he thought that someone was approaching him from behind to attack him again. Among the cavalry was also Fados Vidrin. It was his spear, which he threw right at Diggo and almost killed him, and he was again ready to attack Diggo. Diggo began to dodge the many spears that Fados threw at him. Vidrin, and understood that he needed to stick to the plan. Diggo thought that he needed to control himself, and that he needed to wait for the moment when Fados Vidrin will lose his guard and he will have a chance to finish him off. After Fados Vidrin threw a large number of spears at Diggo, he dealt blows to him, which injured Diggo and blood flowed from the wounds. Fados Vidrin looked at Diggo, and realized that he was bound hand and foot, and thought that Diggo was stupid, and he himself came to certain death. Many spears thrown by Fados Vidrin pierced right into Diggo's body. He was already screaming in pain and could no longer stand on his own 2 feet. Diggo courageously tried to repulse the maximum number of attacks, and with his huge axe he tried to break these spears and block the blows. Meanwhile, Fados Vidin looked at him and thought that it was too early to attack him, and he would finish him when Diggo showed his weak spot. Fados Vidin's weapon pierced Diggo's flesh, and he seemed to be unable to move, and yelled in pain, but he understood that he could not give up just like that, and he needed to hold on to the last in order to win this battle. His arms and legs were chained due to the fact that the spears pierced him right up. Every movement he tried to make brought him great pain, and he could not do it, because he lost a lot of blood when moving his arms or legs. Blood began to flow from his mouth. He could no longer stand on the ground, and began to gradually fall, but leaned on his axe so as not to fall completely. Fados Vidrin realized that this was the end of Diggo's life, and wanted to strike the final blow to kill him, and get this victory. He made a blow with his huge magic spear in order to pierce Diggo's flesh and kill him in one blow, because he was very weak and could not resist his blows anymore. The spear pierced right up to the Diggo. He could not stand on his feet due to the power of the blow, and blood began to pour from him in all directions. Chris's team, namely Lin, saw that there was a blow to Diggo. He began to worry about him, and called him asking if everything was in order. Chris looked at this and was shocked by what was happening. He did not expect such an outcome of this battle, thinking that Diggo would easily defeat her. After hitting Fados, Vidrin told Diggo that he had held out for a very long time and that it was commendable. But suddenly, Fados Vidrin saw something that Diggo did not expect to see. Fados Vidrin was shocked by what he saw, because he did not understand how this was possible. After all, after the attack of Fados Vidrin, Diggo survived, and suddenly began to get up on his feet. He also said that he had caught. Fados Vidrin thought that this could not be. He could not believe that Diggo was waiting for the spear to pierce his body. Fados immediately realized that one mistake on his part, and Diggo would drag him along. Then, suddenly, Diggo broke the part of the spear that hit his body. He screamed in pain, but did it to free himself. And then, he began to move, although he could not do this before due to the fact that Fados Vidrin blocked him with his spears. He began to use the last of his powers. He took out his huge axe and began to use magic, while glaring at his worst enemy. His eyes were like the eyes of a man, and in his thoughts there was only that he wanted to kill Fados Vidrin. Digo remembered what the coach had told him. He said that the power that he possesses without reaching the level of double, if in this state he reaches the third stage, that is, Digo's strength can be compared with superhuman, with the strength of the fourth stage. At the moment when Digo fought Fados Vidrin, he realized that he had reached the fourth stage of strength, and his strength was now superhuman. Chris watched this fight and yelled at Digo to go ahead and not give up, because he had a lot of faith in his abilities and that he could kill Fados. After Fados saw Digo's true power, he ordered all of his soldiers to protect him, and stand directly in front of him with their shields raised. But Digo did not care about the number of soldiers that were in front of him. He only moved forward with crazy eyes, and was not going to retreat. As I was about to attack Fados Vidrin, Digo began to yell ferociously like a predator about to attack the victim. With one blow, he scattered all the warriors who defended Fados Vidrin, and was already ready to kill his most important enemy. Fados Vidrin was shocked by what he saw. He did not expect that Digo had such great power, the power of the fourth stage, which Fados himself did not possess. Fados already felt the effect of the magic of the fourth stage, which was used by Digo, and he understood that most likely he would die now. Like a madman, Digo jumped up and swung his giant magic axe in order to kill his worst enemy, namely Fados Vidrin, with one blow. Fados Vidrin looked into the void, blood flew around him, and he understood that this seemed to be the end of his life. With one blow, Digo cut off half of Fados Vidrin's body, and thus killed him with one blow. Digo began to smile and rejoice at his victory, because he had been waiting for it for so long, and experienced so much pain when he fought on this field. He began to scream like wild beasts, and he realized that he had reached the rank of Superman. There were many corpses of horses and people around him. The remaining soldiers were even afraid to approach him. The enemy warriors looked at him, and realized that they had already lost this battle because Fados Vidrin had fallen. They began to get very nervous, because they did not understand what to do next, bow to the new chief, or die the death of the brave. Chris and his army gradually began to approach Digo, and saw that Fados Vidrin was hiding his troops. Chris understood that after the death of the leader and the appearance of such a large army, their morale would go to the bottom, and he began to shout to the soldiers that their commander-in-chief was dead, and if they calmly give up the fortress, then Chris will spare everyone else. The soldiers heard Chris, and thought about what to do. One of the soldiers asked the commander, what should they do? The commander of the army remembered that Fados Vidrin told him that if something happened to him, they would join the main troops. The commander decided to hand over the fortress, and all the soldiers began to leave it. Digo told Chris if he was confident in his actions, because if the soldiers unite with the main forces, then they might get in trouble later. Chris replied to the Digo that it was not necessary to destroy the entire army, and it was much more important for them to protect their own army. Chris also said that the stronger the wounds from the civil war, the weaker the power of the state. And we need to end this battle as quickly as possible, at least for the sake of Circa, and now they have only one task. Blowing off the head of the Duke is the only goal that Chris had at the moment. Chris was told that, as expected, Wayne had not negotiated with the Duke's army yet. Chris said that was fine, and asked to call Guillen and Lois to him. Wayne was still standing. They were waiting for Fados Vidrin will help them and they will unite their troops. Ludwig wondered how much longer he had to wait, and why he was waiting so long. He said that he would go to the tent and be told if something happened. Ludwig with his head up began to leave for the tent, and his judges thought about what to do next, and what to expect from Fados Vidrana, because they did not know that he was already dead. One of Ludwig's servants thought about what he was doing now, and when it came to this, because he used to be a great warrior, and now he was chasing the Baron, who had lost his power. Unexpectedly, the door to the fortress of Fados Vidrana began to open. After that, warriors on horseback began to leave the fortress. There were only 3 of them. One of Ludwig's servants asked what the answer was, and if they were ready for cooperation. The soldiers who left the fortress replied that they themselves would hand it over to the commander-in-chief. Ludwig's servant said that people were sent from the fortress, and they went to Ludwig's tent. Ludwig replied that they should go into it. Gradually, one of the warriors began to open the tent. When the soldiers entered Ludwig's tent, they saw Ludwig sitting at the table and drinking wine. He greeted them and introduced himself. Unexpectedly, another warrior tried to enter the tent. He began to shout that they had recorded something suspicious during reconnaissance, but Ludwig's servant ordered him to leave. Ludwig told the soldier to tell him what was the matter and what happened during the reconnaissance. The soldier said that they saw during the reconnaissance how the ducal troops leave the fortress from the eastern gate, and there is now a completely different detachment inside. Ludwig was shocked by what he heard, because he did not understand who could now be in the fortress, and who now came to his tent. And if it was true, then what the soldier said, then in fact the soldiers who went into the tent to Ludwig were not Fado's soldiers at all. Vidrin. One of the soldiers who entered the tent smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. After that, the dummy soldiers began to fight with the servants of Ludwig Wehane. Ludwig was shocked by this. At one point, literally all the soldiers were killed, who were in the tent and guarded Ludwig. One of the soldiers was thrown a blade right in the forehead. He screamed in pain. Ludwig looked at the soldier who came into his tent and asked who he was and if he knew him. The soldier started to take off his helmet and said that he was upset because Ludwig was following him, and yet he could not recognize him. Ludwig looked at this soldier and understood that this was an enemy, and perhaps now he would kill him. Suddenly those soldiers were Chris Fromit. Ludwig clearly did not expect this turn of events, and was shocked by what was happening in this tent. Ludwig started screaming in horror, and he called Zodfil to kill Chris Fromit. But Zodfil had already been put on a sword. Blood was flowing from his torso, and his face looked like he was about to sneeze. Ludwig's servant immediately rushed to his aid, but a warrior stopped him. He said that Gideon should not get into it. Gideon immediately realized that it was Gian. Ludwig saw Gian. He wondered what he was doing here, and why he was in his tent. Sweat began to flow down his face. He was very nervous about this situation. After that, Ludwig looked at Chris, and said that it was all his doing, and he is to blame for what happened. Suddenly, Ludwig realized that the salvation of Gian's mother, and the fact that his army was defeated, it was all the work of Chris Fromit. After he realized this, he immediately began to run with his sword straight at Chris, in the hope that he would kill him now. But as soon as Ludwig approached with the ball, Chris extended his hand to him to take the sword from him right out of his hands. Chris knocked the sword out of Ludwig's hands, and squeezed Ludwig's hand with all his strength. He screamed in pain, and said that it was unbearable, and begged him to let him go. Chris began to take out the sword, and said that they needed to put an end to this fatal relationship, while Ludwig screamed and understood that he would probably be killed now. Ludwig literally cried, and asked Gian to help him. He begged for mercy, and to be released. But Gian was unshakable, and did not even want to listen to him. After all, he had already sworn allegiance to Chris Fromit. Ludwig was very sorry. He still cried and begged for mercy on him, and shouted to Gian that they were like brothers with him. But Chris did not care at all what Ludwig said, and he killed him with one movement of his sword. Ludwig's blood was splashed everywhere. Suddenly, Ludwig's army heard someone screaming in the tent, and they wondered if they should go inside to check if everything was in order. The general opened the entrance to the tent to talk to the troops that surrounded the tent, while Chris held Ludwig's head in his hands. The general went outside the tent. His sword was located behind his neck. One of the soldiers asked him what was happening there. The soldiers looked at what was happening, and did not understand why Lois was standing behind the soldier with a sword at his neck. Ludwig's servants began to ask the general what happened and whether the negotiations were successful, but suddenly they noticed that a man with a sword was standing behind the general. Chris and Gian left the tent, Chris had Ludwig's head in his hands. The servants asked why Gian was there, and what Baron Froment was doing with him. After that, Ludwig's servant noticed that Baron Chris Froment had the head of Ludwig Wehane in his hands. He was shocked by this, and began to fear Chris. Chris raised Ludwig's head up and began to shout for Ludwig's army to look here, after which he said that Wehane Ludwig died at his hands. The servants were dumbfounded by this. They did not expect this to happen. Chris threw Ludwig's head on the ground. One of the servants shouted what it all meant and why he killed Ludwig. Chris asked him if he seriously did not understand this, and he said that they only exterminated the evil that intended to destroy the state. The soldiers were in shock, and looked at Chris intently, and Chris said that he was seeing things now that he could not even imagine during the life of Count van Ludwig. He asked the soldiers if this was Ludwig's army, because they could not even protect him. Chris said that they weren't the keepers of the wall, because they fought against the 8 families, and were the protectors of Circa. The soldiers were shocked and looked at him. He continued to tell them to look at themselves, and asked them if they were fighting side by side with him. Ludwig's servant asked Chris why he was speaking to them, and not Sir Ludwig. Gian said that he is Gian Ludwig, and he is a servant of his master, Chris Froment. Chris said that he would not call on soldiers to fight for him. But he shouted at them to fight for themselves and not run away. Ludwig's servant was shocked. Chris also said that they become a sword, which will end this civil war, and that the soldiers are the fortress wall that protects the state. And Chris shouted that they were the Count's army Ludwig. After which, Lois released the general, and he fell to the ground and began to cry. The general wept and said that he was the knight Gideon de Beau, and he wants to live again as the keeper of the fortress. After that, Gideon de Beau looked at Chris and asked him for another chance. Chris told all the soldiers to do their duty and called them guardians. Gideon de Beau was glad that he was given a second chance. Before Chris stood a huge army of warriors who were ready to fight in order to end this civil war. Chris stood in front of them with his magical spear, and shouted to them that they were brave Cirque warriors, and it was time to end this time of troubles. Chris also added that by all means, and not with their own eyes, they must see the end of the war. All the wars began to applaud Chris, and were in complete agreement with him. Chris said he wouldn't talk much anymore and ordered everyone to go catch the mad tiger. Meanwhile, the army of the prince and Tejas fought. The prince's servant told him that they were losing again. The prince was shocked by this information. Ludwig's servant thought that the Tag army was too passive and didn't understand what the hell they were thinking of doing next. The prince began to say that he was asked to make a decision as soon as possible, but the prince hesitated, because he was stupid, and did not understand what to do in this situation, since he did not have experience in such battles. Meanwhile, Gian and Chris have been training to level up their Ys and become much stronger than they were before. Suddenly, Chris realized that he was no longer accumulating skill points, and the indicators hung at 39 points. He realized that he was not ready to reach 40 points now. After that, he told Lady Alice to come out to him, and also fought with him, in order to increase Ys points. Alice was delighted, because it had not fought in a duel with Chris for a very long time. After that, Lynn rode up to Chris on a horse and asked if he could now report on the results of intelligence. Alice was immediately upset because he interrupted their duel, and she did not understand why this happened right now. Chris said that he trusted Gian to train and supervise, as Gian was a very strong warrior, and he was capable of handling such tasks. Chris also added that each of them should improve their skills to the maximum before the battle, and he thinks it's not necessary to say that they are dealing with a very high-level enemy. Tejas joined them, but this was not enough to compete with the Duke. Lind replied to Chris that they could hit the ducal and royal rear if they followed this route. Lind also added that now they only have a chance to attack where the target is. Chris thought about Lind's words. Thinking, Chris realized that it is not worth attacking Desilio yet, and their main task now is to end the war, and they need to act according to the original strategy. Meanwhile, Hoyamgan and his servant had gathered on the mountain, and were looking at their large army. Hoyamgan asked the servant if his ally Vidrin was dead, the servant replied that yes, he was dead. This news was reported by his detachment, which had just joined their army. Hwyeomgan asked the servant if it was a wrong decision to leave Vidun alone. But the servant told him that Fromment's allied troops would soon hit the rear. If the royal army also helped them, then their troops could surround them. After that, Hwyeomgan said that the royal army does not cooperate with the Fromment army, because he knew Decilio very well. And Hwyeomgan understood, if Hato's snake is next to him, he won't act so easily. Hwyeomgan dreamed of meeting Chris Fromment. At the same time, on a sunny day, the war continued. The troops continued to advance on horseback without stopping. Diggo and Alice led this army. Behind them was an army of 1,000 soldiers. One of the enemy soldiers noticed a soldier from Chris's army, and said that there was an enemy ahead. The royal sword also noticed them, and told the soldiers to start storming them, and like a madman began to run into the middle of the battle. At the moment, everything was going according to the plan that Chris and Lind came up with. Lind shouted for the center to wait now, while the left and right parts scattered in different directions and moved forward. Hwyeomgan's servant saw this, and became alert. He understood that this was some kind of tactic they were using. According to the plan, Chris's army began to surround Hwyeomgan's army, as planned, after which, the center was to break through, and the enemy advance had to be stopped. Diggo and the royal sword clashed. Using magic they opposed each other, and dealt crushing blows. The royal sword looked at Diggo with madness in his eyes, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had already missed him. Diggo looked at the king's sword with the same madness. After all, they had already fought before, and Diggo lost to him. Meanwhile, Alice was on her horse and also started attacking the king's sword. She used her magical sword to deal a crushing blow to him, but he was able to return. King's sword looked at them and said that they were both doubles and it was an interesting fight for him. After that, he looked at the two of them, and said that they would not leave here alive. In the meantime, Lind, according to the plan, ordered all the riders of the central part to separate. According to Linda and Chris, the plan was perfect, and most importantly, that it worked. One of Hwyeomgan's servants yelled at the soldiers not to let themselves be surrounded, and told them to split up like the enemy. After that, the servant suddenly realized what the purpose of this plan was. He realized that the enemy must be targeting the leader, and at this rate, they should have gotten to him. The servant started yelling for the center to gather and protect the core, but Gian rode behind him on horseback. The servant realized this with horror, and suddenly began to turn around in anticipation of a blow. Gian delivered a powerful blow with his sword, right at the servant, but the servant was able to fight back because he had a lot of experience in combat. Gian looked at the servant, and asked him if they had met before, because for Gian the servant had a familiar face. The servant said that he had no idea what Gian was talking about. After which, Gian smiled and asked the favor if he would move. Gian looked at the servant with a straight face, and said that they were late for the duke's head. But the servant looked at him with fury, and said that his head would fly off his shoulders much earlier. Then, unexpectedly, someone from Chris's team threw smoke bombs. After that, the checkers exploded, and purple smoke covered the battlefield. The smoke gradually began to move towards the enemy soldiers, and they noticed it. Suddenly, Doki jumped out of the smoke with 2 axes, and the enemy army did not expect at all that someone would attack them from above. Doki landed on the ground, and with his magic axes dealt a crushing blow, due to which the ground began to shake, and all the soldiers scattered in different directions. The soldiers screamed in pain, and from the fact that Doki's axes pierced their bodies, they were much weaker than Doki. But suddenly, Hwyeomgan saw Doki start attacking his army, and he wanted to do something to stop him. Hwyeomgan came up from behind and started attacking Doki. He swung his weapon at him. Doki immediately became alarmed and felt that someone was behind him. The powerful blow that Hwyeomgan dealt began to shatter the ground, and a huge cloud of dust rose up, and lightning hovered in the air. After hitting with incredible power, Hwyeomgan said that he didn't think it would be like this to see Chris's army. Hwyeomgan's kick was blocked by Chris Front, who also fought bravely in this battle. Hwyeomgan looked at Chris with his crazy eyes and said that he was happy to meet Chris. Chris looked at him with his brave eyes and said that he was also glad to meet Lord Duke Hwyeomgan. After Chris bravely blocked Hwyeomgan's strike, he told Doki to join the support squad and they had to stop the advancing enemy forces. Meanwhile, Hwyeomgan began to approach the rice, and said that he remembered the day he first saw it, and now he understood what that look and expression meant when they first met. Unexpectedly, Hwyeomgan started attacking Chris and yelled at him that he was his enemy all this time. But Chris also bravely repelled this blow, because he tried with all his might to increase his level of wise, and he trained every day for this. Chris looked at Hwyeomgan and said that he was sick of freaks like him. After Chris' answer, Hwyeomgan started laughing evilly as he didn't expect Chris to be rude to him. Hwyeomgan attacked again and Chris deftly dodged his attacks. After that, Chris attacked him with his magic, which he learned from training with his team and leveling up wise. But Hwyeomgan was not so easy, and he was as strong as Chris, and with ease with his huge axe repelled these attacks. The ground beneath him began to shake as he prepared for another attack. In an instant, he was within arm's length of Chris, and was ready to deliver a crushing blow to him in order to kill him. Chris did not expect Hwyeomgan to be so fast, but he managed to deflect his attack with his magic spear. The attack was so strong that Chris was knocked back several meters because of it. Hwyeomgan said that he was looking forward to this day, and that Chris in this battle would not disappoint him. Chris began to think that it was a superhuman level, and Hwyeomgan was much stronger than Gien. He understood that because of Hwyeomgan's weapons, he could not get close. He understood that he needed to finish this fight before he got tired, and now he needed to deliver the strongest attacks, and he began to prepare for them. Then, suddenly, Chris disappeared from Hwyeomgan's field of vision, and he did not see him. Meanwhile, Chris was already behind Hwyeomgan and was ready to stab him right in the back in order to kill him. Chris knew this was the only move he could rely on. Using his magical abilities, he used his attack, which was called a frontal breakthrough. But Hwyeomgan seemed to be waiting for his attack, and tried to repel it with his weapon. But suddenly, his huge axe broke in two due to the force of Chris's attack. Chris planned it that way. He wanted to destroy Hwyeomgan's weapons and he succeeded. After that, Chris saw that Hwyeomgan took out his second weapon. It was a magic sword. Chris did not expect this, and was shocked. Unexpectedly, Hwyeomgan retaliated right at Chris, thus depriving him of the opportunity to fight further for a while. Hwyeomgan yelled at Chris, asking him if he seriously thought that if he broke his weapon, he could defeat him. Chris looked at his hand, and saw that Hwyeomgan used cold magic. He felt his senses begin to dull. He immediately realized what was the matter, and why there was ice on his hand. After all, Hwyeomgan stabbed with an ice sword. It was a snow artifact that he had just taken out. Meanwhile, the prince and his servant watched the battle that was taking place, and thought about what actions to take in this situation. The servant told the prince that it looked like the battle had begun. The prince ordered the servant to send help. The servant replied to the prince, telling him to think again. The prince was shocked by his answer, as he did not understand why he did not agree with him. Servant asked him if he considered Baron Fromund his ally. The prince was shocked by this question and asked him what he meant. The servant looked at him intently, and said that he had teamed up with the inhabitants of the south and the army of Ludwig. After the end of the civil war, the Baron could become a dangerous threat to them. He also added that at the moment there is a great opportunity to contribute to the split of the Baron Fromund's army, and the servant added that they should watch the situation a little more. The prince did not know what to answer him. Meanwhile, the servant was thinking that it didn't matter who died, whether it was the Baron Fromund or the Duke. In his thoughts was that at the end of the battle, he would get rid of the winner with his own hands. Meanwhile, Diggo also bravely fought against the Duke's enemy army. He fought with the king's sword, the servant of the Duke. He dealt crushing blows to it with his tools. The royal sword said that his neck was already numb to look up, and how long can you be on Diggo's horse? He shouted at Diggo to get down at last, and threw him off his horse with a powerful attack. After that, he ruthlessly cut off the horse's head, and Diggo fell to the ground. Alice also took an active part in the fight. She jumped in order to deal a crushing blow. But the enemy was not as simple as she thought, and with his huge sword he repelled Alice's crushing attack. Behind the enemy, Diggo began to attack, but the enemy heard him and began to turn around in order to protect himself. Diggo came too close to the opponent, and he hit him with his hand, thereby repelling his attack. Alice saw that the enemy hit Diggo, and ran to help him. But with incredible speed, the opponent immediately rushed at Alice to hit her with incredible force. Alice could dodge an attack with a huge sword, but she realized how strong the opponent was against her. Diggo began to think that the consequences of the injury were much more serious than he thought, and he could not move after being hit by the enemy. The enemy told him that as far as he remembered, Diggo was not the type to fall to the ground from something like that, and asked him if he was hurt. Diggo knelt on the ground, said that he was not merciful, and began to swing his huge sword in order to deal him the last blow. But at the last moment, Diggo began to run his ally. Lois literally at the last moment managed to save Diggo from a crushing blow that could kill him. The search yelled for Alice to wait a bit, and he would now return a comma, and in the meantime he was carrying Diggo on himself. The enemy looked at what was happening with fury, and did not want to put up with the fact that he did not kill Diggo. The royal sword started to run after Dio and Lois, and said that no one would leave here alive, and furiously wanted to kill them both at once. He was running at an incredible speed, and started to gradually get closer to Diggo and Lois. Lois could not run too fast, since he was carrying Diggo and his speed was not very high. The king's sword began to swing. With his huge sword he wanted to deliver a fatal blow that would kill two of Chris's allies. But suddenly, he noticed something in front of him that he could not expect. An arrow flashed in front of him, which was made of lightning, and was magical. It was Lind. He rode on a horse to save his comrades, and he again began to aim at the enemy to shoot an arrow from lightning. Lind possessed unusual magic, as he trained for a long time in order to master the technique of lightning arrows. After that, another ally of Chris' army used water magic. The water squirmed and was something solid due to magical properties. She delivered cutting blows to the enemy, and he could not believe that this was possible. With the help of water magic, several blows were inflicted on the opponent, namely the face and torso. Alice first swings her sword using lightning magic, and yells at the opponent that he is distracted and not focused on the fight. With heads of enemies flying in all directions, Chris's team did a very good job of fighting against the enemy army. Many enemies fell in this battle at the hands of Chris Froment's allies. Doki also fought the enemy warriors, making multiple strikes with his huge axes and cutting off the heads of opponents from all sides. One of the allies asked Doki what he was doing here. Doki told him that the commander had sent him here. The ally asked him who was then protecting the commander, and Doki replied that no one was protecting him now, and he himself was able to fend for himself. The ally began to get nervous. He was worried about Chris's life, and asked Doki if he was in his right mind, and how it was possible to leave his leader without protection. Doki answered him that such a decree was from Chris. After that, the ally shouted that the auxiliary detachment would break through as soon as possible, and you should immediately join the commander to fight. Meanwhile, two powerful warriors fought among themselves. From their blows the fire flew in different directions, and the earth shook. These warriors were Gian and Hwyeomgan's servant. Their swords crossed in an equal fight, and they looked each other straight in the eyes. An ally of Hwyeomgan said that Gian fought well, and if he met the right master, he could subdue the entire continent. Hwyeomgan's brother also shouted out that Chris Froment would meet his death today, and Gian told him that he was badly mistaken. Gian retreated from the enemy, and began to prepare for the next blow. He shouted with incredible anger that the opponent did not open his mouth when he did not know anything about him. The ground began to shake and Gian threw his punch, shouting that he chose Chris himself. A powerful blow with a sharp sword using magic was delivered to the opponent directly on the target. The opponent was shocked by this, and simply watched as Gian delivered this blow. In the opponent's eyes, one could see how much pain he was in, and blood began to flow from his head. Gian once again looked into the eyes of his opponent, and said that Chris is the man who will reach the top. In the meantime, Chris and Hwyeomgan made eye contact and were ready to fight each other again. Chris was thinking that in the hands of Hwyeomgan was a snow artifact. It was a sword that covered the cut wound with ice. And so simple, this incredible sword could not be broken, and it was necessary to reflect all the blows of the enemy. Hwyeomgan called out to Chris if he was afraid of his mighty sword. Chris looked at him and said that it was impossible, and he could not be afraid of such a thing. After that, Chris, despite the wounded hand, rushed into battle, directly at his enemy, and in his hands was a magic spear. When the fight began again, they immediately exchanged powerful blows that struck with their strength. Once again, their eyes met, and the enemy intended to hit Chris again with a magic sword. The strongest blow was inflicted directly on Chris. He could not stay on his feet and flew off the other side from the force of the blow. Chris thought that the difference between the third and fourth steps of Wise was too great, and he could not defeat Hwyeomgan with physical strength. As Chris was flying in the other direction, Hwyeomgan approached him with incredible speed in order to land another devastating blow. Chris was shocked by what was happening, and he did not expect such abilities from Hwyeomgan, and he did not know what to do. Chris was bleeding from his mouth and coughing in pain, and thought that if he didn't have transparent armor inside, he wouldn't be able to take another blow. At the same time, his hand began to go numb, due to the fact that it was injured by an ice sword and was covered with ice. Chris began to get noticeably nervous, and had no idea how to get out of this situation now. After the impact, Chris landed on his feet and thought he was in a dangerous situation. But this situation amused him. After all, he finally found a strong opponent with whom he could fight. And suddenly, Chris began to run at the Duke in order to strike him with a crushing blow with his spear. His body was entwined with lightning, and it was as if a second wind woke up in him. Chris and Hwyeomgan crossed their guns and re-engaged, striking each other with crushing blows. The Duke looked at Chris like a madman who is ready to kill any person who gets in his way. Chris looked at the Duke as if he was ready to fight courageously for his people and become a worthy ruler. They both knew that they would never be able to meet such an opponent again in the future. Meanwhile, Chris' allies were advancing on the enemy army. Ahead of them was Doki and Kenry. But leading a large number of soldiers, Kenry was seized with anxiety, but not because he did not trust Chris. It was in the enemy, but in the Earl, the strongest Cirque. He was worried about the fate of Chris. Because the Earl was extremely strong, Kenry felt that even Chris would find it difficult to cope with him. As they approached the battlefield, Kenry began to hear how they shout out the Duke's nickname King Homian. Because of these loud screams, they made Kenry imagine how Chris died. But when Kenry got to the battlefield, he saw something he never expected to see in his life. The Duke's soldiers did not notice that the enemies were advancing on them from behind, for they were shouting so furiously and loudly, as if they were bewitched by something. Enemy soldiers surrounded the battlefield, watched this mesmerizing duel, and just screamed. The enemy soldiers were fascinated by the duel between the two strongest warriors of all, and expected the Duke to defeat Chris. Kenry began to think that this was no longer the low-ranking young knight he knew. Before him stood a respectable man, monarch, and nothing else. At that moment, Kenry was swallowed by some inexplicable feeling and words. And Kenry shouted his name in support of Chris with all his might. Chris heard it right on the battlefield. And he started screaming that he was asking him to be strong. With the last of his strength, he shouted that Chris was the king of the wall. The opponents turned around. They did not expect that someone would shout in support of Chris. Even the Duke was shocked that someone supported Chris on the battlefield. Absolutely all allies began to shout that Chris is the king of the fortress wall, and that he is a hero. The Duke realized that Chris intended to become king of the wall. Chris smiled. It affected his fighting spirit, and he was very pleased that his team supported him. The Duke thought about the fact that Chris could not be anyone else, after all, if the person in whom the subjects believe, and he fights side by side with his soldiers, and he is not a king. Meanwhile, Chris dealt a crushing blow to the Duke. They continued to fight. And the Duke thought that Chris really deserved to become king. Chris yelled at the Duke in his face, saying who would dare to become king. Chris continued to bravely fight against the Duke, striking him hard with his magic spear. The Duke told Chris that he finally showed his true self. Chris looked at Hwyeongan, smiled and asked him if he was scared now. The Duke again swung his sword in order to deliver a powerful blow, but Chris managed to dodge, and Hwyeongan said that Chris was not insolent. Meanwhile, Chris was thinking that he was feeling worse and worse in his left hand, as if she had begun to refuse him due to the fact that cold magic was used. But Chris understood that there was nowhere to retreat. If he hesitated, he would not be able to defeat him, after which he began to quickly run to the Duke in order to finish him off. The Duke began to prepare his blade again, in order to strike with the use of freeze right on Chris. The new blades crossed, and the magic they used was visible from all sides. Their blows were the most powerful that the spectators of this battle had ever seen in their lives. Chris gathered his strength to deliver one of his most powerful blows with the magic spear. He swung, and a blow of incredible force landed directly on the Duke, and he was unable to block it. And suddenly, Hwyeongan realized that Chris had hit him right with that punch. Hwyeongan realized that Chris had already reached his limit. Chris' spear skill was at level 79, and he only got stronger with each subsequent blow. After that, Hwyeongan swung his eye sword to deal a powerful blow to Chris' front. He was furious because he wanted to defeat him. At the last moment, before delivering a crushing blow to Chris, he managed to block the Duke's blade with his spear. Chris's team got nervous. They didn't know what could happen to Chris after this hit. Hwyeongan said that Chris can now say goodbye to his left hand forever and said that this is the end. Chris looked him straight in the eyes and said that this was not the end. Hwyeongan was shocked that he could still move his arm. After that, Chris raised his spear again in his hands, and wanted to deliver after the next attack. With incredible speed, he ran straight towards Duke Hwyeongan in order to deliver a powerful blow to him. He was screaming incredibly loudly because he was angry, and he had an incredible anger towards the Duke. Chris began to throw lightning directly at the Duke, inflicting the strongest magical blows on him. Chris called out to Duke that he knew he was hard to break. The Duke delivered a powerful blow to Rice right in the chest with his blade, but Chris was once again able to block this blow with his incredibly powerful magic spear. Chris was blown away by the force of the blow. But Chris understood that Hwyeongan's strength was no reason to give up. Chris fought bravely to protect the people whose fate he had changed. And once again delivered a blow with incredible power, which Duke Hwyeongan managed to block. The Duke was already hard enough to fight, because Chris was an extremely strong opponent. After Chris' powerful spear attack, the Duke was able to dodge. Chris began to use his magical powers again, and yelled at Duke Hwyeongan that he could see the future no matter what. The Duke began to noticeably worry. He had never seen such magic that could be used on him in battle. Chris gathered all the rest of his strength in one blow. This magical blow sparkled. It was a huge ball of lightning, while Chris shouted to the Duke that he would see the future that shines on the horizon. During Chris' magic strike, his Weiss level rose to level 40 and Chris felt it. Duke and Chris looked at each other. Duke yelled at Chris that it was time to end this battle. The Duke gathered all his might into one blow, and began to follow Chris in order to hit him. Chris also started rushing towards the Duke in order to finish him off with his strongest punch. After striking, they ended up on different sides of the battlefield. They returned back to each other, and held their weapons. The soldiers were shocked by what was happening, and they expected what would happen next. The Duke did not immediately notice how he was seriously injured by the spear of Chris from it. He did not have part of his stomach. After receiving an injury, Hwyeomgun fell to the ground with one knee. He was weakened by a coma and could no longer continue this fight. Duke Hwyeomgun was bleeding from his mouth. The soldiers started running towards him, but he shouted at them not to come near. Meanwhile, Chris stood and watched the Duke slowly die. After which, the Duke got to his feet and approached Chris. He did this to talk to him and not continue the fight. The Duke asked him if he wanted to become king. Chris told him that he did not know. The Duke laughed and said that he had better not delay his decision. Hwyeomgun looked at the Chris and told him to kill Desilio and gather Circa. Chris also looked at him and realized what was coming out. He was worried about Circa and said that he did it. Hwyeomgun began to speak so that everyone listened to him carefully. He said that he orders from now on that the leadership of the night squad and the rest of the forces will be transferred to Ben Ridos. The Duke continued to speak, and said that since Ben Ridos was dead, the will of the deceased would be continued by Chris from it. After saying that, the Duke began to fall to the ground. He no longer had the strength to stay on his feet. Hwyeomgun looked at the ground and said that he couldn't even believe that this was the end, but added that it was really fun. Chris looked at Duke Hwyeomgun with a comma and said that his soul rest in peace. He closed his eyes and realized that he was about to die. As soon as the Duke began to die, all the soldiers immediately began to rush to him for help. But suddenly it turned out that it was the royal army, and they raced right into the battlefield. Chris also saw the royal army and knew that something was wrong. Chris turned and looked at the king's army, and realized that the cavalrymen were not slowing down. Someone began to shout that it was time to finish what they started, and that these traitors had defiled the kingdom and conspired with the enemy. It was the prince. He pointed his sword at Chris, and told the soldiers to destroy them all. Many enemy warriors began to advance. It was the army of the king. Chris did not expect that immediately after he killed Hwyeomgun, he would be attacked by the royal army with the prince. Chris's soldiers were ready to defend him and attack the royal army. Chris was extremely angry, because he did not expect that the prince would betray him. Meanwhile, the royal army has already begun attacking Chris' army. The prince also began to kill the army of Chris. He mercilessly took out his sword and began to cut the soldiers to pieces. After which, the prince shouted to his soldiers that they did not let anyone escape, and that they uprooted all the rebellious forces. Chris looked furiously into the prince's eyes, and asked him how much more blood was needed to finally end the war. Suddenly, Chris was in incredible pain, and he began to fall to the ground. Chris' friend immediately began to run to him in order to help. Chris realized that these were the consequences of the battle with Hwyeomgun. Chris ordered the Duke's soldiers to take the body of their leader and leave here. One of the soldiers shouted to Chris that they were the army of His Highness, and they did not know the word retreat, and a worthy death in battle was better than a cowardly escape. Chris shouted to the soldiers not to talk nonsense, and there is nothing worthy in death. He told them not to make the death of the Duke in vain. Whereupon, Baron Froment yelled at his army for the auxiliaries to retreat immediately and join the main force. Suddenly, a purple spear began to fly towards Chris's army. It flew with the help of unknown magic. After that, it hit Froment's soldiers directly, and exploded, thereby killing several dozen soldiers. Suddenly, a warrior unknown to him appeared in front of Chris. He was Star, and with the very spear that he threw at his soldiers, this warrior said that at last he and Chris met. Chris was shocked by what he saw. He began to think about what kind of armor the stranger had, and realized that he was from the army of Tejas. And suddenly he realized that this was Abel, the king of the spear, and he thought about how he got here. After that, Abel started running at Chris and said that he wanted to fight him, and for this he had come such a long way. Chris was shocked by what was happening, because he was too tired to fight, because he had already fought with the Duke, and now he realized that he had one more fight to go. Suddenly, Abel's attack was blocked by the docks, crossing his huge axes and using magic. Abel immediately noticed that Doki had 2 axes, and asked him if he was from the south. After that, Abel said that there are a lot of interesting personalities in one place, and struck at Doki. Chris pointed out that Abel knocked Doki back with a single punch. He was a rank 4 wiser or even higher. Abel looked at Chris and said that he now looks like a wet rat, and asked him if it was because he fought with the Duke. Abel realized that Chris was so weak because he fought the Duke, and told him that he immediately lost his temper and did not see the point in fighting in such a situation. After that, Abel said that he was giving Chris a day to restore his strength in order to fight him on equal terms. Chris was shocked that Abel told him this. Also, Abel added that, however, it does not mean that he saves his life, and that Chris did not try to escape. He also said that if Chris flees, then he will attack his farming estate. And suddenly, Abel stepped back and told Chris to leave, because there were too many people around them. Chris turned to Abel and thanked him for his generosity. But Doki began to run after Abel, and said that he would finish him off now, but Chris told him that this was not necessary now. Kenry asked him what Abel was up to. Chris said he didn't know himself. Cross began to think that if Abel's goal was his death, then he would calmly kill him now. Tejas' motives are at odds with the royal ones, Chris thought. But after Abel's retreat, he saw that the royal army was also advancing. They wanted to destroy him. The soldiers shouted angrily, and were ready to fight to the death. Suddenly, an arrow was fired at one of the fleeing soldiers of the royal army, and he fell to the ground dead, because the arrow pierced right in the head. It was Lind, who accurately fired an arrow from his bow. Gian also came to the rescue. He was ready to fight bravely in order to protect his ruler, and destroy the entire army of the king. Gian shouted for all the troops to protect their commander. After that, Chris asked Lind how the situation at the front. Lind, you said that both royal swords were defeated, and everything went well. Chris looked at Lind and asked him how the knights were doing. Lind told Chris not to worry, and everyone was alive, although they were injured. Chris said that Tejas had joined the king's army, and a pursuit party would be arriving soon. Chris began to back away and ordered Enrid and Gian to clear a path so they could pass. They needed to get out of here. The prince ordered the soldiers to stop Chris and finish him off. The soldiers realized that they were leaving too quickly, and they were very fast. They could not be caught up now. Abel reported to the prince that they missed the baron. The prince's servant asked him how to understand that they missed him. The ABL said that the guy was more agile than they expected. The servant told the prince that he should immediately start chasing Chris in order to catch up with him and finish him off. But Abel said he couldn't start a pursuit, because his soldiers needed a breather, and why don't they go after Chris tomorrow? The prince's servant began to get nervous. He looked at Abel, and said that every second is important, and that you need to start right now. Abel replied to the servant that it seems that the prince does not need a squad of Tejas. The servant could not answer him. The prince immediately shouted loudly and interrupted their conversation. The prince asked Abel if he could bring the head of Baron Farman tomorrow. Abel said that he really could do it. After which, the prince said that in that case they could postpone the offensive until tomorrow. The servant began to think that Abel was a sly bastard, and he was up to something, and realized that no one could be trusted anymore. The servant realized that now he needed to kill Chris Farman with his own hands. Chris's army began to move closer to the allied hideouts to rest and heal their wounds. Lois and Alice immediately greeted Chris. Chris asked them if everything was ready. They answered that it was, but Diggo was badly injured and he was in the tent for treatment. Chris thought that the situation was worse than he thought. Each of them was already pretty exhausted. And they all looked tired and exhausted, and they were not ready to fight. Chris also thought about whether he could win tomorrow. After that, Chris told his team that now all the attention is riveted on them. The royal family will not rest until they kill them all to the last. Chris also added that tomorrow the army of the king along with the soldiers of the Tejas should arrive here. Chris did not understand what to do, and was disappointed in what was happening. Alice wanted to comfort Chris, and asked him the question that after all you need to do is sew everyone up, don't you? Chris looked at her anxiously, and did not immediately understand what she was joking. Gian also looked at Chris, and told him not to worry, and he would crush the enemy, after which he asked him if the legendary Chris Farmant was crazy. Chris smiled and thought about what seemed to be the one thing he lacked the most in determination. The Baron told his crew that thanks to them, he gathered his courage and thanked them. He said that he relied on them as always. He looked at his team and said they needed to put on a show. Chris lay under the starry sky and mended his wounds. He pondered over who the Spear King Abel was. This man was a stubborn spearman who lives only for the sake of fighting a worthy opponent. This is all he knew about him from the stories of his teacher. Chris realized that Decilio pulled an ace out of his sleeve to get rid of him, but all his efforts were in vain. After all, Chris understood that Abel only needed a duel with him, and he was sure that he didn't care about cooperation with the royal army, and Chris needed to take advantage of this. Chris began to meditate, thereby replenishing his vitality and healing himself. The next day, Chris and his team arrived on the battlefield ready to fight. Diggo saw the enemy soldiers and said that they were advancing. It was the royal army, and the prince was at the head of them. Chris and the prince yelled at the same time for their soldiers to be ready for battle. After that, they ordered to attack. The army of Chris began to go to the army of the king. Lois and Gian also fought for Chris in this tough fight, but they were very powerful warriors and could kill any soldier that got in their way. Alice also fought bravely, and was ready to cut the throat of anyone who got in her way. Doki brandished his 2 axes, and chopped off the head of the enemies. Abel started to approach Chris and asked him how Chris was feeling and if he would be deflated after one hit. Chris understood that during this time he was only able to recover by 40%, but he replied to Abel that he assures him that he will not regret yesterday's choice. Abel said it was great and told Chris to attack. Chris and Abel clashed. The spear was used against the spear. Abel was a very strong warrior, and he wanted to show his power and strength to Chris, thereby accumulating strength for the next blow of insane power. He swung his magic spear and missed Chris as he dodged the ferocious blow with great skill. After that, Chris counterattacked and hit Abel, but he also managed to come back deftly, and said that Chris is quite nimble. Abel turned his back to Chris, and he drew his hand blades and was ready to throw them at him. With incredible speed, he threw blades that flew straight at Abel. But Abel turned, and easily defended himself from the blades, and said that it was rather unusual. Chris again rushed to attack Abel. He held his magic spear in his hands and was ready to pierce through Abel. But Abel, with his magic spear, was able to repulse the enemy's attack using magic. After that, Abel began to build up strength again in order to deliver another strong blow, but Chris was ready for this. The enemy rushed at Chris with probable speed, for a piercing blow with a magic spear. But Chris's agility did not let him down, and he also easily returned from this incredibly strong attack. Abel looked at Chris and said that it was really impressive and he is a pretty strong opponent, but that's not enough. Chris smiled and thought that this was to be expected from the Spear King. It was a whole different level of spear fighting. The servant looked at the prince and said that he would also go into battle. The prince was very surprised and looked at him, after which he asked if he really wanted this. The elderly servant said that it was necessary to act for sure and he would end this civil war, after which the prince allowed him to go. The servant began to ride the horse, and thought that it seemed strange to him that Abel missed Baron Froment, and it turns out that what is happening is just fun for Abel. The servant realized that there should be no more interference for him, and he should kill Chris. The servant realized that he himself needed to put an end to all this, and he began to use magic. He wanted to kill everyone so that Circa would be in his power. Chris fought bravely and again threw the dagger at Abel. Abel dodged the dagger attack with ease, and said that such tricks would not work with him. Abel looked at Chris with an evil look, and shouted at him to arouse even more interest in him. After that, he swung his huge magic spear in order to deal a crushing blow to Chris. But Chris dodged the crushing blow with incredible ease and dexterity. And suddenly, he decided to counterattack right on Abel. Abel used his magic spear to defend against Chris's incredible attack. After the last attack, Chris' spear skill level increased to level 80. It was an incredibly high level of proficiency. Chris felt his level up to level 80, and the spear feels lighter now. After that, he realized that perhaps now he would be able to defeat Abel. Abel said that escaping was a bad move and immediately ran after Chris. And now, Chris realized that he needed to apply his magic trick that he was preparing. All blades with the help of magic reunited with each other. This magic was called an invisible network. Abel immediately stumbled, because under his feet was an invisible thread that he did not expect to see there. After using the magic thread, Chris immediately pounced on Abel to deliver a decisive blow and finish him off. Magic staff plunged into the ground, leaving incredible damage and an explosive wave. And while Chris was delivering a decisive blow, Abel kicked his spear, and it collapsed into small pieces. Chris did not understand how this was possible, and how he broke such a spear with one foot. Abel started laughing and asked Chris how many steps he managed to calculate, and said that Chris is a talent. Chris looked at him angrily, and understood that with his current skills, Abel could not be defeated, and he could not break through such a strong defense. After all, Abel possessed the 5th degree of VIs, and he used magic called the Wall. Suddenly, behind him, he found something that he could not expect. It was a bright light from magical abilities. A huge fireball flew between Abel and Chris that was capable of killing, but they dodged it. Chris saw someone talking for the stupid knights to look at him. It was a servant of the prince, he said to kneel before him, because he had magical powers. In the servant of the prince, Chris saw a mage. His name was Count Hato. He took part in the last civil war. Abel said that first Hato spoke his teeth, and now this. As if in a frenzy, he started yelling at Count Hato how dare he interfere in the fight. Abel was furious. He said he would tear Count Hato apart. Chris looked at what was happening, and thought about how angry Abel was. Of course he knew that he was an emotional type, but that he could not even imagine. One of the soldiers stopped Abel and told him that he had made a promise. Chris looked at the current situation and thought about the promise, after which he realized that Abel could not harm the Circe royal family now, and thought that this should be used. Chris turned to the king of the spear, and asked him if he would not trust him with this matter. He also said that if he fought and killed him, then there would be no problem later, and said that he could rely on him. Abel laughed, and told Chris that he knew something. Abel agreed to his terms, and said that he would still go, because he lost interest in the battle anyway. After that, Chris told Abel that he would definitely come to him for a lesson somehow. Abel told him to keep his promise, after which he ordered the Tejas army to retreat. Hato saw what was happening, and called Chris and Abel freaks. His hands were glowing with magical abilities, and he was already ready to attack Chris. And suddenly, the Earl released a huge fireball at the Chris, which was impressive in its size, but Chris easily dodged it. With his agility, Chris easily passed Count Hato from behind. But the Count was not so easy, and in the direction where Chris was, he immediately applied his magic. A huge fireball flew towards Chris. Chris was behind the Count again, and he thought that it was magic that pissed him off, and he could not get closer to him. Chris was dodging another attack, but suddenly someone started shouting his name. He immediately drew attention to the one who addressed him. It was Lind. He was on horseback and threw an ice sword at Chris. Chris was very glad that he now had a weapon more powerful than a blade. After which, he told Lind to advance together on Count Hato. Lind began to shoot accurately from his powerful bow. The Count asked them if they seriously thought they could defeat him, and he used his magical powers to unleash another fireball. After the Earl's words, Chris quickly began to run towards him, with an ice sword and a small blade, in order to deliver devastating blows to him and finish him off. Hato started yelling that he was the only maxer and fireballed again right at Chris. Despite the fireball, Chris did not even think about stopping, and ran straight at the Count. After that, he struck a blow with an ice blade at the mage Hato. The Count was shocked at Chris' speed. Chris looked at him and asked if he had anything else in his arsenal besides fire tricks. After a powerful blow from the Crix, the Count began to bleed from his body. He screamed from the incredible severe pain that followed the blow. Prince Desilio began to scream from what he saw. He began to call the Count, and realized that most likely he had already been killed. From the prince's cries, Lind was able to determine where he was, and pointed to this place. After that, Doki and Alice immediately began to run towards him. They understood that this was a chance to kill the prince. One of the warriors told the prince that the Tejas army had begun to retreat. He began to noticeably get nervous, because he expected help from the Tejas army, but received only betrayal. Suddenly, someone started to jump right on the enemy warriors, making his way between them in this way. It was Doki. He jumped incredibly high, and wanted to get straight to the prince in order to finish him off. The prince saw that Doki was getting close to him, and called him a bastard, after which he took out his sword and was ready to fight. But Doki was unshakable. He was ready to kill the prince with incredible pleasure, because at the moment, he was Froment's worst enemy. With one incredibly fast blow, the Doki managed to cut off the prince's sword hand. The prince screamed incredibly loudly in pain. He did not expect that the blow would follow directly into the hand with which he held the sword. He could no longer fight. The soldiers of the king's army saw that the prince fell from his horse and immediately began to run to help him. One of the army commanders shouted for the royal guard to protect His Highness. The royal army raised their shields and prepared to protect the prince from Doki. One of the warriors ran up to the prince, and told him that they needed to retreat, and added that they would join forces and return. The prince was still screaming loudly in pain. Blood was flowing from his hand. The soldier put the prince on the horse and told him to leave, and the soldiers would buy him time so that the prince could retreat. But suddenly an axe was thrown, which flew with incredible speed and accuracy. This axe killed a soldier who helped the Chris, hit right near his head, and he died from one blow. It was Doki. He threw the axe and with incredible accuracy hit right on the target, where he wanted. The prince was shocked by Doki's marksmanship. He didn't expect him to be able to resist his retreat because the king's army surrounded him. The prince cowardly began to retreat, and shouted for help and rescue him. Gian saw that the prince began to run away. He told the Froment army to follow them, and finished off everyone. The prince did not understand how it happened that he almost lost this battle and was left without an arm, and did not understand why this was happening. Meanwhile, the Froment army ruthlessly killed all the fighters of the king's army. The prince was retreating. He had already ridden quite a distance on his horse, and was thinking about when their plan had failed, and what exactly had gone wrong. Lind asked if they would pursue the prince. Chris looked at the situation and said no. Chris also added that the war is already over, and it remains to wait for Desilio's choice. The prince ran away like a pathetic coward, and the people saw that his arm was missing, and they began to ask him what happened, and why he was left without an arm. The prince began to shout that the rebel army was advancing on them. They needed to go on the defensive. All the ministers of the royal family needed to gather and prepare countermeasures. One of the prince's advisors told him that he needed to fight to the end. The other told him that it was too dangerous, and they needed to think about what to do next in the future. Another advisor said that they needed to escape to Tejas. The prince answered him that they could not do this, because in this case they would abandon their subjects. The advisor added that if there is a king, then there are subjects, and the Tejas reported that they had finished with the preparations. The prince was nervous, but decided to run away to the Tags, and ordered to prepare a carriage for him. Suddenly, behind the prince, someone began to laugh, even though the prince thought he was alone in the room. It was a girl who was dressed in the armor of a mercenary, and in her hands was a blade. The prince was horrified. He asked the girl who she was and how she got here, because the castle was protected, and she could not get here just like that. The girl said that if the prince would drop everything and run away, then he should be killed, and added that she had such an order. The prince was afraid of the girl and began to cry, and to eat, and asked the girl not to come, asking why she was doing this. The prince screamed like a little girl, and did not understand what his mistake was. With one incredibly fast blow, the girl was able to neutralize the prince, because she had such an order. The prince's neck was cut, he screamed in pain, and blood began to flow from his neck and mouth, and tears also poured down his face. The girl said that she didn't care if the prince made a mistake or not, she just followed the order from her master. After that, she began to leave, but before that she said goodbye to Prince Decilio. He fell to the ground with his face straight, and there was a pool of blood around him. He was already dead. After the death of Prince Decilio, the civil war ended and all the estates were at peace. Also, after news of the graduation of the Duke and Decilio, it became known that the second Prince Nistel died due to an accident. Of the royal family, only 2 consorts of the king and 1 prince survived. In the end, the only blood heir ascended the throne. He was Edwick Cercato Gavsh. After that, Edwick ordered Baron Chris Froment to come forward. Prince Edwick told the Chris that he would grant the hero of the Civil War several fiefs, including the lands of Savnacht and Vance. And also, Prince Edwick awarded Chris Froment the title of Duke, for his incredible services and victory in the Civil War, which he acquired with dignity and honor, defending his interests and the interests of the inhabitants of his estate. After Chris was awarded the title of Duke, he got together with all his comrades and told them that it was all thanks to them and thanked them. After that, he also said that there is a lot of work ahead of them all, and due to the expansion of the territory, more responsibilities have appeared. They needed to increase the military forces, because no one knows where the wind of war will blow again. Chris asked Hunchback Grape if he had recruited soldiers. Grape told him that he had put up an ad all over Circa and now the rank and file were waiting. Chris said that in that case it would be worth looking at these soldiers, and the stranger behind Chris said that he would like to say something else. Chris heard the voice of an unknown person, and immediately turned around, after which he realized that Tequil was standing in front of him. Tequil started talking about the scar on his beautiful daughter's face, and he asked if they understood how the father felt at the sight of it. Chris told him to calm down, and her scar had nothing to do with him. Tequila began to forcefully drag Duke from it, and told him that he had prepared a special training for him. Chris began to yell at him to stop and wait. Lynn looked at this and began to laugh, after which he wished Mr. Duke good luck. Chris' comrades looked at the newly arrived soldiers, and realized that they still needed allies in order to increase the number of soldiers in the army and recruit reliable people to protect all territories. From training Tequila, Chris's cheek was swollen and covered in plasters. The hunchback told Chris that they would invest in the development of the army all the money they earned, including the proceeds from the sale of rock salt and post-war cash compensation. Chris looked at the new troopers and asked them if they knew all the basics. The hunchback said that they had been drilled for 1 month. Chris raised a shovel above him, and shouted to the soldiers that today would be their first campaign, and that they took the shovels and gathered with him. The hunchback looked at Chris and asked him what he was up to and where they were going. He looked at the hunchback. Chris smiled, and told him that they were going to look for treasure. The hunchback did not expect such an answer. Chris arrived at the territory along with the soldiers, after which they began to dig holes in the ground. Many soldiers dug a large number of holes in order to find treasures. Chris thought that somewhere there must be a treasure, but suddenly an unknown man approached him from behind him, who asked what was happening here, and that it was impossible to arrange arbitrariness on foreign land, even if he was a duke. The duke did not even turn to the man, and asked him if he was the owner of this land or not. The man introduced himself. His name was Viscount Gloucester. After which, Chris turned to the Viscount, and told him that as far as he knew, this earth was considered dead. If he entrusted this site to him, he would make it suitable for agriculture. The Viscount looked at Chris and nervously asked him what he meant. Chris added that he made a promise and they would finish in a maximum of 2 days. The Viscount angrily asked Chris what he said, and Chris looked at his subordinates with a smile, and realized that it seemed they had already found the treasure. But suddenly, a quarrel arose between the soldiers. They were embittered at each other, and were ready to fight. One soldier looked at the other with madness, and began to shout to him that he would finish him. They swung at each other and wanted to start fighting with shovels, but Chris looked at them and told them to stop. Chris realized that the soldiers did not hear him. They were heavily brainwashed, after which he asked Diggo to help him deal with this fight, and he immediately rushed to help. At one point, extremely quickly, Diggo reached the soldiers and calmed them, and Chris also ordered all the soldiers, with the exception of Diggo and Lois, to leave this pit. Chris went down into the hole and asked one of the soldiers to give him a shovel. Diggo and Lois looked at Duke Chris, and did not quite understand what he was up to and what he was going to do. Chris took a shovel. Because he saw that something red sparkled from the ground, he immediately realized that this was a treasure. Chris turned to Diggo and asked him if he wanted a really cool weapon instead of the one that constantly breaks, and Diggo answered him that if Chris hands it to him, then of course he will only be happy. Chris told Diggo to stick his hand into this hole, and thought about the fact that the second name of this land was the Bloody Plain. He recalled the story that an artifact discovered here drove one farmer mad, and it is said that he killed 300 people, and it was only possible to neutralize it after the intervention of a night-level washer. When Daika pulled his hand out of the pit, suddenly an unknown magic wrapped around his hand, which glowed with a red light. A blade began to form in his hands, which was completely unusual, and it was a weapon that Diggo had never seen in his life. This weapon was a cursed artifact in which the evil spirit lives. This weapon was called the execution, or the guillotine. The weapon seemed to start telling Diggo that it was out for blood and for him to kill everyone he saw. But the Day did not seem to pay attention to what the weapon wanted from him, and asked Chris that this weapon really gets him. He was incredibly happy. Chris told him that this weapon really is his and it suits him perfectly. Meanwhile he thought about how Diggo was not brainwashed with his willpower. Lois asked Chris if there were any more weapons. He told Lois not to worry, and that they move on. Chris wanted to take all the artifacts for himself and his warriors, which were discovered in the past by Circa. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Cercado, people began to turn to the king. They said that many feudal lords rushed at them with complaints that the Duke of Froment was arbitrarily walking around foreign territories. One of the people even said that Chris had beaten the son of the Baron Kha'Zix, and the other said that they could no longer look at all this chaos. King Edwick said that if they had any grievances against Chris, then let them go to his duchy as ambassadors, and the king could arrange it. Meanwhile, the king was approached by Marquis Poltens. He was an influential figure in the new party of aristocrats, and he said that Duke Chris was abusing his rights, and if he was not stopped right now, he could encroach on royal power. After which, the Marquis looked with an evil look at Edwick, and asked him who the king was, he or the Duke of Froment. Edwick said that of course he is the king, and asked the Marquis if he was an idiot. The Marquis told him that why not call the Duke here in this case. Edwick said that he was just thinking about it, to call Chris here, but he understands that he is busy, but at least once a month they need to see each other. After that, Edwick added that the Chris was told to come to the palace, and those who had to him, expressed their claims to him personally. People listened to him, but they were frankly afraid of the Duke of Froment, because they knew his reputation and strength. At the same time, Chris and Lois found another artifact. This sword was called Quake, and it was made by a real master. Lois was delighted and asked Chris if this is now his sword. But Chris told Lois that it was not his sword, and he would give it to Ellis. Lois was upset and asked when he would have a new sword. After that, in search of a new artifact, Chris and his people headed to the Backbone Mountain Range. On their way there were goblins who began to attack new soldiers, but the soldiers bravely fought off the goblins with shovels. Chris ordered the soldiers not to retreat, and to kill absolutely all the goblins in order to go further, and find a new artifact. Suddenly, a gigantic monster appeared in their path, which was a high-level monster, and it was called a wild orc. Diggo ordered all the soldiers to retreat, and said that he would kill this wild orc himself, because he wanted to test his new one. The wild orc screamed at an incredible volume. It was huge, 3 times the size of Diggo himself. Diggo swung his brand new axe in order to deliver a powerful roundhouse kick right in the face of a wild orc. He took a direct hit right in the face of a wild orc, and he screamed in pain. Blood began to flow from the wild orc, and he began to fall to the ground because he was defeated. The lesson fell to the ground, and Diggo realized that the wild monster had already been defeated, after which he looked at his axe and realized how good he was. Chris thought about Diggo and everyone else remembering this experience, because a completely different war is about to break out. Chris recalled that in his past life, monsters attacked after 2 years. It was a large-scale invasion by a huge number of monsters that took place all over the continent. This event was called the Invasion of the Orcs, because millions of orcs attacked the human settlements and captured the continent. Meanwhile, there was a meeting of a new party of aristocrats. Aristocrats gathered at the same table and thought about how they should proceed, and what to say to Chris. One of the aristocrats said that now that the royal power has fallen, they have a great opportunity to take the first step, and they need to deal with the Duke. Aristocrat Marquis also told the other aristocrats not to worry, the Queen was standing behind them. They first raised their glasses to the fact that they survived in that terrible civil war. After that, with a glass in hand, the Marquis said that they only had to get rid of the Duke, and their time would come. Chris, Lois, and Diggo rediscovered the passage in order to get to the artifact. It was a dungeon. Chris said that there are monsters and traps inside the dungeon, and in front of them is the most dangerous dungeon of the Backbone Mountain range. Lois told Chris that his weapon was probably there, and asked him to give him the order to go there. But Chris told him that they would not go here. Lois asked him where they would go in that case, and he was upset. Chris said they should move towards the tail of the ridge. He started talking about how this dungeon has only an entrance, but no exit, and if they get inside, thinking about the jewels from them that are at the end, they will go to real hell. Even the Treasure Hunters Guild has given up on this dungeon. Diggo immediately asked Chris how he knew so much about this dungeon. Chris told him that it was quite famous. Chris immediately remembered his past life, and that he couldn't forget the dungeon that their guild had challenged countless times. After that, Chris went to the tree, and said that he found what he was looking for. It was a tree with red roots. He thought about the fact that the visible part of the dungeon was just a decoy, and the treasures themselves were at the end. After that, Chris ordered to dig here, and the soldiers found an old box. The box contained another of the artifacts that were hidden underground. It was an artifact called the Dragon Cross that was created with the magic and metallurgy skills of dwarfs. Before, Chris didn't know how to use it, so he was going to sell it to someone for some gold. After that, Lois immediately approached Chris, and said that of course it was not a sword, but also nothing, and told Chris to give the cross to him, but Chris replied that the cross belongs to him. Lois got upset again, and asked Chris to be honest about what he did wrong, but suddenly a man started running towards Chris. He pushed the soldiers aside and said that he was with a message to the Duke. The man was Mudok. Chris asked why he was here, and Mudok replied that he had come to deliver an urgent message. After that, Mudok said that Duke Yaris was ordered to come to the palace. Chris did not expect this and was shocked. Together with his team, he arrived at the royal palace, and was already at the main gate. One of the knights who stood at the main gate told him that Chris needed to go from here alone. Also, it is forbidden to carry weapons in the palace territory. Chris ordered his comrades to wait near the entrance, and went alone. Chris entered the palace. The king was sitting there, and aristocrats gathered around him, who wanted to make claims to him. One of the aristocrats called out to the Duke, asked him if he was really trying to kill the son of the Baron Kha'Zix. Another aristocrat asked him if it was true that the Duke's people made unauthorized excavations on foreign agricultural land. Chris responded with an aristocrat, said that he did not encroach on anyone's life, and as for the lands, he was only trying to save the dead earth. The aristocrat Marquis also added that this does not change the fact that he has invaded other people's land and told him to stop abusing his power. Chris smiled and asked the aristocrats if he was seriously called here because of this nonsense. The Marquis said that what Chris said was ignorance, and you shouldn't talk like that around His Majesty. Chris told him that the Marquis was also impolite to him. Chris looked at the aristocrat and told him to introduce himself. The aristocrat's name was Marquis Foltz. He was the elder brother of the Queen. Chris said that he was going out on this. The Marquis so lifted his tail. Meanwhile the king this made him laugh and he laughed. The aristocrats began to resent the words of Chris. They asked the royal guard if they were going to get away with this impudent man who undermines the authority of the royal power. "What are you talking about?" Chris shouted to the Marquis to shut up. The Marquis did not expect such an answer from the Duke. He angered him. Chris began to shout angrily, and asked that Marquis Foltz, as a man who cares only about his pride, can wag his tongue in royal power. Chris started yelling at the guards, and asked her why the blades protecting the royal line were subordinate to some aristocrat. After that, he said that one enemy is trying to cross the border, the second is openly encroaching on Sunset Hyde. And other enemies are also looking for a possible strike on them. And what kind of games with power can we talk about now? Chris added that they, as aristocrats, do nothing for the sake of their state. The aristocrats were visibly nervous at the words of Chris. And he told the aristocrats not to think that Tejas' wealth would protect them, and since Chris was here, he wanted to make a statement. He slammed the table with fury, and said that those who would act against the royal authority and resist the interests of the state would be severely punished by Chris on the basis of his ducal powers. The Marquis was stunned by the words of Chris from it, because he did not expect that he could threaten the aristocrats. After heavy negotiations, Chris and his comrades gathered in the palace annex. One of the comrades said that Chris's performance was spectacular, and Chris said that he just said what he had to. One of the comrades asked the Duke if he was married, and the other told him what he was doing, and did he not know where his daughter was now. The comrade also added that there was no special news from the daughter of another comrade, and for his information, he also has a beautiful daughter. Chris drank tea and listened to them. All his attention was riveted by the smell of tea. He recognized this aroma. After that, he asked who brought this cookie, comrade. Ask him what's wrong and what's wrong. Chris broke the cookie, and suddenly realized that it was poisoned. If he would now interfere with the poison that is in the tea and the poison that is in the biscuit, then it would turn out to be a lethal weapon. And he realized that there was only one person who was able to make such a poison, after which he heard how they began to break into his door. These were people who were completely dressed in black. They had nets and weapons in their hands. They wanted to kill Chris. Several of the attackers began aiming straight at Chris with their crossbows, keeping him at gunpoint. After that, Chris instantly threw back the table they were sitting at, and several arrows from a crossbow were fired at the table, after which he ordered his comrades to approach the wall. As soon as Chris and his comrades were able to dodge the arrows, a net immediately began flying at Chris to immobilize him. But due to Chris's cunning, that very net hit the table, thereby engulfing it. The enemies approached Chris and started to attack him with spears, but Chris deftly dodged their fast and strong blows, after which Chris thought that they used a net and spears, and knew how to fight with phasers. Near the head of Chris immediately flew several arrows, and he miraculously managed to dodge them. But he noticed that these arrows did not fly at him, but were addressed by his comrade, and with incredible speed he grabbed them with his bare hands and stopped them. And suddenly, several arrows from crossbows flew into Chris's back, but they ricocheted off his back. Although Chris was wearing invisible armor, the enemies still managed to wound him, and he realized that they had good arrows for crossbows, which were intended to kill wisers. One of the attackers noticed that the arrows just flew off Chris, and he was surprised, because he had never seen this before. Chris told the striker it was too early to be surprised by what happened. Chris threw the arrow, thus breaking the window in the tower they were in. one of the attackers told the others not to stand still and get rid of Chris. But suddenly, behind them, the attackers heard some sounds that came from behind. Chris looked at them and said that it looked like they had greatly underestimated him, once they dared to arrange such a thing in the palace. The assassin girl and the warriors from Chris's army immediately began to run towards the attackers, and Chris ordered them to deal with the killers. All enemy warriors were defeated very quickly, and the attempt on Chris was stopped. The lady turned her attention to the arrows that had been fired at Chris. After that, she said that 8 families used similar equipment. One of Chris's comrades said he knew it, and another asked them how they got in here. Fox told Chris that all the roads leading here were clear. Chris told him that it was coming out. No one was guarding this place. Chris said that the aristocrats not only conspired with the enemy out of selfishness, but also won over the royal guard to their side. Chris said that he thought the Civil War somehow brought them to their senses, but apparently he was mistaken in letting them live. Chris' comrade told him to refrain from killing them, but Chris told him not to worry. After all, Chris understood that without these people the state would not be easy. But all of a sudden, Chris had an idea and he asked his comrades if they could play along a little. They were shocked because they didn't understand what he wanted from them. Chris smiled and said that instead of killing the traitors, they would put collars on them. Meanwhile, the Marquis and the guard were walking together along the corridor of the castle. The Marquis told the guard that he was somehow uneasy from the fact that there was no news. The guard told him that this group of assassins was sent by Azyumbri from the city of Green Blades. After meeting with them, no one has yet managed to stay alive. But the Marquis understood that his opponent was Chris Farmant, and clearly you should not relax, because he had incredible strength. After that, the Marquis told the guard to leave and that they would be waiting. The Marquis began to enter his room, closing the door as he did so. And suddenly, a blade was immediately put to the neck of the Marquis, and if he starts screaming, they will cut off his tongue. The Marquis asked if this girl was from 8 families or not, and asked her if everything went according to plan. But the girl immediately hit the Marquis with all her strength on the leg, and he was confused, because he thought that she was his ally. He fell to the ground, and screamed in pain, after which he asked her what it meant, and said that they were on the same side. The girl placed her foot directly on the Marquis's neck, and he screamed even harder in pain, his face pressed to the floor. The girl said that now he would only do what she said, after which she told the Marquis to send a male raven, and wrote in a letter that the plan worked and the Duke disappeared. The Marquis immediately thought that they wanted to disguise the murder as a disappearance. The girl threw the blade near the head of the Marquis, and ordered him to answer her. The Marquis realized that he did not understand anything, but now the most important thing is his life, and he said that he would do everything that she told him. After the situation that happened, one of Chris' comrades told the king that Chris was missing. The king was shocked. The comrade also said that there was an attempted murder in the royal palace, and this matter should be taken as seriously as possible. The king began to scream, because he did not understand what a freak dared to touch Chris, and ordered to use all forces and find him. The king ordered to seize the ringleader and drag him to the feet of the king, before that no one should eat or sleep. Chris' comrade bowed before the king, and said that he understood him, and would do it. The knight commander of the royal guard asked Comrade Chris if he was attacked by the 8 families' mercenaries. He answered yes. The comrade also added that he thinks that the commander himself understands that there are rats in the palace. The commander also understood this, but he did not know how to calculate them. But suddenly, Chris' comrade realized that his daughter could do it with the help of her abilities, and would figure out the rats. The comrade told the commander that he needed to get rid of the traitor, and asked for his help. The commander replied that protecting the royal family is his life, his everything, and said that he could try. After that, the comrade thought that the commander of the knightly detachment could be trusted. If he were in collusion with the Marquis Poltens, he would not have accepted such an offer. Based on the Duke's plan, part of which the comrades were supposed to do was completed. In the meantime, a lot of people went to the City of Wolves. All these multitudes of people were pilgrims of Lion's Lot, and they followed Emile. The guard told the man named Fersen to go about his business, and they could manage without him, but Fersen replied that he was comfortable here and would stand with them. After that, Fersen noticed something unusual for himself. He saw a man in his robe who hid his face, and he asked the man in the gray robe to come over here and to him, and take off his hood. Fersen drew attention to the appearance of the man who took off his hood. This man was from the Northern Empire, and he had a specific appearance. His name was Nord Even, but Fersen did not notice anything unusual, and told him to move on. Fersen felt the strong energy that emanated from the man from the Northern Empire. He was strong. Fersen began to think that he was an emigrant from the Northern Empire, and in principle, there was nothing unusual in this. Idina was also one of those. Meanwhile, in Adina, in the city of the Blue Dragon, namely in the castle, a man approached His Majesty and said that they needed to turn off the wolves' fortress right now. The ruler's name was Soradite. He was the king of 8 families, and replied to the man that a lot of strength had already been lost, and at the moment it was better to restore the losses. After that, the man refused that he asked the king to start the battle, and says so solely because he is worried about the whole people. The man who came to the king was named as Yumbri. He was a member of the Green Blade family, and said that how can one remain calm when the enemy roams nearby. The king told Yumbri that gold and the Blue Dragon were against it, and he couldn't do anything about it. Yumbri replied that the king would give an order that would be based on royal authority. The king told him that they work only with the consent of all 8 families. After that, Yumbri realized that now he would not get a clear answer from the king, and decided to leave, told the king about it. As he left, he thought about pushing a little harder to finally provoke a war that would hit 8 families hard. He admired the fact that he could become the crusher of the 8 families of the central continent, and very soon believed that he would be called that in his homeland. After Yumbri began to leave, his other subordinate came to the king. Meanwhile, the king of the 8 families thought that what he wanted would not happen because he was a puppet of the Northern Empire. The subordinate who had just arrived told the king that the meeting would take place in 3 days. 3 days later, 3 strangers came to the meeting. They started knocking on the door in order to enter the meeting room. Unknowns opened the door and greeted them. One of the unknowns was the king of 8 families. One of Chris's friends, who was engaged in trade, accepted them for negotiations. They began to go down to the basement in order to make the meeting even more confidential. At the table of 3 people who came to meet an unknown person was waiting, who was also wearing a mantle and a hood. The king began to sit down at the table, and the stranger greeted him. The king asked if it was true from an unknown person. The unknown person began to take off his hood, and said that everything was right. He was the Duke of Circe. The unknown was Duke Chris Froment. At the same time, at Count Eleguan's house, the count gave Lois a present, and said that Chris had asked him to give it to him. It was a sword. Lois was very happy, and asked if it was true now. The count answered him that yes, it was. He had received it as an offering some time ago, but due to the unusual shape, such a weapon could not find the owner. Louis picked up this unusual sword, and was truly pleased with such an acquisition. From now on it was single-edged. In addition, the Earl also delivered a letter from the Duke. He told Lovis to return to the manor, and read the letter to everyone. Diggo took the letter and asked if he could find out where Chris was now. At the same time, the king of the 8 families was talking to Chris Froment, asking him whether or not he was the Duke of Froment. The king said that the appearance did not match the rumors and asked him how he changed the color of his eyes. Chris replied that it was sleight of hand and no fraud, and he knew how to handle healing herbs, and he also could not stand green. The king told Chris that he had one problem, and this problem was a headache that even his forces could not get rid of. One man from an enemy state said that he would sort everything out himself, and asked to give Wolves Fortress. The king asked Chris what he thinks. Is it worth trusting this person? Chris answered him that if the king did not trust him, he would not let anyone in here, and Chris asked to end the distrust and get to the point. One of the king's servants was indignant at the words of Chris, and said that Chris was insolent, and he did not dare to speak to the king like that, but the king stopped the servant, and replied that everything was in order. The king looked at Chris and said that he wanted to get rid of the green-eyed stranger. As Jounsbury was the same green-eyed stranger, the sage who appeared out of nowhere 10 years ago and revived 8 families, but in fact he was Anson's student Reasons, nicknamed the strategist with icy blood, and a kind of stake driven in by the Northern Empire to destroy 8 families. The king said that Jounsbury, for the sake of decency, says that he serves 8 families, and he himself secretly strengthens his power on this earth. If nothing is done, sooner or later the outsider will swallow the whole state. Chris began to think about the king's analytical skills and judgment, as well as his willingness to win over an enemy envoy in order to achieve a goal, and he realized that the stories from the past were right. Chris realized that Sorit Eth would have become a great king if the orc invasion hadn't happened. The king added that Jounsbury was even impossible to kill because of the loyalty of the people to him. Chris answered him that if the king agreed to one condition, he would force the stranger to leave the state. The king asked Chris what the conditions were. Chris told him that he wanted the relations between the 8 families and the circa to improve. Chris also said that the agreement should be signed for 10 years. The king asked Chris if he meant a non-aggression pact. Chris told him that it was not only about a temporary truce, but also about the union. The king began to think that it was unusual for him to hear about the agreement with the circa, because, of course, he could be bombarded with questions about this. But he understood that now his main task was to achieve the prosperity of the state and strengthen the army. After which, the king agreed to the terms of Chris' front. Meanwhile, Lind and the recruits were running somewhere through the dense forest. One of the recruits asked Lind where they were running. Lind said there was one place, and they were almost there. Lind thought that he still couldn't believe that Chris had gone to see Sorit. Itu, and he did not understand what Chris was up to this time. Digga brought the letter, and the hunchback began to read it. It was indicated that the order of the Duke was as follows. Lois, Diggo and Alice must begin to master the received artifacts in order to learn how to freely use them. And Lind needed to go straight to the mountains now. Lind was surprised at such an unusual request in a letter. The letter said that it was necessary to assemble a detachment, and bring it to the mountain, and then train it to the level of elite troops. Voinsko and Lind ended up on a high mountain, after which Lind ordered the troops to stop and deal with the things they had taken with them, and rested. Lind thought that he would have to hurry in order to have time to cover the entire marked area. Lind looked, and saw a blue bird there, after which he said that this was his goal. The recruit asked Lind what they were doing here, while Lind was aiming his bow at the bird. It was a crow, and it was flying at a great height, but Lind was able to easily hit it, even though it was very far away. The soldiers began to talk about how Lind had shot a flying bird very cleverly, and that Mr. Lind was unbelievable. Lind had killed the envoy's raven. After that, he ordered the soldiers to be divided into 2 groups, the first to bring supplies from the estate every evening, and the second to shoot from the bow. Also, he said that the soldiers should learn how to shoot so that not a single crow flew away, and they would train until they could hit the target on the run. One of the soldiers asked Lind how long they would be here, and Lind thought about it. He smiled and said that about half a year, so he thought. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in the home of Asa Yumbri of the Green Blades. Yumbri looked out the window and thought that the ravens had been gone for several weeks, and the connection was broken not only with the Cirque, but also with the Northern Empire. He began to guess, and thought about the fact that the king had been acting suspicious lately, and thought that this was his doing. Yumbri also began to realize that he might have made some mistake. After that, he turned away from the window, and turned to face the room. There was a huge cage. There was a girl in the cage, and Yumbri asked her if she had done something stupid. The girl said no, and added that she just sits and does her job. Yumbri told her not to even think of trying to fool him, otherwise he would cut off her hands and feed her to the dogs. Yumbri left the room and slammed the door behind him, whereupon he heard the servant addressing him. The servant said that Mr. Yumbri was expecting a guest, and the Yumbri was surprised because he was not expecting guests. He looked with his foot, and something shocked him. The guest said that he was glad to meet you and his name was Nord even. The color of the guest's eyes was the same as that of Yumbri himself. Yumbri looked at the guest, and noticed his green eyes and habit of touching his ear when greeting. He realized that this person was from the Northern Empire. Yumbri asked even what he wanted. He replied that he had come by order. The owner of the house became noticeably nervous. He did not understand by what order his guest arrived, because the Empire will not leave the loser alone. This guest is here due to the fact that Yumbri lost with 10,000 elite troops. If the crows stopped flying, then he understood that this was due to the fact that they wanted to kill him and replace him with another person. Yumbri told his guest that he was not ready to talk about it now, and told him to come back later. Even saw that he looked extremely worried. In order to get poison, it was not necessary to grind poisonous grass into powder, and he wanted to slip him another poison. The name of this poison was suspicion and anxiety. Meanwhile, in the East Continent, in one of the villages of Oken, people were working in the fields and plowing the land. The woman and the man talked about when their children would return. The man replied that the woman should wait a little more, because the journey to the central continent on a horse took several months. After that, a sudden woman noticed how someone started walking. She was delighted and told the man to look. An unknown person was standing in the field. A woman and a man began to shout to him so that he would pay attention to them. The man was shocked by what he saw, because he did not expect to meet someone here. The person that the man and woman met looked like a walking dead man. He was without one arm, and blood was flowing from his mouth, and he screamed for them to leave. When the man told the man and woman to leave faster, he fell to the ground, and the people who saw him began to run to his aid to find out what had happened and help him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a giant axe started flying at an incredible speed. A giant axe pierced a man who ran to help a man right in the face, and got stuck there. The woman was shocked at what was happening. She did not understand where this axe came from and why he killed the man. The woman fell to the ground in order to help her husband, but she understood that he could no longer be saved and he was dead, after which someone suddenly began to approach her from behind. It was a huge giant and muscular orc that began to aggressively shout at the woman. At the same time, Yumbri was thinking that 3 weeks had already passed since the arrival of the guest. He thought about the fact that since the Empire sent a new person, he failed, but in this case, they could not leave him alone, because there was no execution order. Yumbri asked the servant what Yun was doing. The servant told him that he had recently met with the head of gold. On the same day, events continued to take place in the Blue Dragon family's outdoor training ground. Chris or Yun fought with a man who was a friend of the king, thereby training his skills to become stronger. Noble Dragon, who was the head of the Blue Dragon family, and another woman with a man, watched Chris fight. They thought that Chris was fighting very well when they watched his fight. The woman did not even believe that such a pro in art like me, like Pike, loses to him. The guy asked Jude who the guy was that was fighting Pike. But Nobert told her not to divulge the real name of the fighter, because his identity should be hidden. And Jude said that this was an ambassador from the Northern Empire. The guy replied that he understood that, because he had green eyes. Even fought very well and courageously, and defeated the strong Pike, who wielded a spear professionally. After the fight, Pike said that Even's skills weren't impressive, and he replied that it was a really good fight. The guy began to approach and ask if Pike Dragon was not ashamed, and what would happen to the reputation of the strongest among the 8 families of the Blue Dragon Knight Squad if he crap. After an unfamiliar guy approached Even, he introduced himself. His name was Eler Dragon, and he invited Even to fight. It immediately reminded him of Alice's behavior. After that, Even said that he was sorry, but that's enough training for today. Eler asked him to fight only once. Nober asked Eler what he had next on his schedule. And suddenly, the servant told Yumbri that they would compete with the Blue Dragon party. He became visibly nervous. Yumbri began to think that the Blue Dragon was ignoring him, and the new messenger managed to win them over to his side, and the king comes from a blue dragon family. He could hear about Nord even. Whereupon, Yumbri ordered the servant to prepare a carriage for him, and said that he should see His Majesty. Meanwhile, the king was drinking tea. But he did not drink tea alone, but together with Even. Even began to think that Yubari most likely began to follow him in order to dig up information on him, and he was sure that Yumbri was now seized with anxiety after every news. Yubari arrived to the king, and saw that His Majesty was talking with Nord Even. He was shocked by what was happening, because he could not expect this event in any way, and the guard told him that he should not enter this room now, and would have to leave. And suddenly, Yumbari realized that the new envoy was gaining strength, and the Empire cut off all contact with him. He anxiously began to think that he gave his all to his homeland, but there is a possibility that he was abandoned. These thoughts completely filled his mind. 6 months later, Even fought with Eler, and told him that he was doing well, and the third fight was already over. But no one could defeat him, and Eler begged him to give him one more chance in order to try to fight him again. After the third fight, Nober approached Even and said that they needed to go away for a while and talk. Nober said that it looks like the time has come, and as Yumbari is waiting for him. Yunberi indeed summoned Even to talk to him. Even came to his palace and asked him if he wanted to see him. Yumbari told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. After that, Yumbari said that there was no one else in this room and asked Yun to answer his questions. But Even, or Chris, was not so simple, and he realized that there were 2 assassins behind the curtains, but he understood that this was unlikely to be a surprise attack, otherwise Yumbari would have undressed him long ago. After that, Yumbari said that for the past 6 months, he thought about what is happening now, and asked if the Empire wants to transfer power to Yun. Even looked at Yumbari, and understood that judging by his appearance, he would soon have a stroke. Mentally and physically exhausted, Yumbari said that he knew it. The teacher blames him for his failure. He was not able to completely enslave the 8 families. He said that by absorbing the power of the king with other forces, Yun will team up with him in order to subdue the 8 families, and apparently this is the plan of the Empire and the teacher. Yun understood that Yumbari had become mad, and told him not to worry, and the Empire was waiting for him. Then he added that Mr. Anshin said that Yumbari should assess the situation on his own. Even also said that the Empire takes into account all his efforts. Yumbari looked at him with fear, and like a madman said that the Empire had not abandoned him. Yumbari listened to Even and said that in that case he would return. Even answered him that he had done a good job. But Yun said that there was still one problem. Yumbari asked him what exactly this problem was. Even asked Yumbari if he could give him the prisoner that was over there, and pointed his finger. Yumbari said that it was no problem, because he no longer needed her anyway. Yumbari gave the keys to the cage to Even, so that he would release the prisoner. The door to the prisoner's room began to open, and Even began to enter. When he entered and the captive saw him, she asked who it was and why he entered here. Friday immediately saw that Even dyed his hair and changed the color of his eyes, and concluded that he knew how to handle herbs. Even guessed that she would immediately understand everything. After that, he began to open the cage. The captive was surprised and asked him if he was releasing her. He replied that yes, he was releasing her. After that, Even introduced himself and said that his name was Chris Farmit, and he is now the owner of this place, and the real name of this girl was Finasri. Finasri belonged to the race of half-elves, and in the future she will become a respected healer, but she introduced herself to Chris by the name Fixie. In addition to this, Finasri was Chris' botany teacher. A few days later, a wagon was driving along the road in the forest. It was the checkpoint of the Northern Empire where Yubari went and shouted for the gate to be opened for him. The soldiers talked among themselves about Yumbari. One of them said that he had been implanted together with Mr. Anshin into 8 families a long time ago. Yumbari shouted at the soldiers that they were idiots, and that they did not recognize the hero of the Empire, after which he ordered them to quickly open the door. After that, from the top of the fortress, his teacher came out to him, who asked what he was doing here. Yumbri looked at the teacher with maddened eyes, and said that he had received the message and returned. The teacher asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and he did not send him any message. Yumbri began to talk about what the teacher had sent him from a messenger named Nordyun. The teacher called out to him that he did not understand who Yumbri was talking about, and suddenly, Yumbri realized that he had been deceived. Chris arrived at the king's castle and the king told him that he really didn't expect Yumbri to leave, which impressed him. Chris told him that even if Yumbri had discovered the deception, it would not be easy for him to go back. The king told him that he had done a good job. He also wanted to know where the Blue Dragon Knight troop had gone. He asked that because he hadn't seen a single person. The king told the Chris that the Blue Dragon Knight squad had left, but Chris wanted to know exactly where. The king answered the Chris said that the detachment went to Iden, and a pack of orcs showed up from the east. Chris was shocked by this, but he understood that either later it had to happen. Chris asked if it was an orc dispute. The king told him that this happens every year. Creatures come from the ocean, which is on the eastern continent. This time somehow a lot came up, so the head noble took the whole squad with him. Chris immediately he asked when they had time to depart. The king said that about 3 days ago. After that, Chris asked a new question to the king asking him if letters were coming from the detachment. The king said that he was not obliged to tell him about all this. Chris wanted to help, and asked the king to answer if communication with the detachment was interrupted at least once. The king began to question why Chris was so interested in the affairs of the other squad, although he later realized that it was not so simple. The king said that he sent several ravens, but not a single bird flew in with an answer. Chris began to get noticeably nervous after hearing. Chris understood that he needed to calm down because before the invasion of the orcs another whole year, you cannot make hasty conclusions, and he must see everything with his own eyes. The king asked Chris what was the matter, and if he knew anything about the situation. Chris thought that it was not worth telling him about the orcs, because he would only now make a fuss, and said that everything was in order, and he was just interested in the orcs, after which he asked the king if he could go to Iden. The king was surprised, because he thought that Chris wanted to see the team of knights so much, and said that it was his right, after which Chris thanked him for the opportunity. After that, he immediately went in order to hit the road and reconnoiter the situation himself. But suddenly, for a short while, he turned around to ask a question about whether the king had forgotten about the agreement with Circa. The king confidently told Chris not to worry, and he keeps his word. Meanwhile, the girl who freed Chris from the cage named Fixie was eating cookies. Chris sat at the table with her, writing a letter to someone. He wrote a letter to send it to Froment via Yavrian, because it could be the last, and it is worth preparing for the worst. Fixie asked Chris why he set her free and why he was so nice to her. Chris thought about how she wouldn't believe him if he told her the truth, since she was his teacher in the past, and told her that she was just lovely. Fixie sat down on the table, laughed and said that she, too, was sure that Chris was not afraid without this mask. She asked Chris if it was time for him to update his camouflage, otherwise there would soon be nothing left of him. Chris said that he did not mind, but he did not have time now. After which Chris got up from the table and began to leave. Fixie shouted to him asking if he was serious about leaving her alone here, but Chris told her that he would quickly return. Additionally, Chris asked her if she had poison ready. Fixie looked at him with a determined look, and asked if he was going to kill someone with it. Chris had his back turned to her, and replied that while he did not know, and hoped that it would not come to this, but it was better to be prepared for anything. At the same time, a lot of orcs gathered outside the fortress of Iden, who wanted to attack the fortress. The team of knights immediately realized that there were even more of them. There were more than 500 orcs. The warriors discussed among themselves that for the third day there were only more of them each time, and they stood in one place. The knights did not understand why this was so, but hoped that this year everything would end happily. One of the soldiers asked the commander why they did not attack first. The commander said that they should not be provoked. After all, the orcs have an extremely low intelligence, and they will not act until they feel hungry. After that, the commander asked about the response letter, whether it came. The girl said that she sent 3 crows, but there was no answer from the kingdom. The commander began to think about what was the problem, because before there were no such serious delays. One of the warriors noticed something unusual for himself, and told the commander to look in that direction. The orcs began to pull a catapult with siege towers to the fortress. They pulled them on their own, because the catapult and towers were mobile, namely on wheels. The commander was shocked by what he saw, because just now he was talking about the very low intelligence of the orc, and now he saw how they used their intelligence, and ordered to prepare the ballista faster. The commander looked at what was happening, and thought that the orcs were dragging catapults with siege towers. He did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Chris was in the forest near Emilia, and he thought that on foot he would not have time to reach the Iden fortress. Then, all of a sudden, he starts whistling loudly. Thus, with the help of a whistle, he summoned his beloved pet. It was a pumpkin. He sat on it, and with great speed began to move towards the fortress in order to help his comrades. But suddenly he discovered something unusual for himself, and ordered the pumpkin to stop. Chris saw that the orcs were indeed near the Iden fortress, and they were armed. Also, he noticed that the orcs had shot a raven that was supposed to send a message. And Chris immediately realized with horror that he had already begun the invasion of orcs. He began to recall that he heard in a past life that Emilia was captured 10 days after the invasion of Iden. Emilia is the capital of 8 families and the center from which transport routes diverge. In other words, if Emilia is occupied, not only the land of 8 families, but also the territory of the central continent. And suddenly, Chris realized that from now on it will only start for a while. He took out the ball and put it in a bag in order to create a makeshift weapon and confront the orcs on his own. One of the orcs heard a noise in the bushes, and he began to turn around. After that, as soon as he heard the noise, he immediately began to walk towards the bushes where he heard it. There was a pumpkin in the bushes. She looked menacingly at the orc, and was ready to bite him. Pumpkin immediately rushed at the orc, and began to bite him fiercely. Another orc noticed this and realized that it was a wolf. As soon as the orc began to take out arrows to shoot at the pumpkin, Chris immediately attacked him from behind. He delivered a powerful blow with a makeshift weapon, and hit the orc directly in the head, after which the orc began to fall to the ground. Orc almost fell to the ground, and blood began to flow from his face, after which Chris took out his blade and was ready to ruthlessly kill the orc. But Chris knew that one dagger was not enough to finish off such a huge number of orcs. Chris with courage pushed his blade directly into the mouth of the evil orc, thereby killing him with just one blow. Green blood began to flow from the back of his head. He realized that in order to kill as many orcs as efficiently as possible, he needed to aim for the vitals. Chris saw more orcs begin to approach, and he also noticed that the pumpkin had bitten another orc. As soon as they saw more enemies, they immediately began to run along with the pumpkin in order to ruthlessly finish them off and protect the land they were about to capture. Pumpkin used her magical abilities to release a huge fireball directly at the orc. Meanwhile, Chris has stabbed the stupid orc in the face with his makeshift weapon. The second orc tried to hit Chris, but he deftly dodged and immediately wanted to counterattack him. After that, Chris, with a slight movement of the blog and a homemade weapon, tied the leg of the orc, thus blocking it. The orc immediately fell to the ground and started screaming at how much pain he was in. And suddenly, a bright glowing light and a radiance of lightning began to appear in front of the orc. Thus, Chris prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the orc, preparing the blade and using lightning magic. After killing the orcs, he began to ride the pumpkin very fast, and apologized to her, after which he asked her to go even faster. As Chris rode, he thought about the fact that the orcs were shooting down ravens in the area, and Idean was most likely fine for now. What's more, Chris knew that Noba Dragon was a knight-level Vaser, and his knights were also not without talent, so they would definitely last for a while. But suddenly, as Chris was riding the pumpkin, he heard several orcs walking right next to him. Chris told the pumpkin to duck and be careful, because he had to walk as carefully as possible. A lot of evil orcs with huge swords went to their goal in order to capture the fortress of Aiden. Chris looked at them, and understood that there were too many of them, and he definitely could not cope with them alone. But unexpectedly, he discovered for himself that the orcs were not going in the direction of Aiden. Chris had enough anxiety, because he was afraid that the worst thing had happened, and were the orcs really heading for Emilia? He thought that the group of orcs who left Aiden might just be a decoy, but in the past, Emilia was quickly captured just because of the strategy of averting her eyes. And suddenly, Chris realized that the orcs were not going to attack Aiden first, and then Emilia, and Emilia was their target. 5 days later, the orcs were moving further and further to complete the capture of Emily. Suddenly, one of the orcs noticed an unusual smell, and wanted to check that he would be where the smell comes from, if you follow this smell. The orc found a huge piece of fried meat in front of him. He shouted that it was meat, but another began to stop him, and said that they should not eat it, otherwise they would fly into it. The port got close to the meat, and said that if you devour the whole carcass, then no one will know anything. The orcs agreed with him and said that it was really clever. One of the orcs began to eat the meat, but a strange smell emanated from him, as if the meat had been poisoned. Those orcs that ate the meat fell to the floor. They died from food administration, because the meat was poisoned. Chris watched the orcs die and hid in the tree, cause he was the one who poisoned the meat. After the death of the orcs, Chris realized that I was a teacher. I was already over, and now he will have to sneak around. He looked at himself, and realized that the dye was no longer working, and the color of his eyes would soon change too. After that, Chris concluded that he needed to pick up the nightly detachment as soon as possible and flee to Emilia, because the capture was supposed to happen in 5 days, but everything could have happened earlier, so he needed to hurry. The night squad was still watching the orcs in the fortress, and they still did not move. They pondered what these creatures were up to, and why they stood still and did nothing. The girl from the night squad looked at all the orcs, and said that it seemed to her, but she had a feeling that the orcs had become smaller. The commander said that her thought was correct, and the orcs had indeed become smaller. The guy from the detachment noticed how someone was approaching the north gate. They saw that it was their old acquaintance, Chris Frommett, but his hair color had already changed. Chris' comrade asked him what was wrong with his hair, and what the wolf was doing around him. After that, the commander went down to Chris, who asked what he was doing here, and added that judging by the color of the blood that was on him, it belonged to the orcs. It seemed to his team that the number of monsters had decreased, and the commander asked Chris if he was killed the orcs that were missing. Chris realized that a difficult situation had arisen, but he needed to come up with something convincing, and he said that on the way to the fortress he saw about 1,000 orcs walking towards Emilia. Chris also said that they all need to stop the orcs before they get to the target. The commander did not believe him, and said that he was not talking nonsense. Chris was furious and yelled to the commander that if Emilia was captured, then eventually all 8 families would fall under the yoke of the orcs. The guy from the team told Chris to stop yelling and he won't forgive him if he keeps being rude. Chris said that the orcs in the forest were shooting at the raven messengers. He first asked the commander if he didn't notice that the orcs began to behave differently. If they enslave 8 families, they will target the entire central continent. The commander told Eler to put away his spear, and ordered to first deal with the orcs of Aiden, and then head to Emilia. He also added that if they failed to deal with the orcs near the Aiden fortress now, then in this case, the orcs will bring their relatives from the east and become stronger. Chris agreed with him and said that he was in business, after which the commander said that he ordered Night Squad to put on armor, and it is better not to show that they are the Northern Empire. The gates from the fortress began to open, and all the soldiers were already ready to join the battle. Many warriors in armor rushed into battle. They are more ready to kill all the orcs that surrounded this fortress. After the warriors attacked the orcs also took action to attack, and their commander called out to them to fight. The warriors of the squad of knights fought bravely against the huge orcs, but due to their size, they were clearly inferior to them in strength. Suddenly, one of the orcs walked around the soldiers, and wanted to strike from behind. He raised his huge hand and swung at one of the warriors. After that, with the help of his inhuman strength, he raised the warrior with one hand, and the warrior began to scream. The orc that raised the warrior started shouting that he would finish off all the humans, and was going to finish off the warrior. But unexpectedly, the orc saw that someone was using magical abilities, and he was surrounded by blue lightning. It was Chris. He was also wearing armor, and he wanted to finish off the orc with his spear if he ran straight towards him with incredible speed. Meanwhile, as Chris was running towards the orc, he looked him straight in the eyes and asked him if he could fight more quietly. But the orc did not want to listen to Chris, and began to shout and swing again in order to deliver a powerful blow with his huge arm. In the second hand of the orc was a huge sword. He also wanted to hit him, but Chris deftly dodged. The orc was extremely clumsy. He again struck with his sword, but Chris dodged his blow with the same ease and determination, and was preparing to launch a counterattack. Like lightning, Chris rushed right next to the orc, and dealt him a powerful blow with his spear. But the orc saw that Chris left only a scratch, and laughed, after which he asked if it was the whole blow, after which the orc began to prepare to attack again. The orc shouted that now it was his turn to attack. He clenched his fists, and wanted to pin Chris to the ground, began to attack him, but Chris seemed to feel that the orc behind him was about to strike him. Once again, Chris dodged the crushing blow of the orc. The earth was shattered after the blow. It was a blow of incredible power. Chris was shocked that the orc had destroyed the earth with his bare hands, and asked him where he got such strength. But the orc did not answer him, and shouted to Chris that he was finished. He was ready to deliver fatal blows with his giant sword to finish Chris. But suddenly, as if a trident flew out of nowhere, it was surrounded by lightning magic, and glowed incredibly brightly. It was the commander. He was the owner of a powerful magic staff, and hit the orc right in the head, thereby killing him with one blow. Chris was shocked by what was happening, because he did not expect someone to help him in this duel. The commander looked at Chris and told him if he thought it was sad to die here. Chris replied to the words of the commander that he should not worry, and he would survive and return. After that, the king commander told his squad to fight in such a way that the orcs would never dare to come here to their lands again. Suddenly, the orcs started screaming and turned to Horan. This was the god that the orcs believed in. They turned to him to give them strength. After they called for their god, their strength increased much more. They got out faster and became even more angry, after which they began to ferociously run at the team of knights and attack them. The fortress was preparing to strike back, and huge crossbows were aimed from the tops of the fortress to pierce the bodies of the orcs with arrows and kill them. With precise shots, the arrows hit the orcs' heads directly. They began to fall to the ground like a dead man, because they did not expect such high-precision shots. One of the party members said that the orcs are fucking freaks, and in front of them is a blue dragon knight squad that will kill them all. During the battle, one of the warriors of the knightly detachment began to run to the commander, and shouted that they had a problem. The commander turned to him to find out what had happened. The knight said that a huge army of orcs was going to Emila. The commander was shocked, because he initially did not believe the words of Chris that many orcs were heading to this city to capture it. Meanwhile, in Emil outside the eastern part of the fortress, the knights upstairs noticed an unusual phenomenon, and wondered what was going on. The knights saw that a huge stone was flying into the wall, and in the area someone was shouting very loudly. The stone crashed directly into the wall. It could not be thrown by an ordinary person, because it was of incredible size, and it was done by someone with very great strength. After the stone hit the wall, the knights saw that it was the orcs who appeared, and with an incredible scream, the orcs immediately began to attack the city more and more rapidly. They immediately came to the king, and reported to him that the orcs had just attacked the eastern part of Emila's fortress. The king was shocked by this, because he did not expect the orcs to get so far. Another man began to run to the king, and said that he had another urgent denunciation for him, and in front of ULS, the movement of a huge army of Cirques was recorded. The king was shocked by the events that were taking place, because he did not expect that the attack would take place immediately from two sides, from the army of Cirques and Orcs. He began to think about the fact that the Circa began to act immediately after the departure of the Duke of Fromment, and he thought that he had arranged everything, but he thought that it was impossible to say for sure, and he had to proceed with caution. After some deliberation, the king ordered that the Platinum Account and Black Lion families go to ULS to ascertain the Circe's intentions, while the Gold family's mercenary unit, the Dolmen family, and the remaining forces assemble in Emil, and they need to engage in a defensive battle. The king also realized that he needed to keep his composure, and whoever the enemy was, the most important thing was the state, whatever he had to resort to. He swore to himself that he would protect what was dear to him at all costs, whatever he had to do and whatever he had to resort to. At the same time, Chris fought bravely against the Orcs, and received a large amount of experience for this. He noticed that Orcs gave a different amount of experience, which was more than other monsters and fighting them. I realized that this is because they are more skilled than other monsters, and also stronger and more durable. And he also realized that in such a case, he was ready to kill every Orc, as long as he received this amount of experience for it. The team of knights fought incredibly well against the Orcs, and they were not lacking in courage and honor. The Orcs were extremely weak compared to them. The commander shouted that there were only a few enemies left, and they needed to push in order to kill everyone. The commander also ordered that the siege towers and catapults be neutralized, after which burning arrows were fired directly from the top of the towers, which were supposed to destroy the equipment that the Orcs had brought here. The Orcs began to panic, as their vehicles they were carrying so far began to burn, and could soon turn into ashes. One of the Orcs asked the captain, what should they do next? After all, they did not have heavy equipment and great forces left to attack. The Orc captain did not know what to answer, after which he ordered to get out of here. Instantly, after the order of the Orc commander, all the Orcs began to retreat like cowards, and the team of knights successfully won this battle. The whole team of knights began to be incredibly happy, but the commander said that now was not the time for this, and they had an emergency, because a huge army of Orcs was approaching Emilia, and ordered the team to split into two groups and immediately return to the city. The commander also ordered Pike's detachment to remain near the fortress, while all the rest went to war. One of the soldiers told the commander that the road was teeming with organs, and it would be difficult for them to arrive in time. The commander was aware of this, and thought about what to do next. After that, he realized that it would not be easy for him to make his way to the city, because there were many Orcs on their way, but someone said that he would lead the warriors. The commander was very surprised. It was Chris. He said that the whole team that was heading to the city followed him, because he knew a short way. At this time, many warriors from two opposing armies stood near the border territory of ULS. The king, with a few warriors, began to head in order to start negotiations and find out why they were here. The king asked the warrior, whose name was Jenry, did he really say that the purpose of Circa was a convention? Jenry replied that this was true, because he received a letter from Circa. His Highness began to think that the Duke had a hand in this, and if this was so, then he foresaw everything and gathered such an army. After which, he asked his troops if they had seen the Duke of Fromment near the enemy troops. They said no. The king began to enter the negotiating tent, and asked who represented Circa. The Circa's representative was the Circa king himself, and he was looking forward to the king. The Circe king looked at the king of the 8 families and asked him if it was really him. The events took place 4 days ago. Chris's friends received a letter, and after reading it, they thought that if what was written in the letter was true, then they really had problems, and they needed to report this to the king. After the king was informed of what was contained in the letter, he was shocked that Chris was in the territory of the 8 families. The king was furious. He said that he knew that this was the work of those bastards, and ordered to gather troops, and that this would be the beginning of the war. They are heading for Chris. Chris' comrade told the king to calm down, and the truth is different. After that, in real time, King Circe met with the king of the 8 families. Diggo and Alice stood guard with weapons to protect the king. They were also waiting for Lin to join them, but Diggo thought he needed more time to get down the mountain. Suddenly, one of the warriors of the 8 families drew attention to Diggo, and told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. And Diggo said that indeed they had not seen each other for a long time. Alice immediately asked who it was. Diggo said that they had seen each other on the battlefield. The guy also said that the Duke didn't even show up, and it's a pity he didn't see him, because he would like to teach him a lesson. The knight began to recall his last meeting with Chris. Chris told him that he had crossed all boundaries. And the guy answered him that this is true, and we can fight. Chris replied that it would be a pleasure to fight him. At the same time, Chris and a whole army of knights were heading to the city to defend it from many orcs. One guy from the knight troops started thinking about why the envoy of the Northern Empire was doing this, and helped them in the fight against the orcs. He also realized that even their commander believed Chris, and trusted him for help. Meanwhile, Chris was thinking about the fact that the cavalry here is at best 200 people, and whether it can buy time with it, he thought. Chris suddenly received a new experience gain notification, and he thought about the fact that this notification was directly following him, and did not understand why he was now receiving experience. Suddenly, Chris's face began to crumble as the potion's magic no longer worked. Chris's eyes also changed color, and the people on the night team saw Chris changing his appearance. Meanwhile, right at the foot of Emil's castle, the knights bravely fought against a huge number of orcs, but the orcs were much stronger than ordinary knights. The soldiers began to think that there were too many orcs, and the ballistas could not cope with them. The soldiers and the orcs were suddenly seized with fear, because there really were much more of them and they were much stronger. Several giant stones began to fly over the fortifications of the city, because the orcs wanted to enter it. With powerful blows from the giant stones, the fortress wall began to crumble, and the orcs began to run with great speed towards the hole that had been created in the fortress wall. Orcs began to enter the city through a hole in the wall that they had made. The outer wall was destroyed. The commander became noticeably nervous. He ordered the soldiers to retreat and defend the castle, but one of the soldiers noticed something unusual. The soldier saw many warriors heading towards the city. And the soldiers were truly delighted when they saw that they were the Knights of the Blue Dragon, because their courage and strength were unmatched in this city. Chris' face changed, he felt his body completely changed, and he became like before. And unexpectedly for himself, he realized that he was full of energy, and I am sure that this was due to the experience gained. He realized that in that case he needed to use this energy for good purposes. After that, Chris rushed to the city, and told Eler to take care of the team. Eler did not understand what was happening. Chris began to race incredibly fast on a pumpkin, and overtook everyone who followed him. One of the impossibly huge orcs noticed someone approaching them. It was Chris, a brave warrior who was able to kill all the orcs that would stand in his way. The orc who saw him decided to throw a giant stone at him in order to kill him from afar. Chris saw how a huge stone was approaching him, and he did not understand what to do, because the stone was very close to him. After that, the stone with incredible volume fell to the ground. The orc looked at the place where he threw the stone, and thought that he killed Chris. But Chris was alive. The cross on his chest split into small pieces. Chris was shocked by what was happening. Suddenly, his artifact began to change shape. It was sealed with magic. And the artifact that was hanging on Chris's chest began to turn into a weapon that was created to kill dragons. Incredible bright light shone, and blinded everyone who saw the transformation of the artifact. After the transformation of the artifact, Chris had an incredibly huge sword in his hands, which had absolutely incredible power, and was able to kill dragons. Chris immediately rushed with him to the orc, who threw a stone at him. With a single movement of the sword, Chris cut the orc in two, and killed him instantly. The artifact that was in his hands was called the Scourge of Dragons, or the Sting. With the new weapon, Chris cut down one orc after another. He could cut them in two with a single blow. Eler saw Chris, and told him to be careful, while calling him a duke. After that, Euler added that he did not know what kind of relationship they had with him, but it seemed that he was not their opponent. Chris said that Euler was right, and indeed he is an ally of 8 families. Euler laughed and said that in this case he would wait for a reward for saving Chris. Chris answered him so that he would not get in his way. With strong blows, Euler with the help of his spear made blows to the orcs directly in the head, thereby killing them with only one blow. Chris, meanwhile, felt an incredible surge of strength and power due to the fact that he possessed a new weapon that was capable of killing everyone in its path. With incredible ease, he chopped the orcs apart, and did not even feel that they were attacking him. But suddenly, Chris saw something that alerted him. He heard loud screams. It was a new wave of orcs. They were screaming very loudly and advancing on Chris's allies, and he was waiting to make an attack on them. Chris smiled and said that these orcs were shameless, because they would not even let him hide. The commanders of his team courageously began to fight new waves of orcs, and it seemed that they were becoming more and more. Chris also continued to love the orcs to bits, and noticed how many of them became every moment, and the number after each kill did not decrease at all. And suddenly, he realized that the situation was becoming critical. Orcs grew in number, and the soldiers lost their positions and died fighting incredibly strong and huge creatures. Chris also began to think that the Blue Dragon Knights were exhausted from the last battle. The Blue Dragon Knights also fought bravely and did not retreat, but their strength was also inferior to the orcs, as they were very tired and could not fight at the same level as before. Euler was one of the bravest warriors on this team, and he continued to fight no matter what. But the strength of the orcs surpassed his strength, as the fatigue and the duration of the battle took strength from Euler. And the orcs were able to strike at him, and Euler began to fall from his feet. His weapon was broken, and he had almost no strength left. Chris immediately screamed Euler, and wanted to rush to his aid in order to save him, and he could not die. He killed every orc in his path in order to get to Euler and help him. With incredible fury and cruelty, he dealt with the orcs, and pieces of orc flesh scattered around the entire perimeter of the battlefield. Chris suddenly saw something that shocked him, and he was afraid that it would happen. Many orcs surrounded Euler, and they were ready to deal him the final blow that would kill him. But suddenly, someone released lightning, thereby attacking the orc, who wanted to strike at Euler. The orc who wanted to kill Euler had his hand cut off due to one magical blow. It was Lois. He bravely helped Euler not to die in this battle, and dealt with an orc who wanted to kill his ally. The orcs were furious, their eyes turned red, and they were ready to kill the new man who confronted them and killed their brethren. With incredible speed, a spear began to fly on the battlefield, which was also thrown by someone. It was Diggo and Alice. They came bravely to help the allied forces defeat the massive orc army. Euler was shocked by what he saw. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He looked at Chris, who was told that they were reporting what was happening. One of Chris' brothers reported to him that circa 8 families had signed the peace agreement. Chris was incredibly happy about this event. And also, brother added that it was decided that the peace host would also come here. The dragon commander was shocked by this decision, but at the same time he understood that this would really help them defeat the orcs. He shouted out to Chris that Diggo, he and Alice are joining him in this difficult and unequal battle. In the distance, someone started calling Chris his name in a familiar voice. It was Chris' comrades and the king who arrived with a large army of circus soldiers to help kill every orc who set foot on the land. The king of the 8 families ordered the allied army to attack. He was also on a horse, and he was ready to attack the orcs in order to win this battle with his army. The king of the 8 families called out to everyone to kill all the monsters that were infesting their continent. But suddenly, the king saw how many soldiers were instantly defeated by incredibly strong orcs. These orcs were not like the rest. Their eyes were red and they were incredibly furious. They were also larger and stronger. These strong and evil orcs of the multiple army immediately headed for the king's army, and he became alert, after which he began to think about what to do next. The night squad leader started yelling about how they all need to protect His Majesty. But suddenly, someone else began to approach the Circa army and the 8 families. The man who was approaching told the Duke to forgive him for arriving so late. It was Lind with his army of incredibly strong archers, and he ordered his soldiers to head for Emilia. After which he ordered all the archers to shoot directly at the orcs. The orcs were in incredible numbers, and they had much more power than the orcs that had been killed in the past. They were advancing on the allied forces with great speed. A girl from the night squad started yelling at Linda not to shoot, because the orcs cannot be stopped with arrows. But Lind was steadfast, and he did not stop his soldiers and ordered them to shoot at the orcs. A large army of archers started shooting at the orcs with their bows. Lind also shot at the monsters using his magic bow. Incredibly accurate and solid shots, each of the fired arrows hit the orcs directly in the eyes. The orcs screamed in pain with incredible volume. The whole team of knights was shocked, because they had never seen such accuracy in archery. Lind was the strongest archer they had ever seen, and on top of that, he was a knight with a high vice level. Lind looked at the shots his soldiers fired and asked them where they were even aiming. Due to the shots that hit the orcs right in the eyes, blood drained from her eyes and they were blinded. The blind orcs were much easier to defeat than those who could see, and Diggo began to use his huge magic axe to cut these orcs apart. Alice also fought bravely against orcs, and could literally cut off an orc's head in one blow. And Diggo trained the warriors so well that he and they could never miss again. Each of the arrows fired aimed right at their opponent's eyes. And Chris had 2 more brothers and allies who were also incredibly strong. Gian and Daiko were among the strongest warriors on the team. They possessed powerful artifacts that aided them in combat and complemented their greater strength. The commander of the knights looked at all this, and thought about how Chris skillfully dealt with the orcs, and understood how the Duke of Fromment got such fame. The commander ordered the warriors of 8 families to stand up, and told them not to give up the battlefield to the soldiers of Circe. Chris still fought the orcs with incredible cruelty and fury and chopped them to pieces with his new artifact. And he realized that he and his team could stop them, because there were much more of them than the orcs. But suddenly, Chris was seized by incredible pain. His whole body seemed to be on fire from pain. From the pain in his body, Chris began to fall to the ground, and he leaned over the fact that it was difficult for him to endure this pain. Lind immediately ran to help Chris, and asked him what happened, and what was the matter. He was alarmed and asked Chris if he was all right. Chris was very dizzy and saw double. He could no longer fight because of these sensations. Chris began to realize that he was hallucinating, and he was already at his breaking point. Lind helped Chris to his feet, but they saw with their own eyes what they did not expect to see, and heard a very loud scream. It was a gigantic orc, which was larger than all the others, and he invoked his god, and spoke to the Barda Horon, which meant in the name of Horon. Chris realized that this was the same giant orc, but he usually appeared on the second wave. Lind, full of equanimity and determination, said that it seemed that this orc was in charge of them, and added that he would quickly deal with him. Chris told Lind to be careful, because this orc was at least the 2nd class. The orcs were divided into certain classes, and these orcs are comparable in strength to the Vice Knights. Chris looked at Lind and was alarmed. Lind told him not to worry. After which, he turned and told him that all his knights are not as simple as he thinks. Meanwhile, Alice was also watching a huge orc that literally appeared out of nowhere. Alice laughed, and said that this black orc looked down on them. Lois still looked at the enemy with the same imperturbable look. Lind started yelling for all the knights of Fromment to pay attention to him, because right now they all needed to focus on the giant orc. Lind then told Diggo, Gian and Doki to take care of the orcs that stood in their way. Gian, with incredible force, chopped every orc to pieces that got in his way. Doki and Diggo bravely fought against the orcs, and with their axes they chopped off her heads with one blow. When they killed many orcs, Diggo said that now is the time to attack. Lind and Alice immediately rushed into battle with their blades. They ran towards the incredibly huge and strong orc in order to kill him. With a single attack, he was able to kill a whole lot of soldiers and any of the knights of the level of Vice, and he delivered his strong blow to the ground. But suddenly, the orc felt something unusual for himself, something that he could not expect. His leg was struck with a powerful blow from the blade, and the bright light completely engulfed the leg. The orc's leg was partially frozen, and the person who delivered the kick was Lind, who was in possession of the freeze ball. Lindu started yelling at Lois to help him kill the huge orc. Lois used his magical powers and hit the orc. He landed a powerful blow directly on the orc's leg, and it began to crack, because it was partially made of ice because it was frozen by an ice sword. The orc began to scream from the field, because his leg was pierced by an incredibly strong pain that he could not just endure. Due to the fact that his leg was injured, he began to fall to the ground. When the orc fell to the ground, Alice immediately began to approach him on her horse, which was already ready to attack him. She approached the orc incredibly close, and furiously shouted at him to close his eyes. Then, with an incredibly strong attack, she pierced the orc's head through with her blade. The orc was destroyed, and it was a very easy matchup for Chris's team. They killed him as quickly and efficiently as possible. The soldiers saw how Chris's team defeated the enemy, and they were extremely happy, because it was the main enemy. They also liked Captain Alice very much. The soldiers enthusiastically began to shout the name of Alice, and called her Weiss. Alice asked what it meant. Lin told her that in mythology Weissa is considered the goddess of battle. Alice was delighted, and she was embarrassed to hear such a thing. The soldiers shouted even louder, and they said that Alice is Weiss. After that, Alice pointed her blade at the orcs, and told the soldiers to follow their Weiss, and with this mood, defeat all the other enemies. The orcs saw how many soldiers were heading to finish them off and realized that they needed to retreat. Chris saw that the orcs were retreating, and realized that they had done so. He rejoiced, and realized that they had beaten off the first wave. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place in Emelanen to discuss foreign strategy. King Serki said that since they had succeeded in stopping the orcs as promised, now it was their turn to take one of the 8 cities. And the king of 8 families said that he didn't know what the other king was talking about, and he didn't make any promises. King Edwick told him that he was very petty. King Edwick continued, and started talking about the king of the 8 families giving him 1 city out of 8. The king of the 8 families began to get visibly nervous and angry. The king of 8 families got angry and told Edwick to shut up and called him a little kid, after which he told him not to make him nervous. Edwick was also furious and got angry at being called a little kid. The king of the 8 families said that people like Edwick didn't understand without being slapped in the face. Edwick said shouted to hit him in that case. Chris looked at them and asked each of them to calm down. The kings listened to him. After which, Chris added that the invasion was not yet over. He made marks on the map, with which he indicated the orcs that had penetrated the eastern Oaken continent, and said that it was from this part of the continent that the invasion would begin. Chris said that, like them, the orcs also have their own hierarchy. There are third-class warriors, second-class warriors, and first-class warriors. Second-class warriors can compete with vice knights. And Chris added that there were no first-class warriors involved in the battle. Since the second-class warriors failed this time, the next wave would definitely have first-class warriors, and they all needed to prepare for a hard battle together. After that, Chris ended up in the barracks of the Duke of Fronmid. Lind went to his barracks and asked how he felt. Chris told him that he didn't know, and maybe he would die tomorrow. Lind said that he was, however, a positive person. But Chris thought that he understood how much he really felt that the atmosphere was as terrible as ever. He thought that if he didn't recover now, his condition would only get worse, and his body was not as stable as Diggo or Doki's, so he was vulnerable, and he couldn't use Wise endlessly, because it was too risky for him life. Chris asked Diggo what would happen if he asked Nobert to tell him about the use of Wise in their family. Diggo replied that he did not even know, because even though they are allies, the blue dragon is the most wary of the 8 families. And Chris began to think that they need to somehow get this information. Digo asked Chris what he was going to do, and if it would be something big. Chris told Diga not to worry, and he's sure no one will know about his plan. King Edwick approached Chris and asked him if they should return. Edwick asked Chris if this situation could wait at least 3 or 2 days. Chris thought that 2 days would be enough to break the contract with 8 families and wallow in war. Chris told the king that while he was here, he couldn't fight properly like all the soldiers of the Cirques, because the king was the most important person for the Cirques, and they had to protect the king. Edwick said that if Chris says so, then he has no other choice but to return to the Cirque. Chris told him that he was right and he should return. After that, Chris said that he and Nober also need to go. Nober agreed. After that, Chris and his team began to go in unknown directions. Nober asked Chris if he needed to show respect. Because everything was already clear, Chris told him that let him do as he wants. Nober said that Chris had good knights, and they were all above the 2nd step. After that, he asked Chris if he had reached the 5th step. Chris thought about it, and replied that he had not yet reached it. The 5th stage is known as the Wall among the Wasters. There were only 2 people on the continent who reached the level of superhumans. Chris and Circe's other visors continued to train after the end of the Civil War, but for a long time he could not pass level 48, and Chris' goal was not to get to the 5th stage now, because visors are endowed with a unique power in accordance with the level, the ability that was Chris and his knights called the Tower of the Storm. It allows an instant to release the power of the storm. But the disadvantage was that it could not be used twice, and besides, the physical condition of Chris left much to be desired. After that, Chris thought about what must have been. He received a lot of damage due to the excessive use of wise, and he would not even be surprised if at one moment he just passed out. The Blue Dragon family had a group of visors, which was known as the Dragon Rose. They had symbols engraved on their backs. They specialized in the long-term use of VIs, and the fact is that they gradually increased their physical strength. And Chris understood that this is why he had to master this power. Meanwhile, events were taking place near the Iden Fortress. This was a gathering place for troops. Chris asked the warriors if they were ready to fight. The warriors of the 8 families' army said that the Platinum Shield family and the Black Lion family had not yet appeared. And one of the warriors added that, as far as he knew, the battle with the orcs began at the time of the joining of forces. In order to understand what happened, a scout was sent, and he found that the orcs were advancing in the direction of the castle. Also, it was found that there were approximately 10,000 orcs. Chris realized the gravity of the situation and asked how long it would take for them to be here. The commander said that according to the calculations, they should already reach the castle tonight. The soldier added that they would definitely not be able to fight at night, since the orcs see well in the dark, so they will need to stay in the castle until dawn. Chris said that today was the final battle. The soldier asked him what he was talking about, and heard Chris what he was saying. Chris said that he had a plan. After that, he turned to Lind, and asked him if he brought the things that the hunchback Grape left. Lind said that he brought them, and they are all outside. Chris also said that in this case they need to collect a lot of straw and hay. The commander looked at him, and did not understand why they needed to collect it. Meanwhile, night had already fallen, and the orcs were ready to attack. They were already approaching, and one of the orcs started blowing the horn, because he saw the fortress, and signaled the orcs to start attacking. Orcs with incredible fury and speed rushed into battle, and wanted to kill every person who was in the fortress. The soldier saw the orcs and warned the commander that the orcs were already approaching. After that, the commander ordered to kindle. The soldiers meanwhile began to set fire to the torches. Many torches were made by the soldiers so that they would not fight in the dark and could see the orcs. The orcs were shocked that the fortress was surrounded by a bright shining light, and it blinded them. The soldiers began attacking the orcs on command to eliminate the threat and kill everyone. A team of knights also bravely fought against the orcs. With their spears they killed them with incredible speed. All the knights possessed incredible strength and virility, and were able to withstand the orcs, even though there were fewer of them. And they easily chopped off the head of the orcs who got in their way. The commander ordered the soldiers to keep the formation and not let the orcs close to them. As the plan was being drawn up, Chris told the commander that they needed to get the attention of the orcs as quickly as possible, and the commander thought that he believed they would be up to the task. One of the orcs shouted that they would break their torches and they would no longer be able to see in the dark. Then, suddenly, furious orcs began to destroy the torches that lit the way for the knights. The knights were shocked by what was happening, for they could no longer see the orcs as well as with the light of the torch. Because of this, the orcs had a clear advantage in battle, and they easily killed the knights that were in their way, and closer to the fortress. The girl from the knight squad told the commander that they would not be able to hold out for long. The commander continued to fight, and yelled at her to stand in defense of the gate, and send as much light as possible there. During the development of the plan, Chris and his siblings discussed that fighting the orcs at night would be death, and the darkness was also a major advantage. To which Chris replied that everyone has their limits. If the orcs continue to stay, then there is no guarantee that they will attack Idean when the sun rises, which is why they could not avoid the night battle. If they can defeat them in the dark, when they are most confident in their abilities, then the darkness will become a real nightmare for the orcs. Meanwhile, after a nighttime orc attack, many orcs died in fear at the strength of the knight's defense. Chris on the carriage, along with Lind, continued to tear off many orcs, and with the help of the chariot they did it much more efficiently. Chris ordered all the chariots to attack the orcs in order to win this night battle. And many chariots with heroically fighting soldiers rode into battle, and crushed many orcs, who were getting closer and closer to the fortress. Following the plan, Chris ordered the soldiers to throw straw on the corpses of the orcs. And then, the archers used fire arrows to set fire to the straw and corpses. The orc commander was shocked by what was happening, because he did not expect that there would be such a bloody battle and the corpses of his brothers would be burned in order to illuminate the territory. The commander was in shock, and watched his comrades burn in the fire. It was truly a real nightmare for him. Chris smiled and asked the orc commander what was the matter, and why he was standing still. The orc commander looked at him, and did not know what to answer him. The orc commander asked the orc soldier if these chariots defeated the black-nosed ones. The orc told him that it really was them, after which the commander said that they needed to return again. The knights saw that the orcs were scared and began to run away. They were surprised at such a quick end to the battle. Diggo asked Chris if it was necessary to follow them. Chris replied that there was no need to do so now. Chris understood that the orc commander realized that they would simply lose more warriors this way, and retreating was a very smart decision. Chris could not believe that there was such a smart commander among the orcs. He realized that anything could be expected from the war, even that the orcs would have a very smart commander. Meanwhile, as the orcs retreated, the commander told all the orcs to go to their boss. They had to go to the boss because they needed to change their strategy cause they couldn't win this fight. Also, the orc commander thought that the guy with golden eyes and dark blue hair should definitely be caught. The fighting was still going on. Lois fought bravely against the orcs, and for the moment was dodging his attack. From Lois that he was extremely tired, but he was ready to use his powerful sword in order to unleash his devastating attacks and finish off each of the orcs. With incredible speed, he chopped off the heads of the orcs, and the battle lasted 4 days. There was no end to the orcs, and the warriors fought ceaselessly. Literally everyone continuously continued to destroy the army of orcs. And during this time, Chris was able to master 2 new abilities by watching the visors. The first ability was Nobra's technique, Dragon. And the second ability was the power that bestows bestial speed. It was the Wise Wolf of Perth technique. And after a 4-day battle, the enemy retreated again. The commander of his knight was angry at the orcs for fleeing again. Due to the fact that the equipment was worn out, no longer could be used due to breakdowns. Cross with a hammer that it seems to him, that his army has suffered a much greater loss than the orcs. After that, in the shelter, the commander asked Chris what they would do next. The commander asked Chris why they didn't just attack first. Given the size of the army, they can count on victory. Chris began to think that the commander's words did make sense. The longer the war of attrition went on, the more disadvantageous they were, as humans were limited in their strength and stamina. But there was a bigger problem. Chris was aware that there was a trump hidden behind this game of attrition, and they needed to find out what it was. After that, Chris said that perhaps the orcs are waiting for their hasty steps, so it's best not to make any decisions until reinforcements arrive. The next day, many orcs again rushed into battle, and were ready to fight with the knights. Chris fought the orcs boldly and bravely, and cut each one to pieces. But suddenly, a series of arrows were fired right at Chris, but he was able to fight them off. The orcs shouted that it was him, and said that they must destroy Chris, after which they all began to run at him together. Chris realized that he was her main target, and they wanted to kill him the most, and called them fucking freaks. Chris was preparing to strike again with his crushing blow to his artifacts, but suddenly his strength began to leave him. He felt pain, and it permeated his entire body. He began to scream from how much it hurt him. With the last of his strength, he dealt a powerful blow to the orcs who were next to him. His team noticed that Chris was not feeling well and started approaching him to help him. Lind ordered the warriors to protect the Duke, and all the Crow troops focused on escorting him. Cold sweat began to flow through Chris. He felt that now he was weak, and could no longer continue this fight alone against many orcs. Chris was sent to the camp, and ended up there in order to recover and continue the fight with renewed vigor. He thought about what happened on the battlefield. He realized that again they came for him. Over the past few days, more orcs have been running towards him, and today they have confirmed that Chris was their target. And suddenly for himself, Chris realized that the orcs knew about him. He looked at his hand and realized that his strength was at its limit, and if he continued to use it, he did not know what would happen to him. After that, he remembered the blue dragon vice seal. And he realized that he had only one thing left to do, and that was to acquire the seal of Weiss of the Blue Dragons. Chris studied all the existing records of this ability, but never met a case where two types of it would be combined in one person. The Duke was aware of all the risks, but if everything worked out, then he would be able to wear on his body and more Weiss. And it will turn out only thanks to the seals of the Weiss Blue Dragons. Chris never managed to activate these seals, because even the artifacts did not react to his magic. And he thought about the fact that perhaps it takes time to activate, but if that was not the case, then he did not know what exactly the problem could be. Suddenly, Diggle pulled the Duke out of his thoughts and said that they had an urgent military meeting. Also, Diggle added that they recorded the movement of the enemy. It was a huge army that nothing could compare with. Chris went to the military meeting, and the commander said that everyone was already assembled, and that Chris should join them. The commanders of the Order of the Black Lions and the Order of the Platinum Shields were also assembled, and they were waiting for Chris. After that, they began to discuss the plan. The number of Allied troops was 50,000 people, and one of the commanders believed that all the Allied forces should unite and oppose the enemy, and everyone agreed with Chris, telling him that he was right. The commander thought that during the recent battle, however, he had noticed the strange behavior of the orcs, and the commander asked if Chris was aware that the orcs were purposefully making their way to the Duke. The commander concluded that, apparently, the enemy considers the Duke of Fronment the head of the Allied forces. Chris agreed with him and said that their strategy was to kill the enemy commander and end the war, and their goal was no different from that of the orcs. Chris also said, in order to destroy them, tired of the battle, the enemy commander will come here, and he will most likely come from the rear, from where he can completely control the battlefield. After that, Chris resolutely said that it was necessary to assemble a squad to eliminate him, because this is the fastest way to win this war. The commander of the Order of the Black Lions said that there would be orcs everywhere, and asked if there was a way to get through them behind enemy lines. Suddenly, someone wanted to join the commander's meeting, and Chris told him to come in. This man possessed an unusual knightly armor, and began to enter the commander's room. It was Gian. He had incredibly beautiful and unusual armor. One of the warriors immediately realized that it was the legendary Night Guard armor, and he had heard that it was very difficult to wear it. But the armor was worn by Gian Ludwig, and he was the strongest knight of the Duke of Fromment. Chris said the plan was to break through with a special group of the best knights in each army, and the 8 families would deploy their troops in the same way. Meanwhile, the weather was very bad at Fromment Manor, and it was pouring rain. Lady Agatha was sewing clothes, but suddenly she made a mistake. And I felt pain while sewing clothes. She pricked, blood began to flow from her index finger. Lady Agatha realized that this had not happened since childhood. After that, she felt restless, because she thought that this was some kind of sign. Agatha began to pray and said that God could protect the entire army. At the same time, Chris and his team set off to destroy the enemy goblin army. Chris hoped that no one was hurt in this battle and hoped that everyone would return home unharmed. Many soldiers stood in the pouring rain. They were waiting for the command of their commanders. Lin told Chris that according to intelligence, the enemy troops consisted only of orcs. Chris began to think about the fact that in the last wave there were trolls and even a goblin. If now there are only orcs, then he has not yet arrived. He did not know the details and strategy of the orcs, but he knew who commands them. The commander was a one-eyed orc who had killed many in the past. His name was Black Sword. An incredibly large number of soldiers of the army were waiting for the advance of the orcs. They were ready to fight them to the death. It was the center. The main forces and resistance of Chris were located here. The right flank consisted of the troops of the Duke of Fromment, with Doki and Alice. On the left flank were the troops of Pale Moon. And in the left flank there was also a special mobile detachment in armor, which consisted of the strongest warriors. At this time, Chris was thinking about how he still hadn't seen the reaction of the Blue Dragon clan's Visus, and he wondered if they could hold out until the gates opened. And suddenly, he saw something that he could not expect. After that, he urgently ordered all the soldiers to prepare for battle. Many orcs rushed into battle to kill Chris's army and take over the continent. Chris, who was the commander of the people, and the orc, who was the commander of the orcs, shouted for their soldiers to go forward. After their command, the humans and orcs went into battle against each other, and the battle began. The soldiers fought bravely against the orcs, who greatly outnumbered them in strength, endurance, and numbers. Chris took a gourd with him and fought bravely with it against many orcs. Pumpkin used her magical abilities to counter the orcs with her fire from her mouth. After the attack of the pumpkin, the orcs began to burn, and Chris ran towards them to finish them off. During the fight, he thought about the fact that he should not overexert himself, and that he should fight without using wise to the fullest. Doki and Alice on their flank also bravely began to fight against a huge number of orcs. As did the Blue Dragon Knight team, who also rushed into the fray to kill the orcs. But suddenly, the commander of the knights and Alice discovered something unusual for themselves. They were orcs that had armor on and were equipped. Also, they had powerful weapons and they were distinguished by their size and strength. Alice smiled and realized that she was in for a difficult fight. The opponents were orc warriors who were able to use vice. Meanwhile, a huge magic axe attacked the allied enemies against the orcs. Diggo fought bravely with his artifact, and killed all the orcs in his path. Lind, meanwhile, himself shot from a bow, and ordered his soldiers to also conduct aimed fire at the enemy. Many arrows were fired by Lind's squad directly into the eyes of the orcs. They screamed in pain, and because they were blind. Lind noticed that Gian, also in armor, was heading to fight the orcs. A detachment of the strongest knights, which consisted of Gian, and commanders of black lions and platinum shields. Digga ordered the warriors to clear the path and finish off every orc that stood in their way. The strongest knights went into battle against the crowds of orcs. The first was Gian, who was in incredibly powerful armor, with a sword in his hands. Although the armor was insanely heavy, he still moved towards the orcs with incredible speed, and began to use his magical abilities with fury. He inflicted a lot on the orcs that stood in his way and ran on. The orcs that stood in his way were cut to pieces in a split second. Galen yelled at them to get out of the way and called them small things. At the same time, Doki also bravely fought a large number of orcs. With his huge 2 axes, he courageously killed everyone in his path. Alice was on a horse, and also bravely fought with a large number of orcs, using her artifact sword. One of the very strong orc warriors began to swing at Alice in order to inflict a powerful blow on her. But Alice was very agile, and she jumped off her horse, after which a strong orc killed the horse with one blow with his hand. She smiled, and realized that you should never let your guard down. After this situation, Alice also realized that these freaks were quite strong. Suddenly, black smoke covered the battlefield, and all the warriors saw him, and did not understand why he was here. Alice and Doki also looked at him, and did not understand where he came from and why he was needed. Enemies began to hide in the smoke, and they were completely invisible. The team of knights immediately realized that it might be a trap. Meanwhile, Gian, in his incredibly strong armor, broke through the crowds of orcs. But suddenly he realized that something was wrong here, and there were only ordinary warriors inside. After that, Gian told everyone to stop. And the strongest warriors realized that it looked like they had fallen into a trap. Chris looked into the smoke, and understood that his strongest warriors were there. He was alarmed. Also, he thought that he could not hear anything. It was all because of the fog. The Duke's comrades rushed to his aid to protect him from the onslaught of orcs. Chris' brothers fought bravely and were ready to give their lives for their ruler. Chris began to be surrounded by a thick dark fog, and he remained on the battlefield along with the pumpkin. Chris also realized that he was trapped and did not know how to get out of it. He began to strike directly at the dark fog, but it was useless, and he understood this. Then, suddenly, someone from the fog said that he liked the way Chris resisted. Chris did not understand where this voice came from, and who said it. He was alert. At the same time, Lois was also surrounded by a black mist, and bravely fought the orcs, killing them. As he slew the orcs around him, he realized that he must return to his master as soon as possible. But what Lois saw in front of him horrified him. He did not expect to see it. Very strong orcs began to come out of the fog, who saw Lois and looked directly at him, and were ready to attack him. The task of these orcs was to kill all the human knights who used the energy of the vase with 4 of them. And the main target of these orcs was the blue-haired guard, namely Lois. From the black fog, an unusual orc began to come out to Chris, who said that he knew that Chris was right here. This unusual orc was a one-eyed orc commander who said he would kill Chris himself. Vice emanating from them, which meant that they were all second-class warriors. And suddenly, he realized that this was an arrow tactic. Lois started to remember how he and Chris talked about this tactic. At that moment he asked Chris about the arrow tactic, if it was some known enemy combat tactic. And Chris at that moment replied that it was not a known tactic, but a special technique of second-class orcs, and having chosen a target for themselves, they united in one small group. Usually, there were 4 warriors who could use Vice. When the orc warriors stood up as one, they unleashed all their power on the enemy. At the same time, Lois fought bravely against the 4 strongest orcs, and bravely dodged their incredibly strong attacks. This tactic is so named because when used, the orcs become like arrows fired at a single target. Altogether, the orcs attacked Lois, and began to attack him from all sides. Lois found himself in that position, and tactics were used against him. But he began to remember the words of Chris, who said that if one of them, being alone, faced the enemy on the battlefield, that he used this tactic. Chris ordered to run from there as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Chris was approached by the main commander of the orcs, who possessed incredible strength, and in his hands were 2 huge blades. Chris looked at it, and immediately realized that it was a black sword, and thought about how he was in the rear all the time, and why the black sword attacked him. The black sword looked furiously at Chris, and asked him if he was thinking now about how he appeared here and attacked him. Black sword asked Chris if he really thought he could go in from behind. After which, he looked at him with his one eye, and called Chris a self-confident jerk, and added that in that case he would do the same. After his words, the ground shook and cracked under him. He jumped into the heights. Suddenly he began to approach Chris with incredible speed, and with his two powerful swords, he wanted to strike at him. Chris extended his sword in order to block the black sword. But the blow was so strong that Chris screamed in pain, and blood began to flow from his mouth. Pumpkin heard Chris screaming in pain and rushed to his aid. She attacked the black sword right from behind, opened her mouth and wanted to bite him from behind. Chris yelled at the pumpkin to keep her away as the black sword began to turn towards her. He heard her attack from behind, and immediately turned to her, after which he swung his sword to strike. After being struck by the black sword, the gourd fell to the ground. It was not visible because of the black smoke. Chris was shocked by what was happening because he did not know what to do next. He was very sorry for his pet pumpkin. The black sword asked Chris how dare he be distracted from the fight with him because of some dog, and began to swing in order to strike at Chris from behind. When he hit, he also called Chris a weakling. With an insanely strong blow, the black sword attacked Chris, but he managed to defend himself with his sword. Chris was in pain, and began to think that the black sword in a split second found his weakness and immediately attacked. After that, Chris realized that the black sword is indeed the best warrior among the orcs, and his wiles and attacks are on the same level as his. Therefore, defeating this incredibly strong orc was not so easy. At the same time, Lois was fighting 4 strong orcs who took turns inflicting crushing blows on him. Lois still dodged them with the same deftness. Not a single blow was missed by him. Attack after attack came at him, and he noticed how the orcs began to attack at the same time. He noticed how one of the orcs began to strike him with a spiked bat. But with the help of his sword, Lois was able to defend himself, blocking the attack of 2 orcs who were trying to finish him off. One of the orcs started laughing and said that Lois had no chance of winning here. But Lois was furious, and he desperately wanted to win against the 4 orcs. Lois knew there was no flaw in the orcs' defenses, and his attacks were pointless. And he thought that if he couldn't damage them, he definitely wouldn't win. Suddenly he realized how to act, since the orcs are constantly aimed at only one enemy. The orcs immediately noticed how Lois looked changed and they were shocked by it. Lois began to look at them confidently, like he knew what he was doing and he could beat them. The orcs had to pour on it, and they still rushed into battle in order to finish off Lois. Many attacks followed right at Lois, and he actively began to defend against them with his magic sword. With incredible speed, he began to repel enemy attacks. Along with this, he came up with tactics for fighting against them. As the orcs mindlessly attacked Lois, he was looking for a way to defeat and kill them all. When Lois defended himself from another attack, he realized that if he changed the trajectory of someone else's weapon a little, then in the end it could help him. After he changed the trajectory of one of the orcs' weapons, they were able to hit each other while he dodged. The orcs looked at him and did not understand how this happened, because they were not going to attack each other, but only Lois. Lois already knew what to do next, and was ready to fight the orcs to the end. Lois Yolnavan used to hold a sword in his hands since childhood, but after the death of his parents, the boy constantly sought to become stronger in order to protect his older sister, and perhaps out of despair that one day he would not be able to help her. He always trained to the point of exhaustion. However, through his diligence, Lois became so reasonable that he learned to find the best solutions to the problem from any situation. He retained the survival instinct that he had from childhood, combined with this talent, allowed him to acquire a useful skill. It was an opportunity to prevent absolutely any attack in advance. This skill was called prevention. one of the orcs said that they should all attack Lois together. And now, in the midst of a fierce battle, Lois' ability and determination to win was in the prime of life, and he was at the peak of his strength and the possibilities that he had. Lois aggressively asked the orcs what they really thought they had cornered him. He said that they did not corner him, but they themselves fell into a trap. Because together they will slay all the orcs that stand in their way. They will be slain along with the comrades-in-arms with whom they fought shoulder to shoulder. And for the glory of their lord, they are ready to fight at the cost of even their own lives. Multiple blows came with the same intensity against Lois, but he dodged these attacks with ease. Because he could read every move the orc made, Lois knew what the orc would do even before he thought about it. The orcs were furious because they couldn't kill this guy and they were wondering what to do next. They were angry that Lois was extremely tenacious and intelligent. Meanwhile, Chris fought bravely with the black ball without being inferior to him in strength. Although Chris was tired, but his attacks had incredible power, and he did not even think about losing. With one of his strongest attacks, Chris almost hit the head of the black sword, but he managed to dodge at the last moment. The black sword thought that it was close, and Chris could kill him, while Chris thought that he could not find a single weak point in his defense. After all, the black sword even moved in a special way, and it was difficult to understand how he would attack next time. Chris realized that for him now this is the worst option for a fight. In addition, the wise on Chris' back was still unresponsive, and the situation was getting more and more dangerous each time. Chris went on the attack because he realized that he needed to end this fight as quickly as possible. He began to launch multiple attacks directly on the strongest orc in order to finish him off. With incredible speed, he began to move around him in order to attack from behind. But the black sword had a good reaction and reacted to Chris's every move with a counterattack. And suddenly, Chris threw his blade straight into the black sword's face. The black sword had such a good reaction that even a small blade was able to dodge with ease, although he could not expect it. Chris realized that if he couldn't find a weak spot, then he needed to create it himself. With a strong attack, Chris hit the black sword right on the head. Green blood began to flow from his head. In fact, Chris was aiming for the eye, but he missed, but he could not see with his left side now. Which meant to Chris that the black sword had a weak spot. Chris immediately realized that after he had a weak point, he could attack with full force of the orc. But suddenly, the unforeseen happened, and Chris was shocked. The orc laughed and said that Chris was smart. He blocked Chris's attack and told him if he seriously thought he could win if he attacked from the right. The black sword removed the bandage, and Chris saw that behind the bandage he had a whole eye, and the black sword asked him what Chris would do now. Meanwhile, Lois was fighting orcs of incredible strength. Louise held on to the continuous fight for more than 10 minutes. However, it was simply impossible to cope with the orcs, who had more stamina than a man. Especially if Lois does nothing but defend herself. So gradually, Lois began to lose momentum. And the orcs, on the contrary, began to use it. When they saw that Lois was losing her powers, they attacked even more times, and launched a whole series of attacks. But Lois did not plan to give up, and continued to defend himself. He was wounded, he was bleeding from his mouth, and the orcs could not miss this opportunity. They all saw that he was getting weaker and began throwing more punches. Orcs surrounded him, and from all sides began to hit him with their strong weapons. But Lois still dodged and defended against their attacks. He used his sword as a shield to dodge the attack. He quickly got out of the environment of the orcs, and thought about what to do next. But as soon as he got out of the encirclement, the orcs immediately arrived in time for him, and again began to attack. Orcs did not know what fatigue was, they did not even feel it, because they had much more stamina than Lois. During another attack, Lois realized that he could not dodge it. There was an impact and Lois was thrown the other way. The orcs looked at the place where he had flown and wondered if he had died. Lois was badly hurt, but he did not die and stood on his feet. Lois was wounded in one hand, but he still stood bravely on his two legs, and held a sword in one hand. The orcs looked at him, and shouted that he was worthy of respect. One of the orcs said that Lois was the first who could fight them for so long, and he was a strong man. But the orc also said that this was the end. After that, the orcs began to rapidly run towards Lois in order to deal him the final blow. Lois began to think about Duke Chris. And also, about his sister. He apologized to them that he could not continue to protect them. The orcs came very close to him, and Lois thought about how he hoped that the grief of his loved ones would not last too long. Lois smiled and thought he had no regrets. Suddenly, strong lightning struck from the sky. Something unimaginable was happening behind Lois. He had no idea what was happening. It was Gian. He jumped right out of the black fog and saved Lois. The orcs were furious, because they did not understand what kind of bastard stood in their way. Gian stood right in front of Lois to protect him and asked him if the 4 orcs were the arrow tactic. After which, he turned to Lois and asked him if he fought alone against them, and when he realized that he was, he said that Lois did well. Lois looked at Gian, and was shocked by what he just said, because he did not expect such an answer at all. The whole team of the strongest knights came to Lois for help. They said that he did a good job. And now, it was the task of the strongest knights, and they had to kill 4 orcs. Meanwhile, Chris looked at the black sword and realized that his other eye could see. The black sword looked at Chris and said that he liked to see that expression. He said that it was a look of complete despair, fear and horror, after which he began to inflict another attack on Chris. Black Sword also added that this facial expression is only suitable for humans. Chris analyzed the situation in which he found himself, and realized that it was very dangerous for him. The Black Sword continued to attack him, but Chris bravely defended himself and fought him without giving up. Suddenly, unbearable pain began to pierce Chris. He screamed from it. The pain swept through his whole body. It was extremely difficult for him to stand on his feet. He began to fall to the ground. I leaned on my sword, after which I realized that this pain was due to Wise. Chris continued to analyze the situation in which he was, and understood that he needed to do something. While he endured the pain that pierced him, the Black Sword began to prepare for the next attack. After that, the Black Sword delivered a devastating attack on Chris with incredible speed, which he was able to dodge with the last of his strength. Chris thought that if this continues, he will definitely lose this fight. Therefore, he realized that he needed to concentrate Wise in one place and attack. After that, he delivered a powerful attack with his blade right on the orc. But suddenly, the orc said that Chris could have avoided this blow. The Black Sword also said that Chris was too hasty. And with all his strength, he hit Chris with his huge sword. From the force of the attack, Chris flew off in the other direction. The Black Sword said goodbye to Chris, because he thought that he had killed him, while Chris began to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Chris' weapon was flying in an unknown direction. The orc began to laugh and thought that he had won, after which he said that only they, the orcs, could survive on this earth. Chris lay on the ground, bleeding from his mouth and nose. He was still alive, but he knew he couldn't move. Chris began to wonder if it was really going to end like this, and he would die here. He thought that he did his best, then closed his eyes and said that now he just wants to rest. Meanwhile, the orc began to go somewhere. He saw that a spear was lying on the ground, and said that he would take it as a trophy. Suddenly, Chris asked himself if that was his limit. After that, he suddenly began to stand up, and the Black Sword saw it. Chris began to ask himself questions in a voice, if he had tried all the options, if so, whether everything was accurate. The Black Sword looked at him, and asked what he was saying. Chris looked at him with a wild look and asked if he had really shown all his cards. After that, a magic ball began to form in his hand, which was covered with lightning. He began to scream that no, he did not try all the options, because he still wants to become stronger and achieve more. The orc looked at him and asked if he could still use the energy. After that, the orc began to run to Chris in order to inflict another attack, and said that in this case he should be beheaded. Chris began to accumulate energy in his hand, and said that he would take everything from this life. An even larger magic ball began to form in his hand, and he said that he would take it as long as he was breathing. The black sword looked at him and thought that he had a very confident attack. Chris looked at the black sword with crazy eyes, blood began to actively flow from his mouth, and lightning was around him, and he shouted to him that Vi's was an immaterial force. And that's why, this power has no limits, after which he told the new wise to act. Chris seemed to have gained new strength, and was ready to launch a magical attack. The black sword tried to attack the Chris, but it was unsuccessful, as if the Chris had vanished into thin air. The orc looked, Chris really wasn't there, and he thought he was gone. But suddenly something started to happen behind the orc, and Chris raised his weapon. Chris began to talk about how his body became so light, and the feeling that came over him was comparable to being reborn. Meanwhile, the orc began to turn towards Chris. Chris got the long-awaited new wise, and he told the dragon Rose to wake up. The black sword again began to run at Chris in order to attack him, because he still did not understand his true power, which he had. But Chris was ready for any orc attack. He knew that he would defeat him. With his single attack, Chris broke the blades of the black sword he was holding. The black sword was shocked by what was happening, because he did not expect Chris to gain such power, and thought that he was already dead. Chris looked at the orc and told him that it looks like he can now see other people's attacks. Is it because of the increase in speed, or the orc just got slower? Chris asked him. Then, in a moment, Chris rushed to attack the black sword from behind. Chris unleashed a powerful attack on the black sword and was thrown to the other side. With this attack, Chris was able to knock his swords out of his hands, but he began to take out the others that were behind him. After he took out the balls, the black sword was ready to fight again. He began to scream, after which he furiously rushed at Chris in order to attack. But as soon as the black sword approached him, Chris was no longer there. Chris was right behind him and told him not to dodge his punches anymore. And immediately, Chris launched a powerful attack with his artifact. The black sword tried to block it. It was incredibly difficult for the black sword to block this attack, because it was extremely strong. Chris asked the orc if it was the sword in his hands that was able to withstand the dragon's attack, and if so, then Chris was ready to take it as a trophy, which made the orc extremely angry. Chris said that if the black sword is not a coward, then let him fight him face to face, and he will not run away. The black sword was overcome with incredible anger. He even changed his skin color to red, and rushed to attack Chris. The black sword approached Chris, and they were ready to attack each other, and swung their swords at each other. After they stabbed each other, there was an incredible amount of magic impact, and their magic was visible for a distance of many kilometers, which was opposed to each other. Suddenly, Lois and Gian found Chris and started walking towards him. But Lois saw something that really surprised him, and he was shocked by what he saw. He saw a black sword that was wounded. And Chris, to whom the black sword put its blade right in the face. Chris was able to hit the orc right in the chest with his blade, thereby injuring him. Chris told him that he would not run away, but that he would not be substituted was out of the question. All the wars saw how Chris killed the black ball, thereby winning this battle. Everyone began to shout that the Duke of Fromont killed the enemy general. This news echoed across the warfield, and all the soldiers perked up and began to fight even better against the orcs. And at the end of the 2-day battle, the Allies won. On the horizon, mountains of corpses of the killed orcs could be seen. All the soldiers were very tired and exhausted, but they were extremely happy about the victory. A few days later, Chris arrived home and said that since he came back from Idean, the lady had not left her room and made pumpkin pills. The girl said that it was true, and she mixed everything that Chris had was in the bag, and the pumpkin seemed to like it. Chris was happy about Pumpkin's recovery, and said that she did a good job. The lady asked Chris if the pumpkin could talk, and suddenly Lind entered the room and started talking about the Lord from Emily. But suddenly, Lind noticed that the Duchess was in Chris' room. The lady laughed and asked since when is she considered Chris' wife. Chris laughed and said it was just a misunderstanding. Chris asked Lind what happened. Lind said that a letter came from Emily, and the King of 8 Families calls Chris. After that, Chris said that he and the pumpkin would be back soon, and headed off. Suddenly, Chris noticed that his leg began to glow from magical abilities. He thought about how the storm tower had been inactive for several days, and finally it woke up. Then, all of a sudden, he noticed that the storm tower was reacting behind the dragon rose. The two magics seemed to have begun to conflict with each other and intertwine. Then, as if with an electric shock, pain pierced through Chris. And suddenly he found some changes in himself. Unexpectedly for himself, he realized that Wise, who did not want to climb at all, had reached the 5th step. Chris realized that one force began to grow when interacting with another, and this was something new for him, and he thought that if he applied similar ones on other Vays, he would be able to overcome his limit. He was extremely happy about this, because he realized that he could become even stronger. After that, Chris arrived at the estate of the King of the 8 Families. The king told him that he had done a good job and made a huge contribution to this battle. The king also asked Chris what he would like, and he was ready to do everything in his power. Chris asked the king if he could open the royal armory in this case, and told him not to worry, and he would not take the treasure, but he would need weapons from there for future battles. The king asked Chris what kind of battles. He says Chris told him the war isn't over yet. He also said that the Orc Lord was not defeated. The king asked him again. He did not know that there was an Orc Lord. Chris told him that this is a king who commands not only orcs, but also goblins, trolls, ogres and giants. Only by defeating the Lord they will put an end to this war. The king said that means to win, he should just give him access to the armory, and told Chris to consider that he already had a pass to the armory. Chris thanked him. After that, the king thought and asked Chris if he was satisfied with his position. Because he could grant him the position of a minister, he had only to wish it, so if this war ended in victory, he asked whether to join or join him. After which, the king said that he would like to become the king of Chris Fronmont. Chris smiled and said that he thought it might sound stupid, but the king already knew his answer. The king also smiled, then agreed with Chris and told him to leave. As Chris started to leave, the king thought it was amazing that he said something like that, and did he really need this duke so much? The king also suggested that this could be due to the fact that he was afraid that Chris would one day become his enemy. One of the king's servants led Chris into the royal armory. Chris began to walk through the royal armory in search of the very weapon he was looking for. After which, he finally realized that he had found it, and said that he would take it. How much I began to get nervous, and asked Chris if he was sure of his choice. The servant thought that Chris was completely crazy, and he really liked this ugliness among real treasures. Meanwhile, Chris was in the forest and lit a fire. Chris was thinking that these were 2 items from the royal armory. One of them was a magical powder called Spare Life that could heal any wound. And the second thing was armor, which Chris threw into the fire and waited for something. He watched them burn and thought about the fact that in the past he had heard a story about this armor, because the descendant of the artisan dwarf made it from the flesh of a dragon, but all this time it was just gathering dust in the armory of 8 families. This armor was a treasure that needed to be tempered. Incredible armor was created for battles with dragons, Vays and knight armor, dragon scales. When Chris put on the armor, he realized that the name of the Vise of the 5th stage indicated a forgotten weight, so now he can easily wear this armor. He smiled and realized that this armor is a true masterpiece. Suddenly, the pumpkin began to bark as if it had detected someone. Began to fly from the forest. But Chris, with the help of her dexterity, managed to evade him. Someone wanted to finish him off. Something with incredible speed again began to approach Chris. Someone looked out from the bushes and said that it was a greeting. The person who threw the blade at Chris was an elf. Chris got a little mad at him and asked him what was the point of talking about something like that after a sneak attack. The elf started laughing and said that Chris was funny. Chris got even angrier and said that he could amuse him even more. The elf said that he was not here to fight and told Chris that someone wanted to meet him. After that, he asked Chris if he had ever heard of Ancient Risanese. Chris was immediately alarmed, because this man, with the help of a white demon, a virus that covers the body with frost, killed the whole city. Chris told him that he was too busy now, and if Anshin wanted to see him, then let him come himself. The elf told him to make Chris think twice and why reject the meeting like that. Chris asked the elf if he needed a clear answer. The elf answered yes. Unexpectedly, Chris began to run towards the elf with incredible speed, and took up arms. The elf was dumbfounded by this, because he did not expect Chris to attack him. Chris hit near the elf, cutting off a small part of his hair. And he said that this blow is his answer. The elf said that he understood and would pass it on to Anshin. After the words of Chris, the elf immediately began to run away, and he ran away so quickly that Chris did not even notice it. Chris began to think about why Anshin suddenly needed him rhizones. He deduced that the bastard from the Northern Empire was up to something. The next day, at the training ground of the Adena Blue Dragon family, training was taking place, namely, Alice was training. One of the warriors of the squad of knights was thinking about his duel with the orcs. Eler approached Alice and introduced himself, after which he said that he was glad to meet you, and that he was from the family of Blue Dragons Adena. Alice asked him, and what of it? Eler said that he sincerely admires strong women, and invited Alice to fight, and if he won, he told her to marry him. At the same time, Lois saw Chris return to Adena's fortress. Chris inquired about Lois' health, and asked how his hand was. Lois said that it was already much better, and he thinks that tomorrow he will be able to move it. Chris said that he was happy, and asked where the knights. Lois smiled and thought what to answer him. At the same time, Alice easily defeated Eler, and asked him that with such skills he decided to spar with her, Alice, the goddess of Weiss, while Doki applauded her. After that, other warriors approached Alice, and said that if she needed a new opponent, then how about them? They were warriors who possessed incredible strength, and told Alice that they were outstanding knights, and judging by her fight, she would not mind competing with equals. However, if she was not sure, she could refuse. Alice said that she never backs down from a fight and asked who would go first. The warriors offered to fight 2 and 2, Alice and Doki against them. The warriors were already ready to start this fight, because they were eager to fight. In an instant, everyone began to run with incredible speed. After that, they agreed in an equal duel and began to bravely fight with each other, training the level of wise in this way. Chris, along with Lois, came to their training camp to watch this battle. Each warrior was incredibly strong, fought in this duel with special courage and courage. Lovitz drew attention to what power was in this duel, and that the rivals were not inferior to each other in strength. Chris agreed with him. The commander of the attention of the Black Lions was surprised, because he saw something unusual for himself. He saw Duke Chris from it. Until today, Chris has been in many battles and achieved considerable results, and his skills clearly did not stand still, the commander thought. But the commander made a mistake when he was distracted, and the Doki dealt a strong blow to him. After that, he thought about letting the opponent see the power of the 8 families. Doki did not expect such a strong blow, and he threw him aside. Alice immediately called out to Doki because she wanted to know what condition he was in and if he was okay, but behind her the female commander was stabbing her. And after the strike, Alice's incredible power also began to fall to the ground, because she was unable to block this strike due to being distracted. But Doki managed to strike back, and the commander of the Black Lions also began to fly in the other direction due to Doki's strike. Alice noticed this, and immediately decided to help Doki finish off the enemy. She dealt a powerful blow to the commander of the lions, and he flew off again. Chris thought that it was Master Delchin. He was called the King of the Sword, which is on the same level as Tejas, who was the King of the Spear. Chris was amazed that he was fighting at the same time with Alice and Doki, and at the same time he did not even lose. On the back of the hand Delchina had a seal, thanks to which he uses the wise technique of the Black Lion family. But on the armor of Delchin's ally was the same sign, and Chris did not expect this. It surprised him. Delchin got angry and shouted that it was time to end this fight. Alice also got angry and said that she agreed that the fight should be over by now. But suddenly, an unknown person stopped them. He shouted for everyone to stop. It was the commander of the Blue Dragons. He said it was the first time they had a big fight. They had a fight in the training camp. Delchin said it was just sparring and he shouldn't worry. The dragon commander told Delchin today that there would be a council of war soon, and he had better not be late. Delchin ended the fight and said that he was sorry that he was not able to demonstrate the difference in their skills. Alice told him that things would be different on the battlefield. Delchin was indignant at her answer, and said that she was not insolent. After that, a military council was soon assembled to discuss strategy. The commander of the Blue Dragons said that due to the fact that the activity of the enemy troops has noticeably decreased since the last battle, they need to find the Lord of the Orcs that Duke Fromant spoke of as soon as possible. Chris began to think that at the moment they had absolutely no information regarding his whereabouts, because they did not even know in what direction to look. Many events had changed a lot compared to the past. And Chris thought that if you try to put yourself in the place of the enemy king, then the best way to enslave people would be. Suddenly, Chris's thoughts were interrupted, and a guard burst into the meeting room, who said that a huge host of orcs had just been discovered. A giant army of orcs was at the Red Gorge. Suddenly, one of the warriors realized what it was. Chris continued his thought and said that it was a mountain range gorge. Chris also said that it was also a kind of passage that connected the eastern continent of Oken and Surku, and if the orcs were almost there, then the war was almost at their doorstep. The commander of one of the troops ordered to build up completely and advance into battle. Delchin started to think about what had happened before, and he began to have memories. The commander of the Blue Dragons told him that he had news for Delchin. The commander told him that he was well aware that all the achievements of the allied troops were obtained only thanks to the troops of Surki, and His Majesty is very worried about the situation of his own possessions, so he entrusts Delchin, the King of the Sword, with a special mission. The special mission was for Delchin to get the head of the orc leader for 8 families. Chris returned home, and thought that there was a huge army in the gorge, as well as their king. After that, Chris asked Pixie what was in the box. Pixie replied that it seemed to be sent from Circa. Chris began to look at the contents of the box, and saw that it was moonlight and the glint of a wing, and realized that these guys were sent just in time. Pixie was offended by Chris, and asked him why he asked about the contents if he already knew everything. Chris said that perhaps she considers this the price of her life. However, he asked her if she could fulfill one request. He added that now a more bitter war must begin, and Pixie could come in handy and help him. Many orcs stood in the Red Gorge, and called on their god Bentakra Cerberus, and shouted that death would come to all people. But the king stopped them and told them not to get excited. One of the orcs turned to the Orc King and wanted to tell him something. The Orc King asked if everything was ready and was told yes. After that, the Orc King ordered to convene all the leaders. And immediately all the leaders arrived, who were supposed to gather. They were different from ordinary orcs, and had their own characteristics. One of the leaders had 3 heads, the second was distinguished by its skin color. The third was extremely small and had a huge beard. And the fourth one was very tall, and a little overweight. They all gathered in order to listen to their king. The king told everyone to listen to him, and began to say that their hour had come, and it was time to show who really was the boss here. The king got up from his throne and said that he was telling all the orcs to wipe the humans off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Chris was approached by his comrades and he told Gian and Doki that their weapons had arrived. Gian picked up the new sword, and Chris told him that the sword's name was Moonlight. And when Doki took the axes, Chris said that their name is the Glitter of the Wing. The peculiarity of these weapons is that with their help you can break out of any vice. Suddenly, Lin burst into the room and says that the orcs are already in front of Aiden. Chris was shocked by this event. Chris began to think about where the Overlord would attack first, the 8 families because of the easy supply route, or Circa, where the chances of ambushing were higher, and Chris knew that he could choose either option, because he was unusual orc. Chris ordered everyone to get ready, and said that they were moving into the Red Gorge. All the wars gradually began to gather in order to go to the next battle. Eler also approached Chris, and he asked him if they were ordered to join the army of the Duke of Fromont. Eler replied that they were, and they would fight alongside him. He began to remember the words of the commander. He said that if there was an orc king in the gorge, then he immediately needed to return to Aiden and report everything to Lord Delkin. Eler was indignant, because he did not understand why he should first report everything to Delchin, and not to the captain himself, and he had no idea why, but he would follow the given order. Chris and his twin brother set out on their way to the Red Gorge. Chris asked Lind when they would be there. Lind replied that if they went through 8 families, then in half a day. Meanwhile, a scout who was there began to return from the Red Gorge. After that, the scout reported that at the moment the enemy troops were encamped in the Red Gorge camp, but several orcs ambushed him in the forest in front of him. Lind asked Chris what they should do and if they would take a detour. Chris said that they would not take a detour and should go straight ahead as they would simply lose time. Meanwhile, Pixie has been fulfilling Chris' request, and she will do so as soon as they get to the forest. There were a huge number of orcs in the forest, and they were all waiting for something. One of the orcs got tired of waiting and asked his brothers how much longer he had to wait. One of the orcs answered him and said that a little more and the people themselves would appear, but then he fell to the ground. The other orc turned and saw that he had fallen, but did not understand why. The orc asked what they were up to and told all the orcs to get up quickly. But the orcs were lying on the ground, and screaming in pain. They could no longer get up. After that, all the orcs fell to the ground dead, and could no longer get up because they suffocated. It was poison. When inhaling the smoke from the poison, the blow fell on the internal organs. Dixie's development, that extracted the poisonous mist, was called green light. Dixie said that she was done, and they would be out for a while. Besides, the poison would not wear off even after an hour, so the way was clear and the team could advance at the same pace. Chris thanked her and said that she did a really good job, but they'd better hurry. The warriors must take Dixie to Emil, because the enemy has unfortunately already approached Aiden. Diggo saw how I affected the orcs, was surprised that so many orcs were defeated at once, and said that this is a really powerful weapon. Chris smiled and thought that before becoming a healer, Pixie was just like that. Pixie was the best poisoner in the northern continent. Meanwhile, the brave warriors began to approach the lair to the enemies, and saw that there was an army of orcs ahead. Chris went first and told everyone to get ready to fight. One of the orcs also saw that the enemy was approaching and started yelling at the other orcs about it. The army, which consisted of Chris and his brothers, was already very close to the orcs, and they were not slowing down approaching them. Orcs also rushed into battle, and began to attack the human army. Brave and courageous warriors began to chop the orcs into small pieces. They already had experience fighting orcs, and they easily overcame third-level orcs, and cut them down mercilessly. The entire team of Chris's strongest comrades was assembled, and the Oni fought to finish off the Orc King. Gian and Doki tested their new weapons, and it was even easier for them to kill more enemies, because these artifacts had incredible power. When Doki first killed his enemies with the new axes, he thought they were really good axes and he liked them. Chris also fought bravely in his new armor, and the gourd behind him fired giant fireballs into the orcs' faces and set them on fire. Many orcs died in this duel. The warriors began to shout that they had defeated the enemy, and this was a victory. Chris thought it was strange, because their army was not as big as they thought. After that, Chris was thinking about why the main body did not have additional support, and suddenly he realized something. But interrupting Chris's thoughts, someone began to leave the gorge with a raised flag. It was a warrior with the flag of the 8 families. He told the Duke that something was wrong. After that, he told him that Eden was filled with a monster, and the outer wall was about to fall. Chris was shocked, because he did not expect such an outcome of the battle. Meanwhile, the orcs continued their advance towards Eden. But these were orcs who possessed the 2nd level of vice or even higher. With incredible strength and cruelty, they killed all the soldiers who stood in their way. Ordinary soldiers could not resist them, and they advanced with incredible speed. Incredibly strong orcs attacked the soldiers and mercilessly killed them. Meanwhile, the commander of the Blue Dragons confronted the orcs. After that, the commander realized that they still had strong warriors left, and he asked himself the question of how long this attack would last, but he did not know the answer to this question. Even goblins took part in this duel. They also began to attack the commander. Delchin arrived to the commander's aid, and killed the goblin who attacked him. The commander thanked Sir Delchin and they continued to fight together. After that, Delchin asked about Farman's army. The commander said that he had sent a messenger, but had no idea what they would do, and he did not think that they should be counted on and they would have to deal with him. Suddenly, Delchin and the commander saw something they had never seen before. These were magical abilities of great power, and they began to overwhelm Delchin and the commander. Someone started to approach them and asked who was the leader here. The unknown possessed dark magic, and seemed to be much stronger than them. The commander thought that he was as if bound by darkness. He had never met such an opponent before. Delchin realized that the enemy had an incredible level of strength, and he could not even feel it, and he realized that this was the Lord of the Orc. The Orc Lord asked again who was the leader here. Meanwhile, Chris began to command his army. He ordered them to quickly finish their preparations and move out. Everything announced that they were returning to Iden. All the army that Chris led went on a journey. Ella began to think that Chris really was going there. Chris told Eler not to worry, and he knows what he's doing, because they simply have to go to their aid. Eler began to get visibly nervous, and said yes, of course, they would not let people fall. Meanwhile, Chris was thinking that it was good that it hadn't been that long, and that they could get to Idean faster if they went through 8 families. After that, they approached the end of the gorge, and Chris ordered everyone to keep moving straight ahead and beware of the rocks. The warriors cautiously began to make their way through the gorge. Unexpectedly, a giant 3-headed orc stood in their way, which began brandishing its powerful weapon in order to strike at the soldiers. After the strong attack of the 3-headed, many warriors fell to the ground due to the shock wave from the impact. In this battle, not only the 3-headed, but also another of the main orcs participated. Chris was extremely surprised, because there were ogres and trolls in the gorge, and it turned out that the Orc King knew that they would deploy troops and go this way. It was an ambush, and many soldiers began to kill in this unequal battle, since the ogres and trolls were much stronger than them. Chris ordered the cavalry to move back and line up, after which they stormed them. Chris noticed that an unusual orc was looking at him. After that, he screamed extremely loudly, and immediately rushed to attack Chris, as if he was his target. But Diggo bravely rushed to help, and with his axe began to protect Chris from this orc. Diggo said that he would delay him, and told Chris to get out of here as soon as possible. Chris decided it was worth splitting up. He told Lind, Diggo, Alice and Lois that he was leaving these orcs on them and told the others to follow him, after which they headed off. And the soldiers bravely continued to attack the trolls, and gradually killed them. But it was an extremely unequal battle, because the trolls and ogres were much stronger than ordinary human soldiers. Chris clenched his teeth, and began to realize that the losses were too great. After that, he made a promise to himself that this time they would certainly put an end to the war. Meanwhile, the Orc King was waiting for an answer as to who the leader was. He asked again who was the leader here. The commander asked why he needed a leader. The Orc King told him that he needed him to tell him about the pointlessness of this war. Delchin began to analyze the situation, and was extremely surprised when he heard it. The Orc King said that it was he who was destined to rule all the continents, and those living on them, and to this day many leaders have bowed their knees before him. But it was the people who made an impression on the king of the orcs in this war. Only for this he is ready to show favor and forgive them for daring to oppose him. After that, he added that he was also pleased that he would personally destroy all the leaders of the people, and make the rest of the people slaves. Delchin was very angry at his words, and said that the Orc King was an arrogant creature. Delchin started talking about the chance he and Lord Nober had and started preparing his sword. Delchin said that there were no Fawnmont warriors with them, so they would have to deprive this monster of its head with their own hands. He also said that this was their great opportunity to fulfill their duty to His Majesty, and such an opportunity should not be missed. After that, they rushed into battle and began to surround the Orc Lord. Commander Noba was the first to strike the Orc King. Behind the Orc King was Delchin, who was also ready to deliver a crushing blow to the Orc King from behind. Delchin delivered a powerful blow from the back, and the Orc King began to fall to the ground. After that, the Orc Lord fell to the ground. Commander Noba was preparing to strike him again, and prepared his magic spear. But the Orc Lord easily blocked it with his giant axe, and immediately began to strike back at the commander. Delchin began again to make a crushing attack on the king. He fiercely brandished his sword using magic, but the Orc King was able to defend himself against his blow. After a series of blows that were inflicted on the king, he began to get angry. His anger was visible from afar, as the black magic that he owned hovered around him. Incredible anger was visible on his face, and he wanted to attack Delchin. Delchin saw that the king was preparing to strike and immediately began to retreat. He realized that he would have to increase the distance, because this abnormal speed absolutely does not correspond to his dimensions. Still, their attack had worked, meaning they had a chance of winning the battle against the Orc Lord. The commander and Delchin again rushed to attack the Lord in order to inflict irreparable damage on him. The Orc Lord laughed and asked them if they seriously thought they could kill him. For him it was extremely funny, and he was waiting for them in the next attack. He made only one blow to the ground, from which the whole earth began to shake, and Delchin and the commander were thrown in different directions from the force of this blow. The commander felt incredible pain from the force of this blow, because the power of the Orc Lord was incredibly great. The commander had not yet recovered from the last blow, and the Orc Lord approached him incredibly close and was ready to strike him. The sovereign started swinging at him with an incredibly huge spear in order to produce a strong blow. The commander was shocked by what was happening. Vladika said that it was not given to a man to stop him. After that, he told the commander to say goodbye to life. The king made an incredible blow, from which the commander flew off several hundred meters. Delchin was extremely worried about Nober's condition, because he was his comrade. The commander was lying on the ground, but he was still alive, but he was extremely badly injured. Nober sighed heavily in pain, and the Orc King told him that he apparently thought now that he was lucky, since he was still alive. After that, the Orc King said that he simply controlled his strength, and used as much as a human body could withstand. And he did not kill him because someone else had to tell the others about the power that he now felt in his own skin. The Orc King said that now he would use all his strength. It was time to get rid of Delchin and other leaders, and then the whole human race would become the king's clan. Meanwhile, the brave warriors fought against the ogres and trolls in the Red Gorge, where she said that it would be great if Lind got at least once in the eyes of an orc or troll. After that, Lind began to shoot at them with his magic bow. But he only made a hit in the defense, which was on the arm of the three-headed orc. Lind immediately realized that the second head had warned him of the incoming arrow, and he had blocked it. Meanwhile, Diggo fought bravely with another powerful orc warrior. Lois helped him, and with a powerful blow cut off one of the orc's arms. He furiously looked at the monster, and asked how he felt that his hand was cut off. The orc began to scream, and showed his hand to them. Then, gradually, she began to recover. And she was instantly able to recover, she was intact, as if she had not been chopped off to him. Lois and Diggo realized that this orc had some special regeneration compared to other trolls, and Diggo realized that they should hit the neck or the heart with one blow. He told the whole team that this battle would really be tough. At the same time, Delchin confronted the Orc King. He was wary because the Orc King said he would use all his power on him. Each of them was in anticipation of a duel. They looked each other straight in the eye. The Orc King started to run extremely fast at Delchin and said that it was time to end this. After that, he hit Delchin, and he flew off many meters to the side. Delchin thought about how the Orc King could have such incredible power. Delchin continued to stand on his feet and dodge the king's attacks. The Lord again carried out another attack, and from his blow a large area of the earth was destroyed, because the force of the blow was incomparable with anything. Delchin thought that if he continued to attack like this, he would just not hold out, and he would have to risk and deal a crushing blow to the king. And the man began to run in order to carry out a crushing blow to the king, who possessed inhuman strength. Vladica launched a counterattack, but missed, because the man managed to dodge. Suddenly, Delchin struck a crushing blow, but the king also dodged his attack. He was right behind the man and asked him if he was serious about setting a trap for him. After that, the king delivered a powerful and crushing blow directly to Delchin's back. But he continued to stand on his feet, and withstood his blows. And suddenly, Delchin delivered a powerful blow directly to the torso of the king. Green blood began to flow from him. The king did not think that a common man would be able to attack him. He became very angry and began to accumulate black magic in his fist. And with his fist, without weapons, with the help of magic, he dealt an incredible blow, from which Delchin flew many meters away. The man was struck by such a strong attack, because he did not expect such power, and he began to scream in pain. The king looked at Delchin to us, and said that it was inevitable, and added that man by nature is a limited being, therefore, their species will always be separated by a huge abyss. Vladica also said that no matter how hard people try, they still cannot overcome their appearance. Delchin looked at the Lord, and saw how his wound healed literally before his eyes. The king continued his speech, and said that the lot of the weak is to obey the strongest, and this is predetermined by people's fate itself. The king continued to watch Delchina, and early on his stomach was almost healed. The Lord continued to speak and said that people would never have a choice in this regard, so it is not surprising that they were finished. He began to swing again at Delchin, in order to land on him the final blow that would kill him. Suddenly, from somewhere, a weapon began to fly, which sparkled with lightning. Vladica immediately drew attention to this weapon, and did not understand what was happening. The weapon did not hit the master, and he was able to dodge it, but he felt that this weapon was of incredible power. He did not understand what was happening, and who did it. At the same time, the warriors were defending themselves from the goblins, and one of the goblins attacked, which from fear could not move. The warrior looked into the eyes of death, and thought that he would now die at the hands of the goblin. But he just arrived in time, and saved the defenseless knight from the goblin with the blade. The knight was extremely happy and grateful that he survived. Gian ordered Froment's entire army to attack, and they began to advance on the many goblins who were killing the soldiers. Delchin was surprised by what was happening, and thought about who his savior was. Suddenly, an unknown person jumped into the sky. The king of the orcs and Delhen looked at him, and did not understand who it was. The unknown was Chris Froment, who came to save all the people in the city that was taken over. After the jump, he stood on the ground, and was ready to fight to the death of the enemy. The king looked at Chris, and noticed the color of his hair. And the Lord concluded that Chris killed his relatives. Chris was full of anger, and he said how much of that Vladika himself knows him. Meanwhile, the pumpkin was carrying a weapon to Chris to start the fight. Delchin told Chris to be careful, because the king's incredible strength and speed are many times greater than their skills. Chris thanked the pumpkin, and told her to run as far as possible from here, and added that it was dangerous here. The Lord said that since Chris himself found him, he told him not to die too quickly. Chris answered him and said that he would not die quickly. After his words, Chris immediately rushed into battle in order to finish off the Lord of the Orcs and end this war. The weapons of the two extreme strong opponents crossed, and the battle began. Chris said that the Orc Lord would definitely regret his words. With incredible anger they looked into each other's eyes, and were ready to fight to the death.